Chapter 1111 Berserker. Back on the Doomsday train. Yi Sha and Du Lingling separated and returned to their own compartments. Yi Sha counted the spoils, and then opened his personal information. If you don't consider the fact that Gan Lin had set him up, Yi Sha's trip was quite rewarding. Needless to say, Jian Luo Nanjiang was a natural thing. Since Gan Lin wanted Yi Sha to find something that didn't exist, it was naturally her who violated the transaction agreement. Jian Luo Nanjiang already belonged to Yi Sha. Secondly, Xia Tian also had the 12 trials of immortality, which was really a pleasant surprise, allowing Yi Sha to complete another round of trials. 12 trials of the undying imagination ability. Each time you pass a trial, you will get a chance to revive your body. If you succeed in the 3rd trial, you will get hard armor. If you succeed in the 6th trial, you will get strength. If you succeed in the 9th trial, you will get frenzy. If you succeed in the 12th trial, you will get the unyielding warrior's will. Currently, you have completed the trial, September 12th. Number of resurrections, May 9th. Contents of the 10th trial, King 3 stars and above mutant zombies, 0/2. King 3 stars and above ancient species, 0/2. King 3 stars and above mutant ancient species, 0/1. Kill the designated target, 0/1. The 10th trial was not a special trial, so it was a hunting mission again, and the difficulty naturally increased. The minimum standard was a prey with a 3-star level. This was a hunting mission at the level of a flight attendant, and ordinary flight attendants might not be able to handle it. At least the strength of the flight attendants had to be ranked in the upper middle level. At the same time, a rather troublesome hunting was added, which was the hunting of mutated ancient species with a 3-star level or above. Ancient species with a 3-star level Of course, even if the mutated ancient species is hard to find, it is not as troublesome as killing the designated target, although Yi Sha completed it twice. The first time was completely inexplicable. Yi Sha didn't know who he killed, which led to his completion of the designated target hunting. The second time was Xia Tian. Yi Sha was helpless about this. This was no longer a problem that could be solved purely by strength, but required a great deal of luck. And luck was something that no one could predict. In addition, because he completed the 9th trial, Yi Sha also successfully obtained the ability of Frenzy. But just when Yi Sha was about to check the effect of the Berserk ability, Berserk and Adrenaline overlap, resulting in ability evolution, and obtaining the ability, Berserker. A mysterious voice suddenly sounded at this time, which made Yi Sha stunned. And then in the personal information, Berserk and Adrenaline disappeared at the same time. Berserker, enter the Berserker state. Physical fitness increases by 150%. Other physical fitness enhancement abilities cannot be superimposed. When using heavy weapons, strength increases by an additional 50%. Obtains super speed regeneration ability. Obtains the ability to fight more bravely. Obtains the ability to kill crazily. And obtains the ability of courage of a common man. More courage in battle. Every time you are hurt, the pain decreases by 5%. When the pain disappears, the physical fitness increases by an additional 30%. Crazy killing. Every time you kill a target, the mental state decreases by 5% and the strength increases by 5%. Bravery of a common man. The Berserker state lasts for 360 seconds. After leaving the state, you enter a weak state, and your physical fitness decreases by 50% for 3 hours. What a violent ability. Yi Sha smacked his lips. This Berserker ability is quite brutal. The biggest advantage of this kind of ability is that the effect is better with the stronger the physical fitness. This degree of improvement can greatly improve Yi Sha's strength in a short period of time. But the side effects are obvious, and the weak state is an inevitable limitation. However, the fusion of Frenzy and Adrenaline has improved the effect while reducing the side effects. You know, after using Adrenaline, Yi Sha was half dead. Therefore, although Adrenaline is also one of Yi Sha's trump cards, Yi Sha rarely uses it, or even does not use it, unless he can return to the Doomsday train immediately after using it. Yi Sha will choose to use Adrenaline. To put it in one sentence, the ability of Adrenaline is completely Super God. But the problem is that after being Super God, it is Super Ghost. At present, the weakness of the Berserker has only been reduced by 50%, and the duration has also been shortened to only 3 hours, which seems to be acceptable. It is not necessary to be as cautious as using Adrenaline. Not bad. After thinking about the ability, Yi Sha nodded with satisfaction. After getting the sword falling in southern Xinjiang and the berserker ability, Xia Tian's worry was also removed. Judging from the gains alone, Yi Sha actually felt that this trip was quite worthwhile. Although Gan Lin had plotted against him, it seemed acceptable to get such a reward after being plotted against once. Of course, although there was no substantial damage, Yi Sha was in a bad mood because of it. Apart from these two items, the others were all miscellaneous things, mainly the armor pieces. Yi Sha felt that they were good metal materials, so he didn't need to take them to the boss lady for identification. He could just throw them into the studio. The instrument would automatically identify the metal composition of the armor pieces, and then obtain some data, including hardness, heat resistance, cold resistance, solubility, plasticity, etc. After finishing these things, Yi Sha will have a long rest time again, because the trip to Wuling City did not take Yi Sha much time. And before the next departure, Yi Sha still has plenty of time to waste. The Doomsday train is very deserted, because most people are on missions. So when Yi Sha enters the dining car every day, the dining car is empty. It is worth mentioning that after Du Lingling returned to the Doomsday train, she directly chose to change the platform location. There was no mission, and Du Lingling left purely for fighting. Yi Sha knew that Du Lingling would be under a lot of pressure after she returned home and encountered such a thing. And fighting is indeed a good way to release pressure. Du Lingling's choice is not bad. On the 7th day, after entering the dining car, Yi Sha sat down at the bar, seafood fried rice, and give me a glass of sparkling wine. The proprietress asked the waiter to get food for Yi Sha, and then put a glass of sparkling wine on the bar. Yi Sha lay on the bar with some boredom. How long will it take for the train to leave? It's too boring to do nothing every day. The lady boss smiled. How many people just beg for such a life? Yi Sha thought about it, and couldn't help but feel that it was really scary to get used to this kind of thing. Who would like to keep fighting zombies? Yi Sha believed that no one would want to. Everyone just wanted to hide on the Doomsday train, just to survive, and left when they had no choice. And now, when you get used to this kind of life, you will become uncomfortable when you suddenly have nothing to do. Yi Sha believed that he was definitely not the only one who felt this way. Chapter 11:12 Daxizu. Yi Sha spent the next few days wandering around, sleeping, and then casually flipping through the information in the information compartment. It is worth mentioning here that the information compartment is the authority of the crew chief. Yi Sha has been here before and flipped through it casually, but didn't find anything useful. But now that he has some free time, after a careful search, Yi Sha found that there are actually quite a lot of useful things. For example, there is the complete history of the development of Compu, and even the distribution points of Comp's branches and bases around the world, which also includes many bases that were unknown to ordinary people before the end of the world, and records of illegal research bases. For example, Yi Sha also found several mutant zombie illustrations. Because Yi Sha had the memory of his previous life, his knowledge in this area was much richer than that of other people. But the illustrations recorded more and more mutant zombies. Yi Sha gradually became interested in the information car. Apart from that, Yi Sha naturally spent time in the dining car, drinking some wine and eating some snacks. His life was pretty good. Then, just when Yi Sha began to get used to this leisurely life, bang, 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 Yi Sha was leaning on the sofa, flipping through a zombie illustration book, looking for a mutant zombie that he didn't even recognize, when the door of his personal car was knocked. Or it would be more accurate to say that it was smashed. Yi Sha looked puzzled, got up and opened the door of the car, and then saw the boss lady standing at the door. "Let's go!" The boss lady waved to Yi Sha. "It's time to work." "Huh?" Yi Sha followed the boss lady. "Is it leaving?" "Boss lady, the next stop has nothing to do with you. You have to leave now." "Yi Sha, where are you going?" "The lady boss, Atlantis." "Atlantis?" Yi Sha was stunned for a moment. "Atlantis? Where did the train conductor go? He hasn't come back yet?" "The lady boss, this is a bit complicated. Let me make it short. The second apostle embryo has appeared. A large number of apostles are walking there. So, the war is about to start again. Destroy the apostle embryo at all costs." "Yi Sha, so I'm not the only one going?" "Who else?" "The boss lady. Everyone will go. The crew members currently on the Doomsday train will go out. The rest will go there one after another after they return to the Doomsday train. According to the two deputy train captains, some experts will be selected from the death car. Yisha, what should I do? The boss lady, whatever you do. The ultimate goal is to destroy the apostle embryo. However, before the people on the Doomsday train arrive one after another, you'd better be careful. Yisha, how many people went in the first batch? The lady boss. 7 crew members and 2 pursers. There's nothing we can do. There aren't many people on the train now. Yisha raised his eyebrows. 2 pursers? That would be him and Gonlin. After entering the dining car, Gonlin sat at the bar and waved to Yisha with a smile. The lady boss walked into the bar and threw 2 communicators on the bar, specially made. Contact me anytime if there's anything. I could also find you anytime. Gonlin smiled and made a pleased gesture. You go first. I don't think you would want to go with me. Yisha curled his lips, grabbed a communicator, and walked out of the dining car, leaving the Doomsday train. The style of the platform did not change. Yisha walked directly along the stairs to the exit. And then, the moment he left the Doomsday train platform, Yisha took a breath of cold air, and then began to fall freely. Asshole! Yisha cursed in his heart. The exit was actually on the edge of a sea cliff. About 5 or 6 meters away from the top of the sea cliff, there was a small cave. The entrance and exit of the Doomsday train platform was at the edge of the cave. Plop! Yisha fell down, falling directly from the cliff and falling into the sea cleanly. Fortunately, Yisha was good at swimming. He held his breath and straightened his body the moment he fell into the sea. After his body fell a certain distance underwater, he stabilized his body, kicked the water, and began to swim to the surface. However, Yisha soon found that he could not swim. Legs were entangled. Yisha looked down and saw that because he was close to the cliff, the water was not deep. There was a bunch of seaweed at the bottom, and 2 of the seaweed leaves just happened to entangle Yisha's ankles. Yisha tried to tear the seaweed apart, but at that moment, the seaweed seemed to come alive, twisting like a snake and quickly wrapping around Yisha's arm. Yisha was startled, and then realized that it was a mutant plant. The seaweed seemed to be something like a corpse flower. Yisha immediately struggled, but the more he struggled, the tighter the seaweed shrank. Yisha gritted his teeth and immediately reached out to pull out the sword. But the sword was only 1/3 out of the sheath when more seaweed surged over and wrapped around Yisha's wrist, preventing him from drawing the sword. Damn it! Yisha cursed in his heart. If it was on the ground, he could force himself out with his strength. But in the sea, he really couldn't do it. Seeing Yisha's body being dragged down, the sea water suddenly broke open. And then, the Archon's light chain suddenly appeared. After breaking the seawater, the light chain directly wrapped around the seaweed. And with a strong pull, it broke the seaweed wrapped around Yisha's ankles and wrists. Yisha regained his freedom, and without hesitation, he drew his sword and cut off the seaweed floating around, then quickly swam towards the sea surface. When he reached the sea surface, the Archon was still at the exit of the platform, and released another light chain, which wrapped around Yisha's body and pulled Yisha up from the sea. In midair, Yisha stretched out his hand and pinched the void, imagining that an endless bow appeared, and quickly drew the bowstring, and an arrow appeared on the bowstring. Puff! The next moment, the arrow flew downward and went straight into the bottom of the sea. You killed the ancient shell snake seaweed. Cumulative number 1. Seaweed cannot move, so as long as Yisha remembers where it is easy to shoot it. After getting rid of the seaweed, Yisha waved his hand to the Archon and asked the Archon to pull him up, back to the top of the cliff. Yisha finally had time to look around. One side of the cliff is naturally facing the sea, and there are some sparse trees on the other side. Looking further away along the direction of the trees, you can see some houses. Yisha murmured, "Is this the Great Western Province?" After Yisha murmured, he patted his forehead. He left the Doomsday train too hastily, and obviously did not ask carefully enough. If the proprietress sent him to the Great Western Province, then which Great Western Province was it? Chapter 11:13 Situation. Atlantis has 2 meanings. The first meaning refers to the legendary Atlantis. Which is Atlantis? Atlantis, also known as Atlantis, is an ancient continent with a highly developed civilization in legend, which is called Atlantis. But so far, there is no evidence to confirm that Atlantis really exists. The second meaning is that there is a large archipelago around a strait in the Atlantic Ocean. According to the description, this archipelago is where the legendary Atlantis is located, which also makes these archipelagos famous. Because of Atlantis, Many people directly call it Atlantis. Yisha looked at the houses built not far from the coastline, and guessed that this was probably the latter? While thinking, Yisha walked down the cliff, and then suddenly stopped. There is someone below the cliff. There is a beach on one side. It is not the golden beach in tourist destinations, but a white sandy land with a lot of gravel standing. On the other side of the cliff, there are sparse trees. The reason why Yisha judged that there was someone was because there were footprints on the beach. According to the shape of the footprints, there should be two people. Yisha murmured again, Apostle? At this moment, the Archon following Yisha suddenly entered a combat state, staring at the direction of the woods. The next moment, two apostles wearing cloaks walked out of the woods. When they saw Yisha, they were also stunned. Yisha's reaction was faster. Directly, kill. There is nothing to say to the apostles. They can be summed up in two words, mortal enemy. Naturally. Kill them first. The Archon said nothing, and with his right palm spread out, a black ball of light condensed, and threw it in the direction of the two apostles. Boom! The black ball of light fell to the ground and immediately shattered, causing an explosion. There was no smoke or fire, but it had an impact similar to an explosion, which was very violent. The cloaks of the two apostles were blown wildly and directly thrown away. Yisha said again, You go left and I go right. One for each of us. Yisha pointed his toes, jumped out of the beach, and killed one of the apostles. The apostle had obviously come to his senses. From the apostle's point of view, anyone on the Doomsday train was obviously a mortal enemy. In this case, there was no need for any hesitation. The apostle lifted his cloak, pulled out a significantly longer saber from behind his waist with one hand, and pulled out a waist chain hanging from his waist with the other hand. With a flick of his wrist, the waist chain was wrapped around his wrist. Clang! Yisha came in front of the opponent, and the sword fell from Nanjiang and collided with the opponent's saber, making a clang sound. The apostle felt the huge force coming and was shocked. So strong. Yisha chuckled, swung his arm lightly, and slashed at the opponent again with a backhanded sword. The apostle raised his left hand and used the left hand wrapped with a waist chain to meet it. The waist chain was a defensive prop. Then, crack! Jianluo Nanjiang swept the sword, and the unparalleled effect was activated. The waist chain was broken into several pieces in an instant and fell to the ground. The apostle's face hidden under the mask suddenly changed again, and he shouted to his companions, Retreat! We are not opponents. After the apostle finished speaking, he turned around and ran without hesitation, without any intention of fighting. Yisha raised his eyebrows, showing a bit of appreciation. This guy is quite decisive. He can feel the gap between himself and Yisha after 2 fights. This is already quite valuable. More importantly, he made a decision immediately without any hesitation. Another apostle saw it and immediately abandoned the Archon and planned to retreat into the woods together. Yisha curled his lips, but the question is, can you run away? At the same time, a ripple appeared on the sea surface, and a gust of sea breeze blew away the waves and scattered the white sand. Snap! Yisha casually stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Time seemed to be silent at this moment, and the two apostles stopped walking, and their bodies suddenly froze there. Boom! Boom! By the side of the woods, 2 big trees suddenly fell down diagonally, hitting the ground with a loud noise. The apostle who had fought with Yisha before turned around and said dryly, Are you the chief steward? As soon as the words fell, the body of the walking apostle was like a broken tree, split at the waist, and the body was divided into 2 parts, with the upper body tilted to the ground. You killed the walking apostle. You killed the walking apostle. The 2 walking apostles were directly dismembered on the spot, and a mysterious voice sounded at the right time. Yisha did not even look at the 2 corpses. With his current strength, ordinary walking apostles were naturally not qualified to fight with him, and it was natural that he had reached this level. Let's go! Yisha waved to the Archon. Let's go to the city first. The Archon nodded and followed Yisha faithfully. Yisha entered the woods, took out the communicator given by the landlady, put on the headset, and tried to contact. Hello? I heard you. The landlady replied quickly, obviously guarding the communication. And then, are we there? Yisha, we are here. Where is this place? The landlady, Ilia's Peninsula. Yisha, the Channel Islands of Atlantis? Boss lady, yes. Yisha, what's going on now? Although the ultimate goal is to destroy the apostle embryo. You have to tell me what the situation is now. Even if I can express myself freely, I have to have some clues. Boss lady, I was going to tell you. But you ran away as soon as you grabbed the communication equipment. Yisha twitched his eyes. All because of Gon Lin. That damn woman. Yisha, tell me now? The boss lady, there are a lot of apostles in the place where you are now. So I'll keep it short. Yisha nodded. Okay. The boss lady, the train conductor went to Daxazu. The exact location is unknown. To find the ruins pointed to by the stone pillar. By chance, he discovered the activities of the apostles. And then, he was sure that they were looking for the apostle embryo. Yisha, you told me about this last time. The boss lady continued, let's talk about the current situation. The train conductor naturally couldn't let them succeed. So he tried to destroy the apostle embryo. But the apostle suddenly woke up during the battle and fled. The situation is similar to the last time you met the Son of Flame. Yisha, the embryo has not developed completely and wakes up early. So it is not a complete body and needs to continue to grow. Right? The boss lady, yes. And the situation is worse than when it was the Son of Flame. The Son of Flame was in the volcano at the time and was almost about to wake up. Although it woke up early because of your trouble. It was in good condition. So it is out of the embryonic form and still growing rapidly. Chapter 11:14 The goal of this trip. Yisha was a little worried at first. Because the apostles are indeed difficult to deal with. It took 2 deputy train captains to take down the apostles, who had not yet grown up. But after hearing the last sentence, Yisha was relieved. Malfarian said that as long as the apostles were not complete, they could still be killed. The boss lady, it will take about 15 days. No more than a month at the latest. For the apostles to be formed. Yisha was speechless. Such a short time. The boss lady, what do you think? Yisha, you said it won't grow quickly. I thought it would take another year or so. The boss lady rolled her eyes. If it takes so long, why bother sending people to interfere with the apostles' movement? When everyone is here. Send them to the next station. Yisha thought about it and realized that this was the truth. Then, you continue. The boss lady, according to the news sent back by the conductor. The apostle who appeared this time is the water spirit Moya. And that place is surrounded by the sea. If it is allowed to grow, it will be completely invincible. So it must be destroyed as soon as possible. Yisha, what's the exact location? The boss lady, if the train conductor knew where the apostles were, he would have just taken care of them. Why would he need to send other people? Yisha suddenly realized so. When we say destroying the apostles, the main task is to find them. Right? Yes. The boss lady, at that time. The train conductor fought with the apostles, causing the water spirit Moya to wake up early and escape from his sleeping place. But after all, he was forced to wake up from the embryonic state and could not run too far. Yisha nodded secretly and almost understood the mission this time. The lady boss continued, the water elf Moya may be hiding in the sea, but it is not ruled out that it may be hiding in one of the surrounding archipelagos. It has the ability to go ashore. Your task is to search everywhere and find it. It is best to kill it if you can. Otherwise you can provide the location. Yisha understood. Lady boss, I will remind you again that the Apostle Walk is also conducting a large-scale search in that area. So the probability of you encountering the Apostle Walk is very high. At present, we are few in number. So you should be careful. Yisha said disdainfully. They are no match for me. The lady boss, you can indeed deal with ordinary apostles. But what if there are too many of them, and they besiege you? In addition, there are also extremely powerful people among the apostles. Otherwise, how could the train conductor be entangled and cause the water spirit Moya to escape? Yisha's face became more serious when he heard this. The strength of the train conductor is unquestionable. As for the level of the deputy train conductor, his rating on the Doomsday train must have reached the extraordinary level. As for the train conductor, Yisha thought he was at least at the peak of transcendence. And even, maybe above transcendence, a rating that Yisha did not understand in his previous life. The fact that such a person of such strength was entangled was enough to explain some problems. Yisha, I understand. Also, do you have any good suggestions on finding the apostles? The lady boss did not answer immediately, obviously thinking for a while. And then, don't underestimate the wisdom of the apostles. The apostles are actually highly intelligent creatures. I think it is more likely that they are hiding in the city. Yisha nodded. Generally speaking, If you want to hide, you will naturally choose the wild, where there are many people and complex terrain. But this does not apply to the end of the world. For example, if a fugitive wants to flee, he will naturally run to the wild. There are too many people in the city, and there are surveillance cameras everywhere. If you are recognized by someone by mistake, it is equivalent to being caught by the tail, and you can't get rid of it. So, running to the wild is right. But now it is the end of the world. This situation does not exist. And the terrain is complex. No matter how complex the terrain in the wild is, can it be more complex than the city? There are houses everywhere. If you just find a house to hide in, you can't find it if you want to search it. Moreover, if you are active in the city, you will inevitably be harassed by zombies, which will also increase the difficulty of searching. The lady boss continued also. Although the water spirit Moya can go ashore, you should be able to understand some of its characteristics from the name. Try to find a place related to water or near water. Yi Sha again, understood. Lady boss, good luck. Yi Sha ended the communication and walked towards the urban area on the coastline while thinking about the current situation. This is a very troublesome task. The trouble is not caused by the apostles, but because this is a task without a definite target. The target is of course clear. It is the apostles. But the meaning of a task without a definite target is that the apostles themselves are uncertain. Usually if the target is certain, it is more convenient, whether it is to find something or kill someone. As long as you know where it is, you can roughly understand the situation, make a plan, and then execute it. The current trouble is here, although the target is the apostle. If the apostle's condition and location are unknown, it is impossible to make a plan, and the only way to search is relatively blind. However, Yi Sha is very interested in this matter. That is an apostle. Of course, this is not quite right. If it is really an apostle, Yi Sha's interest will not be so great, because he is not interested in seeking death. So, strictly speaking, it should be an apostle who has not grown up. Considering that the apostle has just left the embryonic state and needs at least half a month or even a month to grow up, the current physical condition must be very weak. In other words, Yi Sha can also kill the apostle. Yi Sha did not hide the greed in his eyes. Last time, the apostle's broken arm was fatal. The fatality seemed to be stronger, but the change brought by the apostle's broken arm was not obvious. However, Yi Sha would not doubt the effectiveness of the apostle's broken arm, because the Archon evolved, and the Archon only swallowed a little bit of the apostle's broken arm at that time. To be more precise, it was just a piece of meat half the size of a palm. This level is enough for the Archon to evolve. Others like the little ancient cat and the corpse flower have not made any progress. But Yi Sha believes that this is just a matter of time, after the arbitrator evolved into the Archon. If we don't consider the strength, the wisdom is actually the highest. So it is normal that the fastest absorption and the fastest evolution are also normal. The corpse flower and the little ancient cat are just a matter of time. The corpse flower is still absorbing the corpse flower seeds of the South China cycad and the ice flower, so it is naturally slower. It is understandable that the little ancient cat is also slower because it is in its infancy. So, what if I get the whole body of the apostle this time? Yi Sha never thought about handing it over to the train conductor. Or rather, unless the train conductor knew that the thing was in his hands, he would never hand over the body of the apostle. To put it another way, even if I can't get the whole body of the apostle, I will be satisfied if I can just get another arm. That's really a good thing. Yi Sha couldn't help but sigh, and he had already determined the goal of this trip. Chapter 11:15 Coastline Town. At night, the sea breeze was cool. The trees around the cliff were not dense, and the area was not large. Yi Sha left the woods before dusk. There is a small town near the coastline. The architecture of the town is very distinctive, similar to the style of an ancient city called Wisdom City, using a layered architectural style. All the buildings are low houses, but near the coastline, there is a slope that tilts upward, and all the low houses are half-moon shaped, one layer up. At first glance, it looks messy, but if you look closely, you will find a different kind of beauty, especially when you stand on a high place or look down. You will feel that the building is connected to the sea, which is extremely beautiful. Yi Sha stood on a 2-story red-roofed low house and looked at it for a while. These guys are really making a big fuss. Yi Sha saw many apostles walking around the town, and some yachts and small boats could be seen near the sea. Apparently, The apostles were also searching for the traces of the water spirit Moya. And according to the boss lady, it was possible for the water spirit Moya to appear on any of the surrounding islands. This meant that the apostles definitely did not only put manpower on the Ilias Peninsula. Yisha came here purely because the boss lady did not know where the water spirit Moya was. Anyway, it must be within the archipelago. So she randomly picked an island and threw Yisha here. Yisha held his chin and pondered for a while. In addition to the task of finding the apostles, he also had a task that seemed to interfere with the apostles. Hey! Yisha smiled grimly. The hunt has begun. Night enveloped this seaside town. An apostle walked through the alleys and looked around. Obviously, the apostle had no good way to find the apostle. It was just a blind search. At this time. Dang! Dang! A crisp metal knocking sound suddenly sounded. And the apostle seemed extremely alert and turned around suddenly. But a white light chain fell behind him, suddenly wrapped around the apostle's neck and tightened it. The feeling of suffocation came instantly, and the apostle kept struggling, kicking his legs, pulling out a saber from the outside of his thigh, and was about to chop at the light chain. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly appeared, like a ghost, and suddenly appeared in front of the apostle. Puff! The sword fell in the south of the border, bringing a faint light in the darkness, and stabbed directly at the right arm of the apostle, piercing the apostle's forearm with one sword. Before the other party could scream in pain, Yisha covered his mouth with one hand, and the Archon jumped down from the roof, opened the door of the house, and dragged the apostle in. The apostle was tied up, and Yisha stuffed a piece of rag into his mouth, until he dragged him into the house, and threw him in the corner. Yisha, I don't want to talk nonsense. Tell me, where is your leader? Since we are hunting, we naturally have to pick the valuable ones. Instead of killing some apostles randomly to arouse vigilance, it is better to find the leader of the other party and kill the leader of this group of apostles first. After asking, Yisha pulled out the rag stuffed in the mouth of the apostle. But at the moment when Yisha took off the rag, the apostle opened his mouth, obviously wanting to shout. Bang! Yisha suddenly attacked, punching the opponent in the abdomen before he could shout. And the apostle immediately started coughing. Yisha stuffed the rag back, then grabbed the opponent's palm and pressed it to the ground, pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, and stabbed it hard, nailing the opponent's palm to the ground. The rag could not completely prevent the opponent from speaking, and the Archon reached out and covered the apostle's mouth alertly. Yisha, if I tell you that I will let you go if you answer my questions honestly, you probably won't believe it. But you're going to die anyway. So why torture yourself before you die? After all, no one will know that you betrayed them when you die. After Yisha finished speaking, he pulled off the other's rags again. But the apostle had no intention of compromising at all, and opened his mouth to shout again. Puff! Yisha immediately raised his hand, and the Alaskan whale harpoon slashed across the neck of the apostle. The apostle opened his mouth and wanted to shout, but could only make a hiss sound, and the bright red blood flowed down, staining the apostle's clothes red. Yisha, do you think I won't dare to kill you if you don't tell me? Yisha curled his lips, then picked up a rag and wiped the blood off the Alaskan whale harpoon. You killed the apostle. Plop! Accompanied by a mysterious sound, the apostle fell to the ground. Yisha's face was not very good. This was the third one. Compared with the guys on the Doomsday train, Yisha had to admit that the apostle was indeed more moral. He killed 3 people and refused to speak a word. We have to think of other ways. Yisha pondered. His eyes swept across the window, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he said to the governor, hang this guy's body there. Yisha pointed along the window, and it was a lighthouse. In this coastal town with low houses, the lighthouse was considered a relatively tall building. The governor nodded, dragged the body away, and after Yisha left the house, he quickly moved to the bottom of the lighthouse, and then climbed onto the roof of a low house. Yisha picked up the telescope, and about half a quarter of an hour later, the corpse of the apostle was hung on the outer wall of the lighthouse by the Archon. Although death is all over, no matter how big the grudges are, they are gone. Torturing corpses is really a tasteless thing. But if necessary, Yisha doesn't mind doing it, as long as it can achieve the goal. Yisha sneered. What's this? The Archon obviously understood Yisha's intention, although Yisha didn't order it. He turned on the lighthouse when he left. In this way, of course, it can attract more attention. and the corpse hanging on the outer wall will be easier to see. Yisha was on the rooftop not far away, hiding in the darkness, observing with a telescope. Sure enough, not long after, more and more apostles gathered. When the apostles saw the corpse, they were naturally angry. Extremely angry. Many of them seemed to be shouting and cursing in a low voice. And one apostle even drew his weapon in anger and chopped the wall of a low house. Yisha curled his lips. This was the effect he wanted. But the target Yisha wanted had not appeared yet. Those apostles who gathered together did not look like a leader. Yisha wanted to find the one who had the final say. And then, of course, kill him. At this time. Chapter 11:16. Storms from all directions. Yisha. Huh? Yisha widened his eyes, looking at the new apostles walking, and couldn't help blurting out, "This woman is here too?" The apostles all wear masks. But among the new apostles, one did not wear one. The unique one? Yisha is sure that he has found the target. And it is a target that he is very familiar with. Nan Rongjishur. Nan Rongjishur has also come to Daxazu. And this is undoubtedly a big fish for Yisha. As the son of the saint, Nan Rongjishur must have the final say here. At the same time, Nan Rongjishur came to the front of the lighthouse, looking at the body still hanging on the outer wall, and couldn't help frowning. "What are you still standing there for?" Nan Rongjishur said in a low voice. "Do you want to let people die with their eyes open? Put the body down first." Someone immediately agreed and walked towards the lighthouse. An apostle walked. "Someone has come on the Doomsday train. But there shouldn't be many people. The town is now full of our people. If there are many people, there will definitely be a fight. There are few people, so we can only play assassination." Nan Rongjishur nodded, took out a wooden sign, fiddled with it with his fingers, and said, "Don't act alone anymore. At least in groups of 3. And then, Nan Rongjishur's face suddenly changed when he finished speaking, and he looked to the side. Yisha held up the telescope, and his pupils suddenly shrank, because at this moment, Nan Rongjishur looked in his direction, and Yisha even felt that he had made eye contact with Nan Rongjishur. "Gather all." At this moment, Nan Rongjishur suddenly shouted, "Don't act alone. Follow me." An apostle looked at Nan Rongjishur in confusion. How could they search for the apostles if they all gathered together? They couldn't search for the people on the Doomsday train either, because the target was too big. Nan Rongjishur lifted his cloak and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Just follow me. That guy is not something you can deal with if you split up." As Nan Rongjishur spoke, he jumped up and stepped on the wall to the top of the wall. The low houses in this coastal town are very close together. Nan Rongjishur stepped directly on the roof and quickly came towards Yisha. "Damn it!" Yisha immediately dropped the telescope and turned to run. Previously, he was just wondering if Nan Rongjishur happened to look in this direction. Now Yisha can be completely sure that his whereabouts have been exposed, and Nan Rongjishur has discovered him. That woman is a dog. She can even discover this, Yisha whispered. Although he was not far from the lighthouse, he was at least 200 or 300 meters away, hiding in the night. Yisha seemed very careful, and didn't understand how Nan Rongjishur discovered him. As Nan Rongjishur moved, all the apostles also moved, running quickly towards Yisha. Yisha frowned. There were at least 30 apostles in total, and Nan Rongjishur was a big trouble. If they were really surrounded, it would be obvious that the 4 words difficult to deal with were polite. Yisha's pace immediately quickened a bit, and he ran quickly in the opposite direction on the roof. Obviously, fighting with force was not a good choice. But at this moment, Yisha felt a gust of wind coming, and immediately leaned back, and then saw a black iron arrow passing in front of him. In the dark night, the arrow could be said to be quite hidden. Yisha looked sideways. Since it was a cold arrow, it was naturally difficult to find the opponent. As an excellent archer, it was naturally not just accurate. Hiding, lurking, sneak attacks, assassinations should all be his forte. Unfortunately, Yisha was also good at using a bow. Get out! Yisha had eagle-patterned pupils, and his vision at night was excellent. Moreover, even if he didn't use the eagle-patterned pupils, Yisha could easily determine the opponent's location based on the trajectory of the black iron arrow. The master-level mastery of the sharpshooter was not a decoration. Shock wave. Yisha punched out, and the invisible force rushed forward, causing a wall of a low house to collapse. An apostle quickly retreated to avoid the collapsed wall. But at this moment, Yisha jumped down and came directly to the apostle. The apostle was startled and immediately retreated. It was too late to change weapons, so he could only choose to dodge. However, the apostle did not expect Yisha's sword to be so fast. The sword of Jianluo Nanjiang fell, and was about to hit the head of the apostle. But at this moment, dang! Another apostle rushed out from the side, holding a dog-legged scimitar, and took Jianluo Nanjiang down. So there is another one. Yisha sneered, but will it work? Yisha suddenly exerted force, and the muscles in his arm tightened. The apostle widened his eyes, and watched the dog-legged scimitar in his hand move back continuously, and then rested on his neck. The power was completely overwhelming, and the apostle was completely unable to resist Yisha's power. Puff! Yisha swept across, and his sword fell across the opponent's neck, leaving a bloody wound. The apostle fell to his knees on the ground with a thump. Yisha did not stop, and immediately jumped forward. The remaining apostle had already replaced his bow and arrow with a saber, but he did not even have the chance to raise his hand. Puff! The apostle did not see how Yisha drew his sword. First, because the light was dim, and second, because Yisha's sword was too fast. The apostle was holding the saber, but just as he raised his hand, a blood hole appeared on his neck. A slight sound came from his throat, and then he knelt on the ground as Yisha drew his sword. You killed the apostle. You killed the apostle. Mysterious voices continued to sound. But Yisha did not stay, and turned out of the house, and continued to run along the alley. A moment later, Nanrong Jisha arrived and looked at the two corpses angrily. Didn't I say that we should act together? An apostle said, they came from other places, and they probably just happened to block this position and took action. Nanrong Jisha gritted his teeth. Notify others. Even if they are not coming from the direction of the lighthouse, they should find a way to meet up first. If they want to intercept, there should be no less than 5 people. Or the more the better. The apostle said in confusion, who is that guy? It can't be the train conductor. If the train conductor was here, there would be no need to escape. But Nanrong Jisha should have escaped with the apostles. Moreover, everyone knew that the train conductor should be temporarily trapped in Liga Island. Not here. Nanrong Jisha showed a hint of coldness on his face, and he obviously didn't want to mention Yisha's name. But he still said, that guy is the chief steward of the Doomsday train. Ba Fangfeng you. Yisha. Chapter 1117 Pursuit. While Nanrong Jisha was talking, Yisha was attacked again. When Yisha was walking through an alley, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked back and found that his shadow was like a quagmire. Then an apostle strangely emerged from his shadow. A short dagger flew in the palm of the apostle. But it was not just a flower move, because the other party held the dagger towards Yisha's neck at this moment. Because the dagger kept flying, the silver light kept lingering, and it was impossible to judge the trajectory to block it. Then, idiot! Yisha suddenly raised his foot and kicked the opponent in the chest, kicking him away and hitting the wall of a low house hard. Yisha, if I can't block it, won't I attack you directly? Yisha said as he took a step forward. The apostle walked very fiercely and stabbed at Yisha again with the dagger raised. But, with a puff, Yisha had no intention of dodging at all, and directly thrust the sword forward, stabbing it into the opponent's chest. Yisha, besides, the sword is much longer than the dagger. Watching the opponent grab the sword and slowly fall down, Yisha pulled out the sword and turned around to leave. When Yisha left, he also took a look not far away and found that Nanrong Jisha and his men were rushing over, which was where he was. Damn it! Yisha cursed. He was now 100% sure that Nanrong Jisha had something or an ability that could locate him. You know, after Yisha jumped off the roof, he had changed direction several times along the alley. It was impossible for Nanrong Jisha to follow him so closely. Yisha felt a little headache. If there was something or an ability that could accurately locate him, it would be very difficult to get rid of those apostles and walk, even if he hid. But even so, it is not wise to face so many apostles head-on. Will it be better if it rains? Yisha murmured, looked at the sky, and then laughed at himself. Yisha could not call the wind and rain, so how could it rain just by chance? Moreover, if it really rained heavily, Yisha felt that Nanrong Jisha might not dare to chase him, unless she wanted to kill all the apostles. Since it was impossible to rain, Yisha thought for a while, and finally decided to use the most brutal method: speed. Even if you know where I am, Yisha looked behind him. You have to catch up with me. Yisha got out of the alley, and didn't even try to hide himself anymore. Instead, he jumped onto the roof again and, like Nan Rongjishir, jumped on the roof to speed up. Yisha planned to leave the town directly. There were many houses in the town, which was suitable for hiding. But if the other party could locate him, it would be meaningless. He could run faster if he left the town. Don't come out. Yisha sped up and told the governor, while they are chasing me, find a way to leave first. Although the speed of the Archon was not slow, it was far behind Yisha, and he might not be able to shake him off. The Archon agreed dryly without saying much. At the same time, Nan Rongjishir had obviously guessed what Yisha wanted to do, frowned, and whispered a few words to an apostle walking beside him. Yisha was still running, and the distance was getting farther and farther. But at this moment, the fatal voice sounded in Yisha's head, "Be careful." Yisha was suddenly startled. Although the fatal voice did not remind Yisha to be careful, Yisha almost instinctively slowed down forcibly, rushed forward, slapped the ground with one palm, and then rolled over. Bang! At this time, a loud noise suddenly came from a low house on the side of Yisha, and then a large part of the upper right corner of the low house was directly destroyed and completely shattered. Sniper rifle? Yisha's eyes widened. This power is a sniper rifle? This is a cannon! Bang! At this time, the sound of the second shot appeared, like a cannon, and then the roof where Yisha was shattered by the bullet. About 2 meters behind Yisha, an irregular circular hole with a diameter of 1.5 meters appeared. Yisha took a breath of cold air, and immediately turned over, falling directly from the roof, and continued to run after falling into the alley. The gunshot did not appear again. The houses in the town were very close, and after hiding in the alley, it was almost impossible to find the sniper's vision. Nan Rongjishir watched Yisha flip into the alley from behind, knowing that this trick was useless, and said to an apostle beside him, "I will find a way to delay him. You guys come as soon as possible." An apostle beside Nan Rongjishir frowned, "But he can't kill me." Nan Rongjishir interrupted directly, "I won't lose a second time." After Nan Rongjishir finished speaking, his feet suddenly arched, and then he jumped forward fiercely. Bang! Nan Rongjishir's feet suddenly made a muffled sound, and then a small circle of air flow was swung under his feet, pushing Nan Rongjishir's body forward quickly. One jump was 5 or 6 meters away, and he moved forward quickly. Yisha had already run to the edge of the town, and he could leave the town if he went forward. But at this time, he suddenly heard a muffled sound behind him, like a leather object being hit by a palm. Yisha looked back, and his pupils shrank. Nan Rongjishir was catching up quickly, stepping on the roof, as if floating, and each step could lift him 1/2 meter off the ground, leaping 4 or 5 meters forward. What a fast speed! Yisha measured the speed of the two people, and then he was surprised to find that he would be caught up by Nan Rongjishir if he ran another 50 meters at most. And with such a moment of delay, Nan Rongjishir had already caught up with him, and then suddenly accelerated again and came to Yisha. After image, Nan Rongjishir shouted, then stretched out his hand to grab the void on the side. A sword shadow suddenly appeared beside Nan Rongjishir, and after being caught by Nan Rongjishir, it quickly solidified into a sword body. It was a green sword, very thin, probably only 1 finger wide. After Nan Rongjishir grasped it, he immediately chopped it down towards Yisha. Although the sword's speed was not fast, there were 7 green sword shadows behind the sword. Yisha immediately turned around, retreating while swinging the sword to Nanjiang horizontally. Clang! The two swords intersected, making a crisp sound. Yisha took the sword and chuckled, "We meet again." Nan Rongjishir gritted his teeth and slashed with another sword in anger. "I will definitely kill you this time." Yisha dodged Nan Rongjishir's attack. "Then it depends on your ability." After Yisha finished speaking, he turned around and ran away, without any intention of fighting. He knew Nan Rongjishir's strength very well. It was impossible to deal with this woman in a short time. He was held back by Nan Rongjishir, and the apostles behind him caught up. Chapter 11:18 Confrontation. Yisha turned and ran. But Nan Rongjishir obviously could not let Yisha go. He leaped forward again, followed Yisha closely, and swung his sword to chop from the side. The narrow green sword fell towards Yisha again. Yisha suddenly stopped, and the sword light passed in front of him, and then punched out. Shock wave. With a bang, The narrow sword in Nan Rongjisher's hand trembled slightly, and met the invisible force. Nan Rongjisher's body was pushed back continuously until it was pressed against the wall of a low house. Fire! Nan Rongjisher gritted his teeth and shouted softly, pushing his left hand forward. And then the air became hot, and a huge fireball appeared out of thin air in the air, blasting towards Yisha. Yisha casually swung his sword to Nanjiang, swept forward, and split the fireball. But at this moment, when the fireball was split, Nan Rongjisher suddenly jumped up from behind, stretched out his hand to grab the cracked fireball, and there was a red long sword in his hand. The sword was 3 feet and 4 inches long, with a red blade and patterns of surging flames. Nan Rongjisher held the sword in his hand and slashed forward fiercely. Dang! Yisha held the sword horizontally in Nanjiang and collided with the red sword. But at this moment, a large piece of flame surged out of the sword and fell on Yisha's head. Yisha raised his eyebrows, then shook his shoulders left and right, and his body suddenly disappeared. Ghost step. Yisha's body suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared. But he moved his position and came directly behind Nan Rongjisher, and fiercely raised his sword to sweep towards Nan Rongjisher. But, dang! The two swords clashed. Nan Rongjisher turned his body suddenly, and even when Yisha appeared, before he raised his sword, he had already reacted, as if he had predicted it. Yisha was not surprised. He had long guessed that Nan Rongjisher had the ability or something to locate him, which could be used for chasing, and naturally could also be used directly in battle. But, Yisha grinned. Being able to block and being able to block are two different things. Yisha suddenly exerted force, and the muscles in his right arm suddenly swelled up. Divine Bravery, holding a sword and landing in Nanjiang. Enter the Divine Bravery state. Physical fitness increased by 75%, lasting for 300 seconds, and after each use, there is a 1,800 second interval before the next use. Nan Rongjisher instantly felt a huge force coming. The red sword in his hand kept trembling. And then Nan Rongjisher's body flew backwards violently. Boom! Nan Rongjisher hit a low house, broke through the outer wall directly, and fell into the house. Yisha strode forward. If he could kill Nan Rongjisher, he certainly would not refuse. But just as Yisha approached, 2 apostles suddenly fell from the roof of the low house, attacking Yisha from the left and right. One of the men raised his right arm. The right arm was obviously transformed into a corpse, 3 or 4 times larger than the left arm, and extremely long. When the arm fell, the fist was even close to the ankle. The apostle punched Yisha, and the fist swept past, and the wind whistled. Yisha tapped the ground with his toes, preparing to jump back to dodge, but suddenly found that his body was stagnant, as if he was tied up by something. Yisha showed a look of surprise, and then looked at another apostle walking, superhuman. The time of brain power restraint is very short. Only a moment. But in many cases, a moment is fatal. Bang! Because of the momentary stiffness of the body, the fist hit Yisha's face directly. After a muffled sound, Yisha's body flew out directly, and ended up with the same fate as Nan Rongjisher, crashing through the outer wall of a low house. And the wall collapsed, all hitting Yisha. 2 apostles approached the low house from the left and right. But at this moment, Nan Rongjisher pushed away the rubble pressing on him, and saw the 2 apostles approaching Yisha, and his face immediately changed and said, "Come back." But it was too late. Boom! The rubble pressing on Yisha made a roar, and Yisha's body straightened, suddenly jumped up from the ground, and stretched out his hand. Capture the dragon and let the crane fly. Capture the dragon in one move. A suction force appeared from Yisha's palm, and the superhuman apostle was sucked over. And then Yisha's 5 fingers became claws. Snake bite. The shadow of the purple-scaled python surrounded Yisha's left arm, with its bloody mouth and ferocious fangs. Then Yisha grabbed the opponent's neck. Go to hell. Crack. Accompanied by a low roar. Yisha's fingers pierced into the opponent's throat, and blood continued to flow out. Then Yisha twisted hard, and the sound of bone cracking sounded. The head of the apostle walker tilted to one side. His eyes widened, and he died with his eyes open. You killed the apostle walker. A mysterious voice sounded, and Yisha threw the corpse aside, then rushed forward. His sword fell on Nanjiang with a silver sword light, stabbing at the remaining apostle. The apostle immediately retreated, and the corpse-like arm swung forward fiercely. 8 sounds. Many thumb-sized pores suddenly appeared on the corpse-like arm. And then a piercing sound came out as the apostle swung his arm forward. Yisha frowned, feeling a sharp pain in his head, and almost lost his grip on the sword. It was obviously the sound that was causing trouble. But it was only for a moment. Puff! The next moment, Yisha thrust his sword into the opponent's waist and abdomen, piercing through the opponent's body. Yisha sneered, a trifle. Nanrongjisha rushed up from behind, and when Yisha was about to cut the apostle's body with a sword, he suddenly drew his sword. The air became hot again. Clang! The red sword brought out a flame, and Yisha immediately drew his sword and walked away. After colliding with the red sword, he distanced himself from Nanrongjisha. Nanrongjisha supported the apostle and walked. Hold on. After saying that, Nanrongjisha left and grabbed the sword and ran away. But it was Yisha who ran away again. The two continued to chase, one in front and one behind. Yisha turned his head to look at Nanrongjisha, who was catching up, and suddenly grabbed the box containing the 16-element alloy ball and threw it behind him. Nanrongjisha didn't care what Yisha threw out, and immediately raised his sword and chopped forward. The narrow green sword in his hand left a residual shadow and chopped on the box. The next moment, the box was chopped open, and the 16-element alloy balls fell out. Yisha's mind moved, and those 16-element alloy balls suddenly suspended before landing, and then turned into silver light and crashed towards Nanrongjisha. Nanrongjisha reacted very quickly. When he saw the 16-element alloy balls floating up, he had a bad premonition and immediately stepped back. At the same time, the 16-element alloy balls suddenly turned into silver light and collided. Chapter 11:19 Three Swords. Bang, bang, bang. The 16-element alloy balls kept hitting the ground, making loud noises and creating deep pits on the ground. Nanrongjisha dodged the attack of the 16-element alloy balls, and then quickly approached Yisha, slashing the red sword in his hand towards Yisha again. Clang! Yisha and Nanrongjisha's weapons collided again, and the crisp sound of the collision was heard again, and the friction between the sword blades stirred sparks. Yisha's mind moved again, and the 16-element alloy balls that fell around him flew again, hitting Nanrongjisha's back. Nanrongjisha seemed to have eyes on his back. When the 16-element alloy balls floated up, Nanrongjisha swept his sword back fiercely, and cut down the 16-element alloy balls again. Yisha did not take the opportunity to attack, but turned around and ran. In just a short delay, the densely packed apostles behind him had already caught up. Nanrongjisha would naturally not let Yisha leave. After catching up with Yisha, he swept the red sword again. Do you think you can still run away? Yisha said disdainfully. Do you really think you can keep me? While the two were talking, their hands were not idle at all. They drew their swords at the same time again and slashed at each other. The weapons collided and made a sound of fighting again. The two swords intersected, and Yisha and Nanrongjisha exerted their strength at the same time. They both wanted to suppress each other, but neither of them could do anything to the other. The two swords trembled lightly and made a click, click sound. This kind of wrestling lasted only a short moment, and then Yisha withdrew his sword and walked away. The apostles behind were chasing him at a high speed. If they were entangled, it would be exactly what Nanrongjisha wanted. Nanrongjisha's sword missed, and he watched Yisha run forward again, and he had already reached the edge of the town. Nanrongjisha took a deep breath, looked behind him, and continued to chase Yisha without caring about the apostles who were catching up. The two of them ran out of the town almost one after the other, and soon entered the woods outside the town. Yisha turned around and chuckled. You got rid of your own people. Are you going to deal with me alone? Nanrongjisha said coldly. Do you think I can't kill you? Suddenly, Yisha stopped, looked at Nanrongjisha, and then jumped back. Nanrongjisha was stunned, and then he understood that she wanted to kill Yisha, and Yisha also wanted to kill her, since he had already run such a long distance. The apostles behind him could not catch up for the time being, so Yisha naturally wanted to try to kill Nanrongjisha here. Nanrongjisha immediately understood what Yisha meant, and seeing Yisha coming towards him, Nanrongjisha suddenly took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to grab the void on the side. It was a metal box that was almost long and narrow at the top. It should be considered a trappist. With a bang, Nanrongjisha grabbed the metal box in his hand and slammed it to the ground. The next moment, Yisha came to Nanrongjisha, and the sword fell to Nanjiang, making a sword arc and slashing down at Nanrongjisha. But at this moment, Nanrong Jisher raised his hand and slapped the metal box. Click! A mechanical turning sound was heard. And then a piece of the side of the metal box cracked, and a row of metal shelves opened to the side. The metal box turned out to be a sword box. There were 3 sword racks on that side, but 2 of them were empty. It was obvious that the 2 swords in Nanrong Jisher's hands should have been placed in those 2 rows of sword racks. Bang! Nanrong Jisher slapped the metal sword box, and an iron sword flew out from the 3rd row of sword racks. The iron sword looked ordinary, and the only special thing about it was that there were 2 barbs on the hilt. Nanrong Jisher still used the 2 swords in his hands to meet Yi Sha, and when they collided with Jian Luo Nanjiang, a crisp sound of collision was heard. With a clang, Nanrong Jisher did not want to fight. He retreated after the sword hit him. However, when he turned around, he swept the red sword in his hand backwards, and the sword blade was stuck in the hook of the iron sword. Then the iron sword was lifted up into the air, turned in the air, and then stabbed towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha was stunned when he looked at the iron sword falling from the air. Can he still play like this? But the question is such a stab really powerful? You know, the iron sword was purely lifted up into the air and fell down. If Yi Sha stood still, it would naturally be a bit lethal. The sword blade scratched it, leaving a wound. But if it is blocked, the person without the sword can easily knock the sword away. Right? Yi Sha was puzzled, and then swept the sword towards the iron sword. But at this moment, Yi Sha's face suddenly changed. It's so heavy. The iron sword that fell seemed to have 1,000 pounds of force. Yi Sha, holding the sword, hit the iron sword and almost let it go. It was not an iron sword at all, but a heavy hammer hitting Jian Luo Nanjiang. Ha! At this time, Nanrong Jisher shouted softly, and attacked from behind again. The red sword danced, and flames emerged from the blade, forming a crescent-shaped fire blade, slashing down towards Yi Sha. Ghost step! Yi Sha immediately disappeared from the spot in a flash. And when he appeared again, he had come to the side of Nanrong Jisher, raised his sword and chopped down at Nanrong Jisher. Clang! Nanrong Jisher flicked the green sword in his left hand, and it collided with Jian Luo Nanjiang. And then the red sword flicked back, and the iron sword flew up again, and then fell towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha had already suffered a loss once, so how could he let the iron sword pierce him? He immediately jumped back on his toes. Bang! The iron sword fell to the ground, and the ground made a loud noise, and a big hole was smashed. It can be seen that Yi Sha's previous feeling was not wrong. Although Nanrong Jisher lifted the iron sword so easily, the iron sword was extremely heavy. Nanrong Jisher sneered, obviously very satisfied with the current battle situation. Yi Sha was obviously suppressed by him. Without hesitation, he quickly jumped forward and approached Yi Sha again, and at the same time did not forget to lift the iron sword into the air again. Dang! The crisp sound of metal collision was heard, and Yi Sha and Nanrong Jisher were entangled again. At this time, the iron sword fell and continued to stab Yi Sha. Yi Sha frowned, annoyed by the iron sword. He was obviously not used to Nanrong Jisher's 3-sword attack routine. He wanted to continue to jump back, but Nanrong Jisher completely entangled Yi Sha this time, not letting Yi Sha retreat. At the critical moment, Yi Sha suddenly leaned back, and then the iron sword stabbed down from between Yi Sha and Nanrong Jisher, and with a bang, a big pit was smashed between the two. Chapter 1120 An Umbrella. Yi Sha and Nanrong Jisher retreated from each other, but it was only for a moment. Nanrong Jisher quickly approached Yi Sha again, and when he approached, he did not forget to pick up the iron sword again. Yi Sha did not dare to neglect it. When he met Nanrong Jisher, he was on guard against the iron sword falling from his head, but he did not expect that when Nanrong Jisher suddenly picked up the sword this time, the iron sword did not fly into the air, but went straight to Yi Sha's face. This move really caught Yi Sha off guard. By the time he reacted, the iron sword was already in front of him. Yi Sha quickly held the sword Luo Nanjiang horizontally to block in front of him. Clang! The iron sword hit Jian Luo Nanjiang with heavy force. Yi Sha lifted the sword up and knocked the iron sword away, but his body was still forced back by the force of the iron sword. At the same time, Nanrong Jisher made another move and stretched out his 2 fingers to touch the red sword. Flame dance. Nanrong Jisher shouted, Dragon Snake. The red sword was burning with flames, and then Nanrong Jisher pushed the sword forward, and then the flames rushed forward. The flying flames quickly turned into two phantoms, a dragon and a snake, entangled with each other, and hit Yisha fiercely. This attack was unavoidable for Yisha. When he stood firm because of the iron sword, the dragon and the snake were already in front of him. Boom! Yisha only had time to hold the sword in front of him, and the entangled dragon and snake had already hit him. A loud roar occurred. The dragon and snake exploded, and a huge fireball spread out in all directions, engulfing Yisha at the same time. The surrounding trees burned, and sparks sprang out. The charred branches and burning leaves kept falling to the ground and turned into ashes. Nanrongjisher's eyes were still cold, staring at the center of the flames. She knew very well that this level of fire should not be able to kill Yisha. Sure enough, in the next moment, the condensed flame suddenly cracked, and Yisha stepped out in the black smoke with a sword. Yisha looked a little embarrassed, with burnt black spots all over his body. But he was just embarrassed, and he was not seriously injured, or even hurt. Dong! Dong! With dull footsteps, Yisha walked out of the flames, and black liquid slowly flowed out of his body. To prove my determination to kill you, Yisha, it seems that I should show some real skills. The moment Yisha finished speaking, the black liquid behind him surged wildly, and then suddenly enveloped the front, turning into a circle of black water balls, covering Yisha's body. The next moment, Yisha leaped forward. The water balls split open, and Yisha entered a fatal state, running on all fours, madly rushing towards Nanrongjisher. Nanrongjisher seemed very calm, protecting his chest with the green sword, and raised the red sword, flying into the air, making an arc, and then falling towards Yisha. Yisha didn't care about the iron sword in the air at all, and ran forward directly. When the iron sword fell, a black liquid surged behind Yisha, hitting the iron sword like a war hammer, and blasted the iron sword away. Nanrongjisher's pupil shrank, and then Yisha came to him. Yisha opened his mouth, revealing his jagged teeth, which looked particularly ferocious. Then he raised his right arm, and the black liquid surged, quickly turning into a giant axe, and chopped down Nanrongjisher's head. Clang! The crisp sound of the clash sounded at this moment, but Nanrongjisher's brows were obviously twisted. What a great power! After Yisha entered the fatal state, there were some disadvantages, such as many abilities could not be used. For example, although the black liquid could occasionally condense into a sword shape, Yisha could continue to hold the sword. But sword moves such as 6 dragons flying in the sky and 24 bridges on a moonlit night could not be used. Even so, the fatal state is still one of Yisha's trump cards. Why? In addition to the extremely powerful attack and defense mode using black liquid in almost all directions, after Yisha enters the fatal mode, it is equivalent to being one with the fatality. Although it is not doubled, Yisha's physical fitness will be greatly improved. Open it for me! Yisha shouted in a low voice, without any intention of retreating, but appeared quite ferocious, forcibly using his strength to eat Nanrongjisher. The muscles in his arms suddenly swelled, and he forcibly swept the giant axe condensed by the black liquid forward. Nanrongjisher clearly felt that Yisha's power had become huge again, and he couldn't resist it at all. He simply released his strength, and his body was swept away by Yisha's blow. But because of the early release of the force, he easily stabilized his body and slid back close to the ground. However, since Yisha had entered a fatal state, he naturally expressed his determination to kill Nanrongjisher in this way. How could he let Nanrongjisher retreat so easily? The black liquid in his right arm surged wildly again, suddenly stretched forward 5 or 6 meters, caught up with Nanrongjisher, and swept towards Nanrongjisher again. Clang! Nanrongjisher quickly raised his sword and barely blocked the attack, but he was still completely unable to resist the power from the sword. This time, he was really swept away. Bang! Nanrongjisher's back hit a big tree, and the big tree that required 2 people to hug was broken with a crack. Yisha did not give Nanrongjisher any time to breathe and jumped up again. Black liquid emerged from his feet, pushing Yisha into the air. Yisha raised the giant axe in midair and chopped it down again. The swing of the black liquid made the force of the slash even more terrifying. Nanrongjisher seemed very calm, and suddenly reached out to the side. Not far away, the metal sword box made a mechanical sound, and then the other side suddenly opened, and there were also 3 layers of sword racks. But the 3 layers of sword racks on this side were full. Nanrongjisher actually had 6 swords, And the fourth sword was a bit strange. Because it was an umbrella. An umbrella similar to the ancient paper umbrella. But although the shape is like this, the umbrella is made of pure metal, with a silver umbrella handle, and the umbrella is made of 2 fingers wide and 1 finger long metal pieces. Nan Rongjishir retracted his outstretched hand, and his 5 fingers became claws. The metal umbrella flew out of the metal sword box and landed in Nan Rongjishir's palm. Before Yisha's attack came, Nan Rongjishir opened the umbrella without hesitation. The next moment, the giant axe formed by the condensation of black liquid fell. With a bang, the axe blade chopped on the umbrella of the metal umbrella. Yisha's pupils shrank slightly, because Yisha clearly felt that when the giant axe chopped on the umbrella, the power disappeared at a very fast speed. Defense props? Yisha couldn't help but murmured, "Can it absorb power?" Chapter 11:21 Encirclement. In Yisha's opinion, the metal umbrella must be a defensive item. After the umbrella is opened and pushed forward, it really looks like a shield. But, so what? Yisha sneered. You can only defend against attacks from one direction. What will you do if I do this? If it is not in a fatal state, Yisha can easily break this situation with the sword falling in the south. Any defensive item is completely vulnerable to the unparalleled effect of the sword falling in the south. Unfortunately, Yisha is in a fatal state at the moment. But this can't stump Yisha, Yisha shouted. And then the giant axe condensed from the black liquid suddenly split apart, turning into 3 sickles, dragging the black liquid behind, constantly stretching and lengthening, and then attacking from the top of Nan Rongjishir's head and both sides. The metal umbrella is very strong and can dissolve power at the same time. It is difficult to break through the defense head-on, because the metal umbrella does not directly resist the attack, but directly dissolves the attack and then resists it. However, an umbrella can only defend against attacks from one direction, facing Yisha's attacks from 3 directions at the same time. What should Nan Rongjishir do? Nan Rongjishir was not as panicked as imagined. He first pushed the metal umbrella forward to block a sickle blade. And then, Nan Rongjishir drew the sword. The umbrella handle is the sword. Since the metal box is a sword box, the things inside should naturally be swords. A thin sword was pulled out from the handle by Nan Rongjishir. The sword was not flat, but a cylinder. There were no blades on both sides, but there was a sword tip. After Nan Rongjishir shouted softly, the narrow sword swept out to the side, knocking off a sickle blade. And then Nan Rongjishir threw his hand, and the remaining umbrella surface flew forward in a rotation. Clang! The sharp edge around the umbrella surface collided with the last sickle blade, knocking it away. Yisha raised his eyebrows. This Nan Rongjishir was really difficult to deal with. But was this the end? Of course not. The 3 sickle blades that were shaken apart quickly merged into one, turning into a huge sickle blade, sweeping towards Nan Rongjishir again. At this moment, the metal umbrella had not returned to Nan Rongjishir's hand, so he had no way to defend himself. Nan Rongjishir quickly retreated, discarded the narrow sword he had drawn from the umbrella, and stretched out his left hand. The red sword that had been inserted into the ground trembled rapidly, and then flew back into Nan Rongjishir's hand. Nan Rongjishir thrust the red sword into the ground with force. Flame burst. The moment the red sword pierced the ground. Boom! 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 The sound of flame bursting sounded, and the ground in front of Nan Rongjishir kept breaking apart. Then, pillars of fire surged out from the cracks in the ground, not only shaking off the giant sickle blade swung by Yisha, but also starting to counterattack Yisha. Yisha's eyes closed and opened, and then a large amount of wind flowed out from all around, flying forward, as sharp as a knife, cutting all the fire pillars coming from all around. Ah! Yisha opened his mouth and roared, and then black liquid gushed out from all around Yisha's body. Knives, guns, swords, halberds. The black liquid was like the vines of the corpse flower, dancing in the air, and then turned into various weapons, and then madly slashed down in the direction of Nan Rongjishir. This was a very fierce attack. Nan Rongjishir's face was solemn, and he did not dare to be negligent. With a thought, the 4 swords flew back to Nan Rongjishir at the same time. Nan Rongjishir held the umbrella in one hand, and the other 3 swords floated in the air around Nan Rongjishir. Nan Rongjishir shouted softly, and then the 3 swords came out at the same time, about to collide with the weapon condensed from the black liquid. But at this time, a noisy sound suddenly sounded, and a large number of apostles appeared not far away. It was obvious that the apostles were chasing after them. Yi Sha took back the weapon condensed from the black liquid and looked at Nan Rongjishir. You are really lucky. Nan Rongjishir looked at Yi Sha and sneered. My luck is good. Which also means that your luck is not very good. Yes, Yi Sha's luck is indeed not very good. Because Nan Rongjishir's helper has arrived. Yi Sha seemed very decisive, without any intention of fighting, and turned around to escape, or to start the game of chasing and escaping with Nan Rongjishir again. This is really an endless game. But the only thing Nan Rongjishir can do is to continue to chase him. Surround him from different directions. But don't get too close. That guy is very dangerous. At the same time, Nan Rongjishir gave orders to the apostles who were chasing him. Your mission is not to kill him, but to hold him back. And then I will do it myself. The apostles who were chasing him around did not question Nan Rongjishir's orders at all, and chose to execute them faithfully. After agreeing, they prepared to disperse and surround Yi Sha from all directions. Nan Rongjishir knew very well that if the large army was separated, with Yi Sha's strength, many apostles might be killed. But Nan Rongjishir had no choice. If he wanted to kill Yi Sha here, he must first limit Yi Sha's speed, so that Yi Sha could not continue to run away recklessly. And then he could kill Yi Sha. Therefore, he had to encircle him. As long as the encirclement could slightly limit Yi Sha's escape speed, Nan Rongjishir would try his best to entangle Yi Sha. And then, they would have the opportunity to kill Yi Sha. After all, there were more than 20 apostles standing behind Nan Rongjishir. And that was not all. There were more than 50 apostles searching on the island. And those who were a little slower were also coming quickly. Even if Yi Sha was stronger, Nan Rongjishir believed that he could not resist so many apostles. The only thing he needed to do was to find a way to prevent Yi Sha from escaping. There would inevitably be casualties in the encirclement. Nan Rongjishir had already guessed what Yi Sha might do, and he would definitely break through a gap in one direction and kill his way out. However, as long as Yi Sha can't get out, Nan Rongjishir will lead people to surround and kill Yi Sha, even if he has to sacrifice himself for this. It is worth it. Everything. Nan Rongjishir whispered softly, all for faith. Yi Sha's face was very cold. Although he was not hurt, Yi Sha knew very well that the current situation was definitely a critical moment for him. If he didn't think of a solution, he might have to die here. While Nan Rongjishir was anxiously commanding, and Yi Sha was trying hard to think of countermeasures. In the sky, the air seemed to be burning, and a huge fireball appeared there without any warning, like a bright and dazzling sun. Chapter 1122 The Second Flight Attendant. The appearance of the fireball obviously attracted the attention of many people. Even Nan Rongjishir couldn't help but look up. And then, the huge fireball that looked like the sun fell from the sky. Yi Sha narrowed his eyes, and then raised his eyebrows. He saw a black outline in the fireball, and Yi Sha had guessed what it was. Boom! The next moment, the huge fireball fell to the ground and exploded. Layers of flames pushed out in all directions, like a huge sea of fire, setting off huge waves, and rushing towards the surroundings layer by layer. The encirclement of the apostles was dispersed before it was established. The flames rushed around crazily, forcing the apostles to retreat. Ha! Nan Rongjishir shouted softly, and suddenly raised his sword and chopped forward. After the green sword shadows swept forward, the towering fire wave was chopped into pieces. Nan Rongjishir was extremely strong and planned to fight against the invasion of the fire wave alone. However, just after Nan Rongjishir cut a part of the fire wave, a terrifying wolf howl appeared in Nan Rongjishir's ears. And then Nan Rongjishir saw a huge black wolf, with black smoke wrapped around its body, running towards him. Bang! The underworld wolf raised its huge claws and slammed down fiercely. With a loud bang, Nan Rongjishir dodged to the side. The huge claws slammed directly on the ground. And then the ground cracked into large spider web cracks and shattered. Outside the fire wave, Yi Sha looked at Gan Lin. Do you think I need your help? Gan Lin smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Of course. You don't need my help, because you are strong enough. But I just happened to pass by here. What's more coincidental is that in this mission, our relationship should be companions. Right? Humph. Yi Sha snorted coldly. I think you better leave quickly. That woman has a way to locate me. It's not easy to get rid of them. Gan Lin smiled. Are you worried about me? Worried that I will be chased together? Yi Sha, can you stop daydreaming? Gan Lin spread his hands. Well, Another reason why I showed up is because I have to show up. Those apostles may not have time to chase you, because they are also in big trouble. Yisha was puzzled. Huh? Gonlin, I was just on the mountain, looking towards the coast. And there was a huge guy coming towards this side. He will destroy everything, including the people on the island. Yisha, ancient species? Gonlin, strictly speaking, it is a corpse-transformed ancient species. It is about time to land on the coastline. Boom! The moment Gonlin finished speaking, a huge roar suddenly sounded in the direction of the coastline town. Yisha actually didn't leave the town too far. The most important thing is that starting from the coastline, the ground here is always upward, and the terrain is getting higher and higher. So Yisha can clearly see the coastline through the woods. Then, Yisha widened his eyes. What the hell? At this moment, the night has covered the land and the sea. But in the night, you can still see an outline. An extremely huge outline. Using the eagle pattern pupil, Yisha can barely see what it is. A giant turtle. The giant turtle has a huge shell, and there are many pointed cones on its back. Judging from the color, it should be made of the same material as the back shell and connected to it. At the same time, the giant turtle is not a sea turtle, because its limbs are as thick as pillars, and its head is a bit strange. A bit like a lizard's head. Gonlin, the dragon turtle, is one of the overlords of the ocean in ancient times. It is very ferocious and huge. Of course, it is a bit too big to be this big. Yisha nodded. The dragon turtle was really huge. The dragon turtle was over 200 meters long and 50 meters tall. It was not even a behemoth, but a terrifying existence. Yisha, it has turned into a corpse. There was a piece missing from the upper left brain of the dragon turtle. It was a very obvious corpse phenomenon. This dragon turtle was undoubtedly a corpse-turned ancient species, and it was very powerful. In Yisha's memory, the dragon turtle itself was a very powerful ancient species. Its strength was evaluated to be terrifyingly at the level of 2 stars of the Venerable King, and a few could reach the level of 3 stars of the Venerable King. So, what happens after the corpse transformation? Yisha thinks that the peak of the 5-star Zun Wang is probably the lowest standard line, and it may even be a superclass corpse-transformed ancient species. Gonlin, maybe it has something to do with the Apostle. I have heard some news that since the Apostle woke up, many ancient species in the sea have been affected by the Apostle and become stronger. It's not important. Yisha glanced at Gonlin. I know why you appeared. Gonlin raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Gonlin's appearance was not just to help Yisha, but a more terrifying battle seemed to be about to begin. Ilia's Peninsula is a peninsula. The only place where they can find a ship to go out to sea is the small town on the coastline. If they want to avoid the battle, they can only retreat inland and then find other ports and ships from the inland. That would waste a lot of time and go against their mission. The pace of searching for the apostles cannot stop for a moment. If they delay for some time, they may be beaten to it by others. Of course, there is another reason. That is a 5-star peak corpse transformed ancient species. Even extraordinary. With the strength of Yisha and Gonlin, as well as their status on the Doomsday train, they no longer need to deliberately hunt zombies or ancient species to accumulate skull coins to enhance their strength. However, this level of corpse-transformed ancient species must be treated differently. The value of that dragon turtle is inestimable. As long as the apocalypse reward appears, no matter what it is, the value is terrifying. This is really a temptation that people can't refuse. At the same time, the apostles have stopped, including Nanrong Jishur. They can't care about Yisha at the moment. The dragon turtle that suddenly appeared is a huge trouble. The apostles obviously have to consider more. Although there is no evidence that the water spirit Moya must be here. What if he is here? Don't let the water spirit Moya not be found by the time. Neither fall into the hands of the apostles nor be found by the people of Doomsday train, but be trampled to death by the dragon turtle. You know, the water spirit Moya was forced to wake up, and now his condition can be said to be quite weak. Moreover, Nanrong Jishur obviously knew more than Gonlin and Yisha. Why did a large number of powerful ancient species appear in the nearby sea area after the water spirit Moya woke up? And even some ancient species mutated? The reason is that the power of the water spirit Moya has flowed away. Chapter 1123 Dragon Turtle Attacks. The power of the water spirit Moya is fading, which is of course a very bad thing. What's worse is that Nanrong Jishur also knows that this loss of power is not the original intention of the water spirit Moya. That is, the water spirit Moya has no intention to use his power to do anything. It's just that the water spirit Moya is too weak, which makes it unable to control its own power at all, causing it to flow outward. This means that the ancient species affected by the power of the water spirit Moya are definitely not companions. And those ancient species will not do anything for the water spirit Moya. On the contrary, those affected ancient species will become manic and aggressive, and will frantically look for the water spirit Moya. Not for rescue, but for killing. Undoubtedly, the power of the apostles is a huge temptation for anyone and any species. After those ancient species are affected, a kind of consciousness will involuntarily remain in their heads. The name of this consciousness is snatching, which can also be understood as a desire for power. Killing the water spirit Moya and snatching its power is what these affected ancient species want to do most. No, it should be said that it is an instinct. So even the dead, corpse-transformed ancient species will pursue this instinct. Find and kill the water spirit Moya. This is really a terrible thing. Nanrong Jishur suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of Yisha, and then saw Yisha waving at Gonlin, signaling Gonlin to stop the attack of the red fire eagle and the underworld wolf. Then, when Nanrong Jishur looked over, Yisha also looked at Nanrong Jishur. At this moment, Nanrong Jishur wanted to punch Yisha in the nose, because Yisha was smiling, and her smile was very teasing, as if to say, sorry, I won again. Beautiful lady, you can't kill me. Nanrong Jishur looked at Yisha. It seems to be a bad choice for both of us now. I think we have the same enemy for the time being. Yisha smiled. Then after the temporary common enemy disappears, will you continue to chase me, Miss Xingzi? Although I don't think you can kill me. It's very annoying. Death? Yisha is not afraid, but he doesn't want to waste the chance to revive. Nanrong Zishi choked. It was obvious that Yisha was not so easy to fool. Yisha said again, look, the dragon turtle has landed. The dragon turtle did land. And just by landing, the dragon turtle showed its horror. The huge right front foot was raised, and then fell downwards. And then a large part of the buildings near the coastline of the town were directly lost, crushed by the trampling. Yes, it was crushed, not rubble or something. Because when those buildings turned into rubble, the giant foot continued to fall, and crushed all the rubble into powder. 7 or 8 buildings suddenly disappeared right under everyone's eyes. The scene was so spectacular, and so terrifying, that it made people palpitate. Yisha knew what Nanrong Jishur was worried about, and spoke again. I know what you are worried about. I won't help you, but I can promise that I won't attack you. So you can leave. Nanrong Jishur sneered. How can I believe your promise? Yisha, even if I say that my reputation has always been good, I think you won't believe it. So you can only choose to believe it or not. That's all. This is a rather rogue statement. But the people on the Doomsday train and the apostles are absolute enemies, and it is impossible for them to have the feeling of trust. So no matter how much explanation is given, it is redundant. Nanrong Jishur can only make a choice based on his feelings. Yisha pointed in the direction of the town. You better think about it quickly. The dragon turtle has entered the city. If your apostle is trampled to death by the dragon turtle, it will be a lot of fun. A hot-tempered apostle shouted at Yisha, we can kill you and then rush over. Yisha tilted his head and suddenly looked at the apostle, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Puff! The next moment, the apostle's head suddenly disappeared without a trace. The underworld wolf, which had already returned to its normal size, suddenly swelled up again, becoming extremely huge, and then opened its bloody mouth and bit off the head of the apostle. Gulp! The underworld wolf raised its head and swallowed the apostle's head into its stomach. It seemed that it was not satisfied yet, and turned to look at Gonlin, as if asking if it could eat another one. The apostles around immediately became alert, and slowly moved closer to Yisha and Gonlin. Yisha looked at Nanrong Jishur. I must remind you that you are facing 2 pursers from the Doomsday train. Gonlin smiled and cooperated with Yisha, lifting her skirt. Pursers of the Doomsday train. Lord of the Underworld. Gonlin. Yisha was obviously difficult enough to deal with. And now there is another pursers? Nanrong Jishur felt a huge pressure. If Yisha did not lie and Gonlin was also a pursers, then the situation would change all of a sudden. If Nanrong Jishur had the confidence to keep Yisha here with a lot of sacrifices, then, with Gonlin, Nanrong Jishur was not sure whether he could really keep the 2 of them even if he made a lot of sacrifices. After all, There were two crew chiefs standing in front of him. No matter how confident Nan Rongjishir was, he knew that it was already very good if he could deal with one of them. Then, could the remaining apostles deal with the other one? Nan Rongjishir took a deep breath. I hope you will keep your promise and not take action. Let's go! Nan Rongjishir had no choice. She was not sure whether the water elf Moya was in this town, because she did not have time to search the entire town. Secondly, letting the dragon turtle land and wreak havoc was not a good choice. The dragon turtle was a huge trouble. Trouble should not be left alone. It is better to kill it. Moreover, compared to Yisha and Gonlin, the dragon turtle that was destroying everything was obviously more troublesome. As for Yisha and Gonlin, they could go back and chase them. This matter would not end here. They had already failed once in the volcano last time, and Nan Rongjishir would not allow himself to fail a second time. Seeing Nan Rongjishir quickly leading his men to retreat and prepare to deal with the dragon turtle, Gonlin could not help but ask, are you really not going to take action? Just let the dragon turtle walk for the apostles. It is said that as far as Gonlin knows, although Yisha is not a good person, he still has basic principles. For example, in terms of credibility, Yisha has always been very good, and Yisha never easily says things that he cannot do. Yisha glanced at Gonlin. When did I say that I would not take action against that dragon turtle? Chapter 1124 Battle. Gonlin was stunned for a moment, and soon understood what Yisha meant. The you and Yisha's I won't attack you refers to Nan Rongjishir, not Longui. Yisha, by the way, I used the word you, not you all. Gonlin chuckled. So you are also a scoundrel. Yisha, do you think I am a kind-hearted person? Those guys either turned into zombies, or couldn't stand this dark world, and chose to return to the embrace of heaven. Since it's not you, it means that if those apostles are blind, Yisha doesn't mind killing some of them. Anyway, Yisha's guarantee is only not to attack Nan Rongjishir, not the apostles. To put it another way, if that dragon turtle is really strong enough, Yisha has no confidence that he can kill Nan Rongjishir at the same time as the dragon turtle. Although they are enemies, Yisha does not deny Nan Rongjishir's strength. In the previous battle, neither of them had shown their true strength and entered the stage of life and death. Now, Yisha, let's see how powerful that dragon turtle is. First of all, the destructive power of the dragon turtle is indeed terrifying, and it can even be said to be unimaginably powerful. When the dragon turtle landed, the buildings on the coastline could not stop the dragon turtle's steps at all. When the dragon turtle stepped on it, large areas of buildings were crushed into powder. When the dragon turtle propped up its body and moved forward, countless buildings made a roaring sound, and then collapsed to the side, almost in the blink of an eye. When the dragon turtle completely landed on the shore, 1/10 of the buildings in the coastal town disappeared, and it took only 2 or 3 minutes at most. Although destructive power and strength cannot be completely equated, it can still explain some problems. The destructive power brought by the giant body of the dragon turtle is really terrifying. However, Yisha wants to know the real strength of the dragon turtle. That is, its real strength. Yisha believed that Nan Rongjishir would tell him with his actions. As the son of God, Nan Rongjishir definitely possessed the same powerful strength as the chief steward. Yisha had fought with Nan Rongjishir many times and felt it deeply. Therefore, Nan Rongjishir at least had the strength of the peak of the king level, or infinitely close to the peak. Moreover, compared with the last time, Nan Rongjishir was obviously stronger and got some new things, such as the metal sword box. Yisha was also very interested in the last 2 swords that Nan Rongjishir had not used. Maybe the dragon turtle could help Yisha force out the 2 swords? At the same time, Nan Rongjishir and his disciples had returned to the coastal town. Although Nan Rongjishir was very unwilling to give up the war with Yisha, he had to make a choice sometimes between killing Yisha and killing the dragon turtle. Killing the dragon turtle was obviously more urgent. Of course, if Nan Rongjishir could ensure that he could kill Yisha, he might let the dragon turtle go for the time being. Unfortunately, Nan Rongjishir could not make such a guarantee. So Nan Rongjishir chose the latter and killed the dragon turtle first to stop the big guy from continuing to destroy. Back at the coastline town, getting closer and closer to the dragon turtle, Nan Rongjishir ordered without hesitation, "Sniper, take position, and start shooting." The sound of the sniper rifle soon appeared, and the moment Nan Rongjishir gave the order, he opened fire. This is really normal. The dragon turtle is too big. Unless you are an idiot, it is impossible to miss the bullet. Along with the gunshot, sparks appeared on the back of the dragon turtle, which was particularly obvious against the backdrop of the night. But the damage to the dragon turtle was not as great as expected. A small piece of the dragon turtle shell was blown off, but the flesh and blood hidden under the shell could not be seen at all. This means that the damage caused by the shot to the dragon turtle was very limited, and only caused a little damage to the surface of the opponent's shell. So, is the sniper rifle not powerful enough? Yi Sha did not think so. He had seen with his own eyes the power of the sniper rifle used by the opponent, which was very impressive. In fact, in some aspects, it was not inferior to the Eagle Strike Sky used by Nepa. Nepa's Eagle Strike is more deadly, with extremely strong penetrating power, and then combined with explosive bullets. The bullets explode in the body, which is very deadly and causes huge damage. But the sniper rifle used by the Apostle is incredibly destructive, and the surface damage is far better than Nepa's Eagle Strike. The two can be said to be equally powerful, but with different characteristics. Looking at the direct damage alone, I'm afraid the sniper rifle used by the Apostle Sniper is more powerful. So, it's not that the opponent's weapon is not powerful enough, but that the dragon turtle's defense is too scary. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the sniper rifle stopped for a moment. It was obvious that the sniper was also frightened by the dragon turtle's defense. But soon it started again and began to shoot at the dragon turtle continuously. This obviously angered the dragon turtle. The ancient species affected by the power of the water spirit Moya would become irritable while mutating and gaining strength, especially since the dragon turtle was in corpse form and acted purely on instinct. It became more irritable. Roar! Roar! The dragon turtle opened its huge mouth and made a sound like waves hitting the sea, which was particularly dull and shocking, shaking people's eardrums. Then, the huge body of the dragon turtle twisted, and a building on the side of its body was knocked down by the dragon turtle. No, it is not correct to describe it as knocking down. Strictly speaking, the dragon turtle just twisted its body, and everything around it collapsed like a building block. At the same time, Nen Rongshisher and his apostles had already arrived around the dragon turtle. Let the Long brothers prepare. Nen Rongshisher shouted. They need to use the dragon pillar to seal the dragon turtle's movements. All the things and abilities that restrict its mobility should cooperate. The apostles around Nen Rongshisher agreed and quickly dispersed to prepare. Nen Rongshisher took 2 steps forward. Then the red sword was unsheathed, turned into a flame and rushed towards the dragon turtle, hitting it hard. The dragon turtle was constantly disturbed by the sniper rifle and had fallen into a rage. After being attacked by Nen Rongshisher, it was naturally even more angry and opened its mouth to roar again. As the dragon turtle breathed in and out, a gust of wind seemed to rise around it, pushing it out quickly. The surrounding buildings and walls broke and cracked, then collapsed, and countless rubble rolled wildly on the ground. Nen Rongshisher felt like a small boat drifting in the sea. His body kept retreating backwards, and the cloak on his body kept showing traces of being cut, one by one. Wind and flow like a blade. That dragon turtle is stronger than expected. Chapter 11:25 Dragon Pillars. Yi Sha stood at the top of the hill and looked out. Although the apostles had surrounded the dragon turtle, they had not done any effective damage. But at this moment, boom, boom, a violent roar suddenly appeared. And then Yi Sha saw 4 huge red stone pillars rising from the ground. Each stone pillar required 5 or 6 people to hug it. It was 30 meters high. 5 golden dragons were wrapped around the pillars, surrounding the dragon turtle in the center. The next moment, with the rise of the 4 dragon pillars, 6 almost transparent barriers appeared, with the dragon pillars as the foundation, forming a cube, tying the dragon turtle in the center. Of course, this is not the end, but just the beginning. The huge body of the dragon turtle kept crashing into the barrier formed by the dragon pillar. Bang, bang. The violent and dull sound kept ringing, and the huge body of the dragon turtle kept crashing into the barrier, causing the barrier to ripple and shake continuously. However, it couldn't be broken. The destructive power caused by the huge body of the dragon turtle was not enough to damage the barrier. Then, the 5-clawed golden dragon wrapped around the 4 dragon balls seemed to come alive, looking lifelike and extremely ferocious. The phantom of the 5-clawed golden dragon flew out of the dragon pillar and slammed into the dragon turtle. Boom! The violent roar sounded again, and the phantom of a 5-clawed golden dragon hit the back of the dragon turtle, and the hard shell on the back of the dragon turtle was torn open. Roar! Roar! The dragon turtle roared again, like waves hitting rocks, showing extreme anger and pain. Bright red blood kept oozing out from the crack and falling downwards, like a bloody rain. At this time, the second phantom of the five-clawed golden dragon fell, and hit the dragon turtle hard. The dragon turtle's body, which was as big as a mountain, was pushed back and hit the barrier behind it. Ripples appeared continuously on the transparent barrier, which was extremely violent, spreading out in circles. It even sank outward at a speed visible to the naked eye. But it was still indestructible, and supported the dragon turtle's body. At this moment, the third phantom of the five-clawed golden dragon fell, and the dragon's teeth were ferocious, as if it was going to tear the dragon turtle apart. But at the same moment, the prelude to the dragon turtle's counterattack began. Roar! The roar sounded again, and then the spikes on the back of the dragon turtle suddenly shot out towards the phantom of the five-clawed golden dragon, piercing the third phantom of the five-clawed golden dragon that pounced on it. Then, the dragon turtle began to fight back. The huge body moved forward, and the dragon turtle directly pushed away the phantom of the fourth five-clawed golden dragon, then opened its huge mouth, showing its teeth, and bit the phantom of the five-clawed golden dragon fiercely. The dragon turtle was biting the phantom of the five-clawed golden dragon. Puff! 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 The five-clawed golden dragon was clearly just a phantom, but it made a sound like flesh and blood was being torn apart. It was torn apart by the dragon turtle crazily. Countless flesh and blood fell from the air, smashed to the ground, and turned into a golden halo that spread around. It's no good. Beside Nanrongjishur, an apostle walked with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and said to Nanrongjishur, "The ancient blood of the dragon turtle contains dragon blood. The dragon pillar can't suppress it anymore." Nanrongjishur said coldly, "Dragon? A legendary creature. How can there be a real dragon bloodline?" The apostle did not dare to refute, but began to smile bitterly. Who can tell clearly about the things in ancient times? Why can't there be legendary dragons among the powerful ancient species in ancient times? Although no one has seen it. But the phantom of the five-clawed golden dragon was indeed torn apart by the dragon turtle, and even eaten. Especially the latter. Eating is the privilege of zombies, and the ancient species that have been transformed into corpses certainly have the privilege of the sinner. But the bloodline of the dragon is not so easy to swallow, unless the dragon turtle has the same bloodline. The apostle said helplessly, "It doesn't matter whether the dragon turtle has dragon blood in its body, but the dragon pillar really can't hold it." Crack! At the moment when the apostle finished speaking, the barrier that seemed extremely solid finally had a crack, like glass that was broken by a sword. "Apostle, it can only last for 3 minutes at most." Nanrongjishur took a deep breath and said, "Get out of the way. Let me do it." As Nanrongjishur spoke, he walked forward, without using the weapon in the metal sword box, but drew out a knife, a blade that looked like moonlight. If Yisha saw the knife, he would obviously not be unfamiliar with this weapon called crescent blade. The next moment, the moonlight was like a blade. The moonlight in the sky shone down, and if it had substance, it was like a huge knife, slashing fiercely on the back of the dragon turtle, and several of the raised spikes were broken in an instant. This made the dragon turtle's rage reach its peak, and it roared again. The moonlight falling from the sky was actually shattered in the dragon turtle's angry roar. Yisha put down the telescope. So powerful. Yisha will never forget the horror of the crescent blade. If it weren't for the dark clouds covering the moonlight, the night wind blowing, and the heavy rain, which confirmed his reputation as the wind and rain from all directions, Yisha would have been almost killed by the moonlight. And now, the dragon turtle roared and shattered a ray of moonlight, which shows how powerful the dragon turtle is. Of course, Nanrongjishur did not give up because of this. He continued to summon the moonlight to attack. At the same time, this was also a signal for attack. The apostles around responded to Nanrongjishur one after another, using their own methods to launch a general attack on the dragon turtle. Yisha, it's probably difficult to make the apostle walker and the dragon turtle fight each other until both are injured before attacking. They are not that stupid. Gonlin smiled. Then we should attack in advance. Yisha glanced at Gonlin. If the dragon turtle is not seriously injured, even if the two of us join forces, it may not be easy to kill it. The terrifying destructive power, extremely strong defense, and quite good high-speed regeneration ability. The most important thing is that the dragon turtle has not even shown the ability it got from the zombie virus after it turned into a corpse. No! Gan Lin suddenly came closer and stood in front of Yisha, holding Yisha's cheeks with both hands. I won't join the battle, but I can make you extremely powerful. Are you willing to believe me? Yisha curled his lips. Yes? Not surprising at all. Gan Lin smiled. But it doesn't matter. You don't have to believe me this time. I will believe you. Of course. The old rules. The principle of equal exchange. No matter what I get, I want half. Yisha thought for a while. Okay. Then, Gan Lin looked into the distance. Wait for those apostles to launch another attack. Or wait for them to die more. Then we can take action. Chapter 11:26 The Power of the Underworld. The battle between the apostle and the dragon turtle has reached its most intense moment as Nanrong Jisher shows his true strength. Since the general attack has begun, the apostle cannot stay far away from the dragon turtle and will definitely get closer. Then, they will experience the horror brought by the dragon turtle. Roar! At first, it was still safe because the barrier of the 4 dragon pillars was still blocking the dragon turtle. But as the apostle said before, the 4 dragon pillars could not hold on for long. In fact, the dragon pillars were very powerful, and their functions were not limited to this. They were originally the trump card that Nanrong Jisher prepared for Yisha. Unfortunately, the dragon pillars did not seem to work well on the dragon turtle, and could even be said to be restrained. So, after supporting for a while, the 4 dragon pillars finally collapsed. When the dragon pillars collapsed, the barrier created by the dragon pillars naturally collapsed completely, shattered, and disappeared without a trace. The surrounding apostles no longer had the right to attack the dragon turtle unconditionally. So those apostles began to die. On the back of the dragon turtle, the spikes suddenly shot out, extremely huge, and after falling around, they hit the apostles. Puff! The apostle's chest was pierced cleanly by the spikes, leaving a blood hole. He didn't even have a chance to resist, and bright red blood flowed under the mask. Then, the apostle fell to the ground, and the only thing he could do was to say goodbye to this world. At the same time, the dragon turtle finally showed its ability to transform into a corpse. Under the back shell, countless tentacles suddenly stretched out, as many as hundreds, extending and waving in all directions. Tentacles are a very common mutant ability in corpse transformation. But the dragon turtle's tentacles are obviously not ordinary. Those tentacles have small heads one by one, without eyes, noses, ears, only a mouth with sharp teeth, biting the surrounding apostles. The tragic screams continued to sound, and the apostles were constantly killed. Of course, the dragon turtle was not feeling well either. 2 moonlights fell from the sky, like 2 thunders, fiercely slashing on the back of the dragon turtle, interweaving a cross-shaped wound and cutting the back shell of the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle's body looked even more bloody. In the distance, Gan Lin watched for a while. This dragon turtle is very strong, but it has not yet reached the extraordinary level, and it still remains at the 5-star rating of the king. Gan Lin's tone was a bit complicated, as if he was relieved. But of course, there was also some disappointment. The reason for the relief was that the dragon turtle was really extraordinary, so this battle would definitely be very difficult. The disappointment was naturally because if the dragon turtle's strength could reach the extraordinary level, they would be able to get more valuable things from the dragon turtle. Yisha nodded on the side. He also saw it. That dragon turtle probably evolved from 3 stars of the king to 5 stars of the king. Although it is also a leader among the 5-star level, it is still 1 step away from the extraordinary. Don't underestimate this step. The rating on the Doomsday train is not meaningless. If it is a star level, fighting and winning by leaps and bounds may occasionally happen. But leaping a big level is almost impossible after Star Diamond. Because, starting from Star Diamond, each big rating is a threshold. A world. Inside the threshold. Outside the threshold. In the world. And outside the world are all completely different existences. Of course, this does not mean that the dragon turtle is not strong enough. Yisha has just entered the ranks of the 5-star king. If the dragon turtle is at the peak of 5 stars, it is actually stronger than Yisha in the rating of Doomsday train. However, at this level, if Yisha and Gan Lin join forces, they can still kill it. Similarly, Nanrong Jisher is probably not a match for the dragon turtle alone. But he is walking with a large group of apostles, some of whom are good players. So it is not impossible to kill the dragon turtle. This is what Gonlin wanted to express. In order to prevent the apostles from taking advantage of the situation, they should take action. Yisha looked at Gonlin. What should we do? I mean our cooperation. You have already said that you will not directly participate in the war. Gonlin took out a knife, cut his wrist, and then handed it to Yisha. I will give you my power directly. The power from the underworld. The power from death. And then you will kill them. Gonlin held her wrist to Yisha's mouth, and Yisha showed some hesitation. Gonlin smiled. Maybe I can bite my lips. Then you might be more willing to drink my blood. Gonlin licked her lips while speaking, which was very tempting. Of course, Yisha was not worried about this. He was more worried about what effect Gonlin's blood would have on him. After all, no one knew what this woman was thinking. Gonlin said again, after you drink it, you will know how much I paid for it. I mean how much risk I took to trust you this time. All you need is a sip of my blood to make everything of us completely blend. Only this time. Yisha took a deep breath, then kissed Gonlin's wrist, and let the blood from the wound flow into his mouth. The strong smell of blood, with a fishy smell, is like rust mixed with metal. Even though Gonlin is very beautiful, beauty does not make the taste of blood delicious. The next moment, Gonlin whispered softly, I am here, watching you, painted with the night sky. You and I, shining against each other, like two flames, illuminating each other. I once knew your name. I once remembered your face. And I was also intoxicated by your voice. Year after year, I feel your call. Even if I sink into the sticks, I will never let the flame go out. I will no longer accept your embrace, enjoy your love, or sink into your glory. All I can do is give my soul to you. Gonlin narrated in a low voice, like an ancient bard singing there, or like an ancient fortune teller, mumbling an inaudible ancient language. Then, Yisha felt the change. The blood flowing into his throat became extremely sweet, although the raw taste and the fishy smell of rust had not dissipated at all. Yisha felt the sweetness. Yes, that sweet taste does not come from the blood itself. Blood is blood, and it always tastes that way. Yisha is not so perverted that he would find blood so delicious. That sweet feeling comes from power. This is the deliciousness from power. This is the sweetness brought by the thirst for power. Under Yisha's feet, pitch-black smoke entangled and circled, revealing a weird, mysterious, and dead feeling. In front of Yisha, a long river appeared, running through the 8,000 miles of the underworld. The name of that river is the Styx. Chapter 11:27 Killing. There was no life in Yisha's body, as if he was dead, but Yisha knew very well that he was full of power. And it was the purest power. That is, the most primitive and basic power from physical fitness, not the so-called ability. And this kind of power is pure and naturally the safest. In this way, Yisha can be sure that Gonlin did not do anything to him. Poof! On the other side, Gonlin opened his mouth and spit out blood. The ground was dotted with bright red like winter plum. Gonlin's face was as white as gold paper, and there was a hint of redness, just like the last moments of life when dying. Then his face quickly turned pale, bloodless, and even slightly transparent, and even the blue veins on his face could be seen clearly. Gonlin panted, Don't worry. Although your strength has greatly improved, there are no sequelae. Or rather, the sequelae are borne by me. I will temporarily dedicate my soul to the underworld. But remember, you only have 20 minutes. Yisha, shouldn't you worry about yourself first? I can kill you with just a flick of my finger. Gonlin smiled brightly. I said, since you don't want to believe me, then I'll believe you this time. Yisha grinned. Don't worry. Killing you will only make you lose money and waste a replacement doll. I'm not that bored. Yisha took a deep breath and felt and got used to the power in his body again. Gonlin forced herself to get up and helped Yisha straighten his clothes. Weak, as if a wife sending her husband to war. Yisha glanced at her. Don't do such boring things. You should know that such things can't shake my will, let alone seduce me. Gonlin tilted her head and smiled. There's no harm in trying. Yisha snorted, then stamped his feet. Protect this woman. Don't let her have any accidents. The ground around him shook slightly, and then 6 corpse flower vines drilled out from the ground, shaking continuously, as if responding to Yisha. Call. Yisha took a deep breath, then took a step forward, and his body suddenly disappeared. 1 step. 10 meters away. Yisha's speed was so fast that it was terrifying. His current figure was not like a ghost, but really like a ghost. Or if there were really ghosts in this world, they might not be faster than Yisha. However, for Yisha, it was not enough. He only had 20 minutes. Ghost step. Yisha took a step forward, and his figure flashed again, suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared. But he moved forward more than 30 meters, and his speed was so fast that it was terrifying. 30 seconds later, Yisha arrived in front of the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle was still fighting with the apostles, violently and madly. With a swing of its huge body, a large part of the building collapsed again. At the same time, 2 apostles were blown away and lay on the ground, spitting blood. Nanrongjishir shouted, leaped up, and handed over the metal umbrella to the dragon turtle. The metal umbrella was indeed a top-notch defensive item. The most important thing was that the defense mode was too terrifying. When it collided with the dragon turtle, the metal umbrella could even dissolve the dragon turtle's extremely terrifying power. In this way, Nanrongjishir could easily withstand the impact of the dragon turtle. Then, the crescent blade was unsheathed. The cold moonlight fell from the sky and turned into a sharp blade, which slashed the back of the dragon turtle again, leaving a wound of 5 or 6 meters long. Blood splattered. The dragon turtle roared, and the tentacles growing from the bottom of the shell rushed towards Nanrongjishir. The ferocious big mouth on the tentacle suddenly opened, intending to bite Nanrongjishir. Nanrongjishir obviously had no fear. Even if the dragon turtle in front of her was very strong, she had to kill it here, especially since they had already made many sacrifices. 4 or 5 apostles died, and as many as a dozen were injured, and such sacrifices would continue. So, since they had paid the price for this, they must succeed. The green sword in Nanrongjishir's hand flew out, turning into a residual image, slashing at the tentacles, constantly cutting off the tentacles. At the same time, Nanrongjishir raised the red sword, and the iron sword stuck in the ground flew up, directly passed over the dragon turtle's head, and fell on the dragon turtle's back shell. Bang! A dull, loud noise. The iron sword was obviously not just heavy, because the dragon turtle's back shell was immediately smashed when the iron sword fell. In Yisha's opinion, the iron sword probably also has the effect of breaking armor, which can affect all defenses, whether it is one's own defense or the use of defensive props. The best way to deal with it should be to dodge. At this moment, Yisha made his move. There were only 20 minutes left, so Yisha had no reason to delay any longer. He came to the place where Longue and Nanrongjishir were fighting, and suddenly stamped his feet on the ground. Boom! 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 The ground seemed to have been hit by a meteor, and the ground under Yisha's feet collapsed directly, forming a deep pit 3 or 4 meters deep and more than 10 meters in diameter. But this was not the end. With the deep pit as the center, countless cracks spread out in all directions, and the earth began to shake. Then the cracks spread directly to the surrounding buildings, and those buildings were shattered. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, those buildings began to collapse one after another. Even the ground under the dragon turtle was affected, and a large area collapsed directly. The body of the dragon turtle obviously lowered down and fell into a huge pit. This destructive force was no weaker than the impact and movement of the dragon turtle. Nanrongjishir finally managed to stabilize his figure, and did not fall in the earthquake. Then he looked in the direction where Yisha appeared. Angrily, "You don't keep your promise." Yisha smiled. "Miss Saint, I said I would not attack you, but I never said I would give this dragon turtle to you. By the way, thank you for your efforts." This dragon turtle was seriously injured. When Yisha was talking to Nanrongjishir, the dragon turtle also discovered Yisha's presence. Perhaps it felt the threat of Yisha, and the dragon turtle actually let go of the nearby apostles and attacked Yisha, who was farther away. There were about a dozen tentacles, surging wildly, sweeping across the ground, and heading towards Yisha. Yisha did not move, allowing those tentacles to come to him. Then, withered, aged. The moment those tentacles came to Yisha, they came into contact with the black smoke surrounding his body. And then, they quickly withered. Their flesh and blood shrank, lost their vitality, and turned into a pile of flesh and skin, falling to the ground. Chapter 1128. Let's get straight to the point. Gonlin's power comes from the underworld. Or in other words, just like Yisha, who has unrivaled strength under certain circumstances because of the title of 8-Direction Wind and Rain, Gonlin's core power comes from the title of Lord of the Underworld. and her power comes from the legendary 8,000-mile underworld land beside the Styx. The power of the underworld symbolizes death. Dead silence. All things are annihilated. Yisha blocked the attack of the tentacles and jumped up without hesitation. Dragon transformation. Yisha roared, and the sound from his throat was like a dragon's roar. Then Yisha's body was covered with dragon scales, and a dragon horn grew on his forehead. Since the power Gonling gave Yisha was the purest power, it directly pushed Yisha's physical fitness to a very terrifying level. Then, Yisha must make good use of it. The so-called sword moves, martial arts supreme, and even other things are not very meaningful at this time. What ability can best bring out this power? Of course, it is the ability to improve physical fitness. It is better to have the ability to improve by percentage. That will increase Yisha's strength again, and the growth rate will reach an extremely terrifying level. Dragon transformation is a good choice. After Yisha jumped into the air, he stretched out his hand and pushed forward. Halong Yinpa. Yisha hummed. But there was no fireball in front of him as in the past. As if the ability of Halong Yinpa suddenly failed. But is it really so? The next moment. Boom. 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 A thunderous explosion suddenly sounded in the sky. With Yisha as the center, countless fireballs appeared and spread to both sides, forming a fire line of 20 to 30 meters in the sky, which looked extremely spectacular. The flames condensed and continuously transformed, and soon turned into more than a dozen burning fire dragons, flying towards the direction of the dragon turtle. At that moment, Yisha seemed to see a trace of fear on the dragon turtle's face. Yisha tilted his head. The power of Halong Yinpa was also increased. More than a dozen fire dragons were condensed at once. The power was terrifying. But Yisha didn't think that this level would scare the dragon turtle. This was just the first attack. Step by step, Yisha naturally wanted to start with some appetizers. The more than a dozen fire dragons appeared at the same time, which did look spectacular. But the power was probably about the same as Nan Rongjisher's Moonlight Blade. In this case, the dragon turtle seemed to have no reason to be afraid. However, the dragon turtle did retreat. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, the sound of explosions continued, and those fire dragons kept hitting the dragon turtle, and then exploded, forming a series of exploding fireballs that covered the dragon turtle. Sure enough, although the back shell of the dragon turtle was blown into many cracks, this degree of damage was not huge for the dragon turtle. But strangely, Yisha found that the dragon turtle's retreat was more obvious. Yisha's eyes suddenly lit up. Is it the suppression of blood? Dragon turtle has the blood of ancient dragon species, so the dragon pillars of the apostles cannot suppress it. But if it faces a pure blood power, the dragon turtle will begin to be afraid. So, Yisha raised his eyebrows. This guy is afraid of dragon transformation? This is really good news for Yisha. In this case, what are you hesitating about? At the moment of falling, Yisha drew out his sword without hesitation and fell to Nanjiang, slashing forward with a sword. 24 bridges on a moonlit night. The sword came out. The blade was cold. Yisha seemed to have only drawn one sword. But at the moment of drawing the sword light that went forward was actually divided into 24, each of which was extremely sharp, densely packed like falling stars, falling towards the body of the dragon turtle. But at this moment, the moonlight is like a blade. A ray of moonlight fell from the sky, directly blocking the 24 sword lights, and they collided fiercely with each other. Boom! A huge roar sounded at this moment, and a huge air wave spread out in all directions, carrying an extremely terrifying impact force. The buildings in the outer circle were the first to suffer, and cracks appeared in the walls again and again, and then collapsed. When the huge body of the dragon turtle was hit by the impact force, it had to retreat, leaving deep mud marks on the ground. Yisha glanced at Nan Rongjisher, and then said, "Although I promise not to attack you, if you attack me first, it will be another matter." Nan Rongjisher snorted coldly. "Anyway, you can always find a reason. Why bother being so hypocritical?" The moment Nan Rongjisher finished speaking, he raised his sword again and slashed forward. A ray of moonlight fell from the sky and slashed directly towards Yisha. Yisha sneered, looked at the moonlight slanting down from the sky, and suddenly opened his mouth. Dragon roar. A sharp dragon roar suddenly came from Yisha's throat. And then, the falling moonlight was like broken glass, with large spider web cracks, and then peeled off piece by piece, turning into a bright halo. "Get out of here!" Yisha shattered the moonlight, and then raised his hand and swung it in the direction of Nan Rongjishir. Yisha did not use any ability, but just threw away a few small stones that flew up from the collapsed building. Bang, bang, bang. The speed at which the small stones flew out was as fast as bullets, and hit Nan Rongjishir's body before he could react. Nan Rongjishir's body made a sound of flesh and blood breaking, and 3 thumb-sized blood holes appeared on his body out of thin air. When those stones hit Nan Rongjishir's body, they went straight through. Even the huge impact force caused Nan Rongjishir's body to fly up and fly back 3 or 4 meters before falling to the ground. Nan Rongjishir lay on the ground, clenching his teeth and looking at Yisha. Yisha, in my current state, you can't stop me at all. But I still decided to keep my promise, and I don't plan to waste too much time on you. Let your former companions play with you. Yisha cut his palm and waved his hand casually again, sprinkling his blood on the corpses of the apostles around him. The next moment, a large amount of black smoke suddenly emerged from the corpses of the apostles. And then the corpses suddenly cracked, and white bone arms suddenly emerged from the corpses. Dragon 2 soldiers, in the dragon state, use your own blood to invade the corpse to create Dragon 2 soldiers. The Dragon 2 soldiers appeared, holding white bone weapons, and immediately rushed towards Nan Rongjishir. Surrounding Nan Rongjishir, Yisha turned his eyes back to the dragon turtle. Because of Nan Rongjishir's obstruction, Yisha's 20-minute time limit has consumed 5 minutes at this moment. If the time to turn around and leave is counted, Yisha does not have much time to delay. So, Yisha jumped towards the dragon turtle again. Let's get straight to the point. Chapter 1129 Fierce Fight. When Yisha jumped up again, the dragon turtle still showed fear. But even if it was afraid, it would not let Yisha slaughter it. After sensing Yisha's hostility and murderous intent, the dragon turtle roared madly, then shook its body quickly, and the spikes on its back shell shot out, pouring down like rain in the direction of Yisha. Huh? Yisha took a deep breath, then punched out. Open it for me. A punch forward, and a terrifying strong wind swept in front of Yisha. When those spikes attacked, they collided with the strong wind and were crushed to pieces. The next moment, Yisha raised his palm to form a knife, manipulated the night wind around him, and then slashed forward into the void. Wind and rain follow. The moment Yisha slashed out with his palm knife, the night wind around him followed Yisha's guidance, and all gathered together. Wind flow becomes a blade. The night wind around him turned into the sharpest knife, and while flying, it became bigger and bigger, and finally swelled to more than 10 meters long, and slashed fiercely on the dragon turtle. Crack! The dragon turtle's back shell was cut, and the back position made a puff sound, and blood gushed out crazily. Roar! The dragon turtle roared crazily. Although it was afraid of Yisha's dragon transformation, it did not mean that it would allow Yisha to attack it. The heavy blow completely aroused the dragon turtle's ferocity. Amid the roar, the tentacles under the dragon turtle shell surged crazily, coming towards Yisha from all directions. There were hundreds of them, and they attacked Yisha crazily. Ha! Yisha shouted softly, and then punched forward, with just the wind of the fist. The tentacles that came to Yisha were shattered, and blood and flesh were scattered everywhere, filling the air with a strong smell of blood. Yisha's feet and hands did not stop, and he kept moving forward, punching forward. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound continued to ring, and the tentacles around him were like a tide, surging towards Yisha layer by layer, and Yisha's fists collided with those tentacles continuously. But at this time, an apostle quietly slipped behind Yisha, obviously thinking that when Yisha was busy fighting with the dragon turtle, it was also the best time to sneak attack. However, the apostle had not yet made a move. Suddenly, Yisha turned around and raised his hand towards the apostle. Die! A huge ball of fire condensed in front of Yisha, and then turned into a fire dragon and attacked the apostle. Ah! A scream followed, and the apostle was instantly engulfed by the roaring fire dragon, and his body was burning with flames. The apostle kept bumping around randomly, and then fell to the ground. The flames gradually extinguished, and his body had completely turned into ashes. Dragon Realm, in the dragon state, use unique perception to perceive the surrounding situation, and use unique techniques to make your existence disappear, blend into nature, and completely hide. It is almost impossible to be discovered. Obviously in the dragon state, The sneak attack of the Apostle walking is meaningless to Yisha. Yisha killed the Apostle walking and quickly turned his target back to the dragon turtle, which was his real goal. Yisha jumped up again, and the tentacles around him continued to hit Yisha. But when they came to Yisha, those tentacles burst one after another, and blood and mincemeat continued to spread around. Around Yisha, countless winds swirled, as sharp as knives. Roar! The dragon turtle roared loudly, and its body changed again. Crack! Crack! The back shell of the dragon turtle made a crisp sound, and then it kept cracking. It was not the shattering after being attacked, but the back shell of the dragon turtle shattered by itself. The next moment, a cross-shaped crack penetrated the entire back shell of the dragon turtle, and the back shell was directly opened. The flesh on the back of the dragon turtle was exposed, and there were dense gray-white tentacles on it, just like a weed-like plant, which looked dense. The tentacles stretched out quickly, flew towards the sky, and then entangled in the air, constantly rotating. After being twisted together, they became extremely thick, and each one required 3 or 4 people to hug. Ah! Yisha roared, met a tentacle, and punched forward. Bang! The front end of the tentacle was smashed by Yisha's punch, but Yisha was not able to completely destroy the tentacle. The broken tentacle was thrown fiercely on Yisha's body, knocking Yisha down from the air. Bang! Yisha fell down like a cannonball, hitting the ground with one blow. There was a loud noise under his body, and the ground sank down. But the dragon turtle's attack was not over yet. Those thick mutant tentacles fell madly, and began to bombard the direction where Yisha fell like a heavy hammer. Bang! 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 Every time those tentacles hit the ground, there was a loud noise that made people palpitate. The ground kept cracking, and countless cracks kept spreading around. With each hit, the cracks would spread further. Boom! Finally, the ground was completely overwhelmed by the continuous attacks of the dragon turtle and collapsed downwards. Even the step buildings were affected, because a large area of the ground that was tilted upwards completely collapsed at this moment, and countless boulders rolled down. Yisha was completely buried by the rubble, and the surrounding apostles were also affected, and screams continued to ring out. Some apostles were swept by the tentacles, and their bodies turned into meat paste. Some apostles were pressed on their legs at any time, and their legs were twisted strangely. Roar! Roar! The dragon turtle continued to roar crazily, and the dancing tentacles on its back kept slapping downwards, venting its anger. The ground shook. Countless stone chips flew and fell all around. Then, suddenly, at the top of the rubble, an arm smashed the upper layer of the rubble, suddenly stretched out, and tightly grasped the tentacle. If I don't fight back, you'll really go too far. Yisha's voice sounded, and then he stood up from the rubble. Yisha looked a little embarrassed. His clothes were torn in many places, and blood could be seen seeping out from under his clothes. The fine dust also stained Yisha's face with dirt. When Yisha stood up, the roar of the dragon turtle sounded again, and then the tentacles around him danced again. Not one, not two, but countless tentacles, coming to Yisha from all directions, like a huge fist. It fell down on Yisha mercilessly. Chapter 11:30 Berserker State. Yisha's eyes were slightly stern, and then when the dragon turtle attacked Yisha again, the aura revealed by Yisha suddenly became violent. It was a very strange feeling. Manic, violent, and barbaric. The aura revealed by Yisha at this moment made him look like a madman, as if he wanted to tear everything in front of him to pieces. But in fact, apart from that aura, Yisha's eyes were very clear, which meant that Yisha was very calm. Berserker State. This is the benefit of combining adrenaline and frenzy. Whether it is adrenaline or frenzy, both abilities have a common sequelae. That is, losing reason. It will be better at first, but as the battle time goes on, reason will completely disappear. At that time, Yisha will be like a mad beast, completely losing his self-will, and only knowing to bite the target in front of him. However, the Berserker State, after adrenaline and frenzy are combined, does not have this obvious disadvantage. Yisha can still fight calmly instead of turning into a ferocious beast. Of course, the weak state is inevitable, but Yisha can no longer care about so much. If given an hour, Yisha is confident that he can use the most reliable way to consume the dragon turtle and then kill it. However, Yisha has noticed the time. There are only 10 minutes left from the 20 minutes Gonlin warned him, and Yisha has consumed half of the time. Although Yisha has caused considerable damage to the dragon turtle in these 10 minutes, it is still a long way from killing the dragon turtle. Yisha must make himself stronger and more terrifying. The Berserker ability is the most suitable ability besides Dragon Transformation, because it is also an ability that directly improves physical fitness, and it is improved according to a percentage. The only regret is that the Berserker's physical fitness improvement cannot be used in combination with other physical fitness enhancement abilities. But it is enough, because the Berserker's physical fitness improvement is stronger than Dragon Transformation, and because of the Berserker's state ability of fighting more and more courageous, Yisha will continue to become stronger through fighting. The next moment, those dancing tentacles came to Yisha. Yisha did not hesitate to punch them. Bang! Yisha's fist blasted forward without hesitation and collided with a tentacle. This time, Yisha's fist no longer just smashed the front end of the tentacle. When Yisha's fist collided with the tentacle, tiny cracks continued to appear on the tentacle, extending densely backwards, and black blood continued to flow out. Then, with a bang, the tentacle exploded directly, turning into countless pieces of meat that flew out in all directions. You killed a target. Your mental state decreased by 5%, and your strength increased by 5%. A mysterious voice prompt appeared in Yisha's ears. But what surprised Yisha was that there was no prompt about fighting more bravely, but a prompt about another ability in the Berserker state. Crazy killing. It was reasonable that the more you fight, the braver you are, because Yisha was not injured. But the triggering of crazy killing was indeed a pleasant surprise. However, Yisha soon understood the reason. Crazy killing. Every time you kill a target, your mental state decreases by 5%, and your strength increases by 5%. Each tentacle of the dragon turtle is actually considered a target. Killing a tentacle will complete a crazy killing. This is of course good news for Yisha. Without any hesitation, Yisha jumped up again, jumped onto the back of the dragon turtle, and then started running up. The tentacles growing out of the dragon turtle are very flexible, constantly rushing from all directions and attacking Yisha. Yisha threw a punch without hesitation. No fancy moves, no abilities, just a fist. Yisha's fist was his greatest weapon at the moment. One punch. Boom! Yisha's fist collided with a tentacle, and the tentacle was blown up by Yisha's punch again, and blood and flesh flew all over Yisha's body. You killed a target. Your mental state decreased by 5%, and your strength increased by 5%. Bang! Bang! Yisha kept his pace and stomped forward fiercely, and a piece of the dragon turtle's body was blown off. The blood and flesh that was stepped on by Yisha burst directly, causing the dragon turtle to roar wildly. The tentacles suddenly danced more wildly, rushing towards Yisha again. Still just a fist. Boom! A tentacle was smashed by Yisha's fist again, but the second tentacle followed closely and hit Yisha's chest hard. Yisha's body couldn't help but move backwards, pushed out by the tentacle. At the same time, more tentacles came from other directions, like whips, quickly wrapped around Yisha's body, tied Yisha up tightly, and then strangled him tightly. You are suffering from damage. The pain is reduced by 5%. You are suffering from damage. The pain is reduced by 5%. A mysterious voice sounded. Yisha felt the intense pain coming from his body, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he laughed fiercely. Come on. Come harder. Yisha shouted hysterically. Attack. Come on. Keep attacking. Kill me if you have the guts. Yisha seemed to have lost his mind, but he was unusually calm. Yisha knew very well that he had to bear the damage, because the more you fight, the braver you become. Every time you are hurt, your pain decreases by 5%. When the pain disappears, your physical fitness increases by an additional 30%. If you want to make the effect of the more you fight, the braver you become, Yisha must first endure the attack, take the pain as a price, and gain more powerful strength. Yisha's body has been completely tied up by those tentacles like a dumpling. At the same time, as those tentacles continue to tighten, Yisha can clearly feel that his flesh is being torn apart, and bright red blood keeps flowing out between the gaps between those tentacles. That was all Yisha's blood. Yisha could even feel his bones cracking. It was obvious that those tentacles wanted to crush Yisha into pulp and completely destroy him. Not only the flesh and blood, but also every inch of bones. But, at this moment, your pain disappears, and your physical fitness improves by 30%. A mysterious voice sounded, and Yisha smiled. And then Yisha began to resist. Ah! Yisha roared. And the muscles in his arms suddenly swelled. And suddenly became 2 circles larger. And then, those tentacles were broken away by Yisha bit by bit. Go to hell! Yisha roared again. And then spread his arms to both sides. With a bang. The tentacles wrapped around Yisha exploded. And countless flesh and filthy blood splashed in all directions. Yisha bent his legs. Then suddenly jumped up. And finally jumped onto the back of the dragon turtle. Now, Yisha licked the corner of his mouth. It's my turn to attack. Chapter 1131 Escape. Yisha raised his fist. And then punched the dragon turtle hard. It was still just a fist. But that fist was now Yisha's most ferocious weapon. Bang! A huge hole exploded on the dragon turtle's back. And all the flesh and blood were crushed into meat paste when Yisha's fist fell. But this was just the beginning. Ah! Yisha roared loudly. But he had no intention of retracting his strength. Instead, he continued to exert his strength crazily. Then, with a puff, the flesh and blood on the dragon turtle's back was completely torn apart. And Yisha actually drilled directly into the dragon turtle's body. Bomb! Bomb! And bomb again! Yisha's fists danced continuously. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. After entering the dragon turtle's body, Yisha was in front of thick flesh and blood. This was the last defense blocking Yisha's eyes. What Yisha could do was to smash it all to pieces. Roar! Roar! The dragon turtle roared madly, twisting its body, knocking down everything around it. But this method could not stop Yisha, who had already drilled into the dragon turtle's body. Boom! The sound of flesh and blood exploding sounded again. Under the dragon turtle, flesh and blood exploded. Yisha directly blasted through the dragon turtle's body, rushed out from under the dragon turtle's body, and then ran forward, because the huge body of the dragon turtle had already fallen down. Bang! A huge sound appeared, and the dragon turtle's body was pressed on the ground. A large piece of sand and dust flew around the body. Even so, the dragon turtle was still twisting its body and making its last struggle. But at this moment, Yisha used the ghost step to move, suddenly appeared in front of the dragon turtle, and jumped up. Die! Yisha roared, his body completely stained with the blood of the dragon turtle. After jumping to the front of the dragon turtle again, Yisha raised his fist again and smashed it towards the dragon turtle's head. Compared with the huge head of the dragon turtle, Yisha's fist was really small. The punch hit the dragon turtle's head and felt like tickling. But, bang! On the other side of the head, there was a muffled sound. And then a huge blood hole appeared. Yisha punched through the dragon turtle's head again. This time, it was not only the body that was affected. The head of the dragon turtle also drooped weakly, and its eyelids gradually closed. You bathed in dragon blood, and your dragon transforming ability was enhanced. You bathed in dragon blood, and your fantasy dragon gall ability was enhanced. You killed a corpse dragon turtle. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, Dragon Eye. You killed a corpse dragon turtle. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, Dragon Blood. You killed a corpse dragon turtle. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, Random Fantasy Dragon Ability X1. Mysterious voices continuously rang in Yisha's ears. There was no need to specially collect dragon blood. Yisha directly broke the dragon turtle's body, and his body was full of dragon turtle blood. As for the Random Fantasy Dragon Ability, he needed to go back to the Doomsday train and go to the dying car to find the proprietress to collect it. The only thing Yisha needed to do was the Dragon Eye. With another leap, Yisha came to the head of the dragon turtle, drew out the sword, and fiercely stabbed it at the edge of the dragon turtle's eyes, breaking a huge crack, and then dug out a huge pupil of the dragon turtle. Theoretically, since the number was not specified, Yisha could also take away the other dragon turtle's pupil. But the dragon turtle's pupil was too huge. If there was only one, Yisha could still carry it and run. But two would be very troublesome. And the corpse flower was not next to Yisha, so it could not swallow the pupil directly. Although Yisha could bear the weight, it was difficult to take it away because of the size. Even if he held one in one hand, it was difficult to keep balance because it was too huge. Moreover, the apostles who had fled earlier began to surround him again at the moment of the dragon turtle's death, which was obviously another trouble. Yisha looked at the time. There were still more than 3 minutes left, so he didn't have much time left. Therefore, Yi Sha decisively chose to give up the second dragon turtle's pupil and rushed forward the moment he landed. Get out of my way! Facing the apostles who were blocking him and trying to intercept him. Yi Sha roared without hesitation. Dragon roar. The piercing dragon roar sounded at this moment. And then the two apostles who tried to intercept Yi Sha walked. And they felt as if they were in a violent storm. Then, bang, bang, the bodies of the two apostles walked, as if they were bombs, suddenly exploded, and the flesh and blood separated, leaving only some mincemeat and bone residue. Two clouds of blood mist filled the air, drifting around, making the air pungent because of the strong smell of blood. The next moment, Yi Sha passed through the blood mist, took a ghost step, and his body disappeared. If Nan Rongjishir could barely keep up with Yi Sha's speed before, then no one could keep up with Yi Sha now. When they couldn't stop Yi Sha, they could only watch Yi Sha leave. This is why he had to leave sometime. He also had to use the power Gan Lin lent him to leave here, so that the apostles could do nothing but sigh. Yi Sha quickly left the half-destroyed coastline town and returned to the woods. Gan Lin was still in the same place, leaning against a big tree, extremely weak, and had fainted. It seemed that Gan Lin had paid a heavy price to greatly increase Yi Sha's strength. The Red Fire Eagle and the Underworld Wolf were loyal guards on both sides, and there were corpse flower vines on the outside. So Gan Lin's safety was guaranteed. Yi Sha threw the dragon turtle's pupil to the corpse flower vine, letting the corpse flower swallow the pupil, then twisted his clothes, collected 2 bottles of dragon blood, and then carried Gan Lin on his shoulders and left quickly. Although he easily got rid of the apostles, Yi Sha could only maintain his current state for about a minute. What was worse was that because Yi Sha used the berserker state, Yi Sha, like Gan Lin, would also enter a weakened state. Although it was only 50%, it was not unacceptable. But it also greatly weakened Yi Sha's strength, because he didn't know how Nan Rongjishir located him. Yi Sha didn't dare to guarantee whether he had only gotten rid of the apostles at this moment. Maybe Nan Rongjishir still had a way to catch up. For this reason, Yi Sha could only try to run farther in the shortest possible time, and leave those apostles as far as possible, so that he would be safer. Go find a place to hide. Yi Sha looked at the motionless Red Fire Eagle. You have to understand that this is not just for me, but also for your master. The Red Fire Eagle obviously has a certain amount of wisdom, and can make certain judgments based on self-awareness. After hesitating for a moment, he finally chose to spread his wings and temporarily obey Yi Sha's orders while Gan Lin was unconscious. Chapter 1132 Intelligence Exchange. Gan Lin woke up slowly and looked around. She found herself in a cave. The cave wall was a little damp. The air was salty, and the wind blowing in from outside the cave also had a strange smell. Gan Lin was sure that this should be a cave near the sea. At this time, Yi Sha suddenly walked in from outside the cave. If you are not dead, get up and eat. Gan Lin smiled. It seems that you did not forget to take me with you when you escaped. Where is this? Yi Sha, it's still on the peninsula, but it's southwest, near the beach on the other side, near the inner bay. There is a cave, which is where we are now. Gan Lin was stunned. According to Yi Sha's description, this place is not far from the coastal town. If you don't go to the island, but follow the coastline, you can reach this place in about half an hour. However, Gan Lin quickly understood Yi Sha's intention. The so-called darkness under the lamp, or the most dangerous place is the safest place, roughly describes this moment. Gan Lin watched Yi Sha sit down and try to light a bonfire, then sat down on the other side. Gan Lin, what's the situation now? Yi Sha, not very good. Nan Rongjishir led people to search the island. However, the target is obviously not only the water elf Moya, but also the 2 of us. At the same time, she requested assistance from other islands. Gan Lin, oh? There are more apostles on the island? Yi Sha, number is not a big problem. Unless those apostles gather together forever, they can't be our opponents. The problem is that there is one more troublesome opponent. Gan Lin was puzzled. Huh? Yi Sha, a man in his 30s. The Red Fire Eagle spotted him from the air. I took a look from a distance and felt that he was very dangerous. Moreover, his mask was different from that of other apostles. Gan Lin, why is it different? Yi Sha, he has 3 masks. Brass, silver, and gold. I saw that he was wearing a silver mask when he arrived by boat, and then he changed to a brass mask after landing. That's why I saw his appearance. Gan Lin nodded. Is he a troublesome guy? Yi Sha, do you know him? Gan Lin, I fought him once before. He is one of the sons of the apostle. The demon Joey. Yi Sha curled his lips. There are quite a few so-called sons of the apostle. Gan Lin, as far as I know. The number of sons of the apostle corresponds to the number of apostles. And except for very rare cases, sons of the apostle cannot be replaced at will. If one dies, there will be one less. Because the criteria for selecting sons of the apostle are very strict. Yi Sha used a branch to fiddle with the bonfire. Are we exchanging information? Gan Lin chuckled. These are not rare things. If you have more dealings with the apostles, you will naturally know some things. I believe you also know some things that I don't know. If you are willing, it's okay to exchange what you know. Yi Sha, what do you want to know? Yi Sha did not deny that he was still very curious about the apostles. Gan Lin thought for a while. I know you are investigating the initial zombie virus. Yi Sha frowned. This is not an insignificant matter, but a conflict of interest. The reason why Yi Sha investigated the initial zombie virus is because the train conductor wanted to get the original virus sample of the initial zombie disease. So if he found it, he could undoubtedly exchange it for huge benefits from the train conductor. Then, obviously, if these intelligences are shared, if Gan Lin gets there first, he will naturally intercept Yi Sha's interests. Gan Lin, I will exchange it for the information related to the Apostles' Walk, including some information about the Apostles. And I also have some information about the initial zombie virus, which can also be exchanged with you. Yi Sha thought for a moment. Okay. After Yi Sha finished speaking, he made a pleased gesture, obviously not intending to speak first. Gan Lin didn't care, and said directly, as far as I know, there are 9 apostles in total, and the corresponding saints are of course also 9. I don't know the criteria for selecting the saints, but I know that only the saints can awaken the apostles. Wait. Yi Sha frowned. Don't apostles awaken themselves? Gan Lin, I have some unfounded speculations about this. Yi Sha, tell me about it. Gan Lin, of course, the apostles will awaken themselves. But you don't think that the apostles' walk has no purpose or reason for trying so hard to find the apostles and awaken them? Yi Sha nodded. Gan Lin continued, my guess is that the apostles' walk wants to use the power of the apostles. And the Son of God is the key. The apostles awakened by the Son of God may obey the apostles' walk, or be used by the apostles' walk. Of course, this is an irresponsible guess. Yi Sha, there is no evidence. Just pure speculation. Right? What do you think the probability of this speculation being correct is? Gan Lin, no more than 15%. Yi Sha rolled his eyes. Then this speculation is worthless. Gan Lin, there is no way. The information is limited. But I am very sure that the Son of God has an important connection with the apostles. At the same time, this is what I said. Once the Son of God dies, it will be a very troublesome thing. Those who can be selected as the apostles of the Son of God must meet certain conditions and correspond to an apostle. Yi Sha, it's not clear what some of the conditions are. Right? Gan Lin, yes. So, if a saint is killed, if there are other apostles who meet the conditions, they can replace him. But this condition is very harsh. And the vacancy of the saint is not something you can fill if you want to. Yi Sha, what exactly is an apostle? Gan Lin spread his hands. This is also one of the questions I want to know. Yi Sha nodded. Anything else? Gan Lin, regarding the initial zombie virus. The first news is that it may be related to the apostles. But the specific connection is unclear. And I don't know if Compu knows this. Yi Sha pondered for a moment. Then, second? Gan Lin, the initial zombie virus is the source of the end of the world. Only by getting the initial zombie virus can we know why everything happened and find a way to end the end of the world. Yi Sha curled his lips and smiled, revealing obvious disdain. You mean the train conductor intends to save all mankind? He wants to end the end of the world? Gan Lin spread his hands again. Who knows? Are we good people? Bad people? The apostles are good people? Bad people? Is the role played by Compu good or bad? Only the train conductor knows his purpose. I only know 2 things. The first thing is that everyone is curious about why the end of the world will come. Finding the initial zombie virus may know this. The second thing. Gan Lin raised his head and glanced at Yi Sha. The second thing is what you taught me. Gan Lin said faintly, in this damn era, nothing else matters. Being alive is the most important thing. Chapter 1133. A guest is coming. Yes. Nothing is more important than being alive. Yisha is very interested in the apostles, and the apostles' walks. The train conductor's desire to get the initial zombie virus, and the relics of ancient civilizations. However, none of these are as important as being alive. Or, Yisha feels that these interests are actually based on the premise of being alive. Because the reason why Yisha is interested in these things is that they can make him stronger. So, what is the reason for pursuing strength? Of course, it is to make oneself survive in this damn era. And live better. Yisha fell silent. And then, I don't have much information. First of all, the initial zombie virus may be made by Compu. But it is extracted from something. At least the core component must be like this. Since Gonlin told what he knew, Yisha did not intend to break the contract, and told Gonlin what he knew. Gonlin was silent for a while. Do you think that Compu extracted the initial zombie virus from the body of the apostle? Or the core component of the initial zombie virus? Yisha was stunned for a moment. Then, this is really a bold idea. I personally don't think it is very feasible. But I must admit that it is possible. The key lies in some details. Gonlin, adult apostles, or apostle embryos, and whether there are apostles with similar abilities among the apostles. If the points of fit in many aspects can match, there is such a possibility. If not, it is just a guess. Yisha nodded, and then said, this incident is worth exploring. But it is not what we should do now. So the information exchange ends here. Yisha put 2 bottles of dragon blood on the ground. 2 bottles of dragon blood. 1 dragon eye. And 1 fantasy dragon ability. According to the agreement, each person gets half. Both from the 5-star dragon turtle. Gonlin thought for a while. Dragon blood and dragon eye. Yisha raised his eyebrows. This was a rather unexpected choice for Yisha. Because no matter how he thought about it, the fantasy dragon ability was the most valuable. Gonlin spread his hands. I don't have any fantasy-related abilities related to dragons. So getting a fantasy dragon-related ability is not very valuable to me. On the contrary, you also domesticate many alien creatures. And you should know what kind of changes a 5-star corpse-transformed ancient species will bring to alien creatures. What kind of changes? Evolution. Of course. Yisha glanced at the underworld wolf guarding outside the cave entrance and already knew the answer. Gonlin obviously wanted to use these to feed the underworld wolf, or the red fire eagle, or possibly the underworld giant beast and the underworld emperor that Yisha had never seen before. Gonlin smiled and said, I'm at a disadvantage. So how about giving me both bottles of dragon blood? Yisha didn't care and directly threw both bottles of dragon blood to Gonlin. Yisha undoubtedly got more benefits. Because bathing in dragon blood has already allowed Yisha's dragon transformation ability and fantasy dragon gall to grow again. Among the remaining 3 apocalypse rewards, the fantasy dragon ability is undoubtedly the best. In this case, Yisha felt that it would be no problem to be generous and give the rest to Gonlin. Yisha, the dragon eye is in the corpse flower. You can get it anytime. Now I think we should talk about the current situation. Gonlin looked charming. Of course, I will listen to you. Do whatever you want. Yisha pinched his nose. It seems that you would rather act separately. Gonlin chuckled. Okay. Let me put it another way. I just woke up from a coma. What do you want me to say? I don't know the current situation. Yisha thought for a while. Let's go to sea. Gonlin, going to other islands? Yisha nodded. Nan Rongjishir is troublesome. And now there is another troublesome demon Joey. And there are also many apostles. Before the reinforcements of the Doomsday train arrive, a head-on confrontation is not a good choice. Gonlin, but what if the water spirit Moya happens to be here? Yisha, first of all, this is a large archipelago, and the possibility of the water spirit Moya being here is very low. Secondly, the dragon turtle made a lot of noise yesterday. Gonlin was not stupid, and understood the meaning immediately. If there was another island around, then the probability of the water spirit Moya being on this peninsula was only 10%. If there were more islands, this probability would continue to decrease. At the same time, it was not ruled out that the water spirit Moya was hiding in the sea. This was a very simple math problem. As for the latter, the dragon turtle was not here to help the water spirit Moya, but was hostile to it. If the water spirit Moya was an intelligent creature and knew how to think, he would definitely make a judgment. That is to say, after such a big commotion last night, even if the water spirit Moya is on this peninsula, it is very likely that he will choose to flee from here. If you think about it this way, The possibility that the water spirit Moya is still on this peninsula is indeed very small. As for the apostles, the other party currently has the advantage in manpower. And there are two crew chiefs, Yi Sha and Gan Lin, on this island. They will definitely not give up. Even if the probability is low, it is still a certain probability after all. Secondly, being able to find Yi Sha and Gan Lin and kill them is also a good thing for the apostles. But for Yi Sha and Gan Lin, it seems that there is no need to be too obsessed with this peninsula. Yi Sha and Gan Lin can go out to sea and visit other islands. They are just searching aimlessly anyway. Which island to go to is a matter of probability, since they have to pray for luck. It doesn't matter where they go. Gan Lin understood what Yi Sha meant and asked, "Do you have a target?" "Yi Sha, I need a distribution map of the surrounding islands." Gan Lin smiled and said, "I understand. I'll let the Red Fire Eagle do it." Yi Sha nodded. The Red Fire Eagle has an air advantage, and is the most suitable for this kind of thing. Unfortunately, Yi Sha can't command it. At this time, the Archon suddenly walked in from outside the cave and gestured to Yi Sha. Yi Sha frowned. "We have guests coming." Gan Lin stretched lazily. "I'm afraid I have to trouble you to receive them. I need about 5 hours to recover. Besides, men who protect women are very attractive. Yi Sha, you are not a woman who needs protection." Yi Sha curled his lips, then ignored Gan Lin and followed the Archon out of the cave. The cave is located in an inner bay on the coastline. After walking out of the cave, there is a beach with continuous reefs on both sides. Yi Sha hides near the cave entrance and picks up the telescope. It can be clearly seen that on a reef group on the side, there are 4 or 5 apostles walking there, and following the reef group. They are heading towards the inner bay. Chapter 1134 Continuous Killings. Yi Sha put down the telescope and first determined that the other party could not have come here after knowing his location. The reason was simple. There were too few people. Nan Rongji Shi and Xiaoyi, the 2 saints, did not show up, and they were just relying on 4 or 5 ordinary apostles. This was not a lineup to capture or kill Yi Sha, but a lineup to seek death. How could those apostles be the opponents of Yi Sha and Gan Lin? Therefore, Yi Sha could conclude that the other party was probably searching and happened to come here. This is barely good news. Yi Sha hesitated for a moment, waved his hand at the Archon. "Kill them all as quickly as possible, leaving no one alive. And don't let them communicate, even if they accidentally searched here." Since the direction they were heading was the inner bay, letting them continue to move forward was obviously not a good choice, because it would definitely expose the location of the cave and the location of Yi Sha and Gan Lin. "Hey!" At this time, Gan Lin's voice sounded, attracting Yi Sha's attention, and then threw a small device over, signal jammer. All communication equipment is disabled, but the range is not large, only 25 meters. Yi Sha, enough. How to open it? Gan Lin, there is a switch above. Yi Sha nodded, gestured to the Archon to attack from the other side, and Yi Sha crouched forward. Although the terrain of the reef group can be seen from a high place, it is uneven, and it is still easy to find a hiding place. Therefore, Yi Sha must first get close to the opponent 25 meters, turn on the jammer, and prevent the opponent from communicating in time. This is not a difficult task. Or it is not a difficult task for Yi Sha now. After all, fighting is already commonplace for Yi Sha, and he has accumulated a lot of experience. Instead of trying to get close to the other party, since the other party was heading towards the inner bay, let the other party come by themselves. Yi Sha had no need to risk being discovered and get close. The place where Yi Sha chose to hide was in the gap between 2 reefs, which was just enough for a person to lie down. Unless the other party approached about 3 meters, it would be almost impossible to find Yi Sha's existence based on the height and the angle of the ground. As for the Archon, he went around from the other side of the inner bay to the top, then lay on a reef, carefully observed the other party with a telescope, and then put the telescope down, because the reflection of the telescope can be seen by the opponent, even hundreds of meters away. In fact, a good sniper and his observer will not open the cover of the sniper scope and telescope all the time, but will open them and aim when they are ready to shoot. Therefore, after the Archon confirmed the opponent's position, he put down the telescope, estimated the opponent's position in his mind, and then waited until the opponent reached the appropriate distance, and then confirmed it again with the telescope. Yi Sha seemed very patient, lying there motionless, like a corpse, or like he was asleep, waiting for the other party to approach. To become an excellent hunter, Ability is not the top priority. But patience is actually the most important thing. Suddenly, Yi Sha felt the PDA in his pocket vibrate. This was the signal from the Archon to Yi Sha. Yi Sha pressed the switch of the jammer without hesitation. The apostles were still searching and moving forward. Although Yi Sha and Gon Lin had also become the targets of the apostles, the water elf Moya was undoubtedly the most important. The reefs along the coastline are indeed a good place for the water spirit Moya to hide. Although he is a water spirit, he is very weak, and is not suitable to hide in the sea for a long time. If he wants to hide on land, he needs to be in a place related to water, or a place with heavy humidity. The reefs near the coastline can be said to be the most suitable place. But at this time, Z-Law, the harsh sound of electricity suddenly sounded, and several apostles instinctively took off the earphones hanging on their ears and threw them aside. The sound of the electric current that sounded at that moment was extremely harsh and sharp, and even caused the two apostles to temporarily lose their hearing. The tinnitus continued to sound, making it impossible for them to hear any other sounds. This was obviously the jammer working. Yi Sha did not hesitate at all. When he heard the shouting and cursing coming from the direction where the apostles were walking, Yi Sha knew that the jammer had worked. Yi Sha's body bounced and suddenly rushed out from the gap in the reef. Before he fell in the air, he stretched out his hand and grasped the air. Capture the dragon and release the crane. Capture the dragon in one move. Yi Sha's 5 fingers formed into claws, and then a suction force appeared in the palm of his hand, forcibly sucking a walking apostle in. Bang! The walking apostle was sucked into Yi Sha's palm, and then Yi Sha lifted the walking apostle high and smashed him to the ground. Bang! The walking apostle's back collided with the ground, and he was knocked unconscious. Yi Sha saw that the walking apostle's body was obviously curled up, like a shrimp. The next moment, Yi Sha did not give the opponent any time to react. He pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it into the opponent's neck. With a strong pull, he cut a wound on the opponent's neck. You killed the Apostle Walker. Cumulative. When the mysterious voice sounded, Yi Sha had already rushed forward, his eyes quickly scanning the surroundings. There are 3 more. 2 standing together, and 1 on a reef further down. Yi Sha quickly judged the situation and rushed forward. When he rushed in front of the 2 apostles, Yi Sha suddenly twisted his body and fell downwards. Yi Sha's real target was the lone apostle. Clang! Yi Sha drew out his sword and slashed it fiercely on the opponent's weapon. The apostle obviously didn't expect Yi Sha's power to be so great. He staggered and took several steps back. Shock wave. Yi Sha immediately raised his palm and pushed forward. The invisible force pushed forward, and the apostle was blown away. Swift pursuit. Yi Sha kept his pace. After bending his legs slightly, he used the swift pursuit to rush out quickly. Before the opponent landed, he surpassed the opponent and then pointed the sword at the opponent's back. Puff! The apostle ran into Jian Luo Nanjiang and was stabbed by Jian Luo Nanjiang. His eyes widened and his body slowly lost strength. You killed the apostle. Cumulative. Killing another apostle. Although Yi Sha looked like he had used several moves in a row. In fact, everything was done in a very short time. When Yi Sha killed the second apostle, the remaining 2 apostles had just jumped off the reef. Chapter 1135 Sniper. Poof! Yi Sha pulled the sword Luo Nanjiang out of the body of the apostle, casually shook off the blood beads, and then pointed the sword tip at the remaining 2 apostles. Yi Sha sneered, "Now it's your turn." The 2 apostles looked at each other, and rushed up without hesitation, intending to attack Yi Sha from the left and right. Yi Sha curled his lips, and raised his sword directly to meet him. Dang! The crisp sound of metal clashing sounded, and Yi Sha blocked the opponent's weapon. But at this time, another apostle suddenly attacked, wearing a metal glove on his hand, and hit Yi Sha's face hard. But Yi Sha didn't move. Yi Sha twisted his neck and pushed the opponent's fist away with his face. Is this your fist? Your attack? Are you tickling me? Bang! Yi Sha suddenly punched out and hit the apostle's face hard. The apostle's facial bone sank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and bright red blood was scattered everywhere. You killed the apostle. Cumulative. Yi Sha cleanly killed another apostle with 1 punch. And at the same time, the last apostle was completely crazy. I will fight you to the death. The successive deaths of his companions obviously made the apostle completely lose his mind. He brandished his weapon and slashed at Yi Sha frantically. Clang! 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 The apostle's short knife chopped on Jian Luo Nanjiang continuously, constantly swinging golden sparks. It seemed that the apostle had suppressed Yisha. But what was the truth? Yisha's face was calm, even under the opponent's continuous attacks. Yisha's footsteps did not move at all. Anger brings power. Yisha, it also sends people to hell. Suddenly, Yisha stretched out his left hand, and the ferocious purple-scaled python shadow wrapped around Yisha's arm, revealing its ferocious fangs, and bit the apostle's neck. Yisha smiled. I'm sorry. You belong to the latter. Crack. Yisha exerted force and broke the apostle's neck, sending him to hell. You killed the apostle. Accumulated. As the mysterious voice reappeared, Yisha casually threw away the bodies of the apostles. They were just 4 ordinary apostles. Yisha was no longer the Yisha who had been in the snowy mountains. The appearance of any apostle would give him a headache. These ordinary apostles were completely vulnerable in front of Yisha. The only trouble was that before killing them, they could not be allowed to communicate and inform their companions to expose Yisha's whereabouts. But with the jammer given by Gon Lin, this was not difficult to do. All he had to do was kill the other party. With Yisha's strength, it was naturally impossible for him to not kill them, nor for him to let them escape. However, at this moment, Yisha's eyebrows suddenly twisted. Inexplicably, for some reason, Yisha felt very uneasy. And then Yisha suddenly ran to the side and jumped off from the top of the reef. Bang! Almost at the moment when Yisha jumped off the reef, a crisp gunshot suddenly rang out. And then a piece of the reef exploded directly, and a huge pit appeared. Damn it! Yisha cursed in a low voice. There was a sniper. And Yisha was probably not unfamiliar with this sniper. When he was in the coastal town, the other party had sniped him. And the sniper rifle in the other party's hand was quite powerful. This can be seen from the top of the exploded reef. At the same time, Yisha also understood where his uneasiness came from at this moment. On the one hand, it was caused by long-term fighting, the perception of danger, or it can be said to be a sixth sense. In this respect, Yisha can be said to be quite sharp. On the other hand, it was the number of people. The appearance of 4 apostles walking was also a strange place. Generally speaking, the number of people in a team is more than 5, 8, and 12. If the number is higher, it is not considered a team. But there were 4 apostles. At the same time, Yisha had to say that the sniper was also a tough guy. Judging from the timing of the sniper, the opponent chose the most appropriate time to kill Yisha. The reason is very simple. When Yisha killed the 4 apostles and won the victory, he would inevitably relax for a moment. This is an instinct and a common human nature. Usually, after completing a task, people will always feel a little lazy and have a feeling of rest. In this situation, of course, they would unconsciously relax their vigilance. As for the ruthless character that Yisha was referring to, naturally, if he wanted to take advantage of such an opportunity, the sniper of the Apostle Walk would definitely watch his 4 companions die without saving them. Sure enough, Yisha sneered, as long as I can survive, as long as I can complete the mission, everything else is unimportant. Everyone is the same. Yisha carefully poked out half of his head from the other side. But at this moment, bang! The gunshot rang out again. And then the side of the reef where Yisha was hiding was shattered by the sniper bullet. Yisha reacted very quickly, and immediately retracted his head, and then wiped his face. There was blood. But it was not caused by the sniper rifle. But the broken stone splashed and scratched Yisha's cheek. That damn guy. Yisha cursed in a low voice. Although he did not find the opponent's position, Yisha could feel from the trajectory that the opponent had changed his position. It can be seen that the guy is quite experienced. He immediately changed his position after a shot and did not expose himself while looking for a new angle. At the same time, judging from his feeling, Yisha felt that the opponent was not far away from him. Probably at most 200 meters away. Probably above the reef. Yisha guessed right. Just above the reef. An apostle patted the ground with his palm. Reaction is really fast. After the apostle said this, he immediately picked up his M200 sniper rifle and planned to jump down to the side of the reef and change his position. But at this moment, bang! The gunshot suddenly sounded, and the feet of the apostle walking were filled with flying stone chips. A sniper rifle bullet almost brushed the apostle walking's body and hit the reef. The apostle walking immediately shrank his body. A bit of horror appeared on his face, and then he immediately jumped behind the reef. Didn't it hit? In the woods on the side of the reef. Niepa put down the eagle strike and curled his lips. The sea breeze and humidity affected the trajectory. This damn place. Bang! At this time, about 5 meters away from Niepa, a tree suddenly made a sound, and several branches broke and fell down. The other party opened fire. Chapter 1136 Sniper Duel. Niepa curled his lips, not caring much. It was obvious that he was shooting randomly. No, it was not correct to say that he was shooting randomly. The opponent should have roughly judged the direction of his shooting through the trajectory and angle, and then fired back in that direction. Or to test it. Or to put it more directly, this was not a sniper kill after locking the target. Niepa thought so, and aimed his eyes at the scope. The opponent was very experienced, and hit in a place that completely avoided the angle of the sniper. So Niepa could not fire a second shot. Niepa silently picked up the eagle strike, jumped down from the tree, swam quickly to the side, left the edge of the woods, came to the top of the reef on the other side, raised the eagle strike again, crouched and aimed his eyes at the scope. I got you. Niepa curled his lips. From this position, he could see the side and back of the reef. Although he didn't see the other party, Niepa saw the other party's cloak. Bang! Niepa pulled the trigger without hesitation. And then the bullet flew out, brushed past the reef, broke a piece of the reef, and then hit the other party. The hit point should not be a vital point, but Niepa believed that it was enough to cause serious injuries to the opponent. However, at this moment, the cloak swayed and fell to the ground. Niepa was stunned. And then he understood. He was fooled. It was just a cloak hanging behind the reef. And there was no one at all. Bang, bang, bang. When Niepa found this, he immediately ran to the side. And the sniper of the Apostle walked, using the cloak as bait, finally found Niepa's trace. And after sticking his body out from behind a reef, he immediately fired at Niepa. The bullets from the sniper rifle continuously hit the reefs, smashing them. Niepa made a leap, then rolled over and hid in the gap between two reefs. Niepa kept greeting the other party's mother. As a sniper, Niepa had his own pride. Obviously, he was very angry at being tricked by the other party. Of course, although Niepa was scolding the other party, this anger came from Niepa himself. Niepa's anger came from his own carelessness. On the other side, Yisha was the most confused. What happened? The continuous sound of sniper rifles made Yisha dare not show his head at will, and even dare not hide behind the reef completely, because the opponent's sniper rifle was very powerful, and it was not a problem to penetrate the reef. Therefore, Yisha could not simply rely on the reef as a cover to hide, but also had to completely avoid the opponent's sniper line. However, as time passed, Yisha found that he seemed to have not been shot at all, and Yisha frowned. The sound of the sniper rifle seems to be a little different. It seems to be the sound of two different sniper rifle models? While Yisha was wondering what happened, the confrontation between Niepa and the Apostle Walker continued. Niepa shrank his body, like a fleshworm, crawling in the gap between the reefs, and then came to the other side of the reef and quickly put the gun on it. This piece, and this piece, Niepa muttered, slowly looking through the scope, because the opponent was shooting at Niepa from the side and rear. Niepa was not sure of the opponent's specific location, but it was definitely one of the three reefs that Niepa found. So, how can I make that rat appear? Niepa muttered, and then removed the sniper rifle's magazine. Don't underestimate the sniper rifle set I made easily. Niepa reached out and took out a new magazine from the waist bag behind his waist. The magazine was obviously different from the ordinary magazine. It looked like it was more accurate to call it a drum than a magazine, but it was much smaller than an ordinary drum, not much bigger than a baby's fist. After Niepa installed the drum, he pulled the trigger towards the center of the three reefs. There was a bang, not like an ordinary gunshot, but a dull sound, like someone raised his hand and slapped it hard on something soft like a bed. The next moment, a spherical bullet was fired from the muzzle. The bullet fell to the ground, and then a circle of light blue light swung along the ground. Through the scope, Niepa found a human figure behind a reef. It was a bullet used for detection, which could confirm the position of the enemy target within a certain range, even if the enemy was hiding in some cover or even in a building. Found you. Niepa smiled, then changed the magazine again and loaded a golden bullet into it. Bang! Niepa fired without hesitation, and the bullet flew forward, aiming directly at the opponent's head. But at this moment, the human figure in the scope suddenly moved. It was originally squatting with its back against the reef, but it suddenly stood up. Bang! The bullet penetrated the reef and went straight through the opponent's waist, piercing his body. Cough! Cough! The apostle immediately covered his mouth with his hand, and blood kept spurting out of his mouth. This shot was really beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that the opponent could find his position so accurately. Moreover, from the previous confrontation, the bullet used by the opponent was very special. The special thing was that it would explode. Yes, this is a very scary bullet. If it explodes after being embedded in the body, the power can be imagined, and the fate of the target can also be imagined. However, this bullet has an obvious disadvantage. That is, the penetration is not very good. In other words, the penetration of the bullet is deliberately weakened. The reason is very simple. If the bullet passes through the body directly, what is the point of the bullet exploding? The bullet must stay in the target's body and explode to exert the greatest power. Therefore, the sniper of the Apostles' Walk thought it was still safe to hide behind the reef, and even directly pressed his back against the reef without lowering his body. For this, he paid a price, and even had some lingering fear. If Nieppe had not been silent for too long, he would have wanted to move his position and observe again. So he suddenly stood up, and his head would have exploded. Even so, the apostle still paid a tragic price. Although Nieppe replaced the penetrating bullet, the bullet would not explode in the opponent's body, but still gave the opponent a heavy blow. And at this moment, Nieppe suddenly jumped up and rushed out from behind the reef. Nieppe didn't know why the opponent suddenly moved and avoided the vital part, but it was inevitable that he would be injured. In this case, he naturally had to take advantage of the opponent's illness and kill him. Chapter 1137, calling it a day. After Nieppe rushed out from behind the reef, he quickly moved closer to the opponent's position, and at the same time quickly discarded the Eagle Strike and took out the Pluto rifle. Nieppe is an excellent sniper, but he is not a pure sniper. Strictly speaking, Nieppe is a master of firearms. Nieppe is very good at sniper rifles, machine guns, and pistols. Not only that, Nieppe's proficiency even covers different types of firearms. Similarly, whether it is a sniper rifle, machine gun, or pistol, no matter what type of firearm, whether it is precision-oriented or high-powered, Nieppe is proficient in all of them. Note that it is proficient, not use. It is easy to use firearms. The key is to master them. Nieppe knows all types of firearms, and adjusts them according to their characteristics. This is the terrifying part of a firearms master. Thud, thud, thud. Nieppe ran quickly from the side of the reef, chose a relatively safe method, pulled the trigger, and continuously shot at the reef where the opponent was. Bullets kept hitting the reef, causing the reef to fly and the broken stones to fall all over the ground. But at this moment, two metal pipes were suddenly thrown out. After landing, they kept making rustling sounds, and then two streams of smoke, one red and one yellow, kept pouring out and spreading around. Nieppe was stunned. Smoke bomb? Nieppe quickly understood the other party's intention. This was clearly a desire to escape. Humph! This is too contemptuous of me, Nieppe snorted coldly. If the other party was not injured and wanted to escape, Nieppe was not sure that he could stop him. After all, hiding and escaping are also necessary abilities for snipers. But now the other party was seriously injured and still wanted to run. Nieppe did not hesitate at all. He judged the wind direction, then quickly bypassed the location where the smoke was drifting, jumped down from a reef in the leeward position, and then ran around the smoke. Soon, Nieppe saw a figure crawling towards the top of the reef. Nieppe fired without hesitation. Thud, thud, thud. The bullets swept upwards, and then the figure staggered and rolled to the side, hitting the reefs continuously, and finally lying on a slightly larger reef. Nieppe walked towards the other party with a gun and came to the reef. The mask of the apostle had been broken. He had a typical Asian face, about 30 years old, with an ordinary appearance. It was the kind that would be difficult to recognize even if thrown into a crowd. However, Nieppe did not deny the opponent's strength. Appearance is not a factor in strength. The apostle looked at Nieppe and moved his lips dryly, as if he wanted to speak. But at this moment, Nieppe put the muzzle of the gun on the opponent's head. Sorry, I don't have time to say your last words. Bang! Niepa pulled the trigger and blew the opponent's head off. Then he kicked the opponent's palm, and a grenade rolled to the side. Apparently, the apostle's last words were not meant to be a last word, but to attract Niepa's attention and leave a memory for Niepa before he died. Unfortunately, Niepa had already discovered the other party's actions. Suddenly, Niepa turned around and pointed his gun at the back. "Stop!" Yisha raised his hand and shouted, "Are you going to shoot me?" Niepa breathed a sigh of relief. "I didn't know you were here." Yisha was stunned. "Then why did you come to help?" Niepa laughed. "The apostle. I don't care who he is fighting. It's definitely right to kill the apostle in this situation. Besides, the people who can fight the apostle are either the people on the Doomsday train or the ancients. There are no zombies in this place." Yisha laughed immediately. Niepa was also mean. The situation was clear at the moment. It was definitely right to help the people on the Doomsday train. At worst, if the other party was killing the ancients, Niepa would just grab them. As for zombies, there were indeed no zombies in this place. The zombies would wander around randomly without a target. If they came here, they would definitely fall into the sea. "Yisha, let's go. There's an inner bay over there. Let's talk there. By the way, why are you here? It's still quite a while before the next stop." "Niepa, I finished my mission as a flight attendant, and the boss lady brought me here directly. Not only me, but the group after you have already arrived. But there are not many people. They are all flight attendants who came back early." "Yisha, it's useless. More than a dozen flight attendants are distributed on different islands. Not necessarily one on each island. The number is still too disadvantageous. I guess the boss lady knew I was here, so she brought you here." Niepa nodded. "That should be the case. But Samuel is here too." "Samuel?" Yisha was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "This is good news. The train conductor is unknown, but the 3 train attendants on the Doomsday train are all here. In terms of high-end combat power, the Doomsday train does not seem to be at a disadvantage. However, thinking about it carefully seems to be useless. Samuel is unknown, and they can't get together at all. Moreover, Yisha is not familiar with Samuel. There is no trust, and there is no prerequisite for cooperation. Besides, the main purpose now is to search for the water spirit Moya. The outstanding high-end combat power is actually of no use. The number of people is the key. The so-called high-end combat power can only reflect its value when it is directly engaged in a war. But Yisha thought about it with an optimistic idea. More crew chiefs are also good news. "Niepa, what's the situation now?" "Yisha, with so few people, what can it be? There is no way to effectively search for the water spirit Moya. I'm just wandering around. It depends on whether the goddess of luck will take a fancy to me. In addition, I have caused some trouble, so I have to change the island first." "Niepa, have you fought?" Yisha nodded. "We had a fight last night. Now the apostles on the island are not only searching for the water spirit Moya, but also looking for me. Moreover, there are 2 saints on the island." Niepa nodded. "It is a bit troublesome. But what if the water spirit Moya is on this island?" Yisha had to explain the commotion caused by the dragon turtle again. The probability of the water spirit Moya on this island is really small. As he was talking, he returned to the inner bay. When Niepa saw Gonlin, he was stunned and whispered to Yisha, "You are hooking up with this woman?" Yisha rolled his eyes. "Can you speak human language? What does hooking up mean?" "Yisha, it just so happens that they are on this island. Moreover, they happened to meet when the fight started yesterday. Besides, there is no conflict at the moment. Let's deal with the apostles first. This woman's strength cannot be underestimated." Chapter 1138 Going Out to Sea. Niepa shrugged indifferently. He didn't care about the relationship between Yisha and Gonlin. It was just because of his aversion to danger that Niepa knew that Gonlin was dangerous. Of course, one should not approach dangerous things casually. At the same time, Niepa gave Yisha a kind warning. As for whether Yisha listened or not, or what Yisha had his own ideas, that was not within Niepa's scope of concern. Anyway, Niepa felt that he had done what he should do. At this time, Yisha said, "Whatever happens, we will talk about it later. We have to leave here. Those apostles will probably find us soon." Gonlin was puzzled. "I gave you a jammer. With your ability, can you still let those apostles escape?" Yisha spread his hands helplessly. "There are snipers. The guys killed by Yisha, of course, did not even have the chance to tip off. But the Apostle sniper killed by Nyepa was another matter. The jammer cannot cover such a long distance. And the sniper of the Apostle Walk has enough time to communicate and warn. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, Yisha thinks that a large number of Apostles Walk will come here. And Nan Rongji Shi and the demon Joey should lead the team personally. Yisha does not intend to tangle with the other party. Yisha is not afraid of fighting. But fighting must have meaning. It is meaningless to start a war now. And it is just a waste of energy. If the water elf Moya appears at this moment, Yisha can choose to fight to the death. Nyepa, I'll get a speedboat. Yisha, do you know where to get one? Nyepa pointed in the direction of the small town on the coastline. I guess you had a fight there yesterday. Although I don't know how you fought and made such a big noise. The place is in a mess right now. It's easy to sneak over and get a speedboat. Yisha, then hurry up. Nyepa nodded, and then ran towards the reefs on the other side. Yisha took out the space flower pot and put the corpse flower in it. If it wanted to cross the sea, the corpse flower would not be able to move from the bottom of the sea. At the same time, Yisha took out the PDA and sent a command to the Archon to let the Archon come back. After Yisha finished these preparations, he said to Gonlin, "How weak are you?" Gonlin pulled up her hair. "I am not weak. My physical fitness will not be affected. But all my abilities, skills, including weapons and props, are in a forbidden state and cannot be used." Yisha was stunned. There is such a negative effect? Then Yisha couldn't help but curse. If this negative effect was replaced by Yisha, the impact would certainly be great. But it is completely acceptable. After all, Yisha's physical fitness is not weak, and he can fight without weapons and abilities. But for Gonlin, the problem is a bit big. This woman's physical fitness is very average. At least from the perspective of the flight attendant. It is quite average. Gonlin's battles are all with the help of external forces. She almost never fights with others in hand-to-hand combat. In this way, the strength of her physical fitness is actually not very useful to Gonlin. On the contrary, Gonlin's abilities, and the items she carries on her body, are the source of Gonlin's strength. Yisha, at least the Red Fire Eagle, and the Underworld Wolf are not affected. Of course, Gonlin, they are not things, but alien creatures. Independent individuals, just obeying my orders. So of course they are not affected. Yisha nodded. How many hours will it take to recover? About 4 or 5 hours. Gonlin looked at the time, to be exact. It is 4 hours and 12 minutes. Yisha, well, we should leave here immediately. Gonlin's current state is indeed not suitable for fighting. Gonlin chuckled. Are you worried about me? Yisha curled his lips. Believe me, if leaving you behind can keep me safe, I will definitely leave you behind first. Gonlin, don't worry. I still have a trump card. Yisha didn't ask Gonlin what her trump card was. This was everyone's most important secret, so it naturally couldn't be shown to others easily. At this time, a sound was heard from the sea. Yisha looked sideways, and saw that it was Nyepa driving a speedboat back. This guy was quite efficient. Nyepa stopped the speedboat 20 meters away, and shouted, "This place is full of shallows and reefs. You guys should find a way to get here." Gonlin smiled and said, "It's time for you to show your gentlemanly manners." Yisha rolled his eyes, picked up Gonlin, and then jumped forward. When he was about to fall into the sea, Yisha pressed the sea surface with one hand. Shock wave. The invisible force surged downward. And then Yisha used the force to jump up again and landed steadily on the speedboat. The Archon was even simpler. He released the chain, then retracted it, and pulled the Archon directly onto the speedboat. Nyepa watched Yisha and Gonlin get on the speedboat and said, "We were lucky. We saw this thing stranded on a reef beach before we got to the town. So we got it here. And we were lucky to have navigation." Yisha, navigation? The nearby island? Nyepa nodded, yes. This speedboat is probably used to carry tourists to the nearby islands. The 4 islands closest to the peninsula have navigation and can be moored. Yisha, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Nyepa nodded, quickly started the speedboat, and then switched to automatic driving. The speedboat will automatically go according to the navigation. Nyepa, how about going to Aloha Island? Yisha didn't care, whatever. It's a matter of luck wherever you go. Nyepa nodded. Then, when I came, the boss lady gave me a piece of information, saying that I should pay attention to the movements of the ancient species in the ocean. Oh! Yisha, what does the boss lady mean? Nyepa, Those ancient species were affected by the power of the water spirit Moya, and became irritable, and many of them mutated. They instinctively desire more power, and will start looking for the water spirit Moya. Yisha's eyes lit up. That means, if we follow those ancient species, we may find the water spirit Moya. Damn. So the dragon turtle landed last night, which means that the water spirit Moya is really likely to be on this peninsula. Nyepa, don't get excited. It's not that simple. Otherwise, the apostles would have found the water spirit Moya long ago. Yisha was puzzled. What does it mean to pay attention to the movements of the ancient species? Gonlin interrupted. I think it just means that the direction is correct. Chapter 1139 Devil Joey. Direction? Yisha obviously didn't understand Gonlin's meaning. Nyepa, for example. A large number of ancient species move towards the east, which does not mean that their destination is necessarily correct, because the water spirit Moya may be in the east, southeast, or northeast. Gonlin, even if the water spirit Moya is moving, the deviation value will be relatively large, and it may be the south or north. Yisha was speechless. Why don't you just say that except for the opposite direction? The other three directions are possible. Does this also count as compressing the search range? Well, it can be considered a bit compressed. Nyepa, I think the boss lady meant for us to contain the apostles before the people on the Doomsday train arrive in large numbers. We will definitely suffer in the search. Yisha nodded, deeply agreeing with this point of view. Their main task at this stage should actually be to delay the apostles and find the water spirit Moya, rather than looking for the water spirit Moya. But the problem is that everyone has selfish motives, let alone Yisha. If Nyepa and Gonlin had the opportunity to swallow the water spirit Moya, Yisha believed that both of them would not hesitate. Yisha, anyway. Let's leave first. Yisha was halfway through his speech when he suddenly felt that there was something wrong with the wind flow around him. It was chaotic and unnatural. Yisha immediately shouted to Nyepa, turn. Yisha grabbed Nyepa's arm and tried to turn the speedboat around. But unfortunately, Yisha forgot that it was now on autopilot. Boom! A huge roar suddenly sounded at this moment. Looking back, you can see that the sea surface was swept up by the terrifying wind flow, forming a tornado, which was 3 or 4 meters high and pushed towards them. The good news is that the tornado-like water flow did not hit the speedboat and passed by. The bad news is that even if it passed by, it would be quite troublesome. The sea surface raised a wave, which directly pushed the speedboat to the side, and the water splashed on the speedboat, soaking everyone. Nyepa quickly switched to manual mode and drove the speedboat to the side to avoid the invasion of the waves. Yisha looked back and saw more than a dozen apostles standing in the direction of the beach, led by the Holy Sun demon Joey. The attack just now was obviously done by him. The next moment, Joey launched another attack. In his right hand, there was a cylindrical weapon. After firing forward, it rolled up a huge wind. Yisha raised his eyebrows. Wind cannon? The flying water was just a byproduct of the wind cannon passing over the sea surface. However, this also shows that the power of the wind cannon is quite huge. Otherwise it would be impossible to stir the sea surface to this extent. However, since it is a wind flow, it seems that there is nothing to be afraid of. Continue. Yisha shouted, I'll deal with it. Yisha stood at the end of the speedboat and watched the other side's wind cannon fire. The wind flow sprayed out from the cylinder in Joey's hand, then swept across the sea and headed towards the speedboat. Yisha did not move, but a bit of contempt appeared on his face. Then, boom! When the wind cannon rolled up the waves, Yisha raised his hand casually, and in just a moment, the huge wind flow dispersed at this moment, and the rolled-up sea water fell down, like a partial heavy rain. Things like wind are meaningless in front of Yisha, because he is the 8 directions wind and rain. Those wind-flowing people must bow their heads in front of Yisha. A trace of surprise flashed across Joey's face, and then he walked towards an apostle beside him. Who is that man? The purser? It seems to be a little different from the information I got. There are 4 people on the other side, not 1 man and 1 woman. The apostle walked. He is the purser. 8 directions wind and rain Yisha. The other purser is that woman, and the other 2 are not clear. Joey nodded. I'll go meet him. The apostle immediately reminded, this is not a good choice. The other side has 2 pursers. I think waiting for Nan wrong. Unfortunately, the apostle could not finish his words, because before he finished, Joey had already jumped out to the sea. Joey had a brass mask on his face. But when he jumped to the sea, Joey took off the mask and replaced it with a silver mask. Yisha therefore saw Joey's face hidden under the mask. When Joey came to this island, Yisha had seen this guy from a distance. But after all, he was too far away to see clearly. And now, Yisha finally saw the other person's appearance clearly. This is a very annoying man. Because this guy has a very good-looking face. Handsome. Pretty. Beautiful. In the end, they are all good-looking. And Joey has a good-looking face. The facial features of that face are very delicate and well-defined. The delicate facial features make the face look a little immature. But in fact, it also reveals a sense of maturity and thrust. The sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes were shining. But there was also a sense of maturity and decadence. So, it was indeed a face that women would be moved by. But men would hate. So, Joey quickly changed the mask. And then landed on the sea with his toes. Click. Click. A crisp sound appeared. When Joey's toes landed on the sea surface kept making crisp sounds. And then countless silver-white frost emerged. The sea surface was actually frozen. And it was a large area, which made Joey feel like walking on flat ground on the sea surface. He ran directly, and quickly approached the direction of the speedboat. Gonlin looked at Yisha. Be careful of this guy. He is very troublesome. He changes masks for a reason. His 3 masks have different abilities. The brass mask can shape and manipulate stone objects. Yisha, the silver mask is the ability of ice? Or to manipulate cold air? Gonlin nodded. I don't know what the pure gold mask is capable of. The last time I fought him, he only used 2 masks. Yisha glanced at Gonlin. He doesn't seem to know you. Gonlin smiled and looked up at the sky. This way, he will recognize me. An eagle cry sounded from the sky. And then the red fire eagle hovered in the sky and suddenly rushed down. A blazing flame ignited on the red fire eagle's body, wrapping the red fire eagle's body, making the red fire eagle look like a huge fireball, or a small sun with overflowing brilliance. The next moment, the red fire eagle crashed into Joey fiercely. Joey looked up and was immediately surprised. It's you. Joey didn't know Gonlin. But it was obvious that Joey knew the red fire eagle. Yisha had understood Gonlin's meaning. Gonlin probably had never fought with Joey directly. But the red fire eagle and the underworld wolf probably had fought with Joey. This was in line with Gonlin's style. She always stood behind the scenes instead of coming to the fore. Chapter 11 41st Battle. At this time, the red fire eagle had already swooped down from the sky to the sea surface. Joey was extremely agile and quickly jumped to the side. The huge fireball transformed by the red fire eagle hit the ice surface. And then, there was a loud roar. And a huge hole was smashed in the frozen sea surface. The burning flames spread all around, melting the ice surface continuously. Joey's eyes flashed with a strange color. And then he stretched out his hand and waved it forward. And the flowing sea surface made a crackling sound again and froze again. At the same time, watching the red fire eagle spread its wings again, Joey waved his hand forward again without hesitation. And a huge ice column rose from the ground and hit the red fire eagle. The red fire eagle was very flexible and was not hit. At the moment the ice column rose, it spread its wings and glided to the side, easily avoiding Joey's attack. Gonlin watched the battle between the red fire eagle and Joey. The red fire eagle has an air advantage. It is difficult for Joey to kill the red fire eagle. However, it is not realistic to expect the red fire eagle to hold the guy back. Yisha nodded. If the red fire eagle could hold the opponent back, then the opponent would be unworthy of his title as the son of God. Moreover, Joey was smarter than he thought. When the red fire eagle spread its wings and flew high again, it would be difficult to launch an effective attack. Therefore, he simply ignored the red fire eagle and continued to fly towards the speedboat. It was not easy for Joey to kill the red fire eagle. And the red fire eagle could not stop Joey. On the surface, it seemed that the 2 sides were evenly matched. But in fact, it was not the case. The reason why Joey couldn't do anything to the red fire eagle was because of the geographical advantage. If that was the case, then he would just ignore it. If the red fire eagle dared to fall from the sky, then Joey would dare to kill it. And if the red fire eagle didn't attack, Joey wouldn't care. And the red fire eagle couldn't stop him from moving forward. It must be said that Joey made the most appropriate judgment. As Joey continued to move forward, the sea surface continued to freeze. and even the shape of waves appeared. The waves that rose up would be frozen the moment Joey approached. Yisha looked back. This guy is so fast. No. Niepa looked at the speedboat's instrument. We are slowing down. The previous attack seems to have caused some malfunction of the speedboat. Although it can still run. Yisha, whatever the reason. The distance is shortening. Niepa, it seems that we can only fight. Fortunately. At least it is on the ice. Not in the sea. This is the same for the apostles. Their strength will be greatly weakened in the sea. And they also hope to fight with both feet firmly. Yisha thought for a moment. I'll hold the guy back. You guys go first. Niepa, is that okay? There are still many apostles walking behind. Yisha, I never die. Yisha said, looking up at the sky. Let the red fire eagle take me there. Yisha said to Gonlin, the distance that guy can spread the frost is about 25 meters. Don't let the speedboat get too close. Otherwise the sea surface will freeze, and the speedboat will be unable to move. Gonlin nodded, okay. The red fire eagle fell from the sky. Yisha took a deep leap and grabbed the red fire eagle's claws. Then, the red fire eagle took Yisha and flew forward until it was above the ice. As soon as Yisha let go, it landed on the ice. Yisha looked at the red fire eagle, cut off the ice behind. Don't let those apostles come over. The red fire eagle let out an eagle cry, not knowing whether it was responding to Yisha, and then flew forward. Its body became hot again, and the flames began to burn, turning the red fire eagle into a huge fireball. Joey didn't try to stop the red fire eagle. He couldn't stop it anyway. The red fire eagle's flying ability was too bad, allowing it to easily dodge most attacks. At the same time, Joey thought that even if he wanted to stop the red fire eagle, the man in front of him would not agree. When in the forest, Joey looked at Yisha. It's you, right? Yisha was stunned, obviously not knowing what Joey was talking about, but soon understood. Yisha pointed at the flying red fire eagle. You have seen that guy, right? Unfortunately, that guy does not belong to me, and I have never been to Sahai. I think this is the first time we have officially met. I see. Joey looked at the speedboat going away, and then said to Yisha, Captain? Yisha, the apostle should have told you my identity. But if you want to confirm it again, it's no problem. Yisha silently drew out his sword and landed in Nanjiang. The blade came out of the sheath with a crisp sound. The Doomsday train. Yisha smiled. Captain. 8 directions. Yisha. Joey took a deep breath. Apostle walk. Holy Sun. Devil Joey. Both knew who the other was, but they still exchanged names and identities. Perhaps they regarded this as a courtesy. Or a signal. Yes. A signal. A signal to start a war. In this regard, Yisha and Joey seemed to have a tacit understanding, even if it was the first time they fought. Because, after the two exchanged names and identities, the moment the voice fell, the two did not stop at all and chose to attack each other at the same time. Ghost step. Yisha was like a ghost. After taking a step forward, there was a distance of 4 or 5 meters between them. But Yisha appeared in front of Joey in an instant, raised his sword and chopped down Nanjiang. Joey was obviously startled. He was a little uncomfortable with Yisha's sudden disappearance and sudden reappearance. Or he did not expect it. But Joey's rich combat experience saved him at this moment. The moment Yisha appeared, Joey almost jumped backwards by instinct to avoid Yisha's attack. Jianluo Nanjiang fell forward, and the cold sword passed by Joey's eyes. The wind from the sword alone made Joey feel pain on his cheek. Joey immediately waved forward, and as Joey's palm passed, a frost appeared in the air, and then a long strip of ice with an arc appeared in front of Joey, trying to block Yisha. However, what he got in return was Yisha's sneer. Even if it is not a defensive item or equipment, as long as it is defensive in nature, it can be classified as a protective gear, even if Joey made it with his own ability. This means that the unparalleled effect of Jianluo Nanjiang will be activated. Crack! When the sword fell, Jianluo Nanjiang chopped on the ice surface. The ice surface seemed vulnerable, and was easily chopped by Jianluo Nanjiang. Then the sword fell towards Joey. Chapter 1141 Attack and Defense. Joey's face showed a look of astonishment. It was obvious that the situation before him was beyond his expectations. He had never thought that his defense would be so vulnerable. At the same time, when the sword of Jianluo Nanjiang swept over, Joey felt a hint of obvious pressure, and fine beads of sweat appeared on Joey's forehead. pressure. Holding this sword can exert a certain degree of pressure on the target. Pressure is also one of the effects of Jian Luo Nanjiang. The effect of pressure is actually a bit mysterious, because it cannot be directly expressed through numerical values. Because pressure is not purely a negative effect such as lowering the opponent's physical fitness or restricting their abilities. In fact, if you look at it superficially, this effect is completely useless. The opponent's physical fitness value has not been reduced. All abilities can be used. The power of skills has not been weakened. And any weapons and props can still be used. But this is only on the surface. The feeling of oppression is illusory, just like momentum. I am afraid that most people can't explain how to express momentum, but they can all feel it. Therefore, coercion is not very useful when dealing with zombies, because zombies are almost all brainless, except for a few mutant zombies. Most of them do not have so-called emotions, but the effect is still very obvious when fighting with others. Joey was obviously under the influence of the pressure. With his strength, he had not felt nervous in a battle for a long time. But now, he felt it. And the most strange thing is here. Joey only exchanged 2 moves with Yisha. Joey did not show his true ability. And Yisha did not show his true ability either. Both sides were in the probing stage. But Joey felt nervous because of it, as if he was facing a very terrible and powerful enemy. Joey himself found it incredible, because this kind of nervousness was simply inexplicable. But it just happened. Just as Joey was struggling, Yisha's attack came again, and the sword fell in the south of the border and made a half-moon sword arc, slashing down at Joey. Joey seemed to be a smart guy, and his reaction was particularly fast. He immediately raised his arm, and frost condensed at the position of his forearm, and then froze into a round shield. Bang! Joey defended before Yisha attacked, and his reaction speed was indeed commendable. But what's the use? The sword fell on the ice shield and made a sound. And then, the ice shield was cut cleanly. Joey's pupil shrank, and he quickly stepped back. But his forearm was still swept by the tip of the sword. And a hole was torn in his clothes. And blood quickly seeped out of his clothes. Joey looked at the torn clothes and felt the pain on his forearm. The wound was not deep. What surprised Joey was that Yisha broke the defense of the ice shield so easily. Joey couldn't help but murmur, "Can't we just block that sword?" Joey was experienced, and could see that Yisha didn't use any abilities. So it could only be that there was something wrong with the sword Luo Nanjiang in Yisha's hand. At this time, Yisha stepped forward without hesitation, and the sword Luo Nanjiang slashed down at Joey again. Joey didn't try to use frost condensation to block the sword of the sword Luo Nanjiang, but quickly dodged to the side, and then moved quickly to distance himself from Yisha. Joey is in a bad state now. This is the first time he and Yisha have fought each other. He is not familiar with Yisha's methods. Jian Luo Nanjiang's continuous breaking of defenses makes Joey alert. But it is still easy to deal with. He just can't use any protective gear to block. He can still dodge and avoid the attack. What's more troublesome is that Joey has been trying to calm himself down and calm his emotions. But under the pressure of Jian Luo Nanjiang, Joey is always nervous and uneasy. This emotion kept lingering in Joey's heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. At the same time, after pulling away, Joey raised his palms without hesitation and pressed the frozen sea surface. Boom! 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 The roars continued, and then huge ice pillars pierced out at different angles, crisscrossing in front of Yisha. Yisha obviously wanted to take advantage of the victory and kill the opponent before he could figure out the effect of the sword falling in Nanjiang. So Yisha rushed out at the first time without hesitation. However, facing the countless icicles, Yisha could only stop helplessly. Joey observed Yisha's movements in the gaps between the icicles, and when he saw Yisha circumventing the icicles to the side, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Can't you just cut off the icicles? In other words, it can only have an effect on the armor, but not destroy it. Those icicles are just to block the way, not to block the attack, so they can't be destroyed. Joey finally gradually figured out the effect of the sword falling in Nanjiang. And then, at the moment when Yisha circumvented to the side, Joey suddenly threw his hand, and countless ice cones suddenly flew out from the gaps between the icicles. Yisha immediately slid sideways and stopped forcibly. Then he slashed the ice with his sword, and then he picked up a huge piece of ice with the tip of the sword and rushed forward. The ice cones collided with the huge ice, and were all blocked and fell down. But at this moment, Yisha felt a strong wind and looked up. There was indeed an ice spear piercing down from above him. Yisha jumped to the side, and the ice spear hit the ice surface, piercing a hole in it. Yisha looked up and saw that Joey had run to the top of an ice pillar without knowing when, and condensed an ice spear and kept throwing it downwards. Bang, bang, bang. Yisha ran around quickly, and those ice spears were thrown down, hitting the ice surface continuously, piercing holes one after another. Attack instead of defense? Yisha murmured, guessing that the opponent had already known the effect of the sword falling in Nanjiang. So he stopped defending and chose to attack frantically. But the premise is that you can suppress me. Yisha showed a bit of ferociousness, rushed quickly, came to the side of an ice pillar, and suddenly raised his fist, melee form. The destroyer shone with the unique luster of metal. And then the sound of mechanical operation sounded from inside the destroyer. After switching the destroyer to melee mode, Yisha punched it without hesitation. Heavy punch, accompanied by Yisha's roar. A large number of arcs suddenly appeared on the edges of both sides of the destroyer, connecting with each other. Then at the back of the hand, several air holes suddenly opened, and white smoke gushed out. Yisha felt the obvious boost force. And then Yisha raised his arm and punched the icicle in front of him. Chapter 1142 Suppression. Yisha punched out, and when his fist hit the icicle, a huge crack immediately appeared on the icicle, and it spread wildly, covering the entire icicle. Then the icicle shattered and smashed down to the surrounding icicles, forming a chain reaction. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the icicles continued to shatter and collapse, intertwining with each other and collapsing into rubble. Joey kept jumping and moving above the icicles, but more and more icicles collapsed. The power of Yisha's punch was far more terrifying than imagined. Finally, Joey found that he couldn't find a place to land, so he could only jump back to the frozen sea from the top of the icicle. At this time, Joey saw a door, or a rectangular block that looked like a door. The white light and shadow formed the door frame, and inside the door was a void of chaos, like an abyss, where nothing could be seen. Suddenly, thump, 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 the crisp sound of gunfire rang out, and then countless bullets flew out of the door and shot at Joey. Joey didn't care about being embarrassed, and quickly jumped to the side, rolling on the ice to avoid the bullets. However, when Joey just stabilized his body, the second door suddenly appeared, and countless bullets suddenly flew out from the door and shot at Joey. Joey's pupils shrank, and at the critical moment, he suddenly raised his palm and slapped the ice hard. And then an ice wall suddenly rose up, blocking Joey and blocking the bullets. But it was too early for Joey to breathe a sigh of relief. Above Joey's head, a third door suddenly appeared. All this was naturally done by Yisha. Dimension Gate. Fire special bullets to create a dimensional gate at the target point. Bullets can travel between dimensional gates and shoot. The dimensional gate lasts for 15 minutes, and the interval between uses is 120 minutes. Weapon effect of the destroyer in gun form. Joey's moving space is completely blocked by the dimensional gate. No matter which direction he dodges from, there are dimensional gates around him. Joey quickly realized that dodging was not a good option, and he clenched his fist and punched the ground. When Joey's fist hit the ground, a large piece of silver-white frost spread out in all directions, and then ice surged around Joey's body, forming a hemisphere, wrapping Joey tightly in it. However, at this moment, Yisha suddenly dodged, stepped to the side with a ghost step, smiled grimly, raised his sword and fell to Nanjiang, and stabbed forward. The ice ball could block the bullets of the destroyer, but it could not stop the sword from falling to Nanjiang, because the hemispherical ice ball can also be considered as a defensive gear. Puff! Jianluo Nanjiang easily pierced the ice ball that was at least half a meter thick, and then stabbed Joey's shoulder with the sword. The tip of the sword brought out a blood flower, dyeing the ice surface red. Joey felt pain, and his expression twisted instantly. Then he turned around and pressed his palm on the ice wall. The ice ball collapsed instantly, and countless ice pieces flew towards Yisha. However, Yisha seemed to have expected it, and jumped back to avoid the attack of the ice pieces. The two faced each other again, but Yisha stood with a sword in his hand and was not injured. But Joey did have 2 more wounds on his body. Joey knew that he had underestimated his enemy. In fact, it was not Joey's fault. The ability Joey showed was visible to the naked eye. It was nothing more than using cold air to condense objects, and then being able to shape the ice and change the form at will. But on the contrary, Joey knew nothing about Yisha's ability. although there was a sense of non-fighting in it. It was also a fact that Yisha did suppress Joey. After the suppression, of course, kill. Yisha held the sword more tightly. The test was over. The next move was the killing move. But at this moment, a loud noise disrupted Yisha's thoughts. Looking up and looking past Joey, looking towards the coast, Yisha couldn't help but frown. The red fire eagle completed the task assigned by Yisha well. At first, the apostles wanted to use the frozen road created by Joey to move to the sea. Move closer to Yisha. Support Joey. Or double team Yisha. But the red fire eagle ignited flames and smashed a large piece of the ice, making it impossible for the apostles to step on the ice. At the same time, it kept swooping down from the air to harass them, and kept spitting fireballs to attack the coastline. It is not certain that the red fire eagle really caused any damage to the apostles. The main thing is that it is difficult to deal with. The apostles could not do anything with the red fire eagle, and the harassment of the red fire eagle made it difficult for them to go out to sea. Until Nanrongjishur arrived. Nanrongjishur arrived with a dozen apostles, and then one of them defended the attack of the red fire eagle. The other apostles began to jump into the sea and quickly came towards Yisha and Joey. This was not good news for Yisha. It seems there is no time to delay. Yisha looked at Joey and held his sword across the southern border. This battle must end quickly. Joey said nothing. He was suppressed by Yisha and had to rely on others to come to help. This was a blow to his self-esteem. But Joey knew what he should do now. He had to change his strategy from killing Yisha to holding Yisha back. As long as Nanrongjishur and other apostles arrived, Yisha would be dead. Of course, Yisha had to be stopped from escaping. Joey was quite confident about this. Yepa had already run away, and it was almost impossible to catch up with him now. But Yisha also lost his speedboat. If he wanted to cross the sea, he could only swim. How could he escape? Thinking, Joey didn't waste words with Yisha. He suddenly growled and stretched out his hand again to press forward. Crack, crack. The sound of frost condensing sounded again, and then sharp ice spikes emerged from the ice surface, constantly stabbing at Yisha. Yisha jumped back continuously to avoid the ice spikes, then took a deep breath and held the sword Luo Nanjiang horizontally in front of him. Suddenly, the light was bright. The sword of Jian Luo Nanjiang suddenly lit up with a golden light, revealing an indescribable majesty. Like an emperor, it was a feeling of inviolability. Look down on the world. Yisha looked at Joey, smiled grimly, and stretched out his finger to wipe the sword of Jian Luo Nanjiang. The whole world belongs to the king. The moment Yisha finished speaking, the golden light wrapped around the sword suddenly pushed out, turning into a huge golden light circle, covering Yisha and Joey. At the same time, under the feet of Yisha and Joey, in the center of the golden light circle, a golden oriental dragon pattern slowly emerged. Chapter 1143 All under heaven is the king's land. All under heaven is the king's land, domain since the world belongs to you. Everything in the world naturally belongs to you. Within the scope of the domain, all weapons, skills, and abilities used by all targets can be imagined and materialized. The duration is 360 seconds, and the interval between each use is 48 hours. Like the king's holy sword, the sword falls to southern frontier has a unique domain ability. The so-called domain ability, in a broad sense, is the ability that acts within a certain range. As long as it is within the range, it will take effect, and this range is called the domain. But in a narrow sense, the people on the Doomsday train have a consensus. Just like nowadays, if you don't have 1 or 2 items on the treasure list, you are embarrassed to say that you are a master. Domain ability is a synonym for high-end. Except for the weapons, like the king's holy sword and the sword falling in southern Xinjiang. All domain abilities belong to the fantasy ability classification in the treasure list. A detailed ability classification. Therefore, it can be seen that the treasure list symbolizes the basic threshold to enter the ranks of masters, and the fantasy ability is recognized as the most outstanding among all abilities. The combination of the two naturally represents the value of domain ability. Yisha didn't know whether the apostles had this knowledge, but Joey should know the domain ability now. When he saw the golden dragon pattern appear, Joey's face became quite solemn. Joey was alert, and because of the change in strategy, Joey was not in a hurry to take action. He just needed to delay Yisha. The current situation was favorable to Joey. Yisha had no way to cross the sea quickly, as long as Joey was not knocked down. Yi Sha would have enough time to swim across the sea. When other apostles arrived, Yi Sha would be finished. Therefore, Joey was even very rational and positioned himself as long as he could protect himself. But at this moment, crack, crack, Joey suddenly heard some crisp sounds, and then looked at the ground fiercely, and a sharp ice spike suddenly rose from the ground. Joey instinctively leaned back, and the front end of the ice spike brushed Joey's cheek, leaving a bloody wound on Joey's cheek. At the same time, Yi Sha half knelt on the ground, pressing his hands on the ice. Boom, boom, boom. A loud roar suddenly appeared, and then huge icicles rose from the ground, crisscrossing and surrounding Joey, blocking Joey's route and hitting him. Joey quickly retreated, not hiding the astonishment on his face, muttering, "How is this possible?" What Yi Sha was doing now was just like what Joey had done before. The huge icicles that condensed and the attack mode were exactly the same as Joey's before. In astonishment, an icicle rose diagonally from the ground. When Joey found it, it was too late. The icicle hit Joey's back hard. Bang! Joey's body crashed into the ice below, breaking a large piece of the ice. He rolled continuously on the ice. He finally stabilized his body and spurted out a mouthful of blood, staining the ice in front of him red. With Joey's strength, it was not difficult to avoid the impact of those icicles. However, everything in front of him was too surprising for him, causing Joey to lose consciousness for a moment. Of course, the uneasy feeling brought by the pressure also played a role, making it difficult for Joey to remain calm. So Yi Sha was able to hit him with one shot. "You are lucky. You don't have to report to hell this time." Yi Sha looked at Joey, who was vomiting blood, "But next time we meet, you may not be so lucky." Yi Sha did not take advantage of Joey's injury to continue attacking him, but turned around and ran quickly. When Yi Sha ran forward and ran directly out of the range of the ice surface. When he stepped on the sea surface under Yi Sha's feet made a crackling sound and quickly froze. As the seawater froze, a road naturally appeared in front of Yi Sha, allowing him to move forward. Yi Sha planned to leave, if possible. Yi Sha also wanted to kill Joey. Killing a saint's son would undoubtedly be a huge loss and heavy blow to the Apostle Walk. Unfortunately, Yi Sha knew that he did not have such an opportunity, because Nan Rongjishir had already brought the Apostle Walk to the coastline. Yi Sha had to leave. Moreover, the time limit of the All Under Heaven is the King's Land was only 360 seconds. Yi Sha had no time to use this domain ability in battle. He had to use this ability to leave, because, using Joey's ability, he could freeze the sea surface to let Yi Sha leave. But if he swam, Yi Sha didn't think he could get rid of the apostles behind him, especially since Joey could also freeze the sea surface. So, when Yi Sha opened the All Under Heaven is the King's Land, it was not for fighting, but for leaving. When Yi Sha ran a long way, Joey finally came back to his senses from the shock, endured the pain from his body, and quickly chased in the direction of Yi Sha. However, Joey had only chased for about 10 meters. Crack! A bloodthorn bomb was launched under Joey's feet, and a blood ball suddenly broke through the ice and bounced up, then suddenly exploded at the position of Joey's chest, turning into a huge thorn ball. This attack was also sudden. When Joey wanted to dodge, the blood ball had already exploded completely. The only thing Joey could do was to raise his arm. Puff! 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 The sound of a sharp weapon piercing the flesh rang continuously, and the bloodthorn bomb exploded, and several blood thorns pierced into Joey's body. The bloodthorn bomb has limited killing power. It is effective against ordinary zombies and apostles, but it can't cause much damage to Joey. However, from the visual effect, Joey was obviously tricked by Yi Sha again. He looked miserable, with 5 or 6 wounds on his body, and blood was constantly oozing out, staining a large part of Joey's body red. At the same time, the most important point is that Joey was slowed down again. When Joey looked up, Yi Sha had already run a long distance. Asshole! Joey couldn't help but curse. At this time, Nan Rongjishir had already caught up with the apostles and looked at Joey. "Is it okay?" Joey gritted his teeth. "It's okay. It's just skin injuries." Chase! Even though Yi Sha had run far away and the pressure effect had long been invalid, Joey was almost irrational due to anger. After replying to Nan Rongjishir dryly, he ignored his injuries and continued to chase in the direction of Yi Sha. On the other side, Yi Sha was still running, running as fast as he could. Chapter 1144 Island. Yisha was lucky. The sea breeze was blowing from behind. And the sea breeze from behind was not small. This allowed Yisha's wind-sun ability to be used as much as possible. But it was obviously not a good idea to keep running like this, because the opponent could chase him along the ice. So, when Yisha was sure that he had left the apostles far behind, he jumped into the sea, making it impossible for the opponent to grasp his whereabouts. Yisha didn't know how long he had been swimming underwater. Yisha could swim, but he wasn't good at it. However, as long as his physical fitness was strong enough, he could do many things well, such as Yisha's stroke frequency was very fast, and his rhythm was also very good, and he could hold his breath for a very long time, etc. But as for some other knowledge, physical fitness couldn't make up for it, such as how to distinguish directions in the sea. Yisha could only swim randomly. If he couldn't bear it any longer, he would go back to the sea to take a breath, then look for the island, and then dive into the sea to continue swimming. The apostles did not catch up, which was within Yisha's expectation. When they caught up, Yisha had already disappeared. How could they catch up, even though they knew that Yisha had jumped into the sea? The seabed is different from the land. The land has 4 directions: east, south, west and north. The seabed has depth and height, and the vision is far worse than on land. If they can accurately lock onto Yisha, it is still easy to catch up with him because the speed of diving in the sea is not fast. But it is really difficult to find him after he loses his trace. Until the evening, Yisha finally saw an island. At the same time, there were some wind and waves around, and the weather was a little gloomy. Yisha paddled hard and finally walked onto the beach wetly. Suddenly, boom! A thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, and then Yisha felt a little wet on his face. Yisha reached out and touched it, but it was some raindrops falling on his face. Yisha wanted to curse now. It actually rained. If this rain could have fallen a few hours earlier, the demon Joey would have gone to see the king of hell, and it would not be impossible to send Nenrong Shisher away with him. Yisha shook his head. Life is always so dramatic. The rain fell very quickly, and it became heavier in an instant. The black rain clouds in the sky were very low, revealing a feeling of depression. Yisha walked all the way to the island. When the rain was about to fall on Yisha, the rain actually actively spread in all directions and passed over Yisha's body. Where Yisha stood, a vacuum zone was formed, or 2 worlds. Outside Yisha's world, heavy rain was pouring, and the rain was hitting the ground, the leaves, and the weeds, making a constant crisp sound. In Yisha's world, there was no wind or rain, which formed a sharp contrast with the outside world. It seemed that at this moment, the forces of nature were trembling and afraid of Yisha, so they avoided Yisha. Yisha took out the communicator and tried to make contact. There was still a signal, and it could be started smoothly. It must be said that the things produced on the Doomsday train were of high quality. It was fine after being soaked in sea water for several hours. However, surprisingly, although the communicator could operate normally, and the signal was almost full, showing a normal connection, the communication channel could not be connected. Yisha couldn't help but frown. If the communicator given by the boss lady didn't malfunction, then Yepa and Gonlin didn't connect with him. The probability of the former is very low. Since the boss lady gave them the communicator, it naturally means that this communicator is not ordinary. It should be able to communicate under any circumstances, which is worth the boss lady giving it to them. Then it can only be the latter. The possibility of not connecting the communication will make people think that something must have happened. Maybe he's in the middle of a battle, so he might not be available. Yisha curled his lips, because the communicator couldn't connect, which made him feel a little unhappy. But he wasn't too worried. Although Gonlin's strength was temporarily disabled, she still had the underworld wolf by her side, and the red fire eagle should have also rushed back. Not to mention the underworld giant beast and the underworld emperor who had never appeared. As for Nyepa, Yisha was also very confident in Nyepa's strength. Nyepa was a leader among the flight attendants, and one of the flight attendants whose strength was infinitely close to the chief flight attendant. Normally, Nyepa is unlikely to get into trouble. Yisha put away the communicator. Since he could not connect for the time being, Yisha had no choice but to go back and try again. Looking around, what bothered Yisha was where he was. When Yisha was diving, he did not know how to distinguish the direction. He just returned to the sea from time to time to look for the island. Although he finally reached the island, Yisha did not know whether this island was the Aloha Island that Niepa mentioned. As Yisha thought about it, he looked around and felt something strange. There were dense forests, thorns, bushes, and a lot of ferns all around. This seemed a bit abnormal, because this forest environment was very similar to a tropical rainforest. Obviously, from the geographical environment, this island should not have a tropical rainforest. Moreover, as far as Yisha knew, with the peninsula as the starting point, this archipelago was actually a relatively famous tourist destination, and the islands were not deserted islands, except for some private islands purchased by wealthy people. Most of the islands here are inhabited, and the BNBs here are also very famous, with local cultural characteristics. Even, some ancient customs are still preserved, which are very popular with tourists. But, Yisha looked around. This ghost place didn't look like anyone had lived there. Would anyone build a BNB in a tropical rainforest? The answer is obvious. It's a BNB, not a cannibal tribe. Maybe the area of this tropical rainforest is not as large as imagined? It only occupies a small part of the island? Yisha murmured and guessed the possibility, then looked around. He planned to find a high place, preferably a place that could overlook the island, so that he could know what was going on. Yisha was thinking this, when he suddenly heard some subtle noises. Yisha looked down and saw that the soil under his feet had become a little muddy due to the rain. And on the muddy ground, tiny mud bubbles were bubbling, making a puff sound. Suddenly, a crack suddenly appeared on the ground with mud bubbles. And then Yisha saw a long black shadow suddenly jumped out from the ground and stabbed at his face. Chapter 11:45 Plant Movement. The attack came very suddenly, but since Yisha had heard the sound in advance, he naturally could not be hit. The moment the black shadow rushed up, Yisha suddenly leaned back and dodged the attack with a move similar to the iron bridge. After dodging the attack, Yisha jumped back to distance himself and then looked forward. It was a vine-like plant, about the thickness of a thumb, brown-black, and seemed very hard, with dense small thorns growing on it. The vine thorn missed the target, but it obviously had no intention of giving up. It immediately rushed forward, stretched straight, and stabbed Yisha like a sharp sword. Yisha stood still without moving. At this moment, Yisha was fearless. Puff, puff. Suddenly, the wind surged, and the vine thorn froze in midair, then broke into several pieces and fell to the ground. However, the attack was not over yet. The vines wrapped around the branches suddenly dropped from above, like a poisonous snake, and rolled towards Yisha. Yisha turned his head to the side, and with just a glance, the wind around him was disturbed, and the two vines were directly cut into pieces and fell to the ground. Then Yisha looked around. The ground was shaking, like a slight earthquake. The ground began to shake, and then Yisha found that countless plants around him were moving, and dozens of dense vines hung down from the trees, surrounding Yisha. Yisha murmured, "Is there a corpse flower hidden in this place?" The ancient species also included plants, but most of those plants were aggressive. But they did not have biological characteristics. That is, they took action. Most of the attack methods are based on toxins, said temptation, corrosion, etc. And the current one that can move, with a probability of more than 90%, can be determined as a corpse flower. Of course, it is also possible that the ancient species is infected by a plant virus. But in this case, it can actually be classified as a corpse flower, not a pure ancient species, or it is more accurate to describe it as a corpse ancient species. But no matter what, this plant that looks like a tropical rainforest is obviously problematic. The next moment, the dozens of vines hanging from the tree suddenly moved, like a poisonous snake showing its ferocious fangs, full of aggression, rushing towards Yisha from all directions, attacking Yisha. Yisha narrowed his eyes. The wind around him rolled again, and the falling rain suddenly froze in midair, as if time had stopped. The rain formed a large rain curtain, and then when the vines surged up, they were blocked out. No matter how the vines hit the rain curtain, they could only create ripples on the rain curtain, and could not break through the rain curtain's defense. Snap! Yisha casually stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and the surrounding rain curtain collapsed, and countless water liquid spread out in all directions, like the sharpest knife in the world. The dozen vines were almost cut into pieces in the blink of an eye, and fell to the ground in pieces, constantly wriggling. But at this moment, a fern on the side of Yisha suddenly shook. The fern's leaves were long and thin, and suddenly became extremely hard, and then shot out, densely packed with hundreds of them. Like a machine gun, Yisha waved his hand carelessly, and the flying attack of the leaves seemed vulnerable in Yisha's eyes. He waved his hand casually, and the wind swept through the air, and then the leaves were blown away and pierced into the muddy ground. However, when the leaves were blown away, Yisha heard a noise coming from behind again. A big tree actually bent down, and the intertwined branches were like big hands, grabbing directly towards Yisha's head. Yisha put his 2 fingers together, forming a sword-like gesture, and then swept it behind him. Wind and rain become swords. The wind behind Yisha rolled back, and the rain quickly condensed into a sword shape, slashing fiercely behind him. Crack! The branches that kept stretching toward Yisha's back were cut off immediately. And the giant tree certainly didn't get away with it either, as it was swept by the rain sword and was cut off immediately. Boom! The huge tree trunk fell down and hit the ground fiercely. Yisha looked at the fallen tree trunk and frowned. It seems that I have to take back my previous speculation. There seems to be more than one corpse flower in this place. Corpse flower is just a general term. It does not mean that it must be a flower. But all corpse plants infected with plant viruses can be classified as corpse flowers. Therefore, tree-shaped corpse flowers also exist. However, the problem now is obviously not just the big tree. The surrounding vines, some shrubs, some ferns, and roots buried underground. These things will suddenly attack. The most important thing is that these are definitely not a plant. This surprised Yisha a little, which means that there is not only one corpse flower here, but several corpse flowers. Even more than Yisha imagined. Yisha looked up and looked around, always having a strange feeling, as if all the plants in this place are alive, dancing in the wind, and will attack him at any time. This is indeed the case. Boom! The ground not far in front of Yisha suddenly made a cracking sound, and then a large piece of mud was spread out in all directions. A huge gray-black tree root sprang out from the ground, as thick as a bucket, like a giant python, and hit Yisha fiercely. Yisha still did not move his feet. This was not enough for Yisha to dodge. Facing the huge rhizome, Yisha casually stretched out his hand. The rain was suspended in the air again, forming a rain curtain, blocking all attacks for Yisha. Bang! At this time, the rhizome hit the rain curtain, and the rain curtain continued to ripple, blocking the rhizome from falling. The rhizome seemed to be stuck to the rain curtain, constantly squirming, and then split into countless tiny rhizomes. Those tiny roots pierced the rain curtain, and then kept spinning, like a drill, using this method to pierce the rain curtain bit by bit. Puff! Finally, a tiny root pierced the rain curtain and came directly to Yisha, stabbing down towards Yisha's eyes. But at the moment of stabbing, Yisha suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the tiny root. It seems that if you don't take it seriously, you guys who don't know what you are will get more and more. Yisha, don't you know that you are bathing in the wind and rain? Puff! Yisha's palm suddenly exerted force and tore the root off. Yisha, and I am this piece of wind and rain. Chapter 1146 Communication. Bang, bang, bang. The moment Yisha finished speaking, the raindrops falling around him suddenly became more intense. Moreover, the raindrops suddenly became extremely heavy, as if all the raindrops were made of metal, constantly hitting the ground, making the sound of heavy objects hitting. Then, thumb-sized holes kept appearing on the ground. The surrounding plants were pierced by the rain and became tattered. The big trees seemed to be very solid, but in just a moment, they were constantly pierced by the raindrops and became bumpy. Yisha sneered, took a step forward, and looked into the distance. The rain in front of Yisha condensed into a water ball, and then continued to stretch to both sides, becoming longer and longer, forming a crescent-shaped water blade that was more than 10 meters long. Pushing forward. Unstoppable. The water blade pushed forward, and no plant could stop the advancement of the water blade, and was cut off mercilessly. One by one, the big trees kept falling and smashing on the ground, crisscrossing, and the surrounding plants were completely cut in two by the water blade. In a short moment, the world seemed to be quiet. Only the rain continued to fall, hitting the ground and the plants, still making a bang-bang sound, like hammering. The surrounding plants finally stopped moving. Those chopped plants naturally couldn't move even if they wanted to. As for the ones farther away, Yi Sha believed that there were still corpse flowers, but he didn't continue to attack. I don't know if it was because of fear. Yi Sha continued to move forward. The rain was getting heavier, and Yi Sha didn't encounter any more attacks. After walking for about half an hour, Yi Sha finally found a cave deep in the forest. The cave was not big, only about 10 square meters. Rather than a cave, it was a depression where the mountain wall was close to the ground. Yi Sha entered the cave and sat down on a rock casually, looking at the raindrops falling outside the cave. He felt a little hungry and took out a pack of compressed biscuits from his backpack and started to eat. At this time, the communicator suddenly made a slight sound and vibration. Yi Sha took it out and saw that it was Nyep applying for a communication channel. Yi Sha answered the call casually. I contacted you before, but you didn't respond. Is there a problem? Nyep, it's just a small problem, but it has been solved. Since you contacted me, does it mean that you have also gotten rid of those apostles? Yi Sha, of course. Otherwise, do you think you are talking to a ghost? Nyep, your current location? Yi Sha looked outside the cave. I don't know. I'm not even sure if I have arrived at Aloha Island. There seems to be a large area of forest on this island, similar to a tropical rainforest. Nyep, most islands have trees. I can't tell whether you are on Aloha Island just by this. However, tropical rainforest? Although I have seen large areas of trees here, it is not as good as a tropical rainforest. Yi Sha, it seems that we are not on the same island. Nyep, so, do you want to meet up? Should I go to find you? Or do you find a way to come here? I just found 2 barrels of gasoline, and I am going to refuel the speedboat. Yi Sha thought for a while. No need to come. This island may be troublesome. If you come here, you will probably be attacked. Nyep, the walking apostles? That's not a problem. There are walking apostles on every island now. I just killed a few of them 10 minutes ago. Yi Sha, not the walking apostles, but corpse flowers. There seem to be a lot of corpse flowers on this island, in all shapes and sizes. Nyep frowned. Corpse flowers? Yes. Yi Sha, there are quite a lot of them, which are a bit unusual. Plant viruses do exist, of course, but plant viruses themselves are mutant viruses, which are relatively rare, and their branches are not many. At the same time, it is much more difficult for plants to be infected with viruses than corpses and organisms, because all corpse flowers can be classified as mutant zombies. Given these 2 points, corpse flowers are actually rare. Usually, in places with dense vegetation, 1 or 2 corpse flowers are enough. It is almost impossible for a large area to be infected with plant viruses like the current one. Yi Sha, I am thinking whether the water spirit Moya has affected the plants on this island and caused large-scale mutations. Nyep, I think you can ask the boss lady. Yi Sha nodded. I think so. Nyep, then, contact me anytime if you have anything. Yi Sha cut off the communication and contacted the boss lady. The boss lady established the communication very quickly. It was obvious that the boss lady did nothing but was responsible for providing communication and intelligence. Yi Sha didn't waste any words and directly told the boss lady about his current situation. The boss lady thought for a while and gave a negative answer. I think this incident is most likely not related to the water spirit Moya. The boss lady, there should be other reasons for the corpse transformation of those plants. Oh! Yi Sha was puzzled, but judging from the current situation, the appearance of corpse flowers on such a large scale is very abnormal. If it is not the water spirit Moya, what else could it be? The boss lady, the power of the water spirit Moya mainly acts on creatures in the sea, affecting the ancient species in the sea. If there are living aquatic creatures, they will probably be affected. Yi Sha, so, the radiation doesn't reach the land? Lady boss, that's not necessarily true. There may be a slight impact, but it's unlikely to have a large-scale impact. And it's not amphibians or anything like that. But plants. If it's seaweed or something, it's possible. Yi Sha, then what's the matter with the corpse flowers in this place? Lady boss, I can't answer this question, but I think it's good for you to investigate this matter while searching for the water spirit Moya. Plant viruses that can cause large-scale plant alienation into corpse flowers are also quite remarkable. Yi Sha nodded. Understood. The boss lady, you can contact me anytime if you have any questions. My mission this time is to provide unconditional logistical support. By the way, Nyep and Mu Jian have already gone there. Yi Sha, it's no use asking the deputy conductor to come over. The problem now is that there are too few people searching. The boss lady, I can't do anything about this. Many of the crew members who were on the mission at this station have not returned. However, Mr. Malfarian is already selecting the death carriages, and will soon send a large number of death carriage members there. Yi Sha, as soon as possible. In the current situation, even if I am willing, I can't do much. Chapter 1147 Rocky Mountain. After cutting off the communication with the proprietress, Yi Sha could not help but ponder. What happened on the island was actually not related to the water elf Moya. This surprised Yi Sha. Is it just that there was a large-scale outbreak of plant viruses on this island? Yi Sha murmured, and then denied this. Zombie viruses all broke out on a large scale and spread very quickly. Otherwise, it would not be possible to form the end of the world. Plant viruses also have this characteristic. But the infection rate of plant viruses is relatively low. Even if plant viruses break out on a large scale, they will not create too many corpse flowers. Besides, in a place full of plants like the forest, it is certain that there are few people. So the probability of a large-scale virus is naturally very low. So, combining the two, if it is purely a plant virus that creates a large number of corpse flowers, this possibility cannot be said to be non-existent. But it is infinitely close to zero. It seems that it is indeed worth investigating. Yi Sha walked to the entrance of the cave, looking at the heavy rain that did not weaken at all, and couldn't help laughing. It seems that God still favors me. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult for Yi Sha to search for the traces of the water spirit Moya, and even investigate why there are so many corpse flowers on this island. However, the current situation is not normal, because it is raining now, and it is raining heavily. This makes everything simple for Yi Sha. Yi Sha walked into the rain. This time, Yi Sha did not block the rain, but let the rain fall on him, washing his body. And then, Yi Sha slowly closed his eyes. The rain soaked Yi Sha's body completely. With a slight chill, Yi Sha stood there motionless, and soon entered a subtle feeling, as if his body was completely integrated into the rain, and merged with the surrounding rain. If it was far away, without the sight falling on Yi Sha, even Yi Sha's existence could not be felt. Similarly, Yi Sha was also immersed in a very mysterious feeling at this moment. Yi Sha could also clearly feel every wind flow passing through the air, and every raindrop falling. The wind blew through the leaves, making a rustling sound, and the raindrops fell on the grass, making a paw-paw sound. Everything seemed to appear in front of Yi Sha. At this moment, Yi Sha seemed to own the whole world. Or it should be said in a more precise way, the place covered by this heavy rain, the place where the wind blew, at this moment, is Yi Sha's world. Yi Sha can see the darkest corners of this world. No matter how to hide, escape, or cover, it cannot escape Yi Sha's eyes. Because this wind and that rain are all Yi Sha's eyes. Yi Sha used the wind and rain around him to sense everything. Found it. Suddenly, Yi Sha opened his eyes and murmured, I didn't expect there would be such a place on this small island. It seems that there might be a surprise this time. I just don't know if the water elf Moya is there. The moment Yi Sha finished speaking, his body suddenly jumped to the side. And then Yi Sha began to run, walking through the rain, blending into the wind and rain. The ability of the Son of Wind was also maximized at this moment, making Yi Sha's speed incredibly fast. Yi Sha quickly shuttled through the wind and rain. The plants around him moved strangely, which made Yi Sha realize that there were more corpse flowers in this place than he had imagined. Moreover, as he ran along, Yi Sha even suspected that the corpse flowers would probably cover the entire island. Of course, not every plant is a corpse flower, but there is a corpse flower at a certain distance, and it is inevitable that there are several corpse flowers in an area. By this calculation, there may be tens of thousands of corpse flowers on this island, and this number can be said to make people feel extremely terrified. However, it is impossible that all corpse flowers are very powerful. If every one of them is like the one in Yi Sha's hand, then Yi Sha will be in big trouble, even more than being chased by Nanrong Jisher and Xiaoyi, two saints, and a large group of apostles. Most of the corpse flowers are relatively weak, not because of their growth, but because they are complete plants. But their strength is not strong, or it can be understood that the upper limit is limited. After these plants move slightly, they seem to be afraid of Yi Sha, or afraid of the wind and rain, and retreated quickly, and did not dare to attack Yi Sha. This was really good news for Yi Sha. If it weren't for the sudden rain, it would have been difficult for him to get out of the forest. After leaving the forest, At the edge of the forest, Yisha saw a towering rocky mountain, which formed a sharp contrast with the forest. There were no plants on the mountain, not even weeds. It was bare, like a huge, irregular stone. Yisha began to climb. The surroundings of the rocky mountain were very steep, and there was no so-called mountain path. Yisha could only climb up the rocky mountain in a way that was almost like rock climbing. However, Yisha's goal was not the top of the mountain, but above the halfway point, about 2/3 of the rocky mountain. That place was very hidden, located on a very steep mountain wall, almost at a right angle, and then a layer of white rock covered the place Yisha was looking for. After digging out the white rock, a huge crack was revealed. The concealment of this place is unimaginable. It is at a very high place, and the outer layer is covered with white rock. If it weren't for the rain directly penetrating in, Yisha believed that he would not be able to find this place even if he stayed on the island for a lifetime. Fortunately, Yisha was lucky. A heavy rain allowed Yisha to discover this place. The most important thing was that Yisha felt some special power in it. If nothing unexpected happened, there was something here that caused the plants on the island to mutate into corpse flowers. At the same time, the things here made Yisha feel very familiar. Or, Yisha should use a clearer statement. There are things left over from ancient civilizations in this place. Stone tablets, stone balls, stone coffins. Yisha could clearly feel that there were similar things here. Drawing out his sword and landing in Nanjiang, Yisha slashed the exposed crack with all his strength, making it bigger until it was big enough for him to get in. Tick, tick. The sound of water drops hitting the ground. After getting in the crack, Yisha did not fall as he had imagined. Behind the crack was the ground, and Yisha's feet stepped directly on it. In fact, the height of this place was a bit low, and Yisha could not walk upright at all. He could only bend over and slowly move forward. Chapter 11:48 Two Vines. Yisha did not walk in this position for too long. The deeper he went, the wider the terrain became. Yisha could gradually stand up straight. This space was obviously located in the mountain. It was not as big as imagined, at least compared with the long ling that Yisha had been to. This place was only a small place, and it looked like it was formed naturally. However, there were very few natural parts. After Yisha walked forward about 20 meters, he saw the man-made part. The surrounding mountain walls were obviously polished. Of course, due to the passage of time, they became uneven. But compared with the naturally formed parts, there were obvious differences. Those polished parts were engraved with some words, patterns, or symbols. Yisha had no way to judge, because he didn't recognize them at all. Moreover, what made Yisha frown was that these patterns were not the kind of words on ancient relics. Even an outsider could see that the two were different, and the shape rules were completely different. Those patterns feel like tribal totems of some ancient civilization. If you choose between words, patterns, and symbols, Yisha feels that they are more like patterns, purely a symbol of civilization or culture. As for the patterns on the relics of ancient civilizations, even if you don't know them, you can feel that they are words. Just like historical documents, the arrangement is not meaningless, but is narrating something. This is not good news, which means that what exists here may not be the same as Yisha imagined. But Yisha still believes in his feelings, and should not be wrong. Yisha continued to walk forward, and the traces of human construction became more obvious. But there was no passage or anything like that. It seemed that people in the past did not build anything here, but just made simple repairs. Then, Yisha looked diagonally forward, where there were some towering rocks, covered with large shadows. Humph! Yisha snorted lightly, then stretched out his hand and waved it forward. And the wind immediately surged around, quickly moving forward, turning into two wind blades, fiercely slashing the two rocks. Boom! Boom! The two rocks exploded quickly, and countless pieces of rubble splashed in all directions. Then Yisha could see something clearly crawling behind the rocks and retreating quickly. What kind of plant is it? Yisha looked at the two strips and felt that they were vines or something. Although Yisha's perception was extremely sensitive due to the wind and rain from all directions, he could clearly feel that there was something hiding behind the two rocks, and it was ready to strike, as if it was going to give Yisha a strong blow when he passed by. However, it was true that he could sense something, but Yisha was not sure what it was. The next moment, Yisha suddenly jumped forward. Yisha did not intend to let the other party retreat easily. Clang! The The sound of the sword being unsheathed rang out, and Yisha directly drew out the king's holy sword. And the golden sword body emitted a dazzling light. The golden light illuminated the surroundings, allowing Yisha to see everything more clearly. Sure enough, Yisha saw the two shadows clearly. They were indeed two vines, not very thick, about the thickness of a baby's wrist, covered with fine thorns, and very scary hooks. This kind of hook can not only scratch a person's body, but also easily peel off flesh and blood from a person. Yisha swung his hand without hesitation, and two wind blades swung forward, fiercely cutting two vines. Bang! Bang! Unexpectedly, the two vines were not easily cut off by Yisha, and the wind blades slashed on the vines, making a sound of metal clashing. The two vines seemed to be made of some metal. Interesting, Yisha muttered, then quickly moved forward, sideways, and passed between two vines, and then intercepted between the two vines. The two vines attacked Yisha without hesitation, and after being stretched straight, they stabbed Yisha fiercely like two spears. Clang! Clang! Yisha raised the king's holy sword and swept it left and right, blocking the two vines. But at this moment, the two vines suddenly softened, slithered like snakes, and quickly wrapped around Yisha's ankles. Yisha immediately thrust the king's holy sword into the ground, then leaped up, dodging the attack of the two vines with the support of the king's holy sword, and then raised his hand and pressed it down. Shockwave! The invisible force blasted out, and the ground made a sound, and was directly crushed by the invisible force of the shockwave. But the two vines did not seem to be destroyed and continued to cruise. Yisha thought about it, leaned back, and then floated out. After landing, Yisha thrust the king's holy sword into the ground, and then stretched out his hand to imagine the endless bow. Burning arrows! The flaming arrows flew forward and burned after landing. The surrounding ground seemed to be doused with gasoline, causing the flames to spread rapidly. Almost instantly, the two vines squirmed and began to retreat without hesitation. Sure enough, Yisha curled his lips. Even if it looks like metal, plants are plants, and they are naturally afraid of fire. The two vines were obviously afraid of the burning arrows, and they kept shrinking back at a very fast speed. Yisha put down the infinity bow, then grabbed the king's holy sword and began to chase forward. Yisha did not continue to attack. He had many ways to ignite the flames in his hands, but Yisha felt that following the two vines might be a better choice. Those two vines might lead him to find what he wanted. After a moment, Yisha was sure that his idea was correct. After running dozens of meters, Yisha found that the surroundings were a little more spacious, and this place was not as dark as before. It seemed that light was shining into the mountain from somewhere, and Yisha saw a stone slab embedded in the mountain wall at the top, with several simple patterns carved on it. Yisha was quite familiar with these patterns. Or rather, those patterns were the characters that appeared on the relics of ancient civilizations. There were 9 characters in total, and Yisha even knew 4 of them, although he didn't know their meanings. They all appeared on the relics of ancient civilizations in Yisha's hands. Since he was sure of the idea in his mind, Yisha would naturally not hesitate and speed it up to move forward. The length of the two vines was beyond imagination. Yisha felt that he must have run hundreds of meters all the way, which meant that the two vines were at least hundreds of meters long. Chapter 1149 Countless Vines. This actually amazed Yisha, as the vines of his own corpse flower didn't seem to be this long. Although the corpse flower vines were different from some other things. The longer they were, the better. And the longer they were, the more terrifying they were. And just at this moment, Yisha finally reached the end. This was a large space, with circular rings on both sides. Of course, irregular, and clear light could be seen on the top. Because if you looked up, you could see a crack about 10 meters long on the top. And along the crack you could see the clouds in the sky and the falling rain. But what really concerned Yisha was in front. There were some things piled up near the mountain wall, which looked like the remains of a certain ruin. Yisha saw 3 huge collapsed stone pillars, 2 of which were still stacked together and covered with moss. In front of the stone pillars, there was a stone platform. Something seemed to be carved on the edge. A piece in the lower left corner was missing, causing the entire platform to tilt to the side. On the other side of the platform, there were some pure stones, but the color and appearance of those stones looked like they were chiseled from some building. Not the stones that should be in this place. Is this what I'm looking for? Yisha asked himself in his heart, and then quickly rejected it. The pillars, stones, and rubble all exuded an ancient atmosphere. They were probably ancient relics that had experienced countless years. But these were not what Yisha was looking for. These were not the relics of ancient civilizations that Yisha was looking for. Where is it? Yisha quickly scanned the surroundings. Slowly approached. And then his eyes lit up. On the right side of the stone platform, Yisha finally found what he was looking for. It seemed to be a piece of stone. Very small. Only the size of 2 palms. As if it was stuck on the stone platform. Covered by moss. And not easy to be found. In terms of shape, Yisha felt that this thing was a bit like an ancient Chinese bronze mirror. And there was a small arc outlined on the inner circle of the edge. As if to make it look better. But Yisha knew that it was definitely not a bronze mirror or something like that. Because that thing was made of stone. The relics of that ancient civilization were all made of stone. The only thing that made Yisha sure was that he had found the right thing. There were very few words on the stone tablet. Far less than Noah's stele or the sarcophagus. Yisha could only see one word, which was engraved in the center of the stone tablet. The good news was that this word was something Yisha had never seen before, which meant it was a new word. That was enough. Yisha finally found what he was looking for. Yisha knew that the objects left behind by that ancient civilization all had some mysterious power. It is not clear what the effect of Noah's stone tablet is. The stone box of ancient civilization can create snake people. The stone ball of ancient civilization can create dragon phantoms. And the stone coffin of ancient civilization can produce evolution. And this piece of stone from ancient civilization is most likely related to the large number of corpse flowers. Just like the stone coffin of ancient civilization can produce evolution. This piece of stone can probably cause plants to mutate or evolve. Yisha guessed so. And then quickly approached. But at this moment, boom, boom, there was a sudden rumble around. And then Yisha felt the ground beneath his feet suddenly tremble. Then, vines. Countless vines. Vines identical to the 2 vines that had escaped earlier suddenly appeared from the cracks in the stones. Behind the ruins, and above the cave wall, they appeared from all directions. Like a tide, densely packed with hundreds of them. Those vines that appeared did not stop at all, and showed strong hostility the moment Yisha wanted to approach, and then quickly stabbed at Yisha. Yisha raised his eyebrows, and immediately stretched out his hand to wave forward. The rain that fell from the crack above his head quickly fell in front of Yisha, forming a large rain curtain that blocked Yisha's way. Puff, puff, puff. The vines pierced the rain curtain, and then made a muffled sound. And then countless ripples appeared densely on the rain curtain, each of which was only the size of a fist, and swayed in circles. Yisha grabbed the infinite bow, and then with 2 fingers, he pulled the bowstring open. Puff, puff. The sound of flames burning and jumping rang out from the front of the infinite bow. And then, the burning arrow was materialized by Yisha's imagination. Get out of my way, Yisha shouted. And the fingers holding the bowstring loosened. And the burning arrow flew forward. When the burning arrow was about to hit the rain curtain immediately swayed. And the vines blocked by the rain curtain immediately rushed in from the gap. However, those vines that rushed in did not have time to kill or even attack Yisha. And they directly met the burning arrow. With a bang, the flames spread, and the vines were covered by the flames, and then burned wildly. This made Yisha happy. Although the vines seemed to have the characteristics of metal, Yisha once again confirmed that the vines were still plants, afraid of flames, and flammable. Such a clear weakness is naturally much easier to deal with. When the flames spread, the vines quickly retreated, but did not give up blocking Yisha as imagined, but quickly dispersed. Obviously, those vines seemed to have some intelligence, and the other party abandoned the burning vines. Then the unburned vines rushed towards Yisha again and continued to attack. But as soon as those vines rushed in from the gap in the rain curtain, Yisha raised his right hand. Snap! Yisha casually snapped his fingers. And then the gap in the rain curtain suddenly closed. The edge of the gap became extremely sharp, directly cutting off all the vines that rushed in. Yisha looked at the dense vines with contempt. Because of the cracks above and the heavy rain, the battle became easier. Yisha looked forward. The main body should be here soon. Those vines could not be the main body of the corpse flower. Only a few plants have only vines, such as creepers. So, it is highly likely that those vines still have a main body, which is the so-called main flower. At the same time, boom, boom, along with the roar, the ground trembled again, and cracks appeared in the surrounding rock walls. To Yishaw's surprise, the main body of the other party did not come out from the ground, but from the top of his head. From the crack, a large area of vegetation crawled out from around the crack, covering a large area of the surrounding rock wall with green. At the same time, a huge black flower squirmed and slowly appeared in Yishaw's sight. Chapter 1150 Black Corpse Flower. The huge black corpse flower covered the crack above, and it was so huge that it was unimaginable. Yishaw had a corpse flower himself, so he would subconsciously compare it. Then Yishaw was surprised to find that if he only looked at the main flower, his corpse flower seemed not as big as the one in front of him. This was really a surprising thing. When the corpse flower completely blocked the crack, the surrounding vines came again. Yishaw had killed many vines, but the vines of the corpse flower were obviously more than expected. If Yishaw's corpse flower won by quality, each vine was thick and powerful. Then, the vines of the corpse flower in front of him obviously won by quantity. Those vines were not very powerful when separated, but when they were gathered together, they were like a tide, which was very terrifying. But, is it useful? Yishaw took out the red flame bomb, pulled out the red crystal bar from it, clamped it between his fingers, and then threw it forward. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions continued, and 3 huge fireballs exploded in the air in front of Yishaw, one after another, forming a huge barrier. As soon as the vines rushed over, they were swallowed by the fireballs and burned fiercely. The more vines there are, the more powerful the flames will be, because the fire will spread faster. No matter how many vines there are, Yishaw can block them. Above his head, the black corpse flower kept opening and closing its petals, as if expressing anger in this way. Then Yishaw saw the light and colored stamens in the center suddenly open to the surroundings. Dark green liquid suddenly dripped from Yishaw's head. Ghost step. Yishaw could guess what the dark green liquid was, and immediately moved in a large area and dodged to the side. Hiss. The dark green liquid fell on the ground, and a lot of white smoke rose. The rocks below were corroded in an instant, and continued to dissolve and collapse. Sure enough, Yishaw showed an expression that was not expected. Although the corpse flowers have some different characteristics, their attack patterns are still relatively similar. Vines, corrosive liquids, plant thorns, entanglement, toxins. These are the more common means of attack of corpse flowers. No matter what type of corpse flower it is, it usually has 2 or 3 of these attack capabilities. At the same time, while Yishaw dodged, those vines surged from all directions, waving in the air, shaking out S-shaped arcs, and whipping at Yishaw. Bang, bang, bang. The vines kept hitting the surrounding rock walls, breaking them up, and then continued to chase Yishaw. Yishaw's body was very flexible and fast, but he couldn't move in the narrow space, and was soon forced into a corner by the vines. Moreover, in Yishaw's opinion, the corpse flower above his head did have some wisdom. At least it didn't repeat the same mistake. Those vines no longer rushed up all at once, but learned to make detours, so that the flames could be prevented from spreading. Even if Yishaw used the burning arrows or the red flame bombs again, he could only burn a part of them. But, Yishaw looked up. Do you think this will work? Because the corpse flower was too big. When it appeared above the crack, it almost completely covered the crack and the rain falling from the sky. But, in other words, this means that the corpse flower is completely exposed to the heavy rain. Snap! Yishaw casually snapped his fingers. Let this all end. Puff, puff, puff. A loud noise suddenly came from the corpse flower, and then the raindrops falling from the sky became extremely sharp, piercing the huge black corpse flower. Countless small holes appeared densely on the petals, and then the black corpse flower began to wriggle wildly, and a huge hole was directly torn at the pistil, almost tearing the corpse flower completely apart. Boom! Lightning flashed across the sky. Then the wind flow around surged, quickly condensed together, and turned into a huge wind blade, slashing down fiercely. The huge wind blade completely cut off the roots of the black corpse flower, and then the corpse flower fell from the crack, rolled along the rock wall, and hit the ground hard. The vines surging around seemed to lose their strength in an instant, drooping weakly and drooping on the ground. With just one blow, Yishaw destroyed the corpse flower. Yishaw did not intend to kill the corpse flower directly, but took out the space flower pot and released his own corpse flower. Go! Yishaw touched the vines of the corpse flower. That's your food. Enjoy it. Yisha's corpse flower shook its vines to express its joy. And then it rushed out all of a sudden. The vines quickly wrapped around the black corpse flower that was not completely dead, secreted corrosive liquid, and began to devour it. Yisha bypassed the corpse flower that was eating, came to the edge of the ruins, reached out and grabbed the nearly round stone piece, pulled it hard, and easily pulled the stone piece off. Yisha was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized that the stone piece was not integrated with the stone platform, but was stuck on it for some unknown reason. So it was pulled off casually. At the same time, there were not one, but two characters on the round piece, one on the front and one on the back, both of which Yisha had never seen before. As for the power of the stone piece, based on the situation on the island, Yisha guessed that it must be related to plants, and could cause the same effect as plant viruses, causing those plants to mutate or evolve. Of course, Yisha still needs to study the details, but he thinks this island can be used, if it is done properly. Yisha found that there seemed to be a lot of golden skull coins in front of him. Hey! Yisha kicked the corpse flower vines with his feet. Have you finished eating? After eating, it's time to work. A corpse flower vine came to Yisha's feet and rubbed it intimately. Yisha patted the corpse flower vine. I need corpse flower seeds. You move from underground. Go to the island to find them, and then collect them all and bring them back. Do you understand? The corpse flower shook its vines back and forth to show that it knew. Yisha smiled, then swallow the guy quickly, and go quickly after swallowing it. The corpse flower no longer slowly corroded the black corpse flower, but tore the black corpse flower into pieces with its vines, and then used its main flower to swallow it all at once. Chapter 1151 Corpse Flower Seeds. Yisha temporarily uses Rock Mountain as a base. In Yisha's opinion, this island may be a treasure house. If his idea is realized, he will be able to obtain a large number of gold skull coins, and the value lies in the corpse flower seeds. Since there are corpse flowers, there should be corpse flower seeds. This is a very natural idea. There are a large number of corpse flowers on this island. So are there a large number of corpse flower seeds? This depends on the results of the corpse flower search. But Yisha has already calculated it in his mind. There are corpse flower seeds for sale on Doomsday train, but they are all low-end products. After all, corpse flowers are still very rare, and the number of seeds is of course also rare. So the corpse flower seeds on Doomsday train are often out of stock. This kind of low-end corpse flower seeds can probably make things like creepers become very thick, like the thickness of an arm, and then attack, or like a cactus ball. It will become the size of a head and then shoot spikes. Otherwise, the changes in form are not big, mainly used to release toxins, hallucinations, spore attacks, etc. In general, the corpse flower seeds produced on the Doomsday train are all garbage, compared with the one in Yisha's hand. It is the difference between gold and sand. At the same time, even low-end corpse flower seeds cannot become combat power immediately. Although the growth period is much shorter, it still takes a certain period of growth. Even so, these low-end corpse flower seeds are priced between 3 and 5 gold skull coins, and are quite popular. After they are out of stock, people often ask about them, and wait for the boss lady to restock them before buying them. As for corpse flower seeds with ancient bloodline, like the one in Yisha's hand, we don't even know what the specific bloodline is, or whether it will be strong after growing up. But they can be sold for 25 gold skulls, and that's just the average price. Moreover, these corpse flower seeds are all private transactions, and the dining car doesn't sell them at all. Of course, there is a gamble in this. After the seeds grow up, the value may be far more than this price, or it may be less than this price. Anyway, things with the nature of gambling are usually more inflated. But no matter what, the average price of the transaction is there. Yisha felt happy when he thought of this. If he could find enough flowers from those low-end seeds, it would be a huge sum of money. And those with the blood of ancient species. Such a large island. As long as Yisha could find 3 or 4, he would make a lot of money. Yisha grinned. The requirements are not high. I will be satisfied if I can get 200 gold skull coins. Thinking of this, Yisha was already looking forward to the corpse flower to bring him good news. At the same time, looking at the sky, the dark clouds have dispersed a little. Although there are still raindrops, they are obviously much smaller. It is estimated that it will stop in 2 or 3 hours. This is another good news that Yisha found. This archipelago has a temperate marine climate. It is in the westerly belt all year round, and is deeply affected by the marine air mass. There are warm currents passing along the coast. There is no severe cold in winter, and no scorching heat in summer. There is precipitation all year round, and more in autumn and winter. Or to be more direct, this archipelago is a rainy belt, with rainfall all year round. And the rainy season is very frequent, and it may rain at any time. Even, the sky was blue one minute, and it was cloudy and rainy the next minute. This was great news for Yisha. If 8 directions wind and rain wanted to exert 100% of its power, there must be wind and rain. Wind guaranteed the lower limit of the tidal of 8 directions wind and rain, because there were very few windless areas. Rain guaranteed the upper limit of the tidal of 8 directions wind and rain. When the wind and rain were mixed, Yisha could even get the terrifying power to break the wrist of the deputy train. This kind of rainy belt is naturally quite friendly to Yisha, allowing him to exert super strong combat power. At the same time, as long as it rains, Yisha can sense the area covered by rain with wind and rain, and use this to find the water spirit Moya. Of course, it is quite regrettable at present. Yisha has used this method to search the entire island in a short time, but there is no trace of the water spirit Moya. Therefore, the water spirit Moya is not on this island, or even in the surrounding sea area. Yisha pondered the current situation. Because Corpse Flower had to find a way to find and collect Corpse Flower seeds, Yisha had to stay here for the time being. Secondly, manpower was still a big problem. If the people from Doomsday train did not arrive, the apostles would definitely have the upper hand. And Yisha was powerless to change anything about this. Fighting. Even if Yisha was good at fighting, he couldn't fight a group alone every time. Besides, the apostles were not all soft persimmons. The other side had Joey and Nanrongjishir to support them. Search. Yisha's search speed could never be faster than that of hundreds of apostles. Therefore, not only Yisha, but everyone who arrived at the moment was quite helpless. Harassing the apostles as much as possible was actually a nice way of saying it. To put it bluntly, it was just to survive first. If I had known it would rain, Yisha touched his chin and murmured, I should have lured Joey to this island and killed him. Forget it. And that woman. It shouldn't be easy to succeed either. Yisha was confident that if he entered the state of 8-direction wind and rain without Joey knowing him, he would be able to kill Joey with a thunderbolt before he could react. But Nanrongjishir had fought with Yisha before, and knew his title of 8-direction wind and rain. So he thought this method would not work. After all, the two were together at the time. While he was daydreaming, there was a sudden noise on the ground around Yisha. And then the corpse flower vines suddenly came out. When the rolled vines dispersed, Yisha's eyes lit up. Corpse flower seeds. 7 corpse flower seeds in total. Yisha immediately picked up the corpse flower seeds and took a closer look. They were not good stuff. They were all low-quality corpse flower seeds. Yisha would not even bother to let the corpse flower swallow them to increase its strength. However, how long had the corpse flower been away from him? Yisha looked at the time. It was only about 3 hours. And then the corpse flower brought back 7 corpse flower seeds for him. Even the time spent on the journey had to be deducted. This means that Yisha's guess is correct. There are indeed a large number of corpse flower seeds on the entire island. These 7 low-quality corpse flower seeds are just the beginning. Keep going. Yisha was a little excited. Search the entire island and bring back all the corpse flower seeds that can be brought back. If you are attacked, give me a signal to ask for help. Do you understand? The corpse flower vine shook again, then escaped into the ground and continued to look for corpse flower seeds. Yisha grinned. It seems that this time I will really make a profit. Chapter 1152 mission started. In the following days, Yisha even temporarily forgot about the search for the water elf Moya, and devoted himself to the search for corpse flower seeds. In the 6 days, Yisha did gain a lot. The corpse flower brought back a large number of corpse flower seeds for Yisha. A total of 57. Among them, there were 12 mutant corpse flower seeds, and 3 corpse flower seeds with the blood of 3 ancient species, Jingziwa, Brachyphyllum, and Gulwangwo. Especially the Gulwang fruit, which is of extraordinary value. It is also known as Kaoyangsu, and comes from 130 million years ago. The strength of the complete form cannot be judged by the seeds. However, in terms of bloodline, this thing is rarer than Yisha's corpse flower. It is conservatively estimated that this corpse flower seed with the bloodline of Gulwang fruit can be sold for 50 gold skull coins at least. This is still a normal transaction. If someone bids, the price will be higher. Of course, because they are all seeds. After all, it takes a lot of effort to cultivate them, resulting in a high lower limit of the value of the corpse flower seeds, but a slightly lower upper limit. But Yisha thought that 100 gold skull coins should be able to sell them steadily. With this calculation, Yisha felt that he could earn 300 gold skull coins this time, and maybe even 350. This was definitely an extremely rich harvest. Usually, earning more than 10 or 20 gold skull coins in one mission was considered a fortune. Not to mention that the unit was 100. However, starting from the 6th day, there was no harvest from corpse flowers. Although there were many corpse flowers on this island, not every corpse flower could leave seeds. After searching for another day, Yisha gave up. Even if there were still some corpse flower seeds left, Yisha had to give up. Because, on the evening of the 7th day, a mysterious voice suddenly sounded. This station mission is a special mission. Please pay attention to the departure time, and use it as a standard to return to the Doomsday train. The Doomsday train will arrive in Atlantis in 1 hour. Release Mission 1. Find the water elf Moya and capture the Apostle. Release Mission 2. Kill the Sun. Release Mission 3. Kill the Silver Robe Walker. Find the water elf Moya, and capture him, and bring him back to the Doomsday train. You will get a special reward X1. And the train conductor will give you a reward of Twilight Werewolf, Alien, X1. Each time you kill a saint, you will get a special reward X1. And the train conductor will give you an additional reward of Sky Gun X1. King Scar Assault Rifle, Full Set, X1. An instant field ability X1, each time you kill a saint. You can choose one of the additional rewards. For every Silver Robe Walker killed, you will get a special reward X1. And the train conductor will give an extra reward X1, for every additional Silver Robe Walker killed. You will get an extra reward. The long-lost continuous reminder sound made Yisha concentrate instantly, and listen carefully. Then Yisha sighed that the train conductor was generous this time. There is nothing to say about the special rewards for the 3 tasks. They are all given by the Doomsday train. After completing the tasks, you have to wait until you return to the Doomsday train to know what the rewards are. There may be very good rewards, or just ordinary rewards, which mainly depends on 2 aspects, the difficulty of the task and luck. However, since the reward content cannot be predicted in advance, it is meaningless at the moment. The key is that in addition to the rewards given by the Doomsday train, each task also has additional rewards given by the train conductor. And the rewards are quite generous. Finding the water elf Moya can get the Twilight Werewolf. Yisha knows that thing came from the Twilight Castle they had visited before. When someone brought back a werewolf sample, that werewolf combined the characteristics of werewolves, zombies and vampires. It was an experimental sample at the time, and was not complete. But everything was possible on the Doomsday train. The train conductor personally resurrected the Twilight Werewolf, and put it on the dining car, with a price of 300 gold skull coins. Yisha also asked the boss lady. The boss lady also took the example of the Archon, who was still an arbitrator at the time. The human form is the most suitable form for fighting. The werewolf has both human form and beast form. The combination of the 2 is very powerful. Secondly, after the enhancement of corpse transformation, and the characteristics of vampires, the werewolf has the ability to suck blood and regenerate. In the absence of strength crushing, the Twilight Werewolf can be said to be the most perfect combat form in the same level, or directly apply what the boss lady said at the time. Although the Arbiter is also a human form that is very suitable for combat, and has corpse transformation enhancement, and also integrates mechanical and electronic characteristics. It is a scum in front of the Twilight Werewolf. Of course, now the Arbiter has evolved into the Archon, even if it is not as good as the Twilight Werewolf, because it has taken the flesh and blood of the Apostle. Its potential value will be higher. But no matter what, the Twilight Werewolf is one of the top alien creatures, and has great training value and potential. Just the Twilight Werewolf, as a reward for finding the water elf Moya. It can be seen that the train conductor has clearly invested a lot of money. Secondly, the additional reward for killing the Son of God is also coveted. Not inferior to the Twilight Werewolf at all. Yisha is not sure what the Sky Gun is, but Yisha is very familiar with the King Scar Assault Rifle, one of the best Galaxy combination firearms, and the same series as the Pluto in Yepo's hand. The most important thing is that Galaxy firearms are made up of parts, although they are sold on dining carts. Each galaxy firearm lacks the most important part. Nyepo's Pluto lacked a chip. And the Scar assault rifle lacked a muzzle suppressor. In other words, even if you have money, it is difficult to get a galaxy firearm. And this time as an extra reward, it is given as a set. Finally, there is the instantaneous domain ability. Yisha is not very clear about the effect of this ability. But the domain ability perfectly interprets the value. The word domain alone is synonymous with high prices. Finally, the Silver Robe Walker can get extra rewards for each person killed. But it is not specified what the extra reward is. But this is enough. According to Yisha's estimation, if all the tasks can be completed, the train conductor must at least give out 1,000 gold skull coins or more equivalent items as extra rewards. Yisha pondered for a while, picked up the communicator and contacted the proprietress. What is the Silver Robe Walker? The proprietress, the personal guards of the Son of God. Their cloaks are slightly different, with silver lines on the edges, which are very easy to recognize. Yisha, how many? The proprietress, not sure. But there are a total of 3 sons of God who appeared this time. According to previous situations, there are usually 5 to 7 Silver Robe Walkers around a Son of God. Chapter 1153, The Beginning of the War. Yisha showed a look of realization. No wonder the extra reward for killing the Holy Son was directly stated. Because 3 Holy Sons correspond to 3 extra rewards. And you can choose. But if you kill all 3 Holy Sons, you will take 3 rewards. As for walking in silver robes, it was the first time Yisha heard of it. But if the other party was the Holy Son's guards and not carrying out missions, it would not be surprising that he had not met them before. At the same time, because the number was uncertain, it was naturally impossible to state the reward. However, Nanrong Jishir and Xiao Yi are both Holy Sons. Yisha murmured, that means there is a 3rd Holy Son. Yisha thought for a while. Then, how is the conductor now? The boss lady, the conductor will not report the situation to me. He just made a brief contact. He should have his own plans. You don't have to worry about it. I will send someone over in an hour. Yisha nodded, understood. Yisha cut off the communication and looked at the sky. The last hour. And then? Total war. Yisha pondered for a while. And then sat on the top of the rocky mountain again. The situation is about to become evenly matched. And things seem to become more interesting. But will everything change? Yisha thinks not. It is not to say that when the people on the Doomsday train arrive, they will immediately fight and fight fiercely. And the victory or loss will be decided. Things are not that simple. It can only be said that in 1 hour, the archipelagos will become battlefields. But the spread and exchange of fire on the battlefields also require radiation time. Let's establish contact first. Yisha decided to wait for an hour, and then gather his people. If they were on different islands, and it was not convenient to gather, they would establish contact first. The reward for this mission was very generous. Even if they did not eat alone, but cooperated, they could get more than they imagined. As Yisha was thinking, a prompt appeared on the communicator. Yisha picked it up, and saw that it was a communication requested by Nyepa. Yisha answered it. Did you get the mission prompt? Nyepa, well, I'm very interested in one of the things. Yisha smiled. The King of Heaven? Nyepa, of course. I don't refuse to get all the galaxy guns. Yisha, it's not easy to kill the Son of God. Nyepa, everything depends on human efforts. We have to try. Let me ask you what your plan is. Yisha thought for a while. Information. The most important thing is intelligence. Nyepa pondered for a while. Water Elf Moya? Yisha, yes. We can foresee what will happen after the large-scale arrival of the Doomsday train. There will definitely be constant fighting in different places. But this is not directly related to the mission. Nyepa nodded. The only one related to the mission is the Son of God. What are the Silver Robe Walkers? Yisha, the Son of God's guards. Their cloaks are trimmed with silver lines. The number of Silver Robe Walkers is not large. They are the guards following the 3 Sons of God. This may form a trap. People who deliberately look for Silver Robe Walkers may be unlucky, because they are guards and must act together with the Son of God. But just when Yisha was thinking, Nyepa said, then I have received a special reward and an extra reward. Ah? Yisha was stunned. You killed the Silver Robe Walker? Nyepa, yes. It was the sniper who sniped you in Niwen. There was a circle of silver lines on the edge of his cloak, and the color of his cloak was a little different from that of ordinary apostles. It was not black, but gray-brown. Yisha had the urge to vomit blood. What kind of guard is he if he doesn't follow the Son of God? Yepa continued, anyway. I understand what you mean. After the people arrive, we will first establish a multi-party communication channel. The important thing is the information about the water spirit Moya. Right? Yi Sha, well, we will contact each other then. An hour is not a short time. But it is not long either. Yi Sha counted the time, and an hour passed quickly. The sky is still blue, and the sea is still floating. Nothing has changed. But Yi Sha knows very well that these are just the conditions that are still maintained on the surface. Perhaps, at this time, there has been a firefight somewhere. I wonder if anyone will come to this island. Yi Sha stood up and stretched. It's almost time for me to work. Crack. At this time, the ground around Yi Sha suddenly cracked, and a corpse flower vine suddenly emerged, swaying around Yi Sha, and then wrapped around Yi Sha's ankles, making a tangled movement. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. Someone. The corpse flower vine swung quickly, and then hit the ground a few times. Yi Sha, fighting? The corpse flower vine swayed back and forth again, and then continued to wrap around Yi Sha's ankle. Yi Sha's pupil shrank. Is someone I know fighting? The corpse flower vine swayed back and forth for the third time. Yi Sha, lead the way. The corpse flower has no ability to communicate verbally, which is often troublesome. But after getting along for a long time, Yi Sha can understand what the corpse flower wants to express. As long as the situation is not too complicated, it will not be a big problem. The corpse flower quickly moved underground, and a vine exposed a small section to lead Yi Sha, and quickly went to the bottom of the rocky mountain. The battle site would not be too far from the rocky mountain. The monitoring range of the corpse flower only included a circle of forests around the rocky mountain. Even if a battle took place in a farther place, the corpse flower would not know about it. After descending the rocky mountain, the corpse flower quickly headed southeast, about 200 or 300 meters deep into the forest. Without the corpse flower's reminder, Yi Sha knew that a battle was taking place ahead. Because, boom, accompanied by a loud roar, Yi Sha saw a big tree in the distance collapse, smashing down to the ground fiercely, and then stirring up a cloud of dust. Yi Sha immediately sped up, and soon found a big tree that had fallen to the ground. Yi Sha was slightly stunned. Du Lingling? The cut of the fallen tree was very distinctive. It didn't look like it was cut by a sharp weapon, but like it was gnawed by something. Considering that corpse flower said that the other party was someone she knew, then the possibility of it being Du Lingling was of course the greatest, because Du Lingling had the steel-armored evil centipede in her hand. Yi Sha immediately continued to run forward, and after running about 300 meters again, he finally saw the target. It was indeed Du Lingling. Behind Du Lingling, there were 5 apostles walking. It was obvious that the other party was acting in a small team and was chasing Du Lingling. Yi Sha raised his hand and grasped the endless bow in his hand, and then quickly pulled the bowstring. Chapter 1154 Killing. Yi Sha quickly imagined a piercing arrow, and then as Yi Sha loosened his fingers, the piercing arrow flew forward. The piercing arrow made a sound of breaking through the air, and shot towards one of the apostles. The apostle reacted very quickly, and after discovering the existence of the piercing arrow, he immediately twisted his body backwards. Yi Sha's piercing arrow brushed against the apostle's mask and flew forward, then hit a big tree. With a bang, a hole as big as a bowl was opened in the tree. But this was just the beginning. Boom! Then the trunk of the tree made a sound like an explosion, and was directly shattered by the spiral energy that penetrated the arrow, exploded into pieces, and then collapsed downwards. The apostle was still in shock, and then he looked sideways, and found that Yi Sha had raised the infinite bow again. Back off. Everyone back off. The apostle shouted loudly, find shelter. The apostle walked and said, as he turned over and entered behind a huge rock not far away. Yi Sha curled his lips. Is this useful? Although rocks are indeed stronger than trees. Puff! The sound of breaking through the air sounded again, and the piercing arrow flew forward again, and the moment it hit the rock, boom! The rock was not much better than the tree. After a loud noise, it was pierced by the piercing arrow. Because of the spiral energy, the upper part of the rock was blown to pieces. Then a headless corpse fell to the side and hit the ground. You killed the apostle. Cumulative. The head of the apostle was directly blown to pieces by the arrow. After killing an apostle, Yi Sha quickly moved to the side, bypassing the trees, looking for the remaining 4 apostles. Du Lingling also saw Yi Sha, but before she could speak, Yisha raised his hand and made a gesture to silence her, and then asked Du Lingling to step aside and move to a relatively safe distance. Du Lingling nodded, holding the centipede sword and quickly retreating. At this time, Yisha had already discovered the second apostle walking, and immediately raised the infinite bow, and then pulled the bowstring. Puff! The sound of breaking through the air came again. The apostle was very sensitive. After hearing the whistling sound of breaking through the air, he immediately drilled out from the side. But he was still a step late. The piercing arrow shot through the tree and landed at the feet of the apostle. And then the spiral energy around it exploded again. Bang! The apostle flew out directly, then covered his knee and screamed. The apostle's knee suddenly became empty. But Yisha broke his calf with a blow. You are too noisy. Yisha raised his hand and raised the bow, and pulled the bowstring again. This time, the piercing arrow shot directly through the apostle's head, nailing the apostle to the ground. You killed the apostle. Cumulative. Yisha put down the infinite bow and continued to look around, as if looking for the remaining apostles. At the same time, behind Yisha, the bushes were parted, and an apostle slowly came out, holding a saber in reverse, and tiptoed to Yisha's back, ready to launch a sneak attack. But, dang! Suddenly, the sound of a chain dragging across the ground was heard, and before the apostle could react, a white chain suddenly wrapped around his neck. The Archon jumped down from the big tree behind him, holding the chain in his hand, and the apostle was dragged up by the chain, grabbing his throat and struggling continuously. The Archon shook his wrist, and the chain suddenly became sharp, cutting off the apostle's head. You killed the apostle. Cumulative. Yisha smiled and looked around. There are only two left. Don't you come out? Or are you still going to play hide-and-seek with me? The Archon killed an apostle and immediately hid in a bush, while Yisha held the infinity bow and continued to walk forward, carefully looking around. The opponent should not have the means of long-range attack. Otherwise, he would not have killed three of them. He did not even fight back. It was obvious that he did not have a weapon with the same attack range as the infinity bow. This was actually quite strange. At least he should have a few guns. But it was not certain that he did not like to use guns. But in any case, without long-range weapons, he could not fight back. The opponent could only hide or take the risk of approaching Yisha to attack. Yisha moved forward slowly. Suddenly, from behind a big tree, an apostle rushed out, holding a military bayonet in his hand, and stabbed Yisha hard. Yisha tiptoed and jumped back a little, avoiding the attack while reaching out his left hand. Snake bite. The shadow of the purple-scaled python wrapped around Yisha's arm, and then Yisha stretched out his left hand, opened his huge mouth, and revealed his ferocious fangs. The next moment, Yisha grabbed the apostle's neck and raised his hand to lift him up. Yisha smiled. Sorry. I'm not just good at playing with a bow. Ah! At this time, a shout suddenly sounded from behind Yisha, and the last apostle rushed out, holding a saber and slashing at Yisha's back. But at this moment, Yisha turned around and blocked the apostle in his hand in front of him. Puff! The blade fell and slashed fiercely on the back of the apostle, leaving a huge wound. Blood immediately spurted out, and the apostle screamed in pain. Yisha tilted his head and smiled. You seem to have killed your companion? The apostle's eyes suddenly turned red. He raised his saber and moved to the side, then swung the saber towards Yisha again. Yisha hooked his lips and suddenly raised his foot to kick the wrist of the apostle's corpse in his hand, and the arm was thrown back, along with the military bayonet in the corpse's hand. Puff! The muffled sound of a sharp weapon entering the flesh appeared, and the apostle's chest was completely pierced by the military bayonet before he could chop Yisha with his weapon. The apostle's mouth was bleeding, and he was shaking his body and holding the saber to chop Yisha, but was kicked to the ground by Yisha. Since you are all going to die. Yisha stepped on the bayonet and let it completely penetrate the body of the apostle. Then you should die quietly. The apostle squirmed a few times and finally stopped moving. You killed the apostle. Accumulated. Hearing the mysterious voice, Yisha waved to Du Lingling, indicating that Du Lingling could come over. Chapter 1155 Intelligence. There are only 5 of them. Right? Yisha, there are no others. Right? Du Lingling nodded. They are all here. Yisha nodded. Let's finish it. Du Lingling agreed, and immediately squatted down and began to touch the corpses, looking for valuable things that the apostles were carrying. Yisha leaned aside, How many people came on the Doomsday train? Du Lingling, all the crew members are dispatched. The boss lady said that this mission is very important. In addition to the rewards, the crew members will be scored for the mission, and they can get the position of chief crew member based on the score. Oh! He also gave me a position as the chief train attendant. The train conductor is determined to get it. Yi Sha, where are the people in the death car? Du Lingling, there are 7 people in the death car. About 120 people. Yi Sha nodded again. And then, how many people are there on this island? Du Lingling, 1 attendant. 6 people in the death car. I saw them when I left the platform. I'm not sure if there are any more. I'm not walking with them. So I didn't walk with them. I didn't walk far and ran into the apostles walking. Yi Sha, after you pack your things, follow me. This island is more troublesome than you thought. By the way, after you pack your things, use the communicator to create a multi-person channel and add our people to the channel. Du Lingling agreed. Okay. Yi Sha now has a lot of crew members under his command. But if Yi Sha had to choose, Du Lingling would be the most like his crew member. After all, she can help him do odd jobs. And the others are almost all troublemakers. After about 5 minutes, Du Lingling was sure that the apostles had nothing on them. They were not strong. So naturally there were not many good things. Yi Sha did not plan to share with Du Lingling. So he gave them all to Du Lingling. Since Du Lingling was obedient, Yi Sha was not stingy with the benefits he should give her, so that Du Lingling could help him with chores better. Anyway, these were things he got from corpses, and they were not Yi Sha's own. So he didn't feel bad. Following Yi Sha all the way out of the forest, Du Lingling quickly established a multi-person chat channel, and then applied for communication with other people, and pulled them into the channel. After Yi Sha entered the channel, is there anyone on the same island? Yi Yu, I'm with Fai Long. Yi Sha, then let him protect you. Remember to give him food. If he has food, he will be obedient. This is good news. As a superhuman, Yi Yu needs a bodyguard to exert her combat power. Fei Long is of course a good choice as a bodyguard. In addition to Yi Yu, only Mu Jiayun and Kong Max are on an island. But they have not yet joined. The others are alone. Yi Sha, remember. The first task is to survive. The second task is to survive. And the third task is to survive. Don't be dazzled by the generous task rewards. In addition, share any information about the water elf Moya. The rewards this time are generous enough. Anyone who wants to play tricks can do so. But when calling for support, I guarantee that no one will show up. Sharing intelligence is a very troublesome thing. Everyone wants to find the water spirit Moya. Therefore, if the intelligence is shared, others will have a chance, which will naturally weaken your own chance. Everyone has selfishness. Yi Sha can't force it. Moreover, if someone has information but doesn't share it, Yi Sha has no way of knowing it. Therefore, Yi Sha can only speak out the ugly words in advance. Have selfishness and want to take the water spirit Moya for yourself? No problem. But the premise is that you have the ability. If you can find and capture the water spirit Moya, that is a skill. But if you don't have this ability, when something happens and you need support, Yi Sha will definitely watch you die. Simply put, danger and benefits coexist. You can't just think about the benefits and not take risks. But Yi Sha thought it was not a big problem. The several crew members under his name were all old acquaintances, except for Kong Max and Mu Jiayun, who had just joined. Yi Sha believed that everyone else knew how to weigh the pros and cons. The multi-person channel was not cut off and could be contacted at any time. But the people on the Doomsday train had just arrived, and there was actually no information to share. The first thing to do was to explore. Yepa contacted Yi Sha privately. Gan Lin is gone. Yeah. Yi Sha, not unexpected. As the chief steward, Gan Lin certainly has her own people, and Gan Lin is best at using others to help her do things. Now that everyone has arrived, she will naturally leave. Moreover, Gan Lin needed protection before, and now Gan Lin's strength should have recovered long ago. And there is no reason for her to stay with Nyepa. Nyepa, there is also a little information. I don't know if it is reliable. It was brought back by Gan Lin's red fire eagle. Yi Sha, what is it? Nyepa, the apostles seem to be searching for a sunken ship on the seafloor. Yi Sha was stunned. Sunken ship on the seafloor? Nyepa, if you don't know, try to search the internet for news before the end of the world. Du Lingling whispered, I know. It's a tourist attraction. Yi Sha was puzzled. Tourist attraction? Du Lingling thought for a while. Do you know Tangalooma? Yi Sha suddenly realized. Is it that sunken ship? Tangalooma is a very famous resort in the world. It is close to the coastline and has many attractions. There is a very famous shipwreck attraction, which is a huge industrial ship that ran aground about hundreds of meters away from the beach. 1/3 of it floats on the sea and 2/3 on the seabed. Tourists can take a speedboat to the shipwreck for fun. Du Lingling, there is also a shipwreck in this place. It was developed into a tourist attraction before the end of the world. Of course, it is not as famous as the one in Tangalooma. Moreover, it is not a shipwreck stranded near the coastline, but on the seabed far away from the coastline. This is also the reason why it is not famous, because you need to dive to enter. It is a very popular attraction for diving enthusiasts, but without a diving license, you can't visit the shipwreck. Nyepa, that place is about 1 nautical mile southwest of Maranlia Island. According to the aerial surveillance of the Red Fire Eagle, the apostles drove several speedboats to that place last night and prepared diving suits. Yi Cha, if it is a sunken ship, it is indeed a good hiding place. The question is that the apostles just know where it is, so they go to explore it, or find the trace of the water spirit Moya and go there? Nyepa, how can I know this? The Red Fire Eagle discovered the movement of the apostles and determined that they should want to go to the sunken ship based on the location. Yi Cha, is the only island called Maranlia nearby? Nyepa, I don't know either. Du Lingling nodded at the side and gave a positive answer. Chapter 1156 Ambush. Du Lingling, according to the tourist route before the end of the world, we departed from the Ilias Peninsula and arrived at Maranlia, where we would sign an agreement and receive an hour of training, and then sail to the shipwreck for a diving tour. Yi Sha, is this the only route? Du Lingling, yes. So Maranlia should be the only island around the shipwreck. Yi Sha was curious. How do you know so much? Du Lingling, I completed my mission as a crew member 3 days ago and returned to the Doomsday train, after the boss lady told me roughly that I needed to come here to carry out the mission. I did some research and learned about the situation of the archipelago. Yi Sha nodded, then pondered for a moment and asked Nyepa, how long ago was your information? Nyepa, 2 days ago. Yi Sha, okay. I got it. If there is nothing else, let's leave it like this for now. Yi Sha cut off the communication and snapped his fingers at Du Lingling. Let's go. We have to leave this island and go to Maranlia. Du Lingling, are we going to the shipwreck? I don't think that's a good idea. Of course it's not a good idea. I don't want to fight with the apostles underwater. Besides, they are well prepared and may have brought weapons that can be used underwater. Yi Sha laughed and joked, I don't want to be killed by them. Du Lingling was puzzled. What about us? Yi Sha, I don't plan to go to the shipwreck. I only plan to go to Maranlia, because I am better at robbing than looking for things myself. Du Lingling showed a look of realization, and understood what Yi Sha meant. Yi Sha, now the first thing we need to do is to find the tools to go out to sea. By the way, since you have investigated this archipelago, do you know which island we are currently on? Du Lingling, the island is called Green Heart, a private island bought by a Swiss banker. There are large forests here, and on the cliffs of the coastline, there is the banker's villa. After Du Lingling finished speaking, she spread her hands to both sides. There's no need to investigate this, Du Lingling, because my Doomsday train platform appeared here. The boss lady told me directly, and the same goes for others. The islands at the entrance and exit will explain it. Yi Sha nodded again, and then summoned the corpse flower vine. Is there a villa on this island? The corpse flower vine swayed left and right. Impossible. Du Lingling anxiously, I still have a map here. Yi Sha motioned her to be patient, and then continued to ask, what about the cliffs on the coast? The corpse flower vines began to sway back and forth. Yi Sha, take us there. Because of the search for corpse flower seeds, corpse flower has already traveled the entire island. Although it cannot say that it knows the island 100%. It knows most areas like the back of its hand. Following the corpse flower vines, Yi Sha and Du Lingling soon came to a cliff, and then climbed up the cliff. Du Lingling knew why the corpse flower vines denied the existence of the villa. Because the villa had been destroyed. Only the ground and some of the building's former frames were left. But anyway, the banker's villa is here. Yi Sha, the other party must have prepared some means of transportation to enter and exit the villa. Speedboat? Boat? Helicopter? Du Lingling, it should be nearby. Maybe there is a small dock or something? Yisha waved at the corpse flower vines. This is what the corpse flower is best at. In about a quarter of an hour, the corpse flower found a destroyed small dock. And fortunately, there was a speedboat available. This naturally means that Yisha can leave the island. The Archon drove the speedboat and confirmed the route through the navigation before driving. Yisha and Du Lingling sat in the back. What is the situation of the Moranlia Island? Du Lingling, it's a small island. Not a well-known tourist attraction. But it is quite famous in the diving circle. It is considered a diving holy place, and is well received by diving enthusiasts. Yisha nodded. Do you think the water elf Moya will be there? Du Lingling spread her hands. I can't say for sure. Yisha nodded and said nothing more. In fact, when traveling between islands, it is the most dangerous time. The sea is very open. If you are attacked, there is no place to hide. Secondly, because the sea is extremely open, you have to be careful not to be targeted. Otherwise your whereabouts will be exposed. As for how to monitor the sea, Yisha believes that there must be a way. Gon Lin's red fire eagle is a good example. Who knows what the Apostle Walker has in his hand? However, Yisha seemed to have good luck. The Archon drove the speedboat to Moranlia Island without any trouble. There were no apostles walking, no ancient species attacking in the sea, and they landed smoothly on Moranlia Island. Go hide the speedboat. If we want to travel between different islands, it is most important to have a speedboat. Yisha instructed the Archon, and then waved to Du Lingling. Take me to the tourist route you mentioned. There is a large diving equipment store near the southwest of Moranlia Island, which is also the contractor of the shipwreck tourist attraction. After Yisha and Du Lingling arrived, they found that the things here had obviously been moved. Yisha guessed that it was probably the work of the apostles. Hiding near the coastline, Yisha asked the Archon to monitor the sea. If Moranlia is the closest island to the shipwreck, or even the only island nearby, then, no matter whether the group of apostles have any gains in the shipwreck, they will definitely return to this island. And what Yisha has to do is to keep an eye on the sea, and not let the apostles run away. This is a very boring and tedious thing. But Yisha knows very well that as a hunter, if you want to gain something when hunting, the first thing you need to do is to be patient. Only hunters who can wait patiently until the last moment are qualified to get their prey. Du Lingling lay beside Yisha. It's late. Do you want me to get some food first? Yisha nodded. Okay. Remember, if you want to light a fire, go indoors or somewhere far away. The fire and black smoke will attract the other party's attention. Yisha finished speaking halfway, and suddenly felt the PDA in his pocket vibrate. It was the Archon who sent him a signal. Yisha's eyes lit up instantly, stretched out his hand to signal Du Lingling to keep silent, then grabbed the telescope, and began to run, and came to a hillside near the coastline. Chapter 1157, Snatch. Yisha grabbed the telescope, and then saw 3 black spots approaching the sea. At the same time, as the other party approached, it gradually became clear that they were 3 speedboats. There were about 10 apostles on the 3 speedboats. More than half of them were still wearing lurking suits, without diving goggles, but took off their masks. If there were no guys wearing cloaks and typical apostle outfits around, Yisha would not even be able to determine that the other party was an apostle by their outfit. After a while, the 3 speedboats stopped near the beach. Because of the water level, the 3 speedboats could not get too close to the beach. So, the apostles stopped about 20 meters away from the beach, but did not move towards the beach immediately. Yisha saw the apostles gathered behind the 3 speedboats. Some of the apostles wearing lurking suits dived directly down, and the other apostles seemed to be dragging something, and they started to drag together while shouting. About 5 minutes later, a huge cloth bag was dragged out, and 2 apostles in diving suits were holding it. Then the 2 apostles quickly stepped forward, picked up the cloth bag, and moved toward the shore. Yisha kept staring at the other party through the telescope. The cloth bag was really big, about 2 meters long and half a meter wide. From the shape, it seemed to be a cabinet, or a coffin, which was more accurate, and then wrapped with a layer of white cloth. Yisha couldn't help but wonder. This seemed to be what the apostles found from the shipwreck. After all, judging from the actions of the apostles, the cloth bag did not look like something they took out, especially the method of transportation. The cloth bag was indeed large and heavy, but not so heavy that the speedboat could not put it down. However, the apostles dragged it in the sea, and Yisha also saw 2 underwater motorcycles. Yisha had guessed what the other party did. It should be that the cloth bag was sunk in the sea, then tied to the speedboat. And then 2 apostles drove the underwater motorcycle to support it from below and transported it back. So why do they do this? When the speedboat can be used to transport the bag directly. Yisha can only think of one reason why the apostles did this. That is, to hide it. At the same time, if the speedboat is attacked, the apostles can immediately cut off the rope connecting the bag to the speedboat, and then transfer it by the underwater motorcycle below without anyone noticing. It seems that the bag is very important. Is it the water elf Moya? Yisha put down the telescope and couldn't help muttering. If the things wrapped in the cloth were understood as cabinets or boxes, then it was very likely that the water spirit Moya was inside. Forget it. Yisha suddenly laughed. It doesn't matter if it's not the water spirit Moya. Since it's what the apostle wants, it must be what I want. Yisha quickly recognized the key point. Anyway, what the apostle wants is what he needs to snatch. Yisha looked at it and put down the telescope. The apostles had already come ashore with their belongings. Yisha stretched out his hand, and the ground on the side cracked, and a corpse flower vine sprang out. Yisha smiled and stroked the corpse flower vine. Let's move. After the apostles came ashore, several apostles chose to leave the team. Yisha guessed that they went to look for vehicles or something. At this time, the ground suddenly trembled. The sand on the entire beach was shaking. The apostles were very alert, or they were experienced in combat. They immediately entered combat mode, taking out their weapons and looking around. Then, boom, 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 a huge roar sounded, and the sand on the beach kept cracking. Then the corpse flower vines kept surging out of the sand and swung around. Bang, bang, bang. The corpse flower vines seemed quite violent. They met the apostles and smashed them out with a sweep. Although the apostles were well prepared, they were unable to deal with the brutal attack of the corpse flower vine. Some of them even reacted quickly and attacked the corpse flower vine the moment it appeared. However, it was useless. The corpse flower vine simply ignored the attack and didn't care about the opponents killing at all. It swept the apostles away with the attack. This was also the strategy formulated by Yisha. The corpse flower had only one purpose for attacking: that cloth bag. The corpse flower vines attacked not to kill the apostles, nor to sweep the apostles away under the attack. Nor is it strong enough to crush the apostles. It is to first let the apostles stay away from the cloth bag, and then the corpse flower will swallow the cloth bag, then dive underground and escape immediately. If there is no special attack method facing the corpse flower that dives into the ground, the opponent should be helpless. This is the strategy that Yisha has formulated. No matter what, he must get the things first. So far, the corpse flower seems to be doing well, forcing the apostles to walk away, and the white cloth bag just lies quietly on the sand. Then, right next to the white cloth bag, the sand splits again, and a slightly smaller corpse flower vine suddenly pierces out, quickly wrapping around the cloth bag, intending to roll it into the ground. Seeing that Yisha's plan was about to succeed, at this moment, puff! A figure suddenly appeared above the corpse flower vines, leaped down, holding a black cross sword in his hand, and fiercely stabbed into the corpse flower vines. An apostle walked. That apostle was obviously much stronger than the other apostles. At least the other apostles were forced back by the corpse flower vines. But he appeared in this position. At the same time, at the moment when the black cross sword pierced the corpse flower vines, the sword body suddenly burned with black flame strangely, burning fiercely and spreading down along the sword body. The corpse flower vines immediately struggled violently. For corpse flowers, the biggest weakness is naturally fire. The apostle snorted coldly. How dare a corpse flower come here to make trouble? He is more than just a corpse flower. At this moment, Yisha's voice sounded slowly, because it is the corpse flower I raise. The apostle's expression hidden under the mask suddenly became solemn. He felt the danger and chill, just like a bone-chilling cold wind in the 12th lunar month, drilling into his collar. Chapter 1158 Killing. The apostle turned around suddenly, then pulled out the cross sword inserted in the corpse flower vine, and swept it backwards. A cross blade formed by black flames broke through the air and flew towards Yisha. Yisha casually snapped his fingers, and the moment the black flame came in front of him, the airflow in front of Yisha was disturbed, and then the black flame was cut into pieces, turning into a pile of flames scattered on the ground. The apostle looked at Yisha with a trembling tone. Captain? It seems you know me. Yisha's eyes slowly moved down, and then he noticed the other person's cloak, and raised his eyebrows. Silver robe? The cloak of the apostle looked no different from that of other apostles. But if you look closely, you can see 2 silver lines embroidered on the edge of the cloak. Yisha grinned. Is the apostle also short of people? Or is the other party not doing his job? You said you were the guard of the Son of God. Why are you running around? However, Yisha was more interested in the cloth bag. If the silver robe could be used to escort it, it couldn't be an ordinary thing. It seemed that the apostle must have found something in the sunken ship. But on the other hand, Yisha felt that he needed to hurry up. If the cloth bag really contained the water spirit Moya, or something else very valuable, the other party should call for support after landing, and find more apostles to escort them to ensure safety. So, Yisha raised his head. Can I trouble you to die quickly? I'm in a hurry. While Yisha was talking, his hands were not slow. He drew out his sword and fell to Nanjiang, slashing at the apostle. Clang! The apostle walked and held a cross sword horizontally. And then a crisp metal clanging sound was heard. And the sword fell on Nanjiang and collided with the opponent's cross sword. The next moment, Yisha felt the air became hot. The cross sword was burning. The black flame suddenly appeared from the sword body, and then rushed towards Yisha's body. Yisha glanced at the flames. The temperature was very high. The opponent's cross sword did not look like an ordinary item. Then Yisha twisted his body and floated back. I'm sorry. I said I don't have much time to waste. Yisha avoided the attack of the black flame, then jumped up suddenly, twisted his body half a circle in the air, and then stabbed forward with a sword. 24 Bridges Moonlit Night. The sword light was cold. Yisha stabbed with a sword, and the silver sword light went forward, and at the same time quickly dispersed, turning into 24, densely connected into one. The next moment, the silver sword light collided with the black flame. The apostle obviously wanted to use the black flame of the cross sword to block the 24 Bridges Moonlit Night. But unfortunately he thought too much. Puff, puff, puff. A muffled sound appeared in the air. When the sword light passed forward, the black flames released from the cross sword were shattered by the sword light, and turned into countless black flames that fell to the ground. The expression hidden under the mask of the apostle was terrified. And then he watched the remaining sword light coming to him. The silver sword light did not seem very fast. But when the apostle tried to dodge, a drop of cold sweat suddenly dripped from his forehead. Can't dodge. The silver sword light was obviously not swift, but it felt impossible to dodge it. It seemed to come from all directions, like the moonlight pouring down from the sky, covering all places, leaving no place for people to hide. Puff, puff, puff. In just a moment of delay, the apostle's body had many blood holes, and his body flew backwards and fell to the ground. Bright red blood flowed from under the apostle's body, dyeing the gravel red. However, as the guards of the Son of God, these silver-robed walkers seemed to have impressive strength. After being hit, the apostle's body was covered with blood holes. But he was not dead yet. Moaning softly, the apostle seemed to be supporting his body with his will. His fingertips moved, and he grasped the cross sword again, then slowly raised his body. However, at this moment, the apostle felt a huge force coming from his chest, and his body fell back to the ground. It was Yisha who stepped on the apostle's chest. After Yisha stepped the apostle back to the ground, he said, "Resistance will only make your death more painful. In this case, why don't you just accept death?" The apostle gritted his teeth and swung the cross sword again, slashing at Yisha. Clang! Yisha casually swung the sword and shook the cross sword away. The cross sword flew out of his hand, rolled in the air, and then stabbed into the ground. At the same time, the sword in Yisha's hand also stabbed downwards. Puff! The tip of the sword pierced through the apostle's mask, and the sword fell on Nanjiang, directly pierced through the apostle's head. The struggle finally stopped, and the apostle's hands and feet became soft and completely lost his strength. Puff! Yisha pulled out the sword, fell on Nanjiang casually, bringing out a blood flower. Yisha raised his eyes and looked around. Corpse Flower and the Archon were working together to kill the apostles. At the same time, Du Lingling also joined the battle. The current situation was favorable to them. Yisha came to the side of the cloth bag, but did not open it in a hurry. Instead, he let the Corpse Flower swallow it. And then Yisha joined the battle. Or in other words, he joined the ranks of hunting down the apostles. Those apostles were not in the upper hand to begin with. And when Yisha joined, they became completely vulnerable. It didn't take much effort for Yi Sha to easily kill the apostles on the beach. Let's go! Yi Sha waved his hand. Let's leave here. Yi Sha thought that other apostles would come to pick them up. So this place was not suitable for staying for long. Since they had obtained the things and killed the apostles, they should leave. Yi Sha had already prepared the car near the beach. After getting in the car quickly, Du Lingling started the car. Target location? Yi Sha, the town called Thailand on the island. Let's hide there first. Du Lingling nodded. She knew that town. It was more like a resort than a town, which was specially used to receive tourists. However, because it was a homestay style, it was very different from the resort in everyone's impression. So most people were used to calling it Thailand Town. Du Lingling, that place is one of the few places on the island where you can live comfortably. If the apostles search on the island, they may use it as a base. Yi Sha, but the fact is that there is no one there. I asked the corpse flower to explore it. Chapter 1159, The Second Stone Flake. Yi Sha quickly arrived at the so-called Thailand town. As Du Lingling said, if someone was entrenched on this island, then this should be the most suitable place to be a base. But strangely, Yi Sha asked the corpse flower vine to explore, and found no traces of any apostles walking here. In this case, for Yi Sha, this is a place where he can rest temporarily. After finding a room at random, Yi Sha asked the Archon to seal the doors and windows, and then came to the living room. The corpse flower broke out of the ground and spit out the cloth bag. Yi Sha quickly untied the white cloth wrapped around the outside and opened the thing, revealing a silver white cabinet that looked like a coffin. This cabinet is quite high-end, with 3 physical locks. Each lock post is as thick as a baby's wrist, followed by 2 electronic locks, one requiring fingerprint verification and the other requiring iris verification. At the same time, the cabinet can also adjust the temperature, prevent collision, shock, waterproof, fire. It can be seen that the items that can be stored in this cabinet are precious. Du Lingling looked at Yi Sha. The question is how to open it. It's really not easy to open this thing. No. Yi Sha smiled. It's very easy. Yi Sha casually hooked his fingers, and the corpse flower spit out the beheading knife. When it comes to destruction, the beheading knife is naturally the most suitable. There is nothing that the effect of the destruction blade cannot solve. Even if the cabinet in front of you looks very solid. Prepare for battle. Yi Sha said to Du Lingling. Maybe the water elf Moya is imprisoned inside, and we need to prevent that guy from escaping. Du Lingling nodded, stood up alertly, and then took a fighting stance. Bang! The next moment, Yi Sha raised the beheading knife and chopped it down fiercely, and a huge crack was directly cut out of the cabinet that looked extremely solid. Yi Sha raised the beheading knife without hesitation and chopped it down for the second time, chopping it on the previous crack, making the crack even bigger. Du Lingling moved her Adam's apple, looking very nervous. But in fact nothing happened. Yi Sha seemed more indifferent. He squatted down and looked into the cabinet through the crack, but found that there seemed to be nothing inside. Empty? Yi Sha tilted his head in doubt, unwilling to believe this result. He then stood up and stabbed the beheading knife down again. After stabbing into the cabinet, he exerted force on his wrist and completely cut the cabinet open. This is... Yi Sha finally saw what was in the cabinet, and was slightly stunned. There was no water spirit Moya, no apostles, or to put it more directly, there were no living creatures at all. But, Yi Sha picked up a stone from the cabinet. Is this a pleasant surprise? The remains of ancient civilization. The things in the cabinet were the remains of ancient civilization. A piece of irregularly shaped stone with those obscure characters on it. There were 5 in total, 3 on the front and 3 on the back. But because the stone was broken, one of the characters was also broken. Du Lingling was curious. What is this? You don't know? Yi Sha patted his head. Yes. You may not know very well. You haven't been a flight attendant long enough. Du Lingling. So, this is a very precious thing? Yi Sha nodded. It's very precious. But I don't know what it's used for. Du Lingling showed a stunned expression. Yi Sha shrugged his shoulders. He didn't know how to explain to Du Lingling that the relics of ancient civilizations all have magical powers. But they need to rely on themselves to explore. So, if you can't figure it out, these things are no different from stones. But in fact, it can't be judged so simply. After all, the apostles want to get these. The train conductor also wants to get them. And even now Yi Sha is pursuing these things for this reason. In this case, How can it be worthless? In short, this matter is difficult to explain in a few words. Yisha took out the round stone tablet he had obtained earlier. Can you help me see if these two stone tablets are a bit similar? Du Lingling leaned over to take a look. They look completely different. But the colors of the two pieces of stone are similar. These two things seem to be chiseled from something else. Yeah. Yisha nodded. I think so too. Yisha couldn't help but ponder. If nothing unexpected happened, the irregular piece of stone was found by the apostle in the shipwreck, and the round piece was found by Yisha on another island. But the unexpected thing is that although the two pieces of stone are different in shape, they feel surprisingly similar. Moreover, when you think of the place where you found the round piece of stone, there are some broken ruins of buildings. Yisha's eyes suddenly lit up. Perhaps there was a civilization in this archipelago, and then at some time in ancient times, that civilization declined or fell, and was lost in the long river of time. However, this place may still have the remains of that civilization, and these stone flakes may have flowed out of the remains? Yisha felt that this possibility was very high, and if this speculation was true, then Yisha felt that what he might find this time might not be just some marginal things. Wait a minute. Yisha suddenly slapped his forehead. It seems that the train conductor came here to find relics? Yisha suddenly remembered that the train conductor did not come here for the apostles. He originally came here to find relics related to the stone pillars he brought back. As a result, the train conductor was lucky enough to find the apostles walking here looking for the apostles. So, Yisha slapped his forehead. The plan is ruined again? If there are really relics, the train conductor has been there. Yisha looked at the two pieces of stone and comforted himself. At least I found some scraps. Bang! Bang! At this time, when Yisha was thinking, the sudden sound of gunfire brought Yisha back to his senses. Yisha reacted quickly and looked at Du Lingling. The two of them quickly approached the window, then half-crouched and looked out the window carefully. The gunshots continued to ring, and it seemed that they were very close to them. Yisha estimated that it was probably no more than 100 meters away. Du Lingling whispered, "There are more than one kind of gunshots. There must be someone exchanging fire." Yisha nodded. "It has nothing to do with us. The people from the Doomsday train have arrived in large numbers, and it is expected that they will fight with the apostles." Du Lingling, "Then wait for them to finish. Or go away." Yisha nodded. Although he is the chief purser, it does not mean that he has to take care of everything. Besides, this kind of battle is probably happening on many islands at the moment. How can he take care of it? Chapter 1160 The Joy of Life. Yisha had no intention of joining the battle. But the joy of life is that you never know what the next chocolate will taste like. And you never know what will happen next. Bang! 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 The gunshots continued to ring. But what made Yisha feel a little uneasy was that the gunshots were quickly becoming clearer. What does this mean? Of course, the enemy's battle circle was getting closer and closer to the building. And when Yisha discovered this, he immediately planned to evacuate here to avoid being affected. Then, bang! The door of the building was knocked open. And then an apostle came in with his back bent. And then he kept sticking to the wall, raising a submachine gun and shooting at the door. The apostle was very focused and didn't notice that there were two people squatting 2.5 meters away from him. And one was the chief steward and the other was a steward. Yisha looked at the other party shooting at the door seriously, and was speechless for a while. Looking at Du Lingling, "Is this the so-called drama?" Du Lingling nodded seriously. "I think so." Because of the voice, the apostle finally realized Yisha and Du Lingling, and after a moment of hesitation, he immediately raised his gun and shot in the direction of Yisha. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to pull the trigger. Ghost step. Yisha suddenly came to the side of the apostle like a ghost, and before the other party fired, he pressed his head. Bang! Yisha slammed the apostle's head hard to the ground. After a loud bang, the ground cracked inch by inch, and the apostle's mask shattered, and his face was covered with blood. The next moment, Yisha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it directly into the side of the apostle's neck, piercing his throat. After quickly killing the apostle, Yisha looked towards the door and then made eye contact with several apostles. There were about 6 or 7 apostles, who were firing in the distance and retreating towards this room. After a brief confrontation, an apostle reacted first, took out a grenade without hesitation, and threw it into the room. Yisha's pupils shrank, and he shouted to Du Lingling, "Retreat!" Du Lingling's reaction was not slow. and she immediately followed Yisha's steps. The two rushed out to the side window, smashed the window with a crash, and fell outside the house. Boom! The grenade exploded, and a huge fireball exploded in the room, burning fiercely. Even a small piece of flame came out of the window and hit Yisha's back, making Yisha feel hot. After landing, Du Lingling supported herself with one hand, and her body quickly rolled forward, then took out a pistol from behind her waist and pulled the trigger forward. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire continued, and the apostles in front quickly dispersed to the surroundings, each looking for cover. After Du Lingling finished a round of shooting, she quickly hid to the side of the house. Yisha squatted on the other side of the house. The house was rectangular. Yisha and Du Lingling occupied one side, and the apostles occupied the other side. There were more gunshots in the distance, probably from other apostles, or people who were exchanging fire with the apostles. In short, everything is a mess. Yisha whispered, "Those guys are very persistent. Since we have encountered them, let's kill them first." Du Lingling nodded. After killing them, we can evacuate to the southeast and find a speedboat on the coastline. Or I remember there is a small dock in the southeast. Then let's do it. Yisha helped me attract their attention. Du Lingling, no problem. While Du Lingling was talking, she quickly ejected the empty magazine, then loaded a new one, and then poked her head to the side. Bang! The gunshot suddenly sounded, and a bullet hit the wall nearby. Some wood chips flew out. Du Lingling immediately retracted her head, and then stretched out her arm. Bang! 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 Yisha needed Du Lingling to attract the firepower, not to kill those apostles. So Du Lingling was too lazy to aim, roughly judged the position of the other parties firing, and randomly pulled the trigger. At the same time, Yisha took 2 steps back, took a run up, and then jumped onto the roof. Yisha crouched and moved forward quickly, and quickly came to the other side of the house. The apostles were concentrating on aiming their guns at the position where Du Lingling was hiding. As long as Du Lingling dared to show her head, they would immediately focus their fire. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly jumped from the roof. An apostle hiding behind the wall felt the sound of the wind when Yisha jumped down, and instinctively turned his head to look. And what greeted him was a huge fist. Bang! Yisha punched the opponent in the face, knocking the apostle unconscious before he could react. Then, Yisha drew his sword and fiercely slashed across the opponent's neck, cutting a bloody wound on his neck. The apostle covered his throat and made a hiss sound, as if he wanted to speak, but in the end, he couldn't say anything, and his body fell to the side weakly. Yisha didn't delay too much. In fact, before the apostle fell, Yisha had already rushed to the side. Even though Yisha killed an apostle with lightning speed, the other apostles did not seem to notice Yisha's existence and were still staring at Du Lingling's direction. Although Yisha also knew some assassination techniques, he was not good at them. In other words, Yisha knew a lot of things, but he could not be good at everything. The reason why the apostles did not find Yisha was because of the night owl. The night veil that emerged from the dark dagger completely covered Yisha's figure, allowing Yisha to completely blend into the night. Everything seemed so quiet. Then, Yisha quietly touched the back of the next apostle, suddenly covered the mouth of the apostle from behind, and then stabbed the opponent's neck with night owl continuously. Puff, puff, puff. Yisha's speed was extremely fast. He stabbed 3 times in a second, piercing the opponent's neck continuously. Blood splashed on the ground, and Yisha threw the body aside. "You killed the apostle." Accumulated. The mysterious voice sounded leisurely, and Yisha went forward again. But Yisha's assassination could no longer continue. The dark curtain of Night Owl could cover Yisha's figure and help Yisha complete the assassination, but it could not cover the sound. After killing 2 apostles in a row, Yisha was finally inevitably exposed. Chapter 1161 Evacuation. An apostle found Yisha's location, although he only saw a silhouette. The apostles were not stupid and knew what the sudden appearance of the silhouette meant. The apostle shouted and attracted the attention of his companions, and then fired in the direction of Yisha. 2, 2, 2. As the apostle pulled the trigger, a crisp gunshot sounded, and the bullet swept in the direction of Yisha, and the red sparks were quite dazzling in the night. Yisha ran quickly to the side, and the opponent's speed of moving the gun muzzle could not keep up with Yisha's speed. Then, dang, dang, the crisp sound of chains rang out, And then a chain suddenly appeared and strangled the neck of the apostle. The Archon appeared like a ghost and tightened the chain. The edge of the chain was as sharp as a blade, and it easily cut off the neck of the apostle. At the same time, Yisha was not idle while running. He took out the metal box containing the 16-element alloy ball, then fell to the ground and waved forward. Magnetic impact. The 16-element alloy ball quickly flew up from the ground and shot forward, turning into silver light. With a bang, a 16-element alloy ball hit the gun in the hands of an apostle, knocking the gun directly out. The apostle looked very fierce and immediately drew out his weapon, intending to fight with Yisha. But at this moment, Ghost step. Yisha did not give the other party a chance to fight. And almost in a flash, Yisha appeared in front of the other party. And then Yisha stabbed into the other party's neck. You killed the apostle. Cumulative. Yisha did not listen to the mysterious voice, but turned and rushed to the next apostle. At this time, Du Lingling also rushed out from behind the wall, raised her pistol and fired continuously, suppressing an apostle hiding behind the wall outside the house. Then, Du Lingling suddenly swung her hand, and the centipede sword swung forward. With a bang, it shattered the wall, and then wrapped around the opponent's neck, dragging the apostle over. During the dragging process, the centipede sword, like a sawtooth blade, kept sinking into the opponent's body. In the blink of an eye, the apostle was covered in blood. Puff! On the other side, Yisha stabbed the sword into the heart of an apostle, turning the apostle in front of him into a corpse again, and then looked to the side. It seemed that there were no other apostles, except for the apostle, who was still being dragged by Du Lingling. Puff! At this time, the centipede sword dragged the apostle to the front, and Du Lingling loaded the bullet without hesitation, and then blew up the apostle's head. Yisha grinned. Well, there really wasn't a single apostle this time. Let's go! Yisha waved at Du Lingling. We have to leave here, and it's best to change to another island. Yisha took away the stone, and those apostles wouldn't give up. So the best way was to leave and change to another island. Of course, there must be apostles on other islands, but they probably didn't know that Yisha had taken things away. Du Lingling, so, should we go back to the previous beach to find the speedboat? Or change to another dock? Yisha, to be on the safe side. Let's go to another pier. Going back to the previous beach might lead to encountering the apostles, and going to another place might mean not finding the speedboat. Both involve taking risks, but Yisha thinks the latter is less risky. Leaving Thailand town quickly, Yisha and Du Lingling went into the forest nearby. Du Lingling took the map and began to outline a suitable route. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, bang, 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 the gunshots rang out again. But they did not alert Yisha and Du Lingling, because this time the gunshots were obviously farther away, at least hundreds of meters, or even kilometers away. It was just the silence of the night that made the gunshots particularly clear. Yisha, although I guessed that when the people on the Doomsday train arrived, all parts of this archipelago would become battlefields. But the fighting on this island seemed particularly fierce. Du Lingling, indeed. Before Du Lingling finished her words, the Archon suddenly hung upside down from a branch of a big tree in front of him and gestured to Yisha. Yisha immediately said, hide. Yisha and Du Lingling dodged to the left and right and hid behind the trees. The Archon's gesture meant someone is here. A moment later, figures appeared in the woods, and there were shouts and curses. 4 men appeared, or rather, 3 men were besieging a man. What was more interesting was that they were not the apostles, so they were naturally the people on the Doomsday train. The man being chased suddenly staggered and fell to the ground. Then a man rushed up fiercely, swung the saber in his hand, and cut the man's tendons. Ah! A miserable cry sounded in the woods. You will not die well. The man shouted angrily. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Become a ghost? No. If those zombies are also considered ghosts, you will indeed have to join them. The blade fell quickly, and the man's chest was pierced. Blood foamed at the corners of his mouth, and he died quickly. The 3 men snatched a metal box from the man and left quickly. Yisha and Du Lingling looked at everything in front of them, without saying a word, nor stopping or participating. And they did not feel puzzled. People who survived on the Doomsday train would not feel unfamiliar with this kind of scene. And Yisha could basically imagine the exact scene. Those 4 men probably killed some apostles. And the most important thing was that they got something good from the apostles. Unfortunately, Not everyone can get the things. Then, turning against each other, hunting, and robbing. This kind of thing is common on the Doomsday train. And it is not worth being puzzled or surprised. Just because they are all passengers on the Doomsday train, they will not give way to each other, or become companions. Besides, even if they are companions and collaborators, they often turn against each other. The only difference is whether the benefits are huge enough, or whether the benefits are enough to make people tear each other's faces and stab each other in the back. Du Lingling looked at Yi Sha. I suddenly feel a little sad. Yi Sha, although you haven't been a crew member for a long time, you have been on the Doomsday train for a long time. I thought you were used to this kind of thing. Du Lingling, I am used to it. But I think it is a bit sad that this situation happened at this time. After all, everyone's enemy is the apostles. Yi Sha shrugged his shoulders. I have always believed that no matter when, the biggest enemy is always the human heart. Chapter 1162 Goldfish Island. Yi Sha and Du Lingling did not discuss this issue too deeply, because this is really a depressing topic, and it is not worth discussing too much. In the end times, robbing itself is a way of survival. Yi Sha and Du Lingling quickly left the woods and came to the island on the other side of the island. Then Yi Sha saw several men trying to push a speedboat stranded on the beach beside the pier. Yi Sha looked at Du Lingling and spread his hands. You see, this is the tragedy of the times. When you feel sad, it seems that we have to do something sad. Yi Sha pointed at the group of people, his eyes full of teasing, as if to say, should we rob that speedboat? Or should we rob that speedboat? Or should we really rob that speedboat? Du Lingling rolled her eyes. She really didn't expect Yi Sha to have such a childish side. But this feeling was not bad. At least it made Du Lingling feel that the distance between her and the high-ranking chief steward was not that far. And she was quite kind. Pulling out the centipede sword, Du Lingling knew that Yi Sha was not really asking her again, but telling her that she should work. Hey. Du Lingling took out the centipede sword and swept it. Leave the speedboat, and then you can go away. A little girl. After hearing the voice, a strong man looked at Du Lingling and laughed obscenely. I welcome you to go with us. After all, the night is very lonely. There were 3 men from the Doomsday train, and they didn't look like crew members. But because of this, things became a little more troublesome. After all, Du Lingling has been the spokesperson for Yi Sha recently, and has appeared frequently. Many crew members know Du Lingling. If they were smart, they would most likely give in. It was not a good choice to offend Du Lingling and indirectly offend Yi Sha for a speedboat, especially when the crew chiefs were also active in this archipelago. But the other party was a guy from the death carriage, so they didn't have so many concerns. The crew was a little far away from them, let alone the crew chief. Du Lingling curled her lips. Maybe this is what ignorance is fearless. Du Lingling glanced behind her. Yi Sha leaned against a tree behind him. Du Lingling asked Yi Sha what he should do with her eyes. Yi Sha, if they know what's good for them, let them live. If they want to die, let them do it. We all came from the Doomsday train. We should give them a chance. It's not good to kill them directly. Du Lingling nodded. I understand. Yi Sha didn't realize that his conversation with Du Lingling had completely angered the other party. After all, the tone and words he used really showed that he didn't take the other party seriously. You 2 guys. That's enough. The sturdy man who spoke earlier pointed at Yi Sha angrily, looking quite dissatisfied. The girl might be used to do some interesting things, but the man should be killed. Unfortunately, he didn't finish his words. Puff! It was like a sound of rotten cloth being torn apart. The man's eyes became a little dull, and then he looked down at his chest involuntarily, revealing an expression of disbelief. His face was a little wet, because the blood was spilled on his face. There was a wound on the man's chest, which was very hideous and spread from the shoulder to the waist. Ah! After a short stagnation, the man screamed, retreated in fear, endured the pain, took out a needle gun, and began to inject himself with cell activation agent. At this time, Du Lingling shook her wrist and retracted the centipede sword. The 2 companions of the strong man immediately entered a state of combat readiness. But in the next moment, one of them felt cold sweat on his back. The Archon came behind the other party without knowing when, and stretched out his hand from behind to pinch the other party's neck. With a little force, he could easily break it. Du Lingling said again, the opportunity has been given to you. Get out, or die. Please choose. The sturdy man wanted to say something, his face still showing anger, but his companion covered his mouth and dragged him away. The man held hostage by the Archon moved his throat. Sorry. It's our fault. Can you pretend we never showed up? Yisha waved his hand casually. The Archon let go of him, slowly stepped back, and disappeared into the night, as if he had never shown up. Those who know how to give in will live longer. But you really did nothing wrong. Yisha passed by the other person and patted his shoulder. You are just not strong enough. Yisha jumped on the speedboat, then called Du Lingling and the Archon to board the speedboat, and then drove the speedboat out to sea quickly. The three figures on the beach quickly disappeared. Everything was just a small episode for Yisha. He needed this speedboat, so he grabbed it. That's all. Du Lingling, where are we going now? Yisha, I just want to leave. As for going to other islands, I don't think it makes any difference. I guess every island is equally chaotic. And I guess there are wars everywhere. Du Lingling took out some information she had prepared and looked at it. Go west. There is a goldfish island. How about that? However, it is impossible for that island to hide from the water spirit Moya. Goldfish Island is not an island famous for tourism in the archipelago. Nor is it a private island. Goldfish Island is named because its shape resembles a goldfish when viewed from above. It is a rocky island. More than 75% of the island is rocky mountains and highlands. There is no beautiful scenery for tourism. Those wealthy people would not be so stupid as to spend money to buy such an ugly island as their own private island. In fact, Goldfish Island has very few beach areas and is surrounded by reefs. The water elf Moya did try to hide everywhere, but he still likes to hide in places with water. Goldfish Island obviously does not suit the water elf Moya's preferences. Although it is not completely impossible, the probability of the water elf Moya appearing there is not high. Yisha, it doesn't matter. Just go there. Du Lingling showed a puzzled look, and then emphasized again, the probability of the water elf Moya appearing there is very low. Don't we search for the whereabouts of the water elf Moya? Yisha grinned. I said, I usually like to rob. Du Lingling, you mean? After others find the water elf Moya, you go and rob it? But the problem is, how do you know who found the water elf Moya? Even, is it our people? Or the apostles? This is difficult to confirm. Believe me, Yisha, I think the movement of the water elf Moya's appearance will definitely not be too small. Chapter 1163 Human Traces. Intelligence is very important. So Yisha clearly remembered the boss lady's reminder. The water spirit Moya is indeed very weak, but is constantly recovering and growing again. According to the boss lady, the water spirit Moya may take shape in about 15 days, and no later than 1 month. So, Yisha compromised this time, and temporarily set it at 20 days. Now, a week has passed, and this week is not meaningless for the water spirit Moya. The water spirit Moya is recovering, or growing, or to put it more directly, it is to become stronger. This also means that even if the water spirit Moya is found, he cannot be slaughtered at will. To kill or take him away, a battle should be fought. Moreover, the water spirit Moya awakened early and became weak. But this weakness is only relative. And it is only a weak state relative to the apostles, who have grown into complete bodies. At most, it has fallen from being difficult to defeat to being able to defeat, rather than being slaughtered at will. At the same time, as time goes by, the water spirit Moya will grow stronger and stronger, and will get out of the weak state. So it will become more and more difficult to kill the water spirit Moya. Even, do ordinary members of the death carriage really have the ability to kill the water spirit Moya? Similarly, can ordinary apostles really take away the water spirit Moya? For this point, Yisha believes that he still has a lot of say. After all, Yisha has fought with the Son of Flame, who has not fully grown. As it turns out, even the undeveloped and incomplete apostles are still very powerful, and can be described as terrifying. But they are not invincible. Therefore, in Yisha's opinion, the train conductor's intention is very clear. He sent the members of the death carriage not to kill the water spirit Moya, as those people almost do not have such ability. The role played by the members of the death carriage is the same as that of most apostles, which is to search for the water spirit Moya. Then, if you want to kill the water spirit Moya, at least a large number of train attendants should be dispatched. Or the chief train attendant should do it. Or even the train conductor should do it himself. Similarly, most of the apostles are only responsible for finding the water spirit Moya, and the rest of the things should be handled by the Holy Son. For this reason, 3 Holy Sons came to this archipelago. In this case, Why should Yisha search aimlessly on the island like those people? What he has to do is to wait, and then kill the water spirit Moya when he appears. Therefore, Yisha thought that Goldfish Island was good. At least it should be a quiet place. And there would be no troublesome guys always circling around. Du Lingling set the navigation, then go to Goldfish Island. The governor turned the speedboat according to the navigation and sailed quickly. Yisha leaned against the back of the speedboat and began to take a short rest. About 2 hours later, Goldfish Island appeared in front of Yisha. This is indeed an ugly island. Bare. Looking from a distance, there is nothing. There are a lot of reefs around the coastline, and the island is a towering rocky mountain. Although there are some plants, they occupy very little space, and there are no trees, only ferns. The speedboat stopped around the reefs, and then Yisha and Du Lingling jumped up and stepped on the reefs to get to the island. Maybe we can go fishing and spend 2 or 3 days in peace. Yisha looked around and said, then suddenly stopped. It seems that my fishing plan has been shattered before it even started. Yisha bent down and picked up something from the ground, shaking it in front of Du Lingling's eyes. It was a piece of chewing gum wrapper. Yisha, it's a wrapper. Still new. Someone must have left it here not long ago. Du Lingling, it might be from the Doomsday train. The entrance and exit is on Goldfish Island. It doesn't necessarily mean it's the Apostles' Walk. Yisha, I hope so. As Yisha spoke, he snapped his fingers. The Archon quietly stood behind Yisha. Yisha, go and see if there is anyone nearby. The Archon nodded, quickly passed the reefs, and began to search. Yisha also quickly went to the island, and then released the corpse flower, letting the corpse flower start looking for the opponent's trace from the ground. Du Lingling, do you need me to do anything? Yisha, are you good at reconnaissance or searching? Du Lingling thought for a while. I know a little bit. Yisha, since it is not your strong point, don't act alone. Just wait for news here. Yisha was halfway through his words when the ground at his feet cracked open. A corpse flower vine, only 1 finger thick, suddenly emerged from the ground and swayed at his feet. Yisha found it. It seems that the other party has just arrived at this island, not long before us. Yisha waved his hand, signaling the corpse flower vine to lead the way for him. And then the vine quickly rushed forward. The terrain on Goldfish Island is really bad. It is all uneven rocky land, extending forward all the way. In many places, you even have to rely on your hands to climb before you can move forward. But on the other hand, this also means that it is easy to hide traces, allowing Yisha to get close to the other party without being discovered by the other party. Sticking to a boulder, Yisha moved his steps carefully, and then poked his head out. Yisha saw 5 apostles walking, the most common team size, and Yisha felt that the feeling of that team of apostles walking was a little unusual. Yisha didn't know how to describe it. After all, feelings are feelings, invisible and intangible, and difficult to describe. Yisha could only say that the feeling told him that the 5 apostles were stronger. Du Lingling whispered, do you want to do it? Wait a minute. Yisha pressed his hands down and made a calming gesture. I don't think that the apostle came here just for a routine search. Du Lingling, what are they looking for? Yisha, this possibility cannot be ruled out, so we don't need to be too anxious. Du Lingling nodded, then find a way to follow them first. Meanwhile, the 5 apostles walked forward. But at this moment, the leading apostle suddenly stopped, lifted his cloak, signaled others not to speak, and put a headset on his ear. Holy Sun, I'm here, the leader of the apostles whispered. Soon, Nanrong Jisher's voice came from the headset. Al, I have a mission for you. Chapter 1164 Attack. Nanrong Jisher stood on a tall building, looking at the sea in the distance. And then, first of all, your current mission is cancelled. The apostle named El walked. That is the son of Joy. Nanrong Jisher interrupted him. There is a crew chief near you, no more than 200 meters away. Al, you are exposed. Understand? As Nanrong Jisher spoke, she looked down and saw a small wooden sign in her hand, only 2 fingers wide, which was emitting a faint red light. Nanrong Jisher, the mission I gave you is very simple. Escape or fight. It's up to you. But don't let the other side find out your intention on that island. It's even better not to even suspect it. Do you understand? Al was silent for a moment. I'll take care of it. Nanrong Jisher, good luck. Yisha lay down behind a rising rock and looked out in confusion. The apostle stopped walking, Are they looking for something? But there are only bare rocks around. Nothing at all. Or is the thing they are looking for in the cracks of the rocks? Yisha looked in this direction, and then found that the apostles were walking again, and they actually changed their direction. Du Lingling whispered, "They are walking towards the seaside. What are they going to do?" Yisha shrugged, still feeling puzzled. Did the apostles come from the seaside? Go around and then return to the seaside? Or go to the coast on the other side of the island? There is no need to be so troublesome. Wouldn't it be better to just move along the coastline? Yisha felt that the apostles' actions were a bit strange, but he still chose to follow them and see what happened first. About a quarter of an hour later, the group of apostles returned to the seaside. Yisha looked out and saw a large group of reefs. 5 apostles came to the reefs. Then 4 apostles stood in 4 positions, and then 1 apostle jumped into the sea. Du Lingling, they seem to be looking for something. The 4 of them are on top to keep watch, and then 1 goes down to look for it. Yisha nodded. It seems to be like this. Du Lingling, what should we do? Yisha, wait for the guy who jumped into the sea to come up. If he is looking for something, grab it. If not, kill him. You can't just pretend you didn't see him. Du Lingling nodded. She understood Yisha's approach. Even if the other party did nothing, he had to kill them because they were apostles. This was the best reason. Similarly, Du Lingling believed that under the same circumstances, the apostles would definitely attack them and kill them at all costs. The so-called mortal enemy is so simple. No reason is needed. Even no conflict of interest is needed. The other party must be killed. Yisha quietly moved his body to the side, as close to the other party as possible, hiding behind a rock and waiting quietly. The waiting time seemed to be longer than expected. The apostle dived several times in a row, and then suddenly came out. From Yisha's perspective, it seemed that the apostle was saying something, and then other apostles dragged the man up, and it was clear what the apostle was holding in his hand. While Yisha was looking at the other party, Al was also looking around, alert for Yisha's appearance. Of course, if Yisha didn't show up, he could only continue to dive into the sea and continue to act. Fortunately, Yisha didn't let the other party wait too long. The moment Al was dragged onto the reef, Yisha waved his hand fiercely. Do it. Du Lingling rushed out from behind the reef, and while running forward, she took out a silver jar and threw it in the direction where the apostles were walking. With a bang, the silver jar fell to the ground, exploding with a white light and accompanied by a sharp sound. It was a stun grenade. Then Du Lingling attacked fiercely, swinging the centipede sword and slashing forward. The centipede sword suddenly stretched out and slashed at the opponent fiercely. What surprised Du Lingling was that the stun grenade did not seem to have any effect on the apostles. The harsh sound and dazzling light did not seem to work on the apostles. The apostle named El shouted, "Form a formation." An apostle stood in the front, lifted his cloak, took off a huge black iron shield from his back, and then stretched it forward. Clang! The centipede sword hit the shield, making a crisp sound, and then it was shaken away by the shield. An apostle in the back raised a silver longbow and patted a metal box on his back. There was a small hole on the top of the box, and a special ice arrow was ejected. The apostle held the ice arrow between his fingers, then pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow towards Du Lingling. Du Lingling's pupil shrank, and without any hesitation, she immediately jumped to the side, intending to avoid the ice arrow. But at this time, a trace of fear suddenly appeared on Du Lingling's face, because she suddenly found that her body was frozen there, and she didn't listen to her command and became unable to move. Brain ability. The third apostle was actually a superhuman. Seeing the ice arrow getting closer and closer to her, Du Lingling gritted her teeth and decided to take the arrow. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly appeared in front of Du Lingling. Clang! Yisha drew out his sword and casually swept it over Nanjiang, cutting off the ice arrow. Du Lingling felt the restraint on her body loosen, and then she heard Yisha, "Go to the back. These guys may be more difficult to deal with than I thought." While Yisha was talking, he swept his eyes over the apostles walking. A commander, a defender, a long-range archer, a superhuman, and the last one. Yisha set his eyes on the 4th apostle walking. The other party silently drew a retro short sword from his waist, and then fixed a small round shield on the forearm of his left hand. Well, there is another guy who is good at close combat. In Yisha's opinion, this should be a team that has been through battles for a long time. The configuration is also very reasonable and versatile. It can deal with various situations. And the opponent's reaction is very fast. If the opponent had not known that someone was ambushing around, then Yisha could only praise the opponent's ability to respond. He was not affected by the sneak attack at all. He immediately resolved Du Lingling's attack and even counterattacked. Chapter 1165. The battle begins. Huh? Yisha took a deep breath. Maybe we can negotiate a deal? Give me what you have in your hand, and I can let you die more comfortably. How about this deal? Al spread his palm and revealed a bead. The bead was about the size of 2 thumbs together, and was almost transparent. You could vaguely see the blue light flashing inside the bead, which was bright and dark in the night. Very conspicuous. Al sneered, if you want it, come and get it yourself. Bugs on the Doomsday train. Although this world is so bad, it is still a good thing to be alive. Yisha's voice gradually became colder. Why do so many people like to die? Shock wave. The moment Yisha finished speaking, he suddenly punched forward. Although Yisha was at least 7 or 8 meters away from the opponent, the apostle holding the shield was obviously experienced, and felt that it was better to hold up the shield at this time. The apostle's intuition helped him. With a bang, the invisible force hit the shield. The apostle groaned, holding the shield tightly with both hands, and slid back. He retreated 3 or 4 meters before he stabilized his body. The next moment, Yisha felt the force of her strength. It was obviously that the superhuman had activated his brain ability. Yisha glanced at the other party and then shouted, "Get out!" Puff! The superhuman suddenly opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood, then half knelt on the ground, looking at Yisha in great surprise. He had never expected that Yisha's mental strength and willpower were so strong that he completely ignored his own brain ability. The apostle holding the silver bow suddenly rushed to the side. On the way, he raised the silver bow and quickly put an ice arrow on the bowstring. Puff! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and the ice arrow made a beautiful arc in the air. And then, Yisha casually stretched out his hand and pinched it, and then held the ice arrow in his hand. Crack! Crack! The cold air surged, and the frost quickly spread along Yisha's arm. But just when it climbed up Yisha's forearm, Yisha looked down. The wind suddenly rose, and the frost that had just condensed was crushed by the wind, turning into countless fragments and falling to the ground. Yisha stretched out his hand and pinched it hard, and the ice arrow was directly pinched into 2 pieces by Yisha. Do you have any other skills? Yisha teased. Try to show them all before you die. Al narrowed his eyes. The woman before was no match for him. The man in front of him should be the chief steward. It was indeed not easy to deal with him. But because of this, he should be killed here. Because that was the chief steward. Tiger, Gordon, Al, you 2 go. The apostle holding the big shield and the one holding the sword and shield nodded at the same time, and then quickly stepped on the reef to Yisha. Yisha narrowed his eyes. Only 2 people were sent? Yisha did not despise the other party because of this. If the other party's commander shouted charge forward and the 5 apostles rushed towards Yisha, Yisha would despise him, because that is not called command. As for sending 2 people first, Yisha did not think that it was meaningful for the other party to come up one by one to die. Maybe they still wanted to test? Yisha curled his lips. Although this was also a very safe tactic, Yisha believed that he had shown enough strength. The other party should not choose such a safe tactic at this time, but directly show some real skills. But it doesn't matter. 2 or 5. Yisha smiled. There is no difference in essence. At the same time, the apostle holding the shield had come to Yisha. Without any hesitation, Yisha raised his leg and kicked the opponent's shield. Stand still like a mountain. The apostle shouted and raised his shield. Bang! Yisha kicked the shield and felt the huge force coming from it. The shield kept trembling. The apostle gritted his teeth and resisted Yisha's attack. Although it didn't look easy, it was obviously much better than before. At least he didn't retreat. Then, behind the shield, the dagger suddenly stabbed out, and another apostle walked through the shield and stabbed Yisha. Yisha tilted his head, and the blade of the dagger brushed his cheek. Yisha disdainfully said, "Too slow." Click, click. But at this time, some slight noises appeared, and then the edge of the opponent's shield suddenly grew a sawtooth-like triangular thorn, sweeping towards Yisha's chest. Yisha's pupils shrank. This attack was a little abrupt, but still too slow. Bang! Before the triangular spikes hit his chest, Yi Sha slapped the shield with his palm. The face of the apostle hidden under the mask showed pain. He could not resist Yi Sha's power at all. The shield fell directly to the ground with a dull sound. Al watched all this from behind. And suddenly, Linja, the apostle holding the silver longbow, immediately jumped forward and patted the metal box behind him. One by one, ice arrows were ejected continuously, and then caught in his hand. Continuous arrows. The apostle ran towards Yi Sha, while continuously pulling the bowstring and shooting ice arrows at a very fast speed. Yi Sha glanced at the flying ice arrows. Do you really think that kind of thing can be useful to me? Yi Sha waved his hand casually, and a stream of wind rose from the ground. The ice arrows immediately trembled, obviously affected by the wind, and obviously deviated from their original trajectory. But at this moment, Al said again, Naya. The superhuman took a step forward, and his pupils emitted 3 colors of light. And then the same colors appeared on the ice arrows that flew out. Then the ice arrows strangely circled to the sides in a strange huge arc, and then seemed to turn, bypassing the wind flow, and flew towards Yi Sha. It was obvious that the superhuman used his brain ability to take over the ice arrows and control them. Yi Sha tiptoed, trying to avoid the ice arrows, but the 2 apostles in front of him suddenly jumped up, one on the left and one on the right, forcibly restricting Yi Sha's movements, making it impossible for Yi Sha to dodge. The next second, the ice arrows came around Yi Sha. The apostle holding the bow shouted softly, Ice explosion. Bang, bang, bang. The surrounding ice arrows suddenly exploded, and a large piece of silver-white frost mist floated in the air, quickly covering Yi Sha. Chapter 1166 Confrontation. The 2 apostles who were attacking Yi Sha had anticipated this and dodged to the side in advance, leaving Yi Sha in the frost fog. Crack, crack. The place covered by the frost fog kept making the sound of ice condensing. Everything in the frost fog would freeze at this moment. The ground below had already been covered by a thick layer of ice. After a moment, an apostle said, Did you kill him? Al, don't be careless. It shouldn't be that easy to kill him. Indeed, this little trick is useless to me. Yi Sha's voice suddenly sounded, and Al's pupils kept shrinking, expanding, shrinking, and expanding, obviously trembling, because Yi Sha's voice sounded behind him. Al quickly rushed forward, twisting his body at the same time, and then saw a sword blade slashing down at him. Puff! Blood splashed. Al felt a slight pain in his right hand, and his clenched palm loosened, and the bead fell down and was caught by Yi Sha. After taking several steps back, Al stabilized his body and stared at Yi Sha. Yi Sha picked up the bead and looked at it. Are you here on this island just to find this thing? It does look like a good thing. But can anyone tell me what it is? As Yi Sha said this, he stuffed the bead into his trouser pocket. Yi Sha looked at Al. You don't seem to be in a hurry to lose something? Al, anyway, I will get it back from your body. Why should I be in a hurry? It seems you are very confident. Yi Sha smiled. Then let's try it. It just so happens that I didn't think about getting the things, so I'll let you go. Yi Sha took a step forward, and his figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only a residual image in the air. Al immediately shouted, Be careful around. The next moment, Yi Sha's figure appeared in front of Al. You are the one who needs to be careful. I am used to killing the leader first. The sword fell from Nanjiang and fell vertically, bringing out a sword light, and fiercely slashed towards Al's head. Al took a deep breath and immediately dodged to the back, while lifting his cloak. Behind him, a pair of scimitars were hung crosswise. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and Al pulled out the 2 scimitars at the same time, crossed them in front of him, collided with Jianluo Nanjiang, and took Yi Sha's attack. But Al soon felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. It was Yi Sha who punched him in the lower abdomen. Cold sweat flowed from Al's forehead, and the severe pain made his body curl up. Yi Sha looked down at Al, who was bending over. I'm curious. Where do you get the courage to kill me? The apostles in front of him were a little weak, but Yi Sha did not relax his vigilance. He had a feeling that these guys in front of him were actually very dangerous, and their weakness seemed to be just an illusion, even though these apostles did not show any threat at the moment. At the same time, the apostle with a shield rushed up again, holding up the shield and hitting Yi Sha fiercely, intending to save Al. Yi Sha glanced at the opponent, then casually swept the sword with the sword. The invincible effect was activated. Crack! The harsh metal friction sound was heard, and then the shield was directly cut open with the sword of the sword. From the cut, Yi Sha could even see the surprised look of the opponent. Then, Yi Sha was about to strike with the second sword. But at this time, those annoying ice arrows appeared again, flying towards Yi Sha from the side continuously, and falling in an arc. Yi Sha took a deep breath, and a gust of wind rolled up from the side, blowing past the ice arrows at the moment they fell, blowing them away. But, boom, 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 a violent noise followed, and the superhuman stretched out his hand, and the surrounding reefs cracked one by one, breaking into pieces. And those broken reefs, under the control of the brain's ability, quickly floated in the air and fell towards Yi Sha. The weight of those reefs was obviously not something that could be easily pushed away by ordinary wind. So at the moment the reefs fell, Yi Sha directly stretched out his hand and pressed forward. Capture the dragon and let go of the crane. Second style of let go of the crane. As Yi Sha pushed his palm forward, a huge thrust appeared, and the reefs that had just fallen were pushed forward directly, pushing them towards the superhuman. Bang! A reef hit the chest of the superhuman, and the man was blown away directly. He tilted his head to the side and spit out a mouthful of blood. The apostle with a sword and shield in hand quickly stepped forward and waved his shield to push away the other reefs. It was his duty to protect the superhuman, and letting his companions be hit by the first reef was already his dereliction of duty. On the other side, Al wielded his two swords and chopped down at Yi Sha continuously, while Yi Sha moved his body to avoid Al's attacks. Lu Feng! Suddenly, Al shouted, and a stream of green wind entangled the two swords, and the speed suddenly increased, slashing towards Yi Sha. However, at this moment, Yi Sha raised his hand and pressed forward, directly pressing on the blade. But strangely, the blades of the two scimitars could not cut Yi Sha's palm at all. Yi Sha smiled. A weapon that uses wind vibration to cut? It seems very good, but unfortunately it is completely useless to me. Snap! Yi Sha casually stretched out two fingers and pinched them, and the green wind around the scimitar was directly crushed. Yi Sha, all the wind in this world is for my use, and your weapon has no effect on me at all. Yi Sha raised his fist while speaking, and then slowly clenched it. The sound of mechanical rotation rang out from the inside of the full set of the World Destroyer. Although you give me a strange feeling. It seems that you haven't fought with all your strength yet. Yi Sha grinned, but I'm not bored enough to keep fighting with you just to see your strength. If you don't plan to try your best, then die now. Sizzle! At the edge of the full set of the destroyer, a blue arc suddenly appeared, and then a large piece of white smoke spurted out from the back of the destroyer's hand. Heavy punch. Yi Sha no longer planned to let this fight continue. He planned to kill Al with one punch. Al's face was solemn, and he crossed his scimitars as if he was going to forcibly block the blow. And then, bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise. Yi Sha's face was stunned, because his fist had not yet hit Al's nose. Al was also stunned, because from his angle, he could see a huge column of water suddenly exploded on the sea not far away. And then a blue light appeared on the sea surface. Chapter 1167 Incident. Yi Sha noticed the changes behind him from Al's sight, and looked back. Then he saw a huge water column of at least 10 meters rising on the sea. At the same time, a large piece of blue light appeared on the sea, and in that light, some bubbles could be vaguely seen rising up. Al felt like he was going crazy. How could the thing he was looking for be here? Why was it so coincidental? The bead that Yi Sha snatched away was not the real purpose of Al bringing people here. It was just taken out to deceive Yi Sha. As long as Yi Sha thought that the bead was the purpose of their coming to this island. Then if they won later, Yi Sha would be dead. So there was nothing to say. The important thing was that if they lost, because Yi Sha had already obtained the bead, he would naturally not look for the things hidden on this island. However, Al never thought that what he was looking for was actually here. There is no such coincidence in the world. And the most important thing is that Al hates such coincidence. At this time, Yi Sha looked at the sea, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Apostle? In the glowing sea, under the bubbles, Yi Sha saw something floating up and down along the waves. Because of the night and the obstruction of the waves, Yi Sha could not see clearly, but he could still vaguely see the outline. At least it was a creature, because the outline was similar to a human shape. Of course, it was not a human, because the other party had a tail, and there was an open part on the back, like a wing. Of course, it could be some ancient species, but Yi Sha was more convinced that it was an apostle, because Those blue lights. That light gave Yisha a familiar feeling. But Yisha was sure that he had never seen those blue lights. And then, Yisha soon discovered why that familiar feeling appeared. The apostle on the volcano. When the apostle on the top of the volcano climbed out of the crater, Yisha felt the same feeling. Yisha didn't care about Al and his men anymore, and turned around and ran towards the sea without hesitation. Al roared, "Kill him!" Al had never thought that such a coincidence would happen. But since it happened, there seemed to be no choice. That is, to kill Yisha at all costs. At the moment when Yisha turned around, Al suddenly rushed towards Yisha, knocked Yisha to the ground, and hugged Yisha tightly. "Get out of my way!" Yisha shouted, grabbed Al's clothes, and threw him out. Bang! Al's body flew out and hit a huge reef. A crack appeared on his forehead and blood kept flowing down. However, the tiny wound quickly healed and stopped bleeding the moment it appeared. Yisha raised his eyebrows in confusion. Huh? Yisha noticed something was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment, Al suddenly raised his head and roared. Al's expression was extremely painful, and then his skin color gradually turned gray. With a puff, a crack suddenly appeared in the center of Al's brow, and then opened to both sides, and a red vertical pupil suddenly appeared in the center of Al's forehead. At the same time, Al's muscles continued to swell at this moment. And then the muscles of his arms suddenly tore, and countless granulations drilled out from the cracks in his arms, surrounding Al's arms, one circle after another. Moreover, behind Al, along the spine, the flesh and blood also tore, and then two oval pieces of flesh suddenly grew out, hanging down, like drooping wings. Corpse potion? Yisha blurted out, but quickly denied it, because the other party did not inject any potion. Which means, Yisha's face became more serious. Alien human? Bang, 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 bang. At this time, loud noises appeared continuously, and 4 figures jumped from all directions, landed on the surrounding reefs, and crushed the reefs. Yisha looked up and looked around. And then, so that's it! Including Al, the 5 apostles walking were all alien humans. And now, all of them had entered the combat form after transformation. As for why Yisha didn't notice this before, it's not surprising. The transformation form of alien humans is divided into stages, and the more obvious the transformation form can be, the stronger it is. But in the normal state, only a small part of the body is transformed, and the opponent is wearing a cloak and a mask, which almost covers the whole body. If the part of the body that is transformed in the normal state is not exactly the hand, it is indeed not visible. Yisha finally understood why he felt these guys were dangerous. The alien humans were perfect fighting organisms, and they evolved themselves after the end of the world because of the zombie virus. Although this kind of evolution is usually difficult for people to accept, it is undeniable that this zombie-like form can bring powerful combat power. Moreover, Yisha's eyes swept over the other party, and the degree of corpse transformation of the 5 people seemed to be not weak. For example, Al had completely reached the level of half-corpse transformation. What's even more rare is that the superhuman has the ability of the brain and his body has also evolved. This is an extremely rare situation, because they are 2 completely different self-evolution routes, and it is extremely difficult to resonate. Although Yisha has heard of it, it is the first time he has seen the existence of both a superhuman and an alien human. At the same time, after surrounding Yisha, Al shouted without hesitation, "Kill him!" Accompanied by the shout, Al jumped out first, raised his fist, and hit Yisha fiercely. Bang! Yisha directly switched the destroyer to the defensive mode and forcibly received Al's punch. Feeling the huge force coming, Yisha shook his body slightly, took a half step back, and released the force. After entering the combat state and completing the corpse transformation, Al's strength has obviously increased significantly, at least in terms of strength. He can compete with Yisha. At this time, seeing the fist being caught by Yisha, the 2 pieces of meat on Al's back suddenly stretched straight, fanned forward, and joined left and right, and then slapped towards him. Yisha turned around and immediately planned to retreat to the back. But at this moment, a binding force suddenly appeared on Yisha's body, forcibly stopping Yisha's actions. Brain power binding. Yisha showed a look of surprise. Entering the corpse state, the physical body is strengthened. But even the brain power can be strengthened? The brain power binding performed by the superhuman is obviously much more powerful than before. Chapter 1168 Fierce Fight. Bang! Because of the restraint of brain power, Yi Sha fell into a state of being unable to move for a short time. But even if the brain power of the superhuman was improved, it would be impossible to restrain Yi Sha forever. First, restraint is the most basic ability in brain power. And second, Yi Sha is still very confident in his willpower. As long as his willpower is strong enough, he can counter the brain power. Therefore, the superhuman quickly used other methods. After briefly restraining Yi Sha, the broken reefs around him suddenly floated up and then crashed towards Yi Sha. But the crash was not the main attack. The reefs tightly pressed against Yi Sha's body to restrict his movements. It must be said that the other party succeeded. Al took advantage of the gap and slapped the two huge pieces of meat towards Yi Sha fiercely. And at the same time, like a piece of cloth, directly wrapped around Yi Sha's body, and imposed a second level of restriction while attacking. The apostle, who was holding a sword and shield before, now transformed his body into a sharp sword. His corpse state is the least, but it is the simplest and most direct. And it is also the most violent and the most offensive. His limbs are all twisted, and his muscles are rotating and stretching, completely turning into sharp swords, and even appearing extremely sharp. He can't move in a normal way, but moves by stabbing his cone-like legs into the ground. At this moment, the apostle jumped up, then curled up his body, and fell from the air like a cannonball, with his limbs forward, like four sharp swords, fiercely stabbing at Yi Sha. Boom! A huge noise accompanied the attack of the apostle. The reef where Yi Sha stood shattered, and countless stone chips scattered around, forming dust that covered a large area. Under Ale's command, the other apostles quickly retreated, including the apostle who completed the attack. Be careful, Al said in a low voice. This level should not kill him, but it is enough to anger me. Yi Sha's voice followed, and then the dust gradually dispersed, and Yi Sha walked out with a gloomy face. Yi Sha's eyes passed over the apostles, and looked at the sea in the distance. The sea still exuded a blue light. The waves were undulating, and the human figure was floating between the waves. If that was the water elf Moya, then Yi Sha must kill him. And according to the current situation, no one knew when the water elf Moya would leave. So, Yi Sha exhaled, you annoying guys. Just go and die. Yi Sha raised his hand, and the sound of mechanical rotation sounded from inside the destroyer. Railgun form. Yi Sha quickly switched the form of the destroyer, turning it into a gun barrel. And then Yi Sha began to fire pulse bombs in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The pulse bombs were thrown out continuously, and after landing, they suddenly exploded. The apostles moved quickly. Being hit head-on by a pulse bomb was no joke, especially since Yi Sha could stack pulse bombs. The stacked explosions would double the power. Even if the aliens were abnormally strong, they would still be severely injured. However, Yi Sha's goal was achieved by getting the apostles to move. These guys were all aliens. Their individual strength was not weak, but they were better at teamwork and attacking, which was more troublesome. Therefore, Yi Sha achieved his goal by making the opponent keep moving and distance themselves from each other, making it difficult for them to cooperate. The next step is defeat them one by one. Go step. Yi Sha's figure flashed, suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared again. And when Yi Sha reappeared, he was already behind an apostle walking. The target Yi Sha chose was the superhuman. Superhumans are superhumans, with strong mental abilities and low physical abilities. Superhumans are completely two extremes, and their advantages and disadvantages are too obvious. Even though the superhuman in front of Yi Sha was somewhat special, he was also a different species of human, and his body was also strengthened to a certain extent, which made up for the weakness of superhumans. However, this was only relative. The degree of corpse transformation of that superhuman was the lowest, and he did not even transform his body into any special weapons, but only some bone pieces appeared on the surface of his skin for defense. This degree was even worse than many weak mutant zombies. It can be seen that the brain power of the superhuman is still the main body of the opponent, and the evolution and strength brought by the alien human to the opponent are actually relatively limited. In this case, of course, we must start from the weakest to destroy. Yi Sha raised his fist, and the destroyer gloves changed their form again, turning back into the appearance of metal gloves. Zila, Zila, accompanied by a harsh sound. A blue arc appeared on the edge of the destroyer gloves. Jumping happily there, the superhuman's eyes flashed with 3 colors of light. although he was constantly retreating, trying to distance himself from Yisha. After seeing Yisha's ghostly movement ability, the superhuman himself probably didn't believe that he could avoid Yisha's attack. The other apostles were walking a little far away and couldn't rush to rescue in time. The only thing the superhuman could do was to restrain Yisha. Even if it was just a moment of time, it would be good for him. Unfortunately, he couldn't even restrain him for a moment. Heavy punch. White smoke gushed out from the back of the World Destroyer's gloves. And then Yisha felt the power of the boost and sent his fist out. This was also the reason why the opponent couldn't restrain Yisha. The brain power of the superhuman was not that weak. If he just restrained Yisha for a moment, he could still do it. Even if Yisha's willpower was firm, it would take time to break free. Even if it was only a few seconds, it would still take time. The problem is that Yisha's fist is using the mechanical power of the World Destroyer to attack. No matter how powerful the brain is, it is impossible to stop the machine from working. The machine has no thoughts or mental power, so it is not affected by the brain's ability. Bang! The next moment, the arc passed through the air, leaving two blue lines in the air. And then Yisha's fist hit the opponent's chest fiercely, making a dull sound. At a speed that can be seen by the naked eye, the chest of the superhuman was sunken. With just one punch, Yisha's sternum was broken. And then his body changed direction and flew backwards, hitting a huge reef in the distance. Chapter 1169 Blast and Kill. You killed the apostle. Cumulative. The superhuman died quite cleanly. After hitting the reef, he broke a piece of the reef. And then his body was directly embedded in the reef. His head tilted to the side, and he was already silent. Ah! With an angry roar, an apostle rushed towards Yisha. The other person's face was covered with something like scales, but he could still barely make out his appearance. He was the apostle who used the bow and arrow before, and the only Asian among the five. With a roar, the apostle walked and roared. His right arm stretched forward. The flesh and blood tore at the forearm, and then the two bones bounced to the sides with some arcs, like a bone bow growing on the arm. Linja, come back. Al showed a bit of anxiety. Come back. Anger makes people strong, but also makes people sink. Leaving the team because of anger is obviously not a good choice. But Al has no choice. Although the alien humans are not zombies, it is undeniable that the alien humans will be more emotional after being transformed into corpses. It is understandable that emotions can overcome reason and dominate the battle. This is similar to zombies. Seeing that the other party did not listen to him, Al could only wave his hand, press forward, since he could not call people back to reform a battle formation. He could only press forward together. At the same time, the apostle was approaching Yisha at a high speed. Of course, although his anger made him lose some reason, he was not stupid enough to rush to Yisha to fight him. On the one hand, the apostle didn't look like a close combat type. Even in the corpse state, his figure looked relatively slender, and he didn't have a fist like a war hammer. On the other hand, Yisha had just punched someone more than 10 meters away. No matter who wanted to fight Yisha in close combat, they had to think carefully. Therefore, the apostle rushed to a position about 10 meters in front of Yisha, and then suddenly changed his pace, swam to the side, and then raised his right arm. Those two bones that looked like bows were really bows. The apostle was so cruel that he pulled out a tendon from the wound on his arm and tied it to the bone, which became a bowstring. Then, a bone came out of the wound, one end of which was extremely sharp, which was the arrow. The apostle raised his hand, and suddenly there was a sound of breaking through the air. And then the bone arrow flew forward and came towards Yisha. So fast, Yisha's pupils shrank slightly. The speed of the bone arrow was faster than he thought. In fact, Yisha was surprised to find that he seemed unable to dodge it using ordinary methods. Ghost step. Yisha stepped to the side without hesitation, and then his body moved 3 meters to the side like a ghost, as if he had moved instantly. And then, he forcibly avoided the attack of the bone arrow. Boom! A roar suddenly sounded. Yisha looked sideways, and the moment the bone arrow hit a reef, it directly pierced the reef into a hole as big as a head. Then the bone arrow continued to be powerful, and hit the ground again. The ground exploded, and a large spider web crack appeared, and the bone arrow was almost completely pierced into the ground. Yisha glanced at it. Not only was the speed fast, but the bone arrow was also powerful. At the same time, the firing speed seemed to be faster than expected, because at this moment, the apostle had raised his arm, and shot the second bone arrow towards Yisha again. At the same time, Al and the other two apostles also approached Yisha quickly. The apostle, whose limbs had turned into sharp swords, leaped up, curled up in the air, and then fell from the air. With his limbs together, he stabbed towards Yisha. The other apostle walking was the one holding the shield earlier. His body showed signs of turning into rock, with hard rocks all over his body. He suddenly charged towards Yisha and hit him hard. Yisha took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling. And then, ah! A sharp whistle suddenly came out of Yisha's throat, like a dragon's roar. The next moment, a stream of wind suddenly rolled up under Yisha's feet, pushing wildly around. The flying bone arrow was blown away by the wind and pierced the reef beside him. The apostle who fell from the sky hit the reef and was directly thrown out, fell heavily to the ground, and rolled continuously. Then Yisha turned his body and raised his hand to aim at the third apostle. Yisha's body was covered with dragon scales, and dragon horns grew on his forehead. Entering the dragon state, the air became hot at this moment. Puff, puff, puff. Around Yisha's body, groups of dragon breath fire suddenly appeared, floating in the air, and then quickly gathered in Yisha's palm. Halong Yinpa. After the dragon's breath fire gathered in Yisha's palm, it quickly condensed into a fire dragon, flew forward with long teeth and 5 claws, and hit the apostle. Boom! When the fire dragon collided with the apostle, a loud explosion suddenly appeared, and billowing black smoke surged around. Then, the apostle was blown away and fell out of the black smoke, with flames on his body. Ael's face looked solemn, and he quickly approached Yisha. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly turned his head and glanced at Al. Just a glance. Al felt a huge sense of oppression, a feeling of being unable to breathe, and he felt terrified. That was really unimaginable pressure. My patience has almost run out. Yisha growled. So, in this battle, you should die. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by Yisha's low roar, the ground suddenly trembled, and then cracks appeared on the ground one after another, and huge corpse flower vines sprang out from the ground, swaying wildly in the air, surrounding the apostles. Yisha shouted, "Kill them!" Bang, bang, bang. The corpse flower vines received Yisha's order and slapped down frantically. When the corpse flower vines fell on the reefs were easily crushed. But when the corpse flower vines fell on the ground, the hard ground left a terrifying crack. Yisha was naturally not idle either. He suddenly jumped forward, clenched his fists, and slammed towards Al. Ael's pupil shrank, and the 2 pieces of meat on his back immediately moved forward to protect his body and defend himself. Bang! Yisha's fist hit the meat, and the huge force pushed Ael's body backwards. It seems that Al has blocked this attack. But in the next moment, Yisha suddenly drew his sword. Chapter 1170 Full Fire. Poof! The 2 pieces of meat were not used purely for defense. But when Al used them for defense, they would be classified as defensive gear. The sword fell on the southern border, and the sword pierced through the 2 pieces of meat without any hindrance. The sword pierced Ael's chest, bringing out a gorgeous blood flower. The next moment, Yisha raised his palm and pressed it directly in front of Al. Halong Yinpa. The dragon's breath fire condensed crazily again, and then turned into a surging fire dragon, blasting forward. Ael's body was instantly engulfed by the flames, and then flew backwards, hitting the ground hard. At the same time, a whistling wind suddenly sounded behind Yisha, and an apostle cut off the corpse flower vines and quickly came behind Yisha. Yisha looked back and saw that it was the apostle whose body had turned into a sword. Seeing the other party leap into the air, his legs turned into swords and fell towards him. Yisha raised his palm fiercely. Capture the dragon and let go of the crane. The second style of let go of the crane. Yisha's palm pressed casually, and the apostle flew out and hit a reef hard, smashing it to pieces. But without even a chance to breathe, Yisha stretched out his palm, and suddenly the 5 fingers became claws. Capture the dragon and release the crane. Capture the dragon in one move. A strong suction force appeared in Yisha's palm, and the apostle was forcibly sucked in again. And then Yisha stretched out his left arm. Snake bite. The shadow of the purple-scaled python quickly wrapped around Yisha's arm, opening its bloody mouth and revealing its ferocious fangs. The next moment, Yisha grabbed the opponent's neck, then lifted him up and pressed him hard to the ground. Bang! The body of the apostle hit the ground, and the ground cracked with a loud noise. The other two apostles rushed over quickly, wanting to rescue him. But at this moment, the corpse flower vine swept violently and forced the two apostles away. Then, the two corpse flower vines suddenly rose up, and the top suddenly cracked, as if a mouth appeared, and then silver-white frost sprayed out. The two apostles kept retreating, and as they retreated, frost swept across the ground, and the ground quickly froze. On the other side, Yisha raised his fist, and the edge of the World Destroyer glove once again surged with arcs. Crackling. "Go to hell," Yisha growled, and then his fist fell fiercely. Bang! Yisha punched the apostle in the face, and the opponent's entire face sank downwards, followed by a muffled sound. Blood splattered, and the apostle's head actually exploded directly. The pieces of flesh mixed with brain matter kept flying around and fell all over the ground. "You killed the apostle." Cumulative. Accompanied by the mysterious voice. Yisha stood up and looked around. "Two," Yisha said fiercely. "Who's next?" An apostle roared and rushed towards Yisha angrily, but was stopped by Al. "Calm down," Al shouted. "Don't let anger swallow your reason." After Al forcibly appeased the other party, he shouted again, "Linja will be restrained. Tiger, you follow me to attack." The apostle with the bone bow nodded and immediately ran to the side, raising his arm and continuously releasing bone arrows. Yisha glanced to the side, and then a thick corpse flower vine quickly came from the other side, directly across Yisha and the apostle, and all the flying bone arrows were blocked by the corpse flower vine. At the same time, while blocking the bone arrows, a large number of plant thorns suddenly grew on the vine, each of which was as thick as 3 fingers combined, about half the length of an arm, and suddenly shot out. The thorns of the corpse flower are densely packed, and the power is not as terrifying as imagined. The main reason is that there are so many of them that they can kill people with intensive phobia. They bounce directly in all directions, and there is no way to avoid them. Puff, puff, puff. The apostle walked quickly and crossed his arms, forcibly taking the attack of those plant thorns, and was stabbed like a hedgehog. The so-called containment is naturally meaningless. The opponent can't even avoid the attack of the corpse flower vines. So how can he have the chance to contain Yisha? Even so, Al and another apostle still rushed to Yisha. The apostle's body was densely packed with things like stones. When he rushed to Yisha, the stones moved along the surface of his skin and gathered at the position of his right fist. The fist of the apostle suddenly looked extremely huge, like a giant iron ball, and then it fell fiercely towards Yisha. While the apostle was attacking, Al was not idle either, and quietly went around behind Yisha. Puff, puff. 2 cracks appeared on Al's forearm, and 2 bone blades wrapped in flesh membrane suddenly ejected and chopped down at Yisha's back. The pincer attack of the 2 apostles seemed to be completed, but it was only an appearance. Clank, clank. The sound of chains suddenly rang out, and seeing that Al's bone blade was about to hit Yisha's back, the Archon who had been hiding suddenly made a move, since Yisha had already opened fire and tried to kill all the apostles in the shortest time. The Archon naturally had no need to continue hiding and ambushing. At the moment when El was about to strike, the Archon's chain strangled his neck, and then with a strong tug, El fell to the ground, and then a black ball of light condensed in the Archon's palm, and pressed hard towards El. Boom! A huge roar suddenly sounded. On the other side, Yisha watched the apostle walking in front of him. The other party's figure was very tall, standing in front of him, and then raising his fist like a heavy hammer. It seemed that he had a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Then, Yisha raised his palm. Bang! The ball in the opponent's right fist hit Yisha's palm hard. With a loud bang, the ground under Yisha's feet cracked because it could not withstand the huge force and collapsed downwards, making Yisha's body look like it had suddenly shortened. But the apostle's forehead was constantly sweating. Blocked. The cracking of the ground had nothing to do with Yisha, but Yisha firmly received the huge ball. Even when the apostle wanted to raise his arm to retreat, he found that he could not retreat. Yisha's palm holding the ball was like a solid clamp, making it impossible for the opponent to break free. You have already hit it, Yisha said ferociously. Is it my turn now? Yisha clenched his fists while speaking, and his knuckles cracked. Chapter 1171 End of the battle. The destroyer's heavy fist was still accumulating energy, so the fist that Yisha swung looked like an ordinary fist. Of course, it was just an appearance. Bang! Yisha's fist hit the apostle's chest hard, knocking the apostle back half a step. The apostle tilted his head and showed a puzzled expression. Obviously, he also felt a little strange, because Yisha's fist did not seem as heavy as he imagined. Then, the next second, poof! The apostle suddenly felt that his internal organs were like a tumbling sea. And then he opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood, which was even mixed with many pieces of internal organs. Dark power. The supreme martial arts master in heaven and earth. The apostle felt a sharp pain all over his body. And it was the kind of pain from the inside out, as if his body was torn apart. The next moment, Yisha took another step forward and clenched his fists. "Come on," Yisha said in a low voice. "Grit your teeth. Be careful not to hit your tongue." Bang! While the apostle was still not able to recover, Yisha took another step forward, raised his fist, and punched out fiercely. This time, Yisha used both the bright and dark forces. The sky-high cannon, a killer move from Magician, was blasted forward. When Yisha's fist hit the apostle's body, the apostle's muscles seemed to be cut by a knife, and the bright force tore open bloody wounds one after another, and blood kept spurting out. But the bright force was still able to defend, and by tightening the muscles, it could still offset a lot of power, which was just some superficial injuries at most. While the dark force was completely unstoppable, the apostle felt that his internal organs were completely shattered at this moment, and his bones were also crackling. Then the apostle felt that his strength was fading, as if it was being drained away. The apostle knew that this was the feeling of death. Rather than saying that his strength was fading, it was better to say that his vitality was madly fading. Ah! Using up his last bit of strength, the apostle roared angrily, raised his fist, and hit Yisha again. But at this time, bang! Yisha punched the apostle in the face again, knocking the apostle to the ground, and then raised his fist again. Bang! The second punch. Bang! The third punch. Bang! The fourth punch. Bang! The fifth punch. Yisha's face was full of brutality, punching the apostle in the face one after another, and blood kept splattering, covering Yisha's face. The smell of blood in the air did not stop Yisha at all. Instead, it made him even more ferocious. He punched one after another, and continued to bombard the apostle's facial features until they were completely distorted and sunken, and even the face could not be seen. "You killed the apostle." Cumulatively, Yisha finally stopped his punches. The apostle was unrecognizable, and his head was completely sunken. Appeal. Yisha took a deep breath, then exhaled the turbid air and looked around. "I don't know where the Archon and Al ran to. They should be fighting in a corner. And the corpse flower is still entangled with the apostle, who uses the bone bow. The blood on his face exudes a strong smell, stimulating Yisha's senses." When he saw the prey, Yisha's expression became ferocious again. "Ghost step." Yisha took a step forward, and then his figure flashed. When he appeared again, he came behind the apostle. The apostle felt the sudden strong wind behind him, and his reaction was also very fast. He immediately came to his senses and shot a bone arrow. Those bone arrows were generated from the body of the apostle, so they were extremely fast and could be fired when they came out of the body. In the apostle's opinion, Yisha had miscalculated this time. At such a close distance, even if he reacted quickly, it would be difficult to avoid the attack of the bone arrows. In fact, Yisha really couldn't avoid it, so he didn't hide at all. Puff! The bone arrow shot through Yisha's palm, bringing out a stream of blood. And then Yisha clasped his 5 fingers tightly and caught the bone arrow. Yisha grabbed the end of the bone arrow and pulled it out of his palm little by little. "You heard me." Puff! Yisha pulled the bone arrow out of his palm and threw it aside casually. Although there was a blood hole in his palm, Yisha seemed to feel no pain at all. At the same time, in the dragon state, Yisha gained the ability of high-speed regeneration. The blood hole in the center of his palm was healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gulp! The walking apostle couldn't help but move his Adam's apple. And at this moment, the corpse flower vine suddenly swept over from behind and hit the walking apostle fiercely. Bang! The apostle was swept away, but he didn't fly far because Yisha raised his palm first. Capture the dragon and release the crane. Capture the dragon in one move. A huge suction force appeared in Yisha's palm, sucking the apostle back forcibly, and then pinching his neck. The feeling of suffocation began to invade the apostle, and the apostle kept struggling. and then aimed the bone bow at Yishaw's head. But at this moment, Yishaw suddenly reached out and pinched the bone bow growing on the opponent's arm. Crack! A crisp sound appeared, and Yishaw suddenly exerted force to break the two bones that formed the bone arch. Ah! A painful scream appeared, and the apostle cried out in pain and struggled violently. Yishaw sneered and smashed the man to the ground fiercely. Boom! The apostle was smashed to the ground by Yishaw, and then a deep pit broke out in the ground, directly embedding the apostle's body into it. The apostle showed a painful expression and struggled to get up again. Unfortunately, he didn't have such an opportunity. Puff! 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 Countless tiny corpse flower vines pierced out from the ground and pierced the apostle's body from below. The apostle's eyes widened. Blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. And finally his body became weak. You killed the apostle. Cumulative. A mysterious voice sounded. Yishaw breathed a sigh of relief and looked around again. Al and the Archon were nowhere to be seen. Yishaw decided not to care about that guy for the time being, but ran towards the reefs on the seashore. Damn it! When Yishaw ran past the reefs and came to the beach, he couldn't help but curse. The water column on the sea surface had already subsided, but the blue light on the sea surface was still there. But the black outline could no longer be seen on the sea surface emitting the blue light. If that was the water elf Moya, it was obviously gone. Chapter 1172 A Piece of Skin. This result certainly made Yishaw extremely angry. If it was the water elf Moya, he would have almost caught it, or hunted it. But now it was gone, and Yishaw had every reason to be angry. But at this moment, the sound of a speedboat suddenly sounded, and Yishaw couldn't help but look for the sound, and then saw a speedboat coming quickly from the side. And Du Lingling drove the speedboat and waved to Yishaw. Here! Du Lingling shouted. I found something on the sea. Yishaw's eyes lit up immediately, and he jumped off the reef and onto the speedboat. What? Yishaw, what? Isn't that the water elf Moya? Du Lingling pointed to the back of the speedboat. I think that thing should not be the water elf Moya. Yishaw followed Du Lingling's pointing and looked back, and then fell into a daze. This is... Yishaw was stunned. What the hell is this? There was something at the back of the speedboat. Yishaw didn't know how to describe it. It looked like a piece of skin, or something like a flesh membrane, or like scales. The thing was about 2.5 meters long, and it looked like soft skin, but it also had a hard shell. The upper body looked completely human, and from the curves it should be a woman. However, it had fine, scaly things, because there were scaly marks on the skin, and a few parts had light blue shells, which were common, like the shells on insects. The lower body was not human legs, but fishtail shaped, and also had scaly marks. But compared to the soft skin of the upper body, the lower body was obviously very hard. Yishaw tried to pick up the thing, and then saw some sticky liquid dripping down. Milky white, like lotion, and with a faint fishy smell. It was not the bloody smell, but the fishy smell similar to that of sea fish. Yishaw, can you tell what this is? Du Lingling shrugged, probably. It seems to be leather. Yishaw, of course I know it's leather. What I mean is, why do those apostles look for her? Yishaw paused, and suddenly thought of something. Yishaw looked at the thing again. Could this be the skin of the water elf Moya? The skin of the water elf Moya? Du Lingling was stunned. Do you mean that the water elf Moya has shed its skin? Yishaw, besides this, I really can't think of any other possibilities. Give me the thing. At this time, Ael's roar suddenly sounded. Yishaw looked up and saw the guy standing on the reef covered in blood. But the moment he finished speaking, the Archon appeared behind Al and strangled Ael's neck with a chain. The Archon entered a new evolutionary form, and the red crystal single wing behind it emitted fire. But it was obvious that Al was more seriously injured and was dragged by the Archon by the neck. Yishaw jumped up and jumped back to the reef, pinching Ael's chin. Hey, the apostle's skin is shed. Right? You came here to find the apostle shed skin. Right? Al was strangled by the neck, and it seemed extremely painful. Even so, he obviously did not answer Yishaw's intention. He stretched out his hands and bared his teeth and claws, as if he wanted to attack Yishaw. Well, I didn't expect you to answer. Yishaw waved his hand. Kill him. The Archon immediately increased the strength of his hand, and the chain was completely stuck in Ael's neck. You killed the apostle. Cumulatively, after many contacts with the apostles, Yisha had long discovered that most of these guys were diehards. It's not that there were no soft-mouthed guys, or guys who were afraid of death, but their number was indeed small. And most of the time, he couldn't get anything out of them. Even, many apostles act like fanatics, shouting about their faith, and then dying bravely. From Yisha's perspective, they seem a bit crazy. But it is precisely because of the crazy that it is troublesome, because there is no communication. However, Yisha has other ways to confirm it. Walking aside, Yisha patted his chest. Hey, it's your turn. What is this? A fatal voice sounded. Don't you know? Yisha's eyes lit up. Is it really the skin of the apostles? Fatal, don't be too happy. That thing is useless. Yisha, why? Since the flesh and blood of the apostles are useful. Is the skin useless? Isn't it also something on the apostles? Fatal, flesh and blood are flesh and blood. And peeling is peeling. Peeling means growth. And then peeling off the unnecessary things that restrict your own growth. Just like you throw away unwanted things. Since it is unwanted, does it still have value? Yisha grinned. This example makes so much sense that he can't even refute it. Yisha, but if it is useless, why would the apostle go looking for it? Fatal, useless is relative. It is still a precious material. Besides, you should think of another possibility. Yisha pondered for a moment, then raised his eyebrows. The apostle is nearby. This is something that can be easily connected. If the skin shed by the apostle is still here, it naturally means that the apostle was here not long ago. And even if he left, he should not have gone far. Unfortunately, Fatal poured cold water on Yisha again. I just said that the skin is useless after it is taken off, which is relative. In fact, if it is just taken off, it is another matter. Yisha was puzzled. Huh? Fatal, because the skin just taken off still contains power. But this power will gradually dissipate and eventually become useless. Yisha, in other words, it is of no use now. Right? Fatal asked back. What do you think? That's right. Yisha curled his lips. If it was useful, you would have jumped out long ago. Why would you be so quiet? Fatal, even if I covet power, my power will eventually be transformed into your power because of symbiosis. I don't think it's meaningful for you to mock me, because it's like mocking yourself. Yisha, do you know what humor is? Fatal, if you have time to be humorous, you might as well think about how to leave here. Otherwise you won't be able to leave. Yisha wondered, what else is there on this island? Boom! Before Yisha finished asking, he heard a loud noise coming from the sea surface. And then the sea surface broke open, and a black shadow that was 20 to 30 meters long suddenly jumped out from the bottom of the sea, and then smashed back into the sea surface, causing huge waves. Yisha was stunned for a moment. And then he understood what the fatal reminder meant. Those damn ancient species. Chapter 1173 Worry. With a fatal explanation, Yisha roughly understood what was going on. Those apostles came for the skin shed by the water spirit Moya. If you think about it carefully, you will find that it is natural. If the other party is sure that the water spirit Moya is on the goldfish island, I am afraid that they will not send the 5 apostles to walk, but should send the Son of God. Of course, the skin shed by the water spirit Moya is also very valuable. The fatal one is useless relative to the apostle himself, or the flesh and blood of the apostle. Secondly, the value of the skin is divided into 2 stages. If you collect it when it first appears, it will be another matter. Unfortunately, Yisha was still fighting with the apostle at that time. And the blue light on the sea is actually the power of the water spirit Moya. Yisha guessed that the apostles probably had a way to seal this power, so they came to find the skin. This is the bad part. Because of the delay in the battle, the power has been lost, which further weakens the value of the skin in Yisha's hand. As for how much it is worth, Yisha thinks that he can only let the boss lady decide the price. Anyway, if he can't make the fatality evolve or transform it into his own strength, Yisha has no interest in hiding the skin. Of course, this is not the worst. The worst part is that after the power of the water elf Moya flows through the skin, the ancient species in the nearby sea area evolve. Yisha helplessly looked into the distance, and saw that the sea water was churning all the time. There were several giant ancient species churning in the sea. The only one that could be identified was a whale with a body length of more than 30 meters. There were also some giants, one of which swam under the sea. Those guys were not like the dragon turtle, which could go ashore directly. In fact, If they could go ashore, it might be better. Yisha could declare war and kill the other party. If the other party had been hiding in the sea, Yisha sadly found that he seemed to be trapped on this island. Because going out to sea to fight those ancient marine species was obviously irrational behavior, and it could even be said to be seeking death. Du Lingling, maybe we should look for other directions to go out to sea. Yisha, too risky. Du Lingling, are you willing to be trapped here and die? Of course not. But it's not the worst outcome at the moment. Yisha shrugged. Those ancient species are going crazy in the surrounding seas because the power that flowed out of the skin that the water elf Moya took off still exists. But it can't exist for too long. To put it in a fatal way, when the water elf Moya took off the skin was still very valuable, and its value would not be lower than the water elf Moya's own flesh and blood. But the problem is that it is just a piece of skin, or a discarded dead skin, which cannot retain power. So the power in it will continue to dissipate. In the end, the dead skin of the water elf Moya will become just a piece of material with good value, and the power of the apostle on it will completely disappear. If the dead skin still retains the power of the apostle, Fatal will naturally let Yisha get it. Unfortunately, when the dead skin floated to the surface of the sea, the apostle power contained in it had almost disappeared. At the same time, this also indirectly means that the water spirit Moya is no longer here. The loss of power on the dead skin means that the water spirit Moya has shed its skin for a long time. On the other hand, the power of the apostle without a carrier cannot exist for too long, especially since a large part of it has been absorbed by the surrounding ancient species. In the end, the power belonging to the water spirit Moya in this sea area will completely disappear. At that time, these ancient species will probably disperse. Yisha spread his hands. Perhaps they will pursue power and go to other places. Du Lingling, how long will it take? Yisha, who knows? 2 or 3 days. Maybe longer. Or even shorter? Anyway, we were planning to hide on this island for 2 days and wait for news. So let's just assume that the plan has not changed. Although Yisha felt a little unlucky. He fought with a group of apostles for a long time, but ended up taking a skin, which was not as useful as he imagined. And the surrounding seas were blocked by ancient species again. But Yisha was not too worried. If those ancient species did not disperse after a few days, he would call for support. If the sea route was blocked, he could go by air. As the chief purser, Yisha had the authority to provide logistical support, so he could just let the helicopter take him and Du Lingling off the island. Therefore, compared to his current situation, Yisha is more worried about 2 things. The first thing is that the Apostles' Walk does not seem to be a blind search. From the fact that the other party can find the dead skin shed by the water elf Moya, it seems that the other party has a way to track the water elf Moya. This method may not be accurate, but it can only vaguely sense where the power of the water elf Moya appears. Otherwise, we would not have reached the current location and have not found the water elf Moya. But as long as there is a way to find clues, that is an advantage. The second thing is that the water spirit Moya has become stronger again. Shedding skin means growth, and the growth of the apostle naturally means stronger strength. Yisha thought, don't let the water spirit Moya be defeated even if he is found. That would be a lot of fun. Of course, as long as he can find it. The train conductor will definitely show up to finish it off. But the benefits will not be his. Yisha thought about these issues and had some concerns in his heart. But he did not appear too anxious, but was ready to continue to wait and see. After 2 days, the ancient species that lingered around Goldfish Island finally left. At the same time, Yisha was not idle during these 2 days. He had been learning about the battle situation through the boss lady. Unfortunately, in addition to the small-scale battles that took place on various islands, the water spirit Moya had not appeared. Even the boss lady began to show some anxiety. 10 days have passed since the water spirit Moya woke up. This means that they have wasted at least half of their time. If there is no progress and the water spirit Moya grows to its full form, the consequences will be disastrous. It would be nice if it rained. Yisha looked at the sky and murmured, a heavy rain is enough to cover all the islands. And if there is enough time, I may be able to find the guy. Something happened. At this time, Du Lingling's voice suddenly sounded. Yisha turned around and saw Du Lingling hurriedly climbing up the reef and shouting to him, follow me. Yisha jumped down from the higher reef and landed next to Du Lingling. What's wrong? Du Lingling anxiously, it feels wrong. Yisha puzzled, huh? Du Lingling, plain. A lot of planes. You will know if you come with me to see. Chapter 1174, Compu arrives. Yisha ran after Du Lingling, and quickly climbed over the rocky hillside by the sea. Yisha heard the sound of a plane flying at low altitude. In fact, not only the sound, but Yisha also saw the plane flying low in the sky. A large number of planes. Yisha was also surprised. Why are there so many planes? There were at least dozens of those planes. Judging from the direction, they should be coming from the direction of the Ilias Peninsula, not to the Goldfish Island. Judging from the direction, they should be heading to different islands. Yisha quickly picked up the telescope and looked up at the sky, and was surprised. A plane from Compu? How could those guys appear here? Yisha looked at Du Lingling in confusion, and Du Lingling shrugged her shoulders to show that she was as confused as Yisha. Yisha was sure that the people who came were from Compu, because some people had already jumped from the plane. The parachutes they used were gray and white, with the Compu logo printed on the parachute. At the same time, those guys were fully armed, with combat uniforms, weapons, etc. Although we don't know which team of Compu Company they belong to. They are definitely combatants. Why are there so many Compu Company combatants here? Du Lingling, maybe we can ask directly, Du Lingling said, pointing to the sky on the side. Yisha looked in the direction Du Lingling pointed, and saw a huge supply box being airdropped and landed on the south side of Goldfish Island. If nothing unexpected happens, combatants will definitely land on Goldfish Island next. Otherwise, the supply box will not be dropped in advance. Yisha immediately waved his hand. Let's go and take a look. Yisha and Du Lingling quickly ran towards the place where the supply box fell. Although the terrain of Goldfish Island is south-shaped, it is open and there are almost no shelters, so it is relatively easy to confirm the landing area of the supply box. Secondly, the supply box was inserted with red signal smoke. After landing, the red smoke slowly rose, and the supply box could be found by following the red smoke. After running for about 6 or 7 minutes, Du Lingling pointed to the sky again. Someone is coming down. Yisha looked up and saw some fighters controlling parachutes and falling down. The target was of course the area near the supply box. Yisha, speed up. I don't want to search the whole island for these guys, so it's best to catch them when they take the supply box. Du Lingling nodded and followed Yisha to run again. After a while, the two climbed over a rocky plateau again. On the beach near the other side of the island, a huge supply box was stuck between two reefs, and red smoke was still rising. The fighters from Compu seemed to have arrived first. 7 in total. But they were not there for long, because they were still climbing down the undulating rocks around them, trying to get close to the supply box. Yisha said to Du Lingling, I want you alive. Du Lingling nodded. Okay. After saying that, Yisha fell directly from above, landing directly on a rock. A fighter had just climbed there, and was taking a short rest. But when he looked up, he saw Yisha appear. Bang! The fighter almost instinctively raised the muzzle of his gun. But before that, Yisha had already punched him in the face. The fighter's nose was bleeding, and he hit the rock behind him. Then, Yisha took a step forward and cut the opponent's neck with a palm knife, and the fighter fell softly to the ground. What the hell? Yisha frowned. So weak. Those fighters were just some armed fighters, not members of the cleaning team, and not even members of the Three Dragons team. When Yisha took action, he had to deliberately hold back to ensure that he would not accidentally kill the opponent. Thud, thud, thud. At this time, gunshots suddenly sounded, and Yisha couldn't help but shrink his head. It turned out that the fighters below discovered the situation above, and they all raised their guns and fired in the direction of Yisha. Then, boom! The corpse flower vine suddenly emerged from the ground and swept towards the opponent, sweeping the man away directly. And then some smaller corpse flower vines quickly rolled over and tied the man up. In the blink of an eye, all 7 fighters were subdued. Yisha waved his hand, letting the corpse flower vines drop the man next to the supply box, and then said to Du Lingling, Go and see what's in the supply box. Du Lingling nodded, walked to the supply box, cut the outer rope with a knife, and then knocked off the anti-collision rod. Yisha came to a man and squatted. Name? It was a middle-aged man, about 40 years old, who seemed to be trying to resist with silence, but saw Yisha pulled out a dagger and put it to his face. Yisha rubbed the Alaskan whale harpoon on the other's face. There are 7 of you in total. It seems that I can question more people than I thought. So I don't mind if 1 or 2 die. The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva. Ross Adams. Yisha team? Ross, Sky Fortress Base. 3rd Combat Team. Yisha, what is your purpose here? Ross, I don't know, Ross screamed because when he said not sure, Yisha stabbed the Alaskan whale harpoon into his thigh. Yisha whispered, not sure. Don't know. Don't understand. Probably. Maybe. Possible. Etc. I don't like these words very much. And once I get angry, I always tend to do something not so good. As Yisha spoke, he gently turned the Alaskan whale harpoon that was stabbed into Ross's thigh. And the severe pain made Ross scream again. Yisha, do you understand? Ross gritted his teeth. I understand. Yisha, then continued to answer my question. What is the purpose of coming here? Ross was sweating, looking for energy sources or something like that. Yisha was puzzled. Energy source? What do you mean? I don't know. Ross seemed to remember something and immediately changed his words. This is the task I received. Each of us got a device. When the value of the device is higher than 1,200 points, the image will be reported in orange-red. Yisha was confused and reached out to the other party. Show me the so-called device. Ross looked at the corpse flower vines on his body. Chapter 1175 Progress. Yisha didn't care and let the corpse flower vines release Ross. Anyway, with Ross's strength, even if he returned all the weapons to him, he would not pose any threat to him. Ross obviously knew this. And he was a very sensible person, unlike the apostles who were stubborn and annoying. So, after the corpse flower vines were released, Ross took out a device and handed it to Yisha. Yisha looked at the device, which seemed to be very simple. Rectangular, with a screen, a start button at the bottom, and 4 buttons for moving up, down, left, and right. On the screen, there is a curve that fluctuates up and down, with some values around it. The comprehensive value shows that it is constantly fluctuating between 672 and 720 points. And the curve is light yellow. Yisha shook the machine. Explain? Ross spread his hands. I only know the basic operations. And there is actually no need to operate. When it was sent to us, the device was already set up. What we need to do is to report when the curve turns orange-red and the value is higher than 1,200 points. Du Lingling, they are not searching for the water spirit Moya. Are they? It's possible. We'll know once we figure out the function of this device. Yisha looked at Ross. So, who are you reporting to? Ross, the headquarters. I don't know who it is, but it must be my superior. Yisha grinned. He hated this kind of military-style class management. The minions below didn't know anything at all. Yisha patted Ross's cheek. You have to understand that providing some useless information will not satisfy me at all. Do you know what I mean? Ross hurriedly said. I only know that the headquarters is in the Ilias Peninsula. And I really don't know anything else. I'm just following orders. Yisha thought for a while, and said to Du Lingling. Keep an eye on these guys. Maybe it will be useful. Du Lingling nodded. Yisha, what's in the supply box? Du Lingling, food, fresh water, mines, and 2 sets of ghillie suits. Yisha didn't say anything more. They were all supplies of little value. The most useful ones were food and fresh water. Walking aside, Yisha took out the communicator and contacted the boss lady. Hey, do you know why I'm contacting you? Boss lady, I know roughly. It's because of the Compu company. Right? Yisha, so? What's going on? How did those guys suddenly appear? Boss lady, sorry. I'm not sure for the time being. Yisha was puzzled. What do you mean by not sure? Boss lady, it means that I don't know why they appeared. But I have already started investigating. And there should be news soon. Yisha, okay. Then come back to me after you figure it out. Wait a minute. The lady boss held the communicator and watched a waiter put a document on the counter. Then said, it's just a coincidence. Yisha was puzzled. What? The lady boss. I mean those people from Compu. It was just an accident that they came there. Yisha, fully armed? And a large-scale accident? This joke is not funny at all. The boss lady, Comco satellite aerial photography found a large number of people in the archipelago. So they sent armed personnel into the archipelago to find out the situation. Yisha was stunned. You mean? It was because Comco accidentally discovered that there were a large number of people in the archipelago. So they sent people here? The boss lady's tone was a little excited. Yes. This is the cause. But the people of Comco are certainly not so reckless. They did some investigations before sending a large number of combatants in. Yi Sha was puzzled. Investigation? The boss lady, yes. In fact, the first group of people from Compu arrived 2 days ago. They set up instruments to detect the area around the archipelago, and then found a large number of energy sources and radiation sources near the archipelago. Yi Sha, energy sources and radiation sources? Do you mean the water spirit Moya? The boss lady was excited. Yes. The people from Compu didn't know the existence of the water spirit Moya. The energy sources and radiation sources they detected were actually the power of the water spirit Moya. Yi Sha seemed to have thought of something. His eyes radiated a bit of brilliance. You mean that using the devices of Compu can find the location of the water spirit Moya? Yi Sha said, and couldn't help but glance at the device in his hand. Boss lady, yes. That's what I mean. Yi Sha, I don't quite understand this. The apostles, and we can't think of a good way to find the water spirit Moya. But the people of Compu have a way? Boss lady, it is undeniable that Compu has always been the world's highest field in terms of technology. Especially after the end of the world. Compu is undoubtedly the only remaining technological pillar of human civilization. Yi Sha reminded, you have a lot of technology products for sale. The boss rolled her eyes. Is this important? The important thing is that now there is a way to find the water spirit Moya. Do you understand? Yi Sha felt that the boss was a little angry, and hurriedly said, okay. Okay. That is to say, I snatched the device from the people of Compu, and used the device to find the water spirit Moya? The boss, according to the news I just received. The device in the hands of the other party uses color to distinguish between energy sources and radiation sources. Green is normal. Yellow is a warning. And orange is over the limit. If the display color is orange-red or even red, the water spirit Moya must be nearby. Yi Sha nodded. This was basically consistent with the description of the CompCorp fighter. The boss lady continued. The so-called vicinity refers to the device with a radius of 1 kilometer as the center, because this is the limit of the device's detection range. In addition, the places where the water spirit Moya once appeared will also react to the residual power. The appearance of ancient species affected by the power of the water spirit Moya will also affect the device. Therefore, there is still a certain deviation. Yi Sha, I will pay attention. The boss lady smiled, then, good luck. Yi Sha cut off the communication and waved to Du Lingling. Let's go. Get ready for work. Du Lingling, what should we do with these people? Yi Sha, kill them. They are useless. No. Ross shouted loudly. I have told you everything I know. Puff. Before Ross finished speaking, Du Lingling raised her hand, and the centipede sword swept across Ross's back, and then cut a huge wound. Chapter 1176, Discovery. As Du Lingling killed Ross, the corpse flower vines quickly tightened, strangling all the others to death, leaving corpses on the ground. Yi Sha collected all the devices carried by the other party. Although theoretically only one device is enough, it is better to be prepared. Bring more devices, and compare them with each other. If we want to travel to different islands, we still need enough oil. Du Lingling, we can't get it on this island. Yi Sha, then wait until the next island. The most important thing for us now is to take action. You don't think that the boss lady's intelligence is only aimed at me, right? Du Lingling shook her head. She was not so naive. From the boss lady's point of view, this kind of intelligence is absolutely unconditional. In fact, the boss lady will try her best to send the intelligence out. After all, for the boss lady, or the train conductor, only the result is needed. And the process is not important. Or to be more straightforward, it is not important who completes the task. What they need is to complete the task. In this case, as long as it helps to complete the mission, this kind of information will be given unconditionally. Yi Sha is not special because of this. At most, Yi Sha killed the fighters of Compu Company earlier and got the device earlier, so he could take advantage of it. After packing up a little, Yi Sha and Du Lingling went out to sea again. The Archon was in charge of driving, and Yi Sha and Du Lingling sat in the back seat, lining up several devices. The detection of those devices still has a certain deviation. The values of each device are different, but the floating value interval is very small, so it is generally reliable. At the same time, after leaving Goldfish Island, the values displayed on the device began to drop significantly. This is a normal phenomenon. The water elf Moya once stayed in Goldfish Island and completed the molting here. So there is still residual power left, resulting in a relatively high energy value. After moving away from the vicinity of Goldfish Island, the value decreased and the curve turned green, which is a normal state of energy sensing and radiation source sensing. But no matter what, such changes mean that ComFuse equipment is indeed very reliable. At least it is much more convenient than blindly searching on various islands. Duelingling, it is actually still difficult. There are many islands here, and the residual power of the water spirit Moya can also affect the equipment. So it is not as easy as imagined. Yisha, at least there is a direction to work hard. Before Yisha finished speaking, he suddenly picked up a device and shook it, then compared it with other devices to determine whether it was broken. You said? Yisha looked at Du Lingling. Not easy? Du Lingling looked at the device in Yisha's hand and was speechless, because the energy value was obviously increasing. The curve was originally very smooth, but now there were obvious waves, and it slowly turned from green to yellow, and the color was getting darker. It's almost the same value as the surrounding area of Goldfish Island. Yisha, the water elf Moya may not be nearby, but at least it means that he has been here before. Hurry. Change direction. The Archon changed the direction of the voyage according to Yisha's instructions. After a while, an island appeared in front of Yisha. Du Lingling took a map and looked at it. Nodding Island is the second largest island in this archipelago, and also the most famous tourist island. Yisha looked at the device. The value is still increasing. The closer to the island, the more obvious it is. It has exceeded the value of Goldfish Island. There is obviously something wrong with this island. Let's go to the island. Yisha asked the Archon to drive the speedboat closer to the island. But at this moment, thump, 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 the sharp sound of gunfire suddenly sounded, and then golden sparks appeared on the side of the speedboat. Someone was shooting at the speedboat on the island. The Archon reacted quickly, and his speedboat maneuvering skills were first class. He quickly tilted the speedboat, so that the opponent could only shoot bullets at the tilted bottom of the boat, and it was difficult to hit Yisha and the other two. However, when you are unlucky, even drinking cold water will get stuck in your teeth. The sound of the speedboat motor suddenly became smaller, and then the speed of the speedboat slowed down rapidly, and soon it floated on the sea and became motionless. Yisha looked back and saw that the motor of the speedboat was shot through by bullets. Yisha made a gesture and immediately jumped out to the sea. After diving into the sea, he quickly swam towards the island. Yisha was very fast. The opponent was still shooting, but he was very experienced. He fired a round at the sea, and after trying his luck, he quickly withdrew his gun and left. Obviously, he knew that if the round of shooting could not hit, Yisha would almost go ashore. Sure enough, Yisha quickly got out of the sea and came to the edge of the island. There is no beach around the island. This location is a towering reef and rock wall. On the rock wall about 10 meters high, the island is inside, and the outline of the forest can be vaguely seen. The rock wall is naturally not a problem for Yisha. After jumping up, Yisha grabbed a rock above, then used his hands and feet to quickly climb up, and then plunged into the woods on the side. Yisha raised his eyes and quickly scanned the surroundings, and soon found some traces. There were some grass clippings on the ground around, and some weeds were obviously stepped on. Humph! Yisha snorted coldly. Little mouse, I caught you. Yisha immediately rushed forward and ran forward along the woods. Soon, a figure appeared in front of Yisha. Apostle walking? The other party was an apostle walking, carrying an M16A4 rifle on his back, and was moving quickly in the woods. Yisha's figure suddenly flashed. Ghost step. Almost in an instant, Yisha appeared directly in front of the apostle walking and blocked his way. The apostle involuntarily slid forward, stopped forcibly, and pointed his gun at Yisha. Yisha glanced at him. Your wrist is shaking. Are you afraid? The apostle involuntarily took a half step back. Yisha smiled again. It seems you know who I am. Yisha didn't think he was famous enough for everyone in the apostles to know him. But it wouldn't be strange if the apostles, who had participated in the pursuit on that peninsula, could recognize Yisha. Yisha, it seems that you are very brave. You dared to shoot me even though you knew who I was. But Yisha suddenly jumped forward and chopped the opponent's wrist before he pulled the trigger. Yisha smiled. Since you have shot, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Chapter 1177 Sneak Attack. Puff! The apostle quickly dropped his gun and drew his sword. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to cut the sword down. Before the sword was drawn, Yi Sha stabbed the sword into the opponent's chest. Puff! The second muffled sound appeared, and Yi Sha drew his sword and left, leaving a trail of blood. Then the apostle fell to the ground. After shaking off the blood beads on the sword, Yi Sha planned to leave. Everything at the moment was just an episode for Yi Sha. But at this moment, thump, 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 the crisp sound of gunfire suddenly rang out, and Yi Sha quickly bent his body and flew to the side, rolling on the ground while picking up the apostle's M16A4 rifle. Yi Sha quickly came to the back of a bush, then crouched and hid behind a big tree, with his back pressed against it. Thump, thump, thump. The gunfire rang out again, but it seemed to be farther away than before. Not coming for me. Yi Sha finally realized that he was too sensitive. Although the previous gunshot was very close, it was not a mistake for Yi Sha to react in such a vigilant manner. Quickly climbing up the tree, Yi Sha took out a telescope and looked around. Soon he found several fighters from Compu Company chasing an apostle. The two sides kept running and exchanging fire. But at this time, bang, bang, Yi Sha suddenly felt the tree under him shaking violently. Looking down, he saw a man as strong as a bear, hitting the tree frantically. Yi Sha immediately jumped up and fell from the tree. The next moment, Yi Sha was met with a huge fist. Bang! Yi Sha reacted very quickly, and quickly raised his right arm for defense. After colliding with the opponent's fist, feeling the huge force on his arm, Yi Sha involuntarily took a half step back. Ah! The strong man seemed to have taken advantage of it, and immediately became more ferocious. He roared and pounced on Yi Sha again. Yi Sha's eyes were slightly stern, and he stretched out his left hand suddenly. Snake bite. Yi Sha stretched out his palm, and the purple-scaled python wrapped around Yi Sha's arm. And then with a bang, Yi Sha easily took the opponent's fist. Big guy. Yi Sha grinned. Don't push your luck. Crack. Yi Sha raised his arm suddenly, and twisted the opponent's arm. Then the crisp sound of broken bones suddenly appeared. And at the same time, there was naturally a scream of pain. The sturdy man grabbed his arm, half knelt on the ground in pain, and shouted loudly, "No! I was wrong. Let me go!" Suddenly, a cold light appeared. The sturdy man was clearly crying for mercy, and even his face was covered with tears because of the pain, which formed a very strong contrast with his huge physique, making people unable to help but look at him a few more times. However, the fact is that while begging for mercy, the sturdy man had already pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed Yi Sha fiercely. As if he had expected it, Yi Sha reached down and grabbed the other person's wrist. Sure enough, Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. The guys on the Doomsday train are all shameless. And fortunately, crack! Yi Sha exerted force again, twisted the other person's second arm, and then kicked the other person in the chest. Kicking him out, Yi Sha smiled. I just happened to be from the Doomsday train. Yi Sha came to the other person, and at the moment when the strong man stood up, he raised his foot and stepped on the other person's head, directly crushing the other person's head. Blood and brain matter soon spread all over the ground, and a pungent smell filled the air. Swish, swish. At this time, some noises came from the bushes on the side. Yi Sha immediately looked over vigilantly, and then saw Du Lingling and the Archon coming out from behind the bushes. Du Lingling glanced at the corpses on the ground and wondered, why are there still people on the Doomsday train? Yi Sha shrugged. Who knows? He attacked me, so I killed him. Maybe he wanted to grab the corpse? Yi Sha pointed to the corpse of the apostle beside him. This was not just a corpse, or a valuable corpse. The apostle should have a lot of things on him. Du Lingling nodded and stopped asking questions. Anyway, it was normal for people on the Doomsday train to fight each other, and it was not surprising. Unity? That thing was useless to the people on the Doomsday train. This were the eternal truth. Du Lingling, this island seems to be more lively than we thought. When I came here, I heard gunshots, and they didn't come from one place. I also saw other people landing on the island. Yi Sha, we have to thank Comp for sending us good stuff. Yi Sha reached out and took the device from the Archon and took a look. The value has increased again, although the increase is not obvious. The value inside the island is higher than that outside the island. Du Lingling's eyes lit up. If the value outside the island is higher than that inside the island, it means that the water elf Moya has been on this island and then left. If it is the other way around, It may mean that the water elf Moya is still on the island. Yi Sha, although I can't say it's absolute, I also think this possibility is very high. At least this island is worth exploring. In addition, other people are rushing to this island, which is the best proof, Yi Sha said while holding the device forward. Direction is meaningless. After this, the best route is to confirm through the device. The direction of the rising value is the direction Yi Sha is heading. Unfortunately, the device is not sensitive to this extent. Although the value fluctuates and changes, the frequency of change is very small. It is not very easy to ensure that the value of the device is always on an upward trend. In addition, Yi Sha found that the island was indeed more noisy than he had imagined. He could hear the sound of fighting almost at any time. The people on the Doomsday train fought with the Apostles. The Apostles fought with Compu. And even the people on the Doomsday train fought with each other. There were more battles than he had imagined. Which meant there were more people than he had imagined. There is a B&B resort in front. Du Lingling suddenly said, I seem to hear gunshots. Boom! Du Lingling had just finished speaking when a huge roar suddenly sounded from the front. Like a bomb or artillery shell exploding. Yi Sha, is it the guys from Compu? They use heavy weapons frequently. Du Lingling, should we go over and take a look? Yi Sha gestured to the Archon, who immediately took out several devices for comparison. The values all showed an upward trend. Although the values were different, the average value showed an increase of at least 1%. Yi Sha, the direction is correct. Let's go over and take a look. Chapter 1178 Battle Circle. After passing through the woods, we soon arrived at the B&B resort that Du Lingling mentioned. As expected, there was a battle going on in this place. But the scale of the battle was more intense than Yi Sha had imagined. And the two sides of the battle were somewhat unexpected. One side was the Apostles, which was not surprising. But there were quite a lot of people. About 8 or 9. What was surprising was that the side that was fighting with the Apostles was first confirmed to be Compu Corporation. But the target of the battle was somewhat unexpected. It was actually 3 mechanical zombies. And a tyrant. Du Lingling, the Chaser model tyrant is a 3 mutated tyrant. Compu really sent out some very precious things. As far as I know, this is one of the few tyrants that cannot be mass-produced. Yi Sha nodded. The Tyrant series is currently Compu's more complete artificial zombie series, which is divided into mass-produced and non-mass-produced types. Like the T-series tyrants that Yi Sha has encountered. They are all mass-produced, except for a few cases that mutated during the manufacturing process. Most models can be mass-produced. In addition, Compu also spared no effort in costs and resources to produce some tyrants in the form of war weapons that cannot be mass-produced. The individual strength is relatively strong. But the defect is of course that the cost is too high, which leads to the inability to mass-produce. The Chaser belongs to a model in the latter series that cannot be mass-produced. In addition, Yi Sha is also concerned about the 3 mechanical zombies. Although some members of the cleaning team have already had the characteristics of mechanical zombies, as far as Yi Sha knows, Compu has not fully mastered the core technology of mechanical zombie manufacturing. The core technology of mechanical zombie manufacturing was in the hands of Dr. Sarah. And then unfortunately, Dr. Sarah was killed by Yi Sha. In theory, this core technology of manufacturing mechanical zombies should have disappeared. But the technological strength of Compu Corporation is indeed not to be underestimated. Although it did not get the core technology in the hands of Dr. Sarah, it seems that it has successfully researched mechanical zombies in the end. Because the 3 mechanical zombies fighting with the Apostle in front of them are obviously stronger than those Yi Sha has seen before. Or in other words, these 3 mechanical zombies are stronger than the mechanical zombies made by Dr. Sarah. This of course means that Compu's mechanical zombie manufacturing skills are likely to surpass Dr. Sarah at the time. Du Lingling whispered beside Yi Sha, "What should we do?" Yi Sha, "Go around. I don't intend to engage in meaningless battles. Especially when the Apostles are fighting Compu. Neither side has anything to do with us. Or, if either side is killed, we should applaud," Yi Sha said, pointing to the side. The value of the device is obviously still rising. Although it is very weak. But it is rising after all. And it is a small and stable rise, reaching about 810 points. This means that Yi Sha's choice is correct. And he should indeed go in this direction. But the battle in front of him means that he can't go straight through. So he can only take a detour. This is not too troublesome. Just go around the woods on the side. But at this time, A mechanical zombie suddenly shook its body during the battle. And then the sound of mechanical operation sounded. And behind the mechanical zombie, 2 metal hatches suddenly popped open. Behind the hatch, 5 rows of neatly arranged missile heads were revealed. The so-called hatch was actually 2 missile launchers. Yisha had a bad feeling at this moment. Sure enough, the next moment, the mechanical zombie spit out a disc device from its mouth. After the device was turned on, some red light spots quickly shone around. Yisha could probably guess what it was. It was nothing more than a guidance device or something like that, because those red dots quickly locked onto the apostles walking around. However, Yisha soon discovered that the 3 red dots were actually coming towards him, locking onto him. Du Lingling and the Archon. The bad premonition came true. The so-called guidance device was obviously searching for targets in an area, and then all targets in the area would be locked and then attacked. Bang, bang, bang. From behind the mechanical zombie, missiles about the size of a palm flew out one by one, trailing white smoke at the end, and flew in all directions. Yisha also enjoyed this treatment, because within the attack range, Yisha was also locked. Scatter! Yisha waved his hand at Du Lingling, and then ran to the other side. A missile followed behind Yisha and chased him. Yisha deliberately slowed down, waited for the micro-missile, and then flashed to the side. Boom! The micro-missile hit a big tree, and with a loud roar, the big tree was blown off, and the remaining half of the trunk was burning with flames. The leaves were scattered all around because of the collapse of the trunk. Yisha looked back and didn't care much. The micro-missile was relatively easy to deal with. The speed was not too fast, and the power was about the same as a slightly more powerful bomb. The problem was exposed. After being bombarded by the mechanical zombie and the micro-missile, Yisha's whereabouts were of course exposed. Yisha didn't think that the other party would turn a blind eye to him. Sure enough, after the attack of the micro-missile, the 3 mechanical zombies attacked the Apostle Walker in front again, and the Pursuer Tyrant slashed towards Yisha. The Pursuer's left eye is a pure electronic eye. Inside that eye is a green light curtain. All the scenery is composed of lines, and is translucent. Although Yisha took advantage of the cover of the trees to move to the side, the translucent trees and the human figure outlined by the red lines have completely exposed Yisha. The Pursuer took a Vulcan Gatling gun from his back. It was obviously modified and much larger than the ordinary Gatling machine gun. It was even terrifyingly close to the height of the Pursuer. You know, the Pursuer is more than 2 meters tall, which means that the Vulcan Gatling gun is horribly 2 meters long, which is so huge that it is frightening. Thump, thump, thump. The next moment, with the crazy rotation of the 6-shot barrel, the bullets flew forward madly with constant flames. When the gunshots rang out, in front of Yisha, a tree that required at least 2 people to hug held on for less than 3 seconds. The trunk was smashed by the bullets, and then broke and collapsed to the side. Chapter 1179 The Pursuer. The power of the Vulcan gun was unexpected. Fortunately, the bullets were not unlimited. Yisha ran quickly in the opposite direction. The Pursuer immediately turned the gun around, but soon stopped shooting. It was not that the Pursuer wanted to stop, but that he had no bullets. The extremely high rate of fire also meant that the consumption of ammunition by the Vulcan Gatling gun was also extremely terrifying. When the bullets ran out, the Pursuer did not replace them. He looked at the 3 mechanical zombies fighting with the Apostle Walker, and seemed to feel that the mechanical zombies were enough to deal with them. The Pursuer strode towards Yisha. Yisha saw the Pursuers, pondered for a moment, picked up the communicator, and contacted Du Lingling. You go first. Bypass this place, and wait for me in front. Du Lingling, will there be any trouble? Yisha, no. Those 3 mechanical zombies are stronger than I thought. And those apostles seem to be busy with themselves. So how can they care about me? Mechanical zombies and pursuers are more troublesome. They are all things without thinking. They will fight to the death once they identify the target. Moreover, those apostles have delayed the mechanical zombies. I just need to kill the pursuers and catch up with you later. While Yisha was talking, the pursuer had already entered the woods, and then pulled out a shotgun from the holster tied to his thigh and shot at Yisha's position. Bang! The shotgun was obviously not ordinary, and the power could be felt just by the sound of the gunshot. Yisha instinctively lowered his head and looked behind him. The trunk of a big tree was hit by a shot and was directly shattered by 1/3. Gun form. Yisha switched the destroyer to gun form, and then shot behind him without hesitation. The destroyer is obviously not an ordinary firearm. But bullets obviously have no effect on the pursuer. Those flying bullets will be played back in slow motion in the pursuer's field of vision. And the trajectory of the bullets will be accurately outlined with red lines. In this case, the pursuer has no reason not to be able to avoid the flying bullets. Yisha soon discovered this point. The pursuer is like a fortune teller who can predict the future. He can easily move in advance to avoid the attack of bullets. Even a bullet cannot hit the pursuer. In that case, Yisha then changed the mode. Railgun mode. The destroyer quickly made a mechanical sound, and then continued to transform into the shape of a gun barrel. Bang, bang, bang. The pulse bombs were fired continuously, fell to the ground, and stuck to the big tree. The trajectory of the pulse bombs also could not escape the detection of the pursuers. But the range of the explosion and the connection with the area could not be predicted in advance. Boom, boom, boom. Although there was no flame or smoke, the sound of explosions continued. Yisha accurately calculated the range of each pulse bomb, and after connecting these ranges, there was almost no dead angle, completely blocking the pursuer's escape route. Bang! The pursuer's huge body was immediately blown away, rolling on the ground continuously. And then he supported the ground with one hand and forcibly stabilized his body. But at this moment, the pursuer looked up and saw Yisha appear in front of him. Yisha used the ghost step, and in almost an instant, Yisha came to the pursuer, raised his fist, and smashed it down on the pursuer's head. Switched to combat mode. In the pursuer's brain, a mechanical electronic sound quickly sounded, and then the pursuer's eyes flashed red. He responded to Yisha's fist, suddenly turned his body sideways, avoided it, and fiercely hit Yisha's waist with a knee. Yisha took several steps back and looked at the place where he was hit. To a certain extent, the pursuer is the same as the original arbitrator. It uses the body of a zombie, implants a mechanical part inside, and uses electronic chips and programs to control the body. So, theoretically speaking, the arbitrator can be said to be the first generation of the tyrant. However, when the arbitrator was manufactured, there was no such thing as a tyrant model. Later, based on the arbitrator's experiments, the tyrant experimental plan was derived. So, relatively speaking, if the pursuer is compared with the arbitrator, the pursuer is undoubtedly much stronger than the arbitrator. But there are some similarities between the two. Yisha knows the arbitrator, and therefore the pursuer. Gun master, fighting master, war weapon. These words can be applied to the pursuer, because the pursuer's actions are controlled by the program implanted in the chip. And those programs have a lot of combat programs implanted in them, including the use of various guns, various fighting skills, etc. In Yisha's opinion, in terms of strength alone, he can completely crush the pursuer, even if the pursuer borrows the body of a mutant zombie to strengthen his body. Yisha is confident that he can blow up the pursuer within 3 punches. The trouble is that the combat data in the pursuer's program makes the pursuer good at fighting in various ways. It is very difficult for Yisha to hit the pursuer accurately and focus the attack on the vital position. Huh? Yisha exhaled, looked at the pursuer, and slowly moved to the side, looking for an opportunity. The pursuer raised his hand, and a piece of metal on his forearm suddenly bounced off, and a dagger was ejected. After the pursuer held it with his backhand, he took a stance and twisted his body along with Yisha's movement. No flaws. Yisha circled around but didn't find any opportunities to take advantage of. In this case, Yisha didn't delay and suddenly jumped forward and pounced on the pursuer. Bang! Yisha raised his fist and punched. The pursuer decisively retreated half a step, blocked Yisha's fist with his forearm, and swung the dagger in his hand forward. Yisha quickly leaned back, and the blade of the dagger passed by his throat. And then Yisha swept his leg towards the pursuer's waist. But at this moment, the pursuer also raised his leg, but not to sweep, but to kick forward. Bang! Just when he was about to hit, the pursuer's speed was faster, and he kicked Yisha's lower abdomen accurately, kicking Yisha back. Taking a deep breath, Yisha quickly stabilized his body, and watching the pursuer coming towards him, Yisha punched forward without hesitation. The pursuer seemed extremely calm. Of course, because everything was controlled by the program. The pursuer himself did not have emotions, so he naturally looked calm all the time. Seeing that Yisha's fist was about to hit, the pursuer suddenly attacked, and his fist went up from bottom to top, hitting Yisha's wrist. Although he failed to stop Yisha's attack, it made Yisha's fist deviate from the direction and pass by the pursuer's body. Chapter 1180, The Little Fat Man Asks for Help. Bang! Almost at the moment of dodging the punch, the pursuer grabbed Yisha's collar and threw him out with a clean back throw. Then before Yisha stood up, the pursuer quickly came to Yisha's side, pressed his knees directly on Yisha's shoulders, making it impossible for Yisha to punch back, while the pursuer raised his fist and punched Yisha. "Get out of here!" Yisha shouted. The pursuer's choice was not wrong, but unfortunately he underestimated Yisha's strength. Even though he was pressed by the pursuer, Yisha still exerted force, then flipped the pursuer over, and flipped up from the ground. Yisha was a little annoyed at the moment. Fighting with the pursuer was like fighting with a person with the ability of the supreme martial arts master. Of course, it was a weakened version, because the pursuer did not understand the dark and bright forces. But it was enough. In the pursuer's fighting program, those fighting skills were not inferior to the ancient martial arts of the supreme martial arts master. Moreover, excluding the use of force, modern fighting skills were actually more direct than ancient martial arts. After all, there were some rather fancy moves in ancient martial arts, while modern fighting was very concise, and each move was aimed at defeating and killing the enemy. Of course, the modern fighting here was not the competition on the ring. This is what made Yisha feel annoyed. If only close combat skills were considered, the pursuer was indeed stronger than Yisha. Secondly, the pursuer's thinking was just a bunch of program codes. The computing power of the human brain could never be better than that of a computer. Therefore, for both punches and kicks, the pursuer could accurately calculate the attack distance of both sides, who would hit the other first, and even the angle and strength of the punch. This was really not something the human brain could do, and it really gave Yisha a headache. Yisha didn't plan to spend too much energy on the pursuer, especially wasting his trump card, because no one knew what kind of battle he would encounter later. So Yisha naturally had to save his trump card for the critical moment. But if he didn't use anything, it would obviously not be an easy task to kill the pursuer. In particular, if the Apostle Walk and the mechanical zombie decided the winner before Yisha and the pursuer, then Yisha might have to face the pincer attack of the Apostle Walk or the mechanical zombie. Huh? Yisha took a deep breath, then be serious. Seeing the pursuer approaching him again, Yisha suddenly flashed and disappeared from the spot. Ghost step. Even the pursuer could not catch the movement of the ghost step. In the pursuer's field of vision, he could only see a human-shaped red shadow moving at high speed. But compared to others, the pursuer at least barely kept up with Yisha's speed. Suddenly, Yisha appeared behind the pursuer. The pursuer turned his body quickly as if he had eyes on his back, and punched Yisha. Yisha did not dodge, because dodging was useless. The pursuer's computing ability could perfectly calculate all of Yisha's dodging routes, and then the program would set the next attack route. So, Yisha chose to take the blow. Bang! The dull sound of fists and palms colliding suddenly sounded, and Yisha raised his hand and took the pursuer's fist. Then, puff! A blood thorn appeared in the center of Yisha's palm, piercing the pursuer's fist directly, and even grazing the opponent's forearm, leaving a wound. Yisha sneered. This was the method that Yisha thought of to deal with the pursuer after the brief confrontation. As long as it was an unexpected attack method, the pursuer would not be able to predict and dodge. After a successful attack, Yisha suddenly jumped up and kicked the pursuer, but the pursuer dodged nimbly. But at this moment, shock wave. Yisha suddenly pressed his palm forward, and an invisible force came out, hitting the pursuer's chest fiercely, and directly blasted the pursuer away. With a bang, the pursuer fell to the ground, and then Yisha rushed forward, pulling out the Alaskan whale harpoon, cutting a knife on his palm, and spilling blood forward. The pursuer's program naturally could not identify the blood as an attack, but at the moment when the blood fell around the pursuer, puff, 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 the blood suddenly expanded and turned into sharp blood thorns, piercing the pursuer's body cleanly and neatly, leaving dense blood holes on the pursuer's body. Plop! The pursuer fell to his knees. You killed the second generation of tyrant, pursuer. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, pursuer chip. A mysterious voice sounded, announcing that Yisha had successfully killed the pursuer. Yisha did not stop, and came to the side of the pursuer. 5 fingers into claws, pierced into the pursuer's body, forcibly tore a piece of flesh from the pursuer's body, and then found a metal cover. After all, Yi Sha had owned an arbitrator, so he was quite skilled in this kind of operation. He removed the metal cover, took out the pursuer chip from it, and ran forward. The battle between the apostles and the mechanical zombies was still going on, but no one came to trouble Yi Sha at this time, allowing Yi Sha to bypass the battle circle smoothly and go to the rear. After leaving the battle circle, Yi Sha picked up the communicator. "How is it? Did you leave smoothly?" "Du Lingling, I ran here. Very smoothly." "Yi Sha, direction?" "Du Lingling, southeast." At this time, the voice of the fat man suddenly sounded in the multi-person communication channel established earlier. "Who is on Nodding Island?" "Yi Yu. I am heading to that island. According to the latest information, the energy source and radiation source of that island are very strong. The water spirit Moya is likely to be there." "Nyepe, I also heard that those people from Kompu are moving to the vicinity of that island. I am also on my way there. It will take about an hour." The little fat man was angry. "An hour? The daylily is cold." I asked who is already here. "Yi Sha, Du Lingling and I are here." The little fat man's tone was obviously happy, and he said anxiously, "Do you have a map? There is a floating market on the island. Hurry there." "Yi Sha, have you found the water elf Moya?" The little fat man, "That guy showed up. And I still have time to talk nonsense with you. He is robbing things." Yi Sha curled his lips. "I'm not interested. If I have that time, I might as well find where the water elf Moya is." The little fat man, "Is it worth robbing ordinary things? The remains of ancient civilizations are just like the Noah's steel last time." "A steel?" Yi Sha shrank his pupils, and immediately changed his tone, shouting to Du Lingling, "Hurry up and check where the floating market that the little fat man mentioned is." Chapter 1181 Arrival. Du Lingling had obviously done enough homework and immediately said, "There are residents on Nodding Island. There is a town called Nodding Town. The floating market is there. It is a local custom market." Yi Sha, location. Du Lingling, "We are lucky. There is a B&B resort behind as a landmark. We can use it to confirm our current location." Du Lingling said while checking the map and handed it to Yi Sha. "This location." Du Lingling, "Not far from us. About half an hour away." Yi Sha, "It seems that our luck has improved. Is it a turn of events?" Yi Sha collected the map, didn't waste any words, identified the direction directly, and started running, with the destination in mind. There is no need to follow the device to travel slowly for the time being, although it is important to use the device to find the water spirit Moya. The relics of those ancient civilizations are also rare things, if there is a chance to get them. Of course, you still have to try. Rushing all the way to Nodding Town, Yi Sha soon discovered that he was not the only one who had that destination. On the way, he could clearly see that many people's destinations were there. Yi Sha was very alert and ready to enter the battle state at any time. But Yi Sha also found that everyone had a tacit understanding, whether it was the people on the Doomsday train or the apostles, as if they had signed an agreement not to go to war, although they would not travel together at a close distance. It was very obvious that everyone had a tacit understanding not to fight before arriving at the place, but to keep a distance from each other. Of course, there are also some troublemakers, such as the fighters of Kompu, who don't know what the relics of ancient civilization represent. So there is no such tacit understanding, and they will take the initiative to declare war and attack. However, except for the mechanical zombies and pursuers seen before, the fighters said by Kompu are generally just ordinary fighters armed with firepower. To put it simply, they are too weak. Their only role is to provide devices to those who don't have detection devices. Although Yi Sha saw 2 battles between Kompu and others, he himself did not encounter any trouble and had a smooth journey. After a while, Yi Sha came to the so-called small town. To be honest, it is not appropriate to describe it as a small town, because the scale of this town is much larger than Yi Sha imagined. Du Lingling, there are 3 small towns in Nottingham Island, with a population of about 150,000 and an annual number of foreign tourists of about 1.8 million. This place was more lively than you think before the end of the world. Yi Sha, it's actually quite lively now. After entering the town, although Yi Sha didn't see anyone else, he already felt something was wrong. Being watched. The moment he entered the town, the sense of danger had already put Yi Sha on alert. Yi Sha was sure that there were at least 4 or 5 eyes watching him in the hidden corners. Of course, The other party didn't seem to have any intention of taking action. But this was a good contrast to the current situation in the town. Yisha picked up the communicator, arrived in Notting Town. Where are you? The floating market? The little fat man was anxious. Don't go to the floating market. There are only apostles walking there now. I am currently in the southwest of the town. In a restaurant. There is a wooden sign in the shape of a dolphin outside the restaurant. Anyway, it is easy to recognize. I have occupied this place. By the way, be sure to call me before entering. Yisha and Du Lingling looked at each other, and then walked towards the place the little fat man said. Although the little fat man's words were not clear. To be honest, this place is indeed easier to recognize than imagined. The restaurant looks like a giant mushroom, with cylindrical pillars at the bottom, and a mushroom cap-like circular restaurant at the top. There is a sign hanging on the side, and a dolphin-shaped wooden sign hanging on it. However, as the fat man said, this place cannot be entered casually at the moment. There are bombs hanging on the fence at the door, and the surrounding land has obviously been disturbed. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be mines buried. In fact, the fat man must have directly created a minefield around the restaurant. Yisha shrugged his shoulders at Du Lingling, to some extent. That kid is also a lunatic. While talking, Yisha picked up a stone and threw it towards the window. Soon, the little fat man poked his head out of the window. Wait a minute. The little fat man shouted, then shrank back, and soon extended a super long wooden board from the window and placed it on the ground. The little fat man, there are mines all around. You step on the wooden board to get up. Du Lingling nodded at Yisha. I agree with you. He is indeed a lunatic. This is the first time I have seen a minefield set up without an entry or exit point. Yisha shrugged, then stepped on the wooden plank and entered the restaurant. Yisha, to make a long story short, I want to know the current situation. Little fatty, I was not the first to come, so I don't know where the other party found the stone tablet. But anyway, the stone tablet is in the hands of the apostle walking, and the other party is hiding in the floating market. Yisha, the reason for hiding is that there are many people around who want to rob it. Right? Little fatty, yes. But it is not easy to attack. The number of the other party is not small. About 20 people, including 3 particularly powerful apostles walking. Of course, it is not impossible to break in. Do you see that building? Yisha nodded. Little fatty, Xia Yuren and Claire are there. And Carrera is also there. But I don't know where he is hiding. Yisha licked his lips. There are quite a few good players here. Xia Yuren is naturally needless to say. Yisha has also heard of the name Claire, but is not very familiar with her. He only knows that she is currently one of the flight attendants under the chief flight attendant Samuel, just like Xia Yuran. As for Carrera, who has the title of Death Blade, it is a name that most flight attendants are familiar with. He is one of the veteran flight attendants during the last chief flight attendant assessment. Although Carrera did not laugh to the end, he was Samuel's main opponent. His strength is naturally needless to say. From this point of view, it seems that the Doomsday train is stronger. As for manpower, Yisha believes that the number of people ambushing in the town is definitely more than the number of apostles. Unfortunately, they still can't get in, because everyone wants that stone tablet. Yisha revealed the key in one sentence, and spread his hands. This is the style of the Doomsday train. Everyone knows it, and it's not surprising. Little fatty, of course I understand that there is only one thing, and everyone wants it. Naturally, it is impossible to cooperate. After all, everyone has their own thoughts. But this is not a solution. Other apostles are also rushing here. Chapter 1182 Wind and Rain. Yisha understood what the little fat man meant. Although many people on the Doomsday train were also rushing here, cooperation was impossible. Even if they really reached a tacit understanding to cooperate, they would certainly be in name only. But the apostles were different. They were still very united. As long as there was enough support, they could break through. And the possibility of success was very high. Moreover, the Son of God might also arrive. That would be a big problem. Although Yisha thought that it would not be a big problem for him to hold back a Son of God. The problem was that Yisha also had his own selfish motives. Why should he hold back the Son of God and let others get the opportunity to compete for the relics of ancient civilization? Therefore, judging from the current situation, the longer the time drags on, the more advantageous it will be for the apostles. Yisha, according to the current situation, The most likely scenario is that everyone will call their friends, establish a simple, relatively trustworthy small group, and then attack together. As for who can grab the stone tablet, it depends on luck. Little fatty, another possibility is that the apostles will break through, and no one will benefit. Yi Sha, do you have a map of the floating market? We really need to act quickly, and can't delay too long on this matter. Especially when we are fighting here. Others are looking for the water elf Moya. The little fat man nodded to Du Lingling. It would be fine if they could grab something. But if they didn't grab anything else and the water elf Moya was discovered by someone else first, it would be a loss. The little fat man immediately took out a map. This is the map of the floating market. Yi Sha's face turned black. Can this thing be considered a map? The map in the little fat man's hand could not be called a map at all. It drew the general shape of the floating market, marked the areas where the goods were sold. And then nothing happened. The little fat man spread his hands. It's just a custom market. This is just an overview taken from the market sign. Who would make a detailed map of the market? Yi Sha pondered. Do you know the other party's location? Here. The little fat man, actually. Before you came, I already had a rough plan. Oh! Yi Sha, tell me about it. First of all, sneak in. The floating market is of course built on the water. There is a large area in the market that needs to be visited by boat. And some stalls are directly used by boats. Fatty, so? Underwater is a sneak point. Yi Sha nodded. Continue. Fatty continued. At this location, there is a cableway that crosses the market for tourists to play. Coincidentally, the location where the apostle is hiding is right next to the landing point of the cableway. And the cableway can be used to quickly approach Du Lingling. But the problem is that the apostle is not a fool. Will he watch you take the cableway over? Fatty, I haven't thought about this yet. But the area where the apostle is located can be quickly reached from underwater and the cableway. My plan is to create a commotion, and then use these 2 points to approach, grab the things and run away. Yi Sha smiled bitterly. Isn't your plan too general? Little fatty, I admit this. It needs to be improved. Yi Sha pinched his nose. Maybe we can tease some people and let them try to attack the floating market. Little fatty nodded. This is a good idea. No. But at this time, Yi Sha suddenly said, no need. Little fatty and Du Lingling looked at Yi Sha in confusion. Huh? Yi Sha, just charge indirectly. Whoever is in the way. As Yi Sha spoke, he stretched out his hand toward the window, and the cool raindrops fell on his palm. Yi Sha finished the last half of the sentence slowly. Just kill whoever you want. Because it was raining. This archipelago is rainy. In just a few days, Yi Sha had already encountered 2 heavy rains. However, even though the precipitation was frequent, Yi Sha did not expect that the 3rd heavy rain would come so coincidentally. Things might become much simpler because of this. Yi Sha smiled, then stepped on the window, jumped out of the restaurant directly, jumped over the courtyard full of landmines, and returned directly to the street. Yi Sha walked forward. The floating market is one of the characteristics of this town, so it is very easy to find. There are road signs everywhere, and it is not far from the restaurant occupied by the fat man. Yi Sha only needs to walk through the street and then enter there. The rain came more suddenly and heavier than expected. At first, it was just a cool rain. But soon, the roofs around were hit by the crackling sound of rain. The rain was getting heavier rapidly. When he came to the entrance of the floating market, Yi Sha could clearly feel that he was being watched. Not only that, because of the drifting raindrops, Yi Sha could even clearly know where those people were hiding and watching him. But Yi Sha didn't care. If you want to rob, then come and rob. In the end, you still have to rely on fists to speak. What's more interesting is that Yi Sha also found the apostles walking. Obviously, the other party was not just hiding in the floating market, but sent secret guards to watch the movements outside the floating market. Yi Sha curled his lips and walked into the floating market. The moment he entered the floating market, Yi Sha found that the apostle, who was secretly watching him, had disappeared. He quickly bypassed Yi Sha and went to the depths of the floating market, presumably to report the news. Yi Sha didn't care, but walked directly inside. The shape of the floating market from a bird's eye view is similar to a horizontal 8. The 2 circles are 2 lakes with wooden bridges and some wooden boats on them. On the shore is a market with wooden houses. Yi Sha did not choose to take a detour, but looked at the wooden boats floating on the water, jumped out directly, stepped on those wooden boats, crossed the lake, and reached the other side of the market. and also got closer to the place where the apostles were walking faster. However, the speed of the apostles walking was faster than Yisha imagined. When Yisha jumped several times in a row and stepped on the canoe to the center of the lake, Yisha felt the traces of the apostles walking in the surrounding houses or behind some obstacles. Since you're all here, why hide? Yisha, come out. Everyone. Yisha waved his arms casually. A sudden breeze. With Yisha as the center, a circle of breeze suddenly spread out in all directions, just like a stone thrown into a lake, causing ripples. The next moment, the raindrops falling in all directions were chopped up by the spreading breeze. And then the surrounding buildings. Chapter 1183 Walk-in. Boom, boom, boom. When the wind swept through the buildings, the surrounding buildings were all cut apart and collapsed continuously, making a loud roar and bringing up rolling dust. The next moment, countless apostles rushed out from different positions and attacked Yisha in unison, using their best methods to attack Yisha. Then, snap! Yisha raised his right hand and snapped his fingers casually. The crisp snap of fingers was like a death warrant from hell, because, at this moment, the raindrops falling from the sky suddenly became sharp, as if each raindrop had the unique edge of a blade. Wind and rain are like swords. Ah! An apostle screamed and fell from the sky first. The raindrops mercilessly pierced the apostle's body, and dense holes covered the apostle's body. Almost in an instant, the apostle lost his life, and he didn't even have the chance to resist. The apostles around were terrified, and a few of them wanted to retreat. But soon they found that this emotion had no effect. No matter how you run, can you escape from this heavy rain? The drifting rain has already enveloped the world. So, Yisha waved his hand impatiently. Go to hell. Puff, puff, puff. The muffled sound of sharp blades entering the body continued to be heard all around. And then the bodies of the apostles continued to splatter with blood. And they turned into bloody people one by one, kneeling on the ground or falling into the water. The blood rippled along the water surface, and a strong smell of blood began to spread around. Yisha curled his lips and looked at a building in the distance. Do you still want to hide? It seems that I have to catch you personally. Yisha waved his hand again. And then the wind around him suddenly became violent, sweeping forward, and the roof of a building was directly blown away. Several apostles rushed out of the building. Yisha saw an apostle carrying a long package on his back. If nothing unexpected happened, the cloth bag should contain the stone tablet that the fat man mentioned. However, Yisha did not move. But many people did. The people who were ambushing outside the floating market suddenly rushed in at this moment and killed the apostles, who rushed out of the building. The purpose was naturally to snatch the stone tablet. Yisha seemed very calm. He jumped up, stepped on the wooden boat, jumped to the other side of the lake, and then walked forward. The little fat man and Du Lingling also rushed into the floating market and quickly ran towards Yisha. The little fat man was anxious. Kill. He is running away. The apostles and the people who suddenly rushed in were already fighting in a group. And the apostles were obviously planning to break out. And they rushed out of the floating market at the first time. It doesn't matter. Yisha smiled. Let them run. The little fat man wondered, when did you become so noble? You are not that kind of person. Yisha grinned, but was too lazy to answer the little fat man. When the apostles and the people who rushed in were fighting farther and farther, as the apostles rushed out of the floating market, the others also dispersed and quickly left to pursue. The little fat man was so anxious that he wanted to run after him. But Yisha didn't move, so he was too embarrassed to run away and could only worry on the side. Du Lingling seemed quite calm. At the same time, Yisha stretched out his right hand, snapped his fingers again with a sound of snap. The rain in the sky suddenly condensed and quickly turned into a water sword more than 10 meters long. I don't think you can come out by yourself. Yisha looked at the water surface. Then let me help you. The moment Yisha finished speaking, the rain sword in the sky pierced downwards, and when it pierced the water surface, it directly cut the water surface. However, the rain sword did not completely penetrate the water, because before that, boom, 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 the lake was filled with continuous rumbling sounds. And then streams of water shot up into the sky, and countless water liquids were scattered all around. Then 3 apostles jumped out of the lake, and one of the apostles had a stone tablet under his ribs. Those apostles were just bait. The thing wrapped in cloth was not a stone tablet at all. Yisha knew this clearly through the raindrops falling on the white cloth and penetrating into it. At the same time, through the raindrops that penetrated the lake water, Yisha also knew that there were apostles hiding under the lake water. When this piece of wind and rain became Yisha's eyes, nothing could be hidden from Yisha. Give me the thing. Yisha stretched out his hand. You don't have to die so miserably. The three apostles were silent. The apostle holding the stone tablet quickly pulled out a rope and tied the stone tablet to his back. This was enough to show the other party's attitude. It seems that you are determined to die. Yisha looked at the three apostles with disdain and curled his lips. Then looked in another direction. So, what about you? Especially you. Don't think that I will show mercy just because we have a little friendship. In a building, Xia Yurang came out holding a short blade, followed by a blonde woman with a very hot body. And her body was covered with various firearms. There were 6 pistols on the belt around her waist alone. This should be Claire. Xia Yurang showed a helpless expression, stretched out her hand and made a surrender-like expression. We give up. Let's leave here now. Claire was obviously not satisfied with this. Yisha could see the fighting spirit in her eyes. But Xia Yurang glared back. Yisha looked to the other side. So, what about you? If nothing unexpected happens. You are Carrera? On the top of a building near the cableway. A middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s stood there. His appearance was somewhat ordinary. Or it should be said that compared to his appearance, the sword behind him was more eye-catching. It was a giant black cross sword. Carrera was about 1.9 meters tall. But the black cross sword behind him was a head taller than him. At the same time, the material of the black cross sword was also very strange. It didn't look like metal. The luster was a bit strange. More like it was made of resin or something like that. However, Yisha knew that the sword was not ordinary. As a veteran flight attendant, Carrera had a good reputation. When talking about Carrera, his title was naturally indispensable. And it was also the weapon he used. The Death Blade. The giant black cross sword was obviously the Death Blade. Chapter 1184 Battle. Carrera was silent for a while. Then said, I want to try. In that case, Yisha, I won't be polite. Yisha spread his hands, then slowly raised them up, accompanying Yisha's movements. The raindrops falling around began to flow back and rose madly into the air. Yisha, those who obstruct me, resist me, and disobey me will die here. The next moment, the rainwater flowing back in the sky turned into dense rain swords, and then fell madly downwards. Carrera raised his head suddenly, watching the dense rain of swords falling towards him, and stretched out his hand to take off the death blade on his back. The death blade was quite evil, and when Carrera carried it on his back, it didn't make people feel anything wrong. But when Carrera held the death blade in his hand, the feeling was completely different. Dead silence, gloom, depression. The death blade exuded black smoke, and the black smoke seemed to be condensed from countless negative emotions, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. The next moment, Carrera shouted and swung the death blade into the air. The black smoke rushed out to the sky crazily, constantly colliding with the falling rain swords. The momentum of those rain swords was actually blocked by the black smoke. As if burning, the rain swords kept making a hissing sound, and then annihilated bit by bit. However, for Yisha, even if some of those rain swords were destroyed, no, even if all of them were destroyed, what would it matter? As long as the heavy rain continued, Yisha would have an endless supply of rain swords to use, continuously falling, continuously stabbing, continuously killing. Puff! The black smoke was eventually pierced with large holes by the rain swords, and the broken rain swords turned into rain again, pouring on Carrera's body. Carrera knelt on one knee, as if the rain weighed 1,000 pounds, and then suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. The purser is worthy of being the purser. Carrera wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Is it too late for me to quit this fight now? Yisha said without looking back. Get lost. Yisha's eyes were on the last 3 apostles walking. Carrera stood up and bowed. Thank you. After Carrera finished speaking, he immediately took back the death blade, jumped down from the building without hesitation, turned around and chose to leave. No one wanted to give up the relics of ancient civilization, even if they didn't know what they were used for. They could get extremely generous rewards from the conductor. There was really no reason to give up. But if it is destined to be unobtainable, why risk your life? Carrera knew this very well and made a judgment. So he walked decisively, just as he said. He just wanted to try. And since it didn't work, there was no need to continue. On the other side, Yisha looked at the three apostles walking. How long do you plan to hold on? No. It should be said. How long can you hold on? The three apostles were also very powerful. And they were not killed by the rain sword in the first time. One of the apostles was a superhuman. And he used his brain power to forcibly stop the rain swords from falling on him. The second apostle had a strange, almost transparent shield that seemed to be made of glass. But it was unexpectedly strong, because that shield had blocked more than 20 rain swords. The ability of the third apostle was a bit strange. He chose to face those rain swords head-on. And then his body was constantly cut by the rain swords. It seemed that the apostle was constantly injured. But Yisha noticed something strange. Because the apostle's physique had obviously become bigger than before. His muscles were stronger. His punches were more powerful. And he seemed to be getting stronger with the damage. In short, the three apostles were obviously much stronger than Yisha imagined. Ordinary apostles could not withstand the continuous attacks of the rain sword. And they would have become corpses by now. But, what does it matter? Yisha sneered disdainfully. Although the superhuman apostle kept using his brain power to block the rain sword from falling. Blood had already overflowed from the corner of his mouth. And his face became paler and paler. Obviously bearing a great burden. Although the shield of the second apostle could block the rain of swords, it could not block the force of the impact. His body was constantly retreating. But the force of the impact was enough to cause considerable damage to the opponent. Moreover, there were dozens of fine cracks on the glass-like shield. And the shield seemed to be broken at any time. As for the third apostle, it seemed that the more injured he was, the more brave he was. But so what? Injury was a fact. But it was just that he lacked a fatal blow. Those apostles who were used as baits may not last long. After they are killed, the fact that there is no stone tablet in the cloth bag will be exposed. Yisha took a deep breath. I don't plan to get entangled with more people. So I can only send you to hell quickly. Yisha said while spreading his palms. The raindrops falling from the sky suddenly gathered above Yisha's palms, constantly spitting and condensing. First turning into a ball, then quickly pulling up and turning into a sword shape. It was still a sword made of rain, but it was obviously different from the previous rain sword, because the sword in Yisha's hand was growing bigger and bigger. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. The rain sword was getting bigger and bigger, and the wind from all around quickly gathered and wrapped around the blade of the rain sword, making it look sharper and more terrifying. The three apostles who were walking obviously noticed this, and their faces showed obvious anxiety. The raindrops floating in the sky had no momentum to stop, which made the rain sword falling from the sky even more terrifying. While resisting the rain sword, they also had to face the giant rain sword in Yisha's hand. It was obviously too difficult. Perhaps this blow would kill them on the spot. Ha! At this time, the apostle who was resisting the rain sword with his bare hands suddenly roared, then leaped forward and headed towards Yisha. Capture the thief and the king. Whether it was the rain sword floating in the sky or the one in Yisha's hand. In theory, as long as Yisha was killed, everything would disappear. Those rain swords will naturally turn back into ordinary rain without Yisha's control. So, everything is actually very simple. Just kill Yisha. Yisha narrowed his eyes and looked at the apostle who was rushing towards him. But the premise of everything is that you can kill me. Chapter 1185 We meet again. Yisha casually flicked his finger, and the wind in the air instantly turned into a wind blade, heading towards the apostle. The wind blade was visible to the naked eye, but the apostle did not seem to have any intention of dodging, but directly faced the wind blade, just using his arms to protect the vital parts. Puff, puff, puff. The wind blade swept across the apostle's body, cutting wounds on him continuously, and blood splashed around and fell on the ground, and was quickly washed away by the rain. After being injured, the apostle looked even more frantic, and the muscles on his arms became thicker, with sharp edges like granite, exuding explosive power, and his figure also became noticeably taller. Yisha was almost certain that the opponent probably used abilities such as strengthening physical fitness after being injured, or absorbing damage and converting it into strength. Obviously, the apostle was deliberately taking damage, just to ensure that his vitals were not hit, and that he would not be killed. At the same time, after forcibly resisting the wind blade, the apostle had already come to Yisha, raised his fist, and blasted at Yisha fiercely. Bang! When the opponent's fist was about to hit Yisha, The falling raindrops in front of Yisha suddenly connected together, forming a large rain curtain, blocking the opponent's fist. On the rain curtain, circles of ripples were constantly blocked. The apostle kept roaring, and the veins on his arms were throbbing. It was obvious that he was constantly exerting force to try to blast the rain curtain open. But except for making the ripples spread faster, the apostle's fist could not break the rain curtain at all. Use the damage to strengthen yourself? Yisha looked at the other party. I'm curious. If the damage is enough to kill you, can you still turn into a zombie and crawl up and continue to use the damage to strengthen yourself? Yisha said, while reaching out to touch the rain curtain. In the center of the rain curtain, the rain suddenly gathered and turned into a rain sword, stabbing at the apostle. The apostle's pupil shrank, and he quickly jumped back, crossing his arms to protect his head and chest. But, puff! The sound of the sword blade piercing the flesh suddenly sounded. And then the apostle raised his head and screamed. One arm flew into the air, then fell into the lake, quickly sank and disappeared. The apostle's scream did not last too long, because after the rain sword cut off the apostle's arm, it did not stop, but continued to stab forward. It stabbed directly from the heart. The apostle knelt on the ground. Blood continued to flow from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes showed obvious unwillingness. But even if he was unwilling, the apostle's body still leaned forward and fell to the ground. At the same time, the giant rain sword in Yisha's hand was also condensed. Without any hesitation, Yisha raised his hand and slashed the rain sword forward, slashed at the remaining two apostles. The apostle holding the shield showed a fierce look on his face, raised his shield and rushed forward, trying to block the rain sword that was at least 20 meters long. However, Yisha felt that the apostle himself did not think he could block it. Crack! Almost at the moment of meeting the rain sword, the glass-like shield made a crisp sound, and then it shattered completely with a crack. The next moment, the rain dispersed, the rain sword shattered by itself, and the apostle stood there. It seemed that Yisha's attack was ineffective. Puff! At this moment, blood spurted out of the apostle's body crazily, and then from the center of his eyebrows, his body suddenly split open, and it was directly divided into two halves, falling to the ground. Blood, brain matter, internal organs, broken bones, all over the ground. It looked particularly bloody. Yisha stepped forward and walked towards the last apostle. Almost in an instant, the apostle activated his brain power and tried to stop Yisha's steps. But unfortunately it was useless. Yisha completely ignored the existence of the brain power and continued to move forward. Yisha reached out to the apostle. Do you choose to give the things to me, and then I will kill you? Or do you choose to kill you, and then take the things from your body? The apostle walked with his teeth clenched, and kept retreating until he reached the lakeside, where he stopped. Yisha, you can't escape even if you jump into the water. I think it would be better for you to make a choice quickly. I think both choices are not good. At this time, a voice sounded from the side of Yisha. So, it's best not to choose either one. Yisha turned his head, and immediately saw the demon Joey standing at the entrance of the floating market, wearing a silver mask. The puddles under his feet condensed into ice when Joey stepped on them. Joey looked at Yisha and smiled. We meet again. Yisha, why? When you want to end things quickly, there are always so many troublemakers? As Yisha said this, he swung his hand violently, and a wind blade flew towards Joey. Joey immediately stretched his hand forward, and a large amount of lake water suddenly gushed out of the lake, splashing in front of Joey, and then quickly condensed into ice, forming an ice wall. Then, crack! The ice wall was completely unable to withstand the attack of the wind blade, and was easily cut open. Then the wind blade almost brushed past Joey's cheek, and hit the building behind him, causing it to collapse. So strong. Joey was surprised. When he was fighting with Yisha at sea, he had seen Yisha manipulate the wind blade. But the strength of the wind blade at that time was obviously not so terrifying, and Joey was still able to block it. At this moment, Joey found that there seemed to be a huge deviation between his memory and reality. Yisha tilted his head. Remember what I said? The next time we meet, you may not be so lucky. So I must ask. You dare to stand in front of me again? Are you tired of the world? Ready to report to hell? Yisha said, while waving again. The wind flow around was disturbed in an instant, and then continuously formed wind blades, slashing towards Joey continuously. Joey's face was solemn. Yisha's wind blades were fast and extremely coherent. And the most important thing was that the power still looked terrifying. Even if the number increased, the power of each one did not seem to be weakened at all. Joey roared. The rain in the sky, and the surrounding lake water, all gushed and gathered in front of Joey, quickly condensed, and began to freeze. Chapter 1186, Wind and Rain. Bang, bang, bang. The wind blades continuously hit the ice condensed by Joey, making a loud noise. And the ice surface was constantly cut by the wind blades. And soon it turned into pieces of broken ice and fell to the ground. Then, Joey's pupils shrank sharply, revealing an extremely angry expression. At this moment, Yisha had already grabbed the apostle's neck and lifted him up. When the ice surface shattered and Joey looked at Yisha, Yisha curled his lips and smiled, and then suddenly exerted force with his palm. Crack! As Yisha exerted force, the apostle's neck made a crisp sound, and then his head tilted to one side and drooped weakly. Yisha deliberately waited for Joey to look over before killing the apostle and snatching the stone tablet from his hand. Compared with the Noah's stone tablet that Yisha had snatched before, the stone tablet was obviously much smaller, about half the size. But for Yisha, it was already a good harvest. Because there were obscure words on the stone tablet, it can be confirmed that it was an item left by ancient civilization. Yisha casually threw the stone tablet to the little fat man and Du Lingling, take the things out. Because the market was built on two lakes, the corpse flower could not come in. And naturally it was impossible for the corpse flower to swallow the stone tablet directly. Moreover, even if the corpse flower could appear, it would be better not to show up at this time. Otherwise it would be targeted. The best way is for the little fat man and Du Lingling to take the stone tablet out first, and then let the corpse flower swallow the stone tablet in a deserted place, so that no one will know where the stone tablet is gone. The little fat man took the stone tablet, took out a bomb and warned, the guy opposite is not alone. There are other apostles walking around. I know. Yisha, probably those so-called Holy Sun Guards. That is, silver robes. The little fat man, those guys are not easy to deal with. I will try my best to take the things out. Don't worry. Yisha, they can't chase you. I will leave them all here. After Yisha finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling the little fat man and Du Lingling to leave. The little fat man hesitated for a moment and said to Du Lingling, "Let's go." The little fat man and Du Lingling ran towards the other side of the floating market. Joey naturally couldn't let them leave. He gestured to the roof on the side, and several figures suddenly appeared and chased after the little fat man and Du Lingling. "Yisha, didn't I say that I would keep you here? And forever?" The figures stopped quickly because a huge rain curtain appeared in front of them, like a wall, blocking the figures from falling. The next moment, the dense rain of swords appeared again, and fell madly towards the apostles. As the guards of the Son of God, the apostles were quite powerful, and they were not scared by the dense rain of swords. But the question was how long they could hold on. "Ha!" Joey shouted, and the rain in front of him suddenly froze, turning into countless ice cones, flying towards Yisha. Yisha took his eyes away from the apostles and looked at the ice cones. Snap, snap, snap. Yisha only took a look, and the ice cones burst continuously, turning into liquid and spilling on the ground. "Yisha, all this rainwater is mine. Why do you need it?" Yisha said, while waving his hand violently. And then the surrounding raindrops suddenly pushed out and flew towards Joey. Joey's face was stern, and he immediately pressed his hands towards the lake surface. The water column rushed out of the lake and froze into ice, blocking Joey in front of him and blocking the raindrops. "Yisha, let me see how many attacks you can block." After saying that, Yisha walked towards Joey. One step forward. "Wind and rain go with you." The wind flow around Yisha surrounded him, driving the rain to gather around him, constantly surrounding Yisha's body, slowly rotating. When the wind and rain around him fell, they either merged into it or fell far away. At this moment, Yisha completely merged into the wind and rain. This piece of wind and rain is Yisha. Yisha is the wind and rain. Joey's face was extremely solemn. He could feel the changes in Yisha, although it was difficult to describe this change. Joey knew that Yisha had become stronger again. "Cheer up, Yisha, otherwise you will die quickly." As Yisha spoke, he punched forward. Joey took a deep breath, and the lake water made a bursting sound again. Joey drew water from the lake and condensed the water into ice again. trying to resist Yishaw's attack. But I can't stop it. Joey soon found that he couldn't stop Yishaw's attack this time. After the flying wind and rain hit the ice, he condensed. They tore the ice into pieces almost instantly. Then the condensed rain hit Joey hard. With a bang, Joey's body was blown away cleanly. That feeling made Joey feel that what hit him was not water at all, but a huge war hammer, which hit his chest fiercely. The next moment, Joey felt his internal organs tremble violently. After falling to the ground, he spurted out a mouthful of blood, which was even mixed with some internal organs. At this time, Yishaw's voice came again, "If you don't stand up, then this blow will decide the outcome." Joey looked sideways and saw Yishaw holding up his right hand. The rain gathered in Yishaw's palm and condensed into a terrifying giant rain sword again, wrapped in the wind, and slashed towards Joey. Joey gritted his teeth and tried to get up and dodge. But the moment he got up, he felt a sharp pain in his body, causing his body to tilt, and he fell to one knee again. It's over. Joey couldn't help but think of this. But at this moment, an apostle suddenly jumped down from the roof on the side, opened his arms, and blocked Joey. "Davis!" Joey's pupils shrank sharply, and he shouted instinctively, "No!" The apostle turned around, took off his mask and smiled. "This is my mission." Puff! The moment the apostle finished saying this, the rain sword slashed by Yishaw fell and hit the apostle's back fiercely. Blood splattered. A large amount of blood flew out, and the apostle's back was completely cut open by the rain sword. Quick! The apostle's body slowly fell to the ground. But he was still struggling, looking at Joey, and squeezed out 2 words from his teeth. "Go!" Chapter 1187 Demon Form. Joey's eyes were red as he looked at the corpse that had fallen in front of him. The bright red blood was constantly seeping out from under the corpse and slowly spreading to the surroundings. "Are you in pain? Because of the death of your companion?" Yishaw teased. "If anger can make you stronger, I can help you." Bang! Bang! The moment Yishaw finished speaking, he casually stretched out his finger and pressed forward. Then the bodies of the 3 walking apostles fell from the air and landed beside Joey. They were the 3 walking apostles who had planned to chase Du Lingling and the fat man. Yishaw smiled. "Is that enough?" Joey clenched his fists tightly, and even because his nails were digging into the flesh, blood was faintly seeping from the palms. "Go to hell!" Joey roared, and suddenly punched Yishaw, and the rain around him quickly condensed into ice, turning into a huge icicle, and rushed towards Yishaw. "It seems that you have forgotten again. Yishaw, why do you freeze my rain?" Snap! Yishaw stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and the frozen icicle shattered in an instant. And then countless water droplets rushed towards Joey. Those water drops hit his body, just like countless fists hitting Joey. Almost in an instant, Joey's body flew backwards, and even directly hit the gate of the floating market, and was directly blown to the street outside the market. Puff! Joey twisted his body with a hideous look, and spit out blood on the ground again. However, this did not make Joey retreat, but made him even crazier, reaching out to take off the silver mask on his face, revealing a pale and bloodless face. Joey then put on a copper mask on his face. Boom! Boom! At the moment when Joey changed his mask, the ground suddenly shook, cracked continuously, and then a row of stone spikes rose from the ground and stabbed towards Yishaw. Yishaw waved his hand casually, and the wind in front of him was disturbed in an instant. Wind is like a blade. The wind passed forward and directly cut the oncoming stone spikes into pieces. Then Yishaw looked up at Joey, and with a thought, the rain around him became erratic again. The falling rain formed into balls, and then continued to hit Joey. Joey's face was slightly grim, and he raised his fist and punched forward. The broken ground kept floating up stone pieces, covering Joey's arms. Bang! 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 Joey's fists continued to smash the water balls. But the rain was still falling. Those water balls would not disappear because of Joey's fists. On the contrary, no matter how Joey attacked, those condensed water balls not only did not decrease, but gradually increased. Bang! A ball of water suddenly hit Joey's back from behind, making a dull sound, and Joey staggered and almost fell to the ground. However, Joey didn't have time to stand up again, and another ball of water attacked from the side and hit Joey's face hard. Bang! Joey felt dizzy, and his face was hit hard, causing some concussion in his head. His body fell backwards into the puddle unconsciously, splashing water and spreading around. Joey felt the slight chill, and the water on the ground seeped into his clothes, as if it was going to seep into his bones. Yisha stepped forward and came to Joey's side, looking down at him teasingly. "It's a pity that the death of your companions and your anger can't make you stronger. Are you underestimating me?" Joey stared at Yisha. "I am the son of God after all." Boom! Boom! On both sides of Joey, the ground suddenly began to wriggle, as if it was no longer a hard rock ground, but turned into soft mud, or a swamp. Yisha instinctively stepped back and looked at the ground. Sure enough, the ground had sunk deeply, and even two shallow whirlpools appeared. The next moment, two streams of mud suddenly surged out from the ground and flew towards Yisha. Yisha quickly waved his hand, and the surging wind around him turned into sharp blades, cutting the mud into pieces. But in the next moment, the mud suddenly condensed into ice, turning into ice spikes and flying towards Yisha. A large rain curtain quickly appeared in front of Yisha, blocking the ice spikes. Looking up, Joey had already climbed up from the ground and pressed the silver mask on his face. The two masks merged together strangely, and the silver mask penetrated directly into the copper mask like liquid. The mask turned into half brass and half silver, and the mask also turned into a clown's smiling face, which looked a little weird and gloomy. "I am a demon!" Joey roared at Yisha. "I am the demon, Joey. Do you understand what a demon means? I will show you now." As Joey spoke, he raised his fist and punched forward. The ground cracked again, then softened rapidly, and a stream of mud flew forward, turning into a huge fist, hitting Yisha's face. The fist hit the rain curtain again, causing the rain curtain to ripple in circles, and then the mud fist suddenly cracked, turning into countless thin lines, wriggling and piercing the rain curtain, breaking the surface with a point. Yisha raised his eyebrows and murmured. The next moment, with a splash, the rain curtain was completely shattered, turning into a large piece of water that spilled on the ground. At the same time, "Ha!" Joey shouted and rushed towards Yisha. In just a moment, he was in front of Yisha and punched him. Puff! Yisha almost ignored Joey's attack and stood there without moving. But at this moment, a muffled sound appeared and Joey's arm was cut off by the wind blade. However, when the wind blade cut off Joey's arm, Yisha's pupil shrank and a slightly incredible expression appeared on his face. Mud spurted out of Joey's broken arm. Or rather, Joey's body seemed to be made of mud, and the broken arm had no effect on Joey at all. The fallen arm quickly turned into mud and surged up, sticking back to the wound, and then turned into an arm again. Yisha had seen many incredible things, and many of the items on the Doomsday train could be described as incredible, including those that Yisha himself possessed, many of which were completely beyond common sense before the end of the world. But Yisha is experiencing the most incredible thing right now. Joey's body is actually made of mud? If it is just about manipulating mud, or even changing the shape of mud, Yisha would not be surprised by this ability. After all, Yisha himself can also control wind and rain. But the body is completely made of mud, which completely violates the basis of biology. Chapter 1188 Giant Bombardment. Yisha's surprise was justified. Although after the apocalypse, Yisha had seen many organisms that could not be called human beings, and sometimes Yisha even doubted whether he could still be considered human. There was no need to say more about alien humans and superhuman humans, as well as corpses caused by injection of drugs, including the abilities obtained on the Doomsday train, like dragon transformation and fatal state. During the use of them, Yisha occasionally felt non-human feelings. After all, no human could grow a dragon tail, dragon horns, and scales all over the body. But no matter what, corpse transformation, or evolution, and the ability to change form, in the final analysis, there is still the basic structure and outline of human beings. Or in biological terms, at least it is still an organism, even if it is an animal. But Joey's appearance has obviously gone beyond the scope of organisms. There is no creature made of mud, alive, with the characteristics of a living organism, and with thoughts and movements. This has gone beyond the scope of evolution, and no corpse transformation potion can do this. Yisha narrowed his eyes. The only possibility he could think of was an illusion or the environment. This did not bother Yisha. He had the fantasy dragon gallbladder, and no illusion could affect him. Then, Yisha became even more surprised. It was not an illusion. The fantasy dragon gallbladder did not activate, which meant that what Yisha saw was not an illusion. Yisha frowned, looked at the mask worn by Joey, and murmured, "Is this what the demon meant?" While Yisha was muttering, Joey flew towards Yisha again, baring his teeth and claws, looking very ferocious. Yisha waved his hand again, and countless winds rolled up. Joey's body was still in the air, and was cut into pieces by the wind blade. If it was a human, of course, it would not be possible to survive, because it had turned into a pile of meat. However, those pieces of meat quickly turned into mud, and then crawled on the ground, quickly glued together, and slowly gathered into a human form again. "Go to hell!" Joey roared and attacked Yisha. His right arm was frozen with frost. Joey directly turned part of his body into ice, and stabbed Yisha. Bang! Yisha pinched the air, and a rain sword condensed in his palm, then swept forward and cut off Joey's arm again. Joey's arm fell far away, and after falling to the ground, it broke into pieces, and then mud continued to flow out of Joey's wound, and continued to wriggle, and soon turned into a new arm. Yisha pondered for a while. So that's it. Is it an alien creature? No matter how humans evolve, even if they become corpses, it is impossible for mud to become their own body. But if it is another creature, it is another matter. This kind of creature is called a xenomorph on the Doomsday train. Although xenomorphs sound similar to xenomorphs, they are completely different. Xenomorphs have nothing to do with zombie viruses. Or in other words, they have nothing to do with corpse transformation. On the Doomsday train, any unknown organism that appears after the end of the world, whether it is born, evolved, or mutated because of the end of the world, can be classified as xenomorphs. If it is a xenomorph, there are indeed many inexplicable ones that do not look like living things at all, but have the characteristics of living things. For example, the liquid monsters in the past were completely unimaginable as life forms. At least on the surface, they looked like a pile of mucus. So alien creatures can be understood as unknown life forms. The common feature of alien creatures is that most of them do not have very high intelligence. For example, liquid monsters evolved into deadly creatures, which can be regarded as rare cases. Joey cannot be an alien creature. His command, thinking ability, and way of action are not like those of an alien creature. Besides, the Apostle Walker must be crazy to let an alien creature become the son of God. But Joey's body showed the characteristics of an alien creature. Yisha looked at Joey's mask and licked his lips. "Congratulations. You gave me another reason to kill you. Your mask has aroused my great interest, so I plan to take it off your body and use it for myself." Yisha was not provocative. He was really interested in Joey's 3 masks. Being able to transform a human body into a body of an alien creature? This effect sounds interesting just by sounding. Joey obviously didn't want to communicate with Yisha, but continued to attack Yisha. His 2 fists suddenly melted and turned into mud, then sprayed forward like 2 mud fountains, attacking Yisha. His moves were not old, and Yisha still attacked with wind blades, smashing the 2 mud fountains. However, after the scattered mud landed on the ground, it surged quickly and even merged with the ground, turning more of the ground into mud. Roar! The next moment, a huge roar suddenly sounded, and the mud surged upwards, reaching a height of more than 10 meters. Then it turned into a half-human figure, raised a huge fist, and smashed down towards Yisha. Bang! The earth shook. When the huge fist hit the ground began to shake wildly, and the surrounding buildings shook, scattering countless stone chips. It seemed that the whole town was shaking. Joey stared at the bottom of the fist, because Yisha was at that position. On the surface, Yisha seemed to be hit by the fist. In fact, "You are still a little short." Yisha's voice came from the roof of a building on the side. When the huge fist fell, Yisha directly left the area covered by the fist with a ghost step. Snap! Yisha raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Then the giant condensed from the mud roared loudly. But this time the roar was not anger, but pain. The rain falling from the sky turned into a sharp sword, stabbing at the mud giant continuously, piercing holes in the body one by one. The mud giant turned around and roared at Yisha for the second time. And then the huge arm swept across. Yisha jumped and returned to the street. And the building was swept by the arm, and immediately cracked and collapsed, and completely collapsed into rubble. Yisha looked at the mud giant, tilted his head, and suddenly laughed. "I seem to be able to do such a thing." Snap! Yisha stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers again. The rain falling from the sky twisted at a strange amplitude, slowly forming a huge human outline. And then the surrounding rain continued to fill in the human outline, making the human outline fuller. Chapter 1189 Fierce Fight. Soon, the condensed water filled the human figure, turning it into a giant condensed from rainwater. Confronting the mud giant, bang! The rainwater giant punched without hesitation and blasted forward, and the latter was naturally unwilling to fall behind. Bang! 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 The violent sound of fists hitting flesh spread throughout the town and attracted many spectators. Most of them were people on the Doomsday train. And there were also apostles who had just arrived, and some combat personnel from Comp Corporation. But after seeing it from a distance, they fell into fear and ran away. Those fighters were just ordinary people who picked up weapons, and they really couldn't bear the shock and threat of the scene. The fists of the two giants were still colliding. Every time the fists collided, circles of air waves would spread around the fists, as if the whole space was shaking. In a moment, the mud giant's body shrank significantly, because he could not get new mud replenishment. It can also be said that the giant created by Yisha with rainwater was replenished by rainwater, and was not afraid of the opponent's attack at all. Joey gritted his teeth, then shouted, and pressed his hands to the ground. Crack! Crack! The sound of water freezing suddenly sounded, and the puddles on the ground quickly froze. After they were connected, the condensed frost quickly rushed towards the rain giant. Crack! Crack! The freezing sound became clearer and clearer, and the body of the rain giant was frozen almost in an instant. Bang! The mud giant's fist swung again, hitting the rain giant hard. And then huge cracks appeared on the rain giant's body, and countless cracks appeared. Boom! The body of the rain giant finally broke and collapsed under the heavy weight, turning into countless ice cubes and scattered on the ground. After smashing the rain giant with one punch, the mud giant's fist did not stop at all, and continued to smash down towards Yisha. Yisha casually stretched out his hand and pushed his palm out. Compared with the huge fist of the mud giant, Yisha's palm really seemed a bit small. But, bang! The huge fist hit Yisha's palm, but was blocked cleanly. Yisha easily blocked the opponent's fist. The people who were watching secretly all showed horrified expressions. Yisha's strong physical fitness made them feel extremely afraid. Only Joey saw the key point clearly. Although Yisha was terrible, he was not able to achieve this level with just his body. Wind. Those damn winds. In front of Yisha's palm, the wind flow formed a circular flow. The flow range was extremely small, but the flow speed was terrifying. Almost hundreds of times per second. The wind circulated in front of Yisha's palm. It was the wind that blocked the mud giant's fist, not Yisha's body that blocked the huge fist. However, the flowing wind was compressed into a very small space, and the speed was very fast. It was impossible to see it clearly from a distance, so it felt like Yisha easily took the punch with his palm alone. At the same time, the high-speed circulating wind can not only be used for defense, but also for attack, because it was extremely sharp. In almost an instant, the body of the mud giant was torn into pieces, and was cut into pieces by the wind flow, turning into countless mud and water that collapsed downwards and fell to the ground, making a continuous pawpaw sound. Yisha clenched his fist tightly. His knuckles made a caw-caw sound, and then punched hard in the direction of Joey. The wind flow rises again. As Yisha's fist was pushed forward, the wind flow around gathered again, spinning rapidly, blowing away everything around, and quickly condensing into a tornado. Die! When Yisha threw a punch, the tornado also pushed forward. The wooden houses around were constantly making noises as the wind blew through them. The walls kept cracking, and then the walls of the houses collapsed bit by bit. Boom! 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 As the tornado swept through, the houses around the street collapsed one after another. Those who were hiding and watching the fight also appeared at this moment, and fled quickly to avoid being affected. Joey's face was solemn, and he quickly retreated, but his speed of retreat was obviously not faster than the speed of the tornado. Soon, the tornado came to Joey. Ah! Joey shouted, and then stomped on the ground. Boom! Boom! The earth continued to tremble. The soil squirmed like slurry, and then stone walls continued to rise in front of Joey, trying to block the tornado. But it was useless. When the stone walls were caught by the tornado, they were easily torn apart like fragile paper. In fact, The broken stones were swept into the wind, circling and hitting along the wind flow, making the tornado even more powerful. 1, 2, 3. After breaking through 7 stone walls, Joey finally couldn't summon any more stone walls to resist, because the tornado had already reached Joey. The next moment, the wind flow wrapped up Joey's body. Almost in an instant, Joey felt a violent tearing force. No, it was not a feeling, but Joey's body was really torn apart. Puff, puff, puff. The wind's twisting force tore Joey's body apart. But what was splattered around Joey's body was not blood, but gray-black mud. Boom! At this time, a violent collision sound appeared again. But it was the tornado moving forward and hitting a group of buildings behind. The houses there were instantly blown into the air, torn into pieces, and after turning into rubble, they scattered around. Bang, bang, bang. The fragments of the buildings kept falling to the ground, making clear crashing sounds. After a moment, the terrifying tornado finally shrank, and the wind slowly subsided. Just like the sea will slowly return to calm after the storm, and the wind around gradually became gentle. However, all this was just a performance. The surroundings were already in ruins. With just one blow, almost 1/3 of the buildings in the town were completely destroyed. They were completely destroyed by the wind, collapsed, and turned into rubble. This is the true strength of Bafengyu. Unfortunately, Yisha stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the ruins in front of him, with no joy on his face. Because Joey is not dead yet. He is still alive. Chapter 1190 Chapter 3 Mask. Yisha raised his lips and said sarcastically, "You are really tough." When Yisha finished speaking, the rubble shook, and then many broken stones rolled down. In the gaps between the rubble, mud slowly flowed out, crawled through the ground, and soon condensed into the shape of Joey again. Joey panted and looked at Yisha. "You can't kill me." "Yisha, indeed. Your ability is really annoying." When Joey was caught in the tornado, his body was almost completely torn apart. If the other party was in normal human form, whether it was an alien human or a powerful mutant zombie, it should have been finished. But even so, Joey was still alive, which shows how terrifying that ability was. This reminded Yisha of the liquid monster in the past, because the body was mucus. No matter how it was cut, crushed, or torn, the mucus would eventually be pieced together again and turned back into a liquid monster. Joey is not a liquid monster, but his body is made of mud, which is similar to a liquid monster. This means that Joey is almost impossible to kill without some special methods, because the mud can always be reassembled to shape the body. Of course, this gave Yisha a headache, but he was not afraid, because, in addition to being unkillable, Joey was not his opponent. In other words, as long as the wind and rain did not stop, Yisha could tear Joey to pieces again and again. While Yisha was thinking about how to kill Joey, Joey lifted up his tattered cloak and took out the third mask from a bag behind his waist. Yisha couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It was a pure gold mask, oval in shape, with no mouth or nose, only 2 horizontal lines, symbolizing eyes. Joey had 3 masks, which Yisha had learned from Gon Lin a long time ago. At the same time, Yisha also learned from Gon Lin about the effects of the first 2 masks. The brass mask can control all rocky things, convert materials, and shape them, while the silver mask can freeze any liquid and shape the frozen ice. As for the third pure gold mask, even Gon Lin didn't know its specific function, and only told Yisha that Joey had 3 masks. At this moment, Joey didn't change the mask, but directly pressed the pure gold mask against his face. The golden mask quickly turned into liquid and merged into the mask on Joey's face. Gold, silver, and bronze. Joey's mask became 3 colors, in a triangular shape, with each color occupying a corner. Ah! The next moment, Joey raised his head and roared, with veins throbbing in his neck, looking very ferocious. Yisha narrowed his eyes. What would be the effect of the third pure gold mask? While Yisha was thinking, the wind and rain around him seemed to be a little stronger, hitting Yisha's face, wet and slightly cool. So, Yisha raised his palm into a sword and slashed forward. The drizzle does not need to return. Just like the spring breeze, when Yisha's palm slashed forward, the falling rain was like a curtain, opening to both sides, and an invisible rain sword slashed towards Joey. With a puff, a wound suddenly appeared on Joey's body, spreading from the shoulder to the waist, completely cutting Joey's body. However, at the location of the wound, mud bubbles were still bubbling, and then the wound quickly condensed. Slowly, the cut body closed again, and Joey's body looked intact. At the same time, the raindrops fell on Joey's body, making a continuous sound. And then the rain evaporated, and white steam continued to rise from Joey's body, with Joey's body as the center. It seemed as if a vacuum space was formed, and the rain could not fall on Joey at all. Just getting close to him would evaporate the rain. Yisha frowned. Temperature? At this time, Joey took a deep breath and suddenly charged at Yisha. Yisha's eyes were stern, and countless wind blades suddenly formed and slashed at Joey continuously. Puff, puff, puff. The wind blades fell on Joey continuously, cutting wounds on Joey's body, but relying on his body turning into mud, constantly reuniting and merging. He ignored Yisha's attack and kept approaching Yisha. After a while, Joey came to Yisha and waved his fist without hesitation, swinging towards Yisha. Yisha quickly jumped back to avoid Joey's fist, but in the next moment, Yisha suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his chest. Yisha grinned, then looked down, and then saw that a piece of his clothes on his chest was burned, and under the clothes, his skin was obviously burned. Yisha covered his chest and looked at Joey. Is it really the high temperature? Joey did not give Yisha any chance to breathe, and came forward again. Yisha immediately raised his hand and swung a rain sword forward. However, when the rain sword collided with Joey's fist, the rain quickly disappeared, or rather evaporated, and turned into a pile of floating white mist. Yisha raised his eyebrows. It is indeed the high temperature. This time, Yisha did not use a question sentence, but an affirmative sentence. In fact, not only because of the evaporating rain sword, Joey's body also showed this. His skin was constantly red, as if it was cooked, and at the same time, the rain fell on his body and evaporated faster and faster. Even Joey's clothes, which had been soaked, were now completely dried, with some curling edges, as if they would burn at any time. Joey came to Yisha again, leaped up, raised his fist, and punched Yisha. Your rain is useless to me. A rain curtain appeared in front of Yisha, but when Joey punched the rain curtain, a piece of it was immediately evaporated, and Joey's fist went straight through the rain curtain and punched Yisha's chest. Defense mode? Yisha immediately switched the destroyer to the melee defense mode, and then took a punch. Bang! Joey's fist hit the destroyer, and the impact made Yisha retreat half a step. And then Yisha couldn't help but look down. The destroyer was not damaged, but Yisha clearly smelled a strange smell of metal being heated by high temperature. Is this the effect of the third mask? Yisha looked at Joey and whispered, let your body have high temperature? Use high temperature to burn. But, this level of high temperature, won't it burn? Chapter 1191 Crushing. Judging from the temperature of Joey's body, his clothes should have been burned long ago. But the effect of Joey's mask seems to only bring high temperature to his body, and cannot burn objects. This is the trouble. If it is a flame, it can be extinguished by rain. But if it is just high temperature, and it is kept at a certain temperature without cooling down, then it can continue to evaporate rain. Ha! While Yisha was thinking, Joey had already rushed over again, raised his fist, and punched Yisha again. Yisha dodged immediately, but at this moment, Joey's arm suddenly exploded, turning into mud and splashing towards Yisha. Go step! Yisha's figure flashed again, and then moved back, directly pulling away about 5 or 6 meters. Hiss! Hiss! The next moment, the mud fell to the ground, and the accumulated water on the ground was quickly evaporated. White smoke continued to rise in a large area around. Die! Joey rushed towards Yisha again, raised his fist, and punched Yisha. It seems that you have misunderstood something. Yisha looked at Joey. Do you think you have suddenly gained some advantage? So you have the ability to kill me? Before Joey's fist arrived, black liquid suddenly gushed out of Yisha's body, completely wrapping up Yisha's body. Fatal attack. Yisha raised his fist and punched out without hesitation, colliding fiercely with Joey's fist. With a bang, the deadly black liquid was obviously melted a little by the high temperature, but it was not unbearable. The next moment, the black liquid on his arm suddenly dispersed and turned into black spikes, stabbing towards Joey. Puff! 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 Joey's body was pierced by the spikes continuously. And then Yisha lifted Joey's body into the air with force. Boom! Boom! The ground kept cracking. And corpse flower vines came out from the ground one by one, heading towards the sky, constantly hitting Joey's body and knocking Joey into the air. At the same time, Yisha was not idle either. After entering the fatal state, Yisha directly pressed his hands on the ground and ran forward like a beast, then jumped up and continued to run upwards on the corpse flower vines. After reaching the top, Yisha jumped up again and came directly to Joey. Then he twisted his body, spun in the air, and made a battle axe style split. The black liquid flowed along Yisha's calf, and it really condensed into the shape of a giant battle axe. Then Yisha stomped hard on Joey. Bang! Joey's body turned into a human figure, falling straight down from the sky like a cannonball, and violently crashed into the ground. Boom! A roar suddenly sounded. When Joey fell to the ground shattered. No, it should be said that it collapsed. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a large area of the ground collapsed directly downwards, at least within a radius of about 10 meters. And there was no intact place. Joey's body was like being embedded in the ground, directly covered by rubble. Joey struggled and wanted to stand up again. But at this moment, Yisha fell from the air and stepped hard on Joey's chest, pushing Joey back to the ground. The black liquid on his face quickly dissipated, like a mask opened. And then Yisha's face was revealed. Yisha looked at Joey. Now you should understand. It was just a warm-up just now. You don't think I can only control the wind and rain, right? Bang! Yisha raised his foot and stepped down, crushing a piece of Joey's chest. And mud splashed. Yisha, it's just that the 8-direction wind and rain is strong enough that I don't need to use other abilities. However, you are still a bit difficult to deal with. To show my respect, I can only show some more skills. As Yisha spoke, the mud on the ground surged and quickly returned to Joey's chest. Joey's chest, which was crushed by the trampling, soon swelled up again. Joey said grimly, but you still can't kill me after all. Can't kill you? Yisha sneered. Why bother? Since your ability comes from these 3 masks. Just take off the masks. As Yisha spoke, he reached out and grabbed Joey's mask, then pulled it hard. Ah! The mask seemed to be born on Joey's face, and it was not so easy to remove. At the same time, as Yisha exerted force, Joey also screamed in pain. Then, puff! Joey's neck suddenly broke, and Yisha directly pulled Joey's entire head off. But it was still useless. The headless body quickly turned into mud, and then surged, spraying like a spring, reconnecting with the neck, and turning into Joey's body again. Ha ha ha. Joey laughed. What a waste of effort. As Joey spoke, mud gushed out of his body again and rushed towards Yisha. However, before hitting, Fatal retaliated, and the black liquid formed a huge shield in front of Yisha, easily blocking the mud. And then the wind and rain around chopped the mud again. Hiss! Hiss! The terrifying high temperature appeared again. But the flame had a certain degree of restraint on Fatal. But the high temperature did not seem to have much effect. The fatal black liquid melted, but then condensed again, covering Yisha's body again, over and over again. While Fatal was fighting Joey, Yisha fell into deep thought. Or rather, struggle. In the fatal state, the mind that controlled the body to fight was not Yisha, but Fatal. So Yisha could think while fighting, as if he was doing 2 things at the same time. Of course, it would be more accurate to say that he was struggling at this moment. It's really a pity. Yisha looked at Joey. I still want to get your mask. Clang. While speaking, Yisha got out of the fatal state and pulled out the sword Luo Nanjiang. Yisha, although I don't know whether the mask can be classified as a protective gear, at least it protects the face. Right? So, you can definitely give it a try. While Yisha was speaking, the corpse flower vines around him quickly surged over and tied Joey tightly. Of course, the corpse flower alone obviously couldn't restrict Joey, especially the high temperature radiating from Joey's body, which had a considerable killing effect on the corpse flower. Therefore, the falling rain also condensed quickly and turned into a huge water ball, covering Joey, binding Joey in the water ball and unable to move freely. The next moment, Yisha raised his sword and fell. The sword Luo Nanjiang drew a beautiful half-moon arc and chopped on Joey's mask. Chapter 1192 The Real War Begins. Crack! when the sword fell from Nanjiang and swept across Joey's mask. The mask made a crisp sound, and then a crack suddenly appeared, and the three-color mask suddenly split open, revealing Joey's face full of fear. Yisha smiled. It seems that your mask can indeed be considered as a protective gear. Or in other words, the goddess of luck still favors me. Unparalleled, holding this sword can cut through any protective gear. If the mask was not considered a protective gear, Jianluo Nanjiang would have no way to deal with it. Of course, Yisha would think of other ways to destroy the mask, because this was the easiest and quickest way to kill Joey. Although Yisha really felt a little pity. In Yisha's opinion, the effects of the three masks were indeed quite powerful. Transforming the body into a different species, and having a nearly immortal body was enough to prove its value. Moreover, it was not only used for defense or to protect life, but also for attack. If the mask can be preserved and Joey can be killed, then the mask belongs to Yisha. However, if the mask must be destroyed to kill Joey, Yisha will not hesitate. Now, Yisha looked at Joey and smiled, his expression a little ferocious. The game is over. Puff! The sword fell from Nanjiang and pierced directly into Joey's heart. This time, Joey's body did not turn into mud. After being pierced through the chest by Yisha's sword, Joey's pupils shrank sharply, dilated, shrank, and dilated, showing a clear rhythm. Cough, cough. Joey suddenly started to cough violently, blood constantly gushing out of his mouth. Blood also oozed out of the wound on his chest, staining his clothes red. My body is about to be annihilated. Joey gritted his teeth and roared angrily. My faith will last forever. Faith again? This is what makes you a group of apostles. Disgusting. Yisha looked at Joey with disdain. Only when you are alive can you have faith. When you die, you have nothing. Puff! Yisha suddenly drew his sword, causing a splash of blood. And then Joey's body fell softly, and fell to the ground with a plop. You killed the Holy Sun Demon, Joey. Cumulative number 1. You completed task 2, kill the Holy Sun. And you can get a special reward. The right to choose the reward for the designated task. A mysterious voice sounded in Yisha's ears, announcing Joey's death. Puff! Yisha snapped his fingers directly, and then the main flower of the corpse flower appeared and swallowed Joey's body in one gulp. As the son of God, Joey must have some good stuff on him. But Yisha didn't have the time to slowly count his gains, so he just let the corpse flower swallow it. Anyway, Joey's body will be digested by the corpse flower, and the remaining things will be collected by the corpse flower. So, Yisha looked around and murmured, should we continue hunting? Although the climate of this archipelago belongs to the rainy season, sometimes it can rain for a week or even half a month, or it will rain every 3 or 5 days. But even so, Yisha couldn't guarantee how long this rain would last, or when the next rain would come. Well, since he was in his best condition now, Yisha didn't mind looking for trouble with the apostles, or even going to Nanrongji Shi for a cup of tea. But at this time, Yisha suddenly felt a commotion around him. And then he looked sideways, and quickly found the cause of the commotion. A beam of blue light. Yisha first showed an expression of surprise, then turned into excitement. Extremely excited. The next moment, Yisha closed his eyes, spread his hands, and began to use the rain to sense. It appeared. After a moment, Yisha couldn't help but roar. Finally appeared. Apostle! Water Elf Moya. Yisha clearly sensed the power generated by the blue light column through the falling rain. It was indeed the power of the apostle. After experiencing the battle in the volcano, Yisha had enough confidence that he would never make a wrong judgment. Of course, the blue beam of light was terrifying. It rose from the ground and rushed into the sky, even piercing a hole in the clouds. Such an obvious and huge abnormality could be clearly seen by people on the island, even on the sea outside the island. However, Yisha used the perception of rain to first confirm that the power definitely came from the water spirit Moya. Without any pause, Yisha immediately ran forward along the street. Get out of the way! Yisha walked forward and saw a figure blocking the street in front of him. He waved his hand without hesitation. The huge wind swept over and immediately blew the other person away and crashed into the surrounding buildings. Yisha rushed forward with red eyes. At this moment, Yisha could no longer see anything else in his eyes, only the blue beam of light. Running, Yisha quickly returned to the forest. After running for about a quarter of an hour, the communicator suddenly rang. The fat man was shouting in the communicator. And it was not a private communication with Yisha, but directly shouting in the multi-person channel. Water elf Moya. The little fat man shouted, Goddess of Luck. The apostle finally appeared. Damn it. Yep, accursed. It's that blue light. Right? I saw it. But it will take at least half an hour for me to get to the island. Yiyu, it seems that I am lucky. I just landed on the island. And the blue light column is not far from where I landed. Maybe I can get there first? Yisha poured a basin of cold water. You should let Phylong protect you. Now everyone on the island is heading there. People on the Doomsday train. The apostles are walking. Yisha was talking when he suddenly raised his hand and chopped a tree on the side. The tree collapsed and 2 apostles jumped down from the tree. However, the 2 apostles didn't even have time to land on the ground. The falling rain penetrated their bodies, and a large blood mist suddenly exploded in the air. Bang! Bang! When the 2 apostles landed, they had become 2 corpses. Yisha held the communicator. There are also people from Compu who may not know the meaning of apostles, but they will definitely be attracted by the light column. So you should understand what kind of situation this is. This is not a joke. Yisha said it very seriously, because he had to be serious. From now on, it will be a real war. Yisha looked at the blue light column in the distance, which was getting closer and closer. This naturally means that the war has entered the countdown stage. Yisha originally thought that the war would not start until they saw the blue light column. But in fact, everything was more intense and crazy than Yisha imagined. 6 apostles stood in front of Yisha, and when Yisha raised his head, the blue light column was almost within reach, about 1,000 meters away. In fact, from here on, the battlefield has really begun. After entering this area, all the people who rushed here began to attack others frantically and kill their competitors, hoping to reach the blue light column first or reduce the number of enemies as much as possible. Of course, in fact, more people were involved in the battle without any purpose, because they fought back because of the attack, and because they were attacked, they attacked others. Chapter 1193 Two Holy Sons. The purest fight unfolds at this moment. Ha! At this time, a roar sounded in front of Yisha, and the 6 apostles moved at the same time, attacking Yisha. Yisha sneered, looking for death. Clang! The crisp sound of the sword suddenly sounded, and the sword fell from the sheath of Nanjiang. At the same time, as the sword fell from the sheath of Nanjiang, the 6 apostles felt palpitations at the same time, and the huge pressure even made them feel breathless. Pressure. Holding this sword can exert a certain degree of pressure on the target. The pressure effect of Jianluo Nanjiang will be more obvious when the difference in strength is greater. The next moment, Yisha slashed with a sword. Puff! The sword of Jianluo Nanjiang swept forward, and the falling rain fell on the sword, and then was swept forward by the sword, forming a half-moon shape. Then, the surroundings seemed to be quiet. The 6 apostles who rushed towards Yisha walked, all standing in a daze, and then their bodies slowly tilted. Although their lower bodies were still standing there, their upper bodies fell forward. 6 people in one strike. One sword cuts them in 2. Yisha cut the bodies of the 6 apostles with one sword, and the air was instantly filled with a strong smell of blood, and the blood dyed the puddles around red. Yisha looked around. Who else is coming? The apostles in the forest were all dead, but there were still some others. A man took 2 steps forward and saluted. I dare not block the way of the steward. Please! Yisha curled his lips. I like people who know the times. Yisha strode forward and walked quickly forward. The place where the blue light column rose was completely determined. At the edge of the woods, there was a stream next to the woods, which was also one of the attractions of this island. It was a great place for stream fishing and rafting. This also met the conditions for water elves to hide. Although they came ashore, they were more inclined to hide in places with water. Yisha quickly passed through the initial battlefield and came to the edge of the stream. Looking up, you can see that in the middle of the stream, the azure light column rushed from below the stream, all the way up to the sky, and penetrated the clouds. The power of the apostle. Yisha did not hide the excitement in his eyes at all. He could clearly feel that the azure light column contained the unique power of the apostle. Yisha had felt this feeling before in that volcano, although it was a different type of power. The Flame Lord, or the Flame Sun, who had awakened early and had not yet evolved into the Flame Lord, had the same power, but it was more violent and manic. The power of the water spirit Moya is relatively gentle. But it does not mean that it is not strong enough. Of course, the water spirit Moya should not have grown to its full form yet. And there is even a gap between him and the Son of Flame. The power contained in the current azure light column is obviously weaker than what Yisha felt in the volcano. However, Yisha can also feel that the water spirit Moya is not far from growing to its full form, which means that if Yisha wants to succeed, he must hurry up. However, it is not an easy thing for Yisha to succeed, because Yisha raised his head, looking past the blue beam of light to the other side of the stream. Nanrongjishur stood by the stream, with a metal sword case in front of him. His hands crossed and pressed on the sword case. Before Yisha arrived, Nanrongjishur had already arrived, just standing there, closing his eyes and resting. And when Yisha cast his eyes on Nanrongjishur, Nanrongjishur's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. Without any retreat, Yisha teased, "You lost last time. Are you going to lose again?" "Pa!" Nanrongjishur slapped the right side of the sword box with one hand. And then the sword rack popped open from the side, with 3 swords neatly inserted on it. Nanrongjishur drew out the first shadow sword. "Just because I have already lost once, I will not let you succeed this time no matter what." Yisha curled the corners of his mouth and smiled silently. Yisha's smile was very shallow, but Nanrongjishur saw the emotion called arrogance in that smile. Yisha spread his hands and let the falling rain completely soak his body. The arrogant feeling was more obvious in his eyes when he looked at Nanrongjishur. Nanrongjishur naturally knew the reason. This was not the first time she had fought with Yisha. In fact, they could be called old rivals. Therefore, Nanrongjishur knew very well that Yisha had the upper hand, even an absolute advantage, because this piece of wind and rain was Yisha. Because Yisha was this piece of wind and rain, Nanrongjishur wanted to fight with Yisha, which was equivalent to her fighting against the wind and rain from all directions. This was indeed not an easy task. Nanrongjishur involuntarily clenched her sword, but in the next moment, Nanrongjishur's clenched fist suddenly loosened a little. Nanrongjishur's eyes were filled with excitement. Yisha's face was solemn, looking to the side. An apostle was walking towards the blue light column, not from the shore on Yisha's side, nor from the shore on Nanrongjishur's side, but from the bottom of the stream upstream. The stream water was clearly higher than his waist, but it could not block the apostle's way, and it could not even slow down the apostle. The black cloak was tied to the back of the apostle as a cape. At the same time, he had 2 long spears on his back, crossed, and blood red all over, as if blood could really drip out. At the same time, the apostle's mask was also a little special. It was a pitch-black metal mask with a demon's face. The mask was extremely intimidating. The demon's face seemed alive. When you look at it, you always feel that it is slightly moving. "Apostle, Holy Son, behead Hades Lawrence." At this time, the apostle came to a position 10 meters away from the light column, and suddenly spoke with a hoarse voice. Slowly taking off the 2 blood spears behind him, "Join the battle." Chapter 1194 3 Flight Attendants. The third Saint's son? Yisha narrowed his eyes. Yisha had long known that there were 3 Saint's sons who appeared in the archipelago, because there were 3 corresponding rewards: Nanrongjishur and Xiaoyi. So the remaining one was the one in front of him. "Do you think 2 against 1 will save you?" Yisha still showed some contempt. "Or 3 against 1. Unfortunately, the last Saint's son will not arrive." "Never." Nanrongjishur clenched his fist again, showing anger. "It was you who did it. The life and death of the saints can sense each other." So Nanrongjishur knew that Joey was dead, but he didn't know who killed Joey. And Yisha gave the answer. Yisha smiled at Nanrongjishur. "Do you want me to send you to see him?" Nanrongjishur gritted his teeth. "I will definitely kill you." "Revenge?" "Yisha, a good choice. Hatred can be a source of strength, but I don't think you have such an opportunity." Yisha stretched out his hand and pressed the sky. The raindrops falling in the sky suddenly began to flow backwards, and a huge rain sword began to gather above Yisha's head. "Come on," Yisha said in a low voice. "Come on together. Let me see your skills. This is really interesting." But at this moment, before Yisha could make a move, Gonlin's voice suddenly rang out. "Such an interesting thing. I wonder if I can be counted as a part of it." Gonlin's voice came from the sky, and then an eagle cry suddenly sounded. Gonlin grabbed the claws of the red fire eagle and fell from the air. When he was 2 meters above the ground, he jumped lightly and landed steadily on the ground. Gan Lin looked at Nan Rongjishir and Hades and smiled. It's 2 against 2 now. Hades was wearing a demon mask, so his expression could not be seen clearly. Nan Rongjishir tightly grasped the Shadow's sword, and his face became more solemn. However, for Nan Rongjishir and Hades, the bad news did not end here. I think 3 against 2 is also possible. On the shore, a drooping vine was lifted, and a tall man walked out of the woods. Tall and strong. Anyone who sees that man will involuntarily think of these 2 words. Because he is indeed a bear-like man. About 2 meters tall, with a body full of flesh. His arms are even thicker than Yesha's thighs, and his thighs are about the same thickness as Yesha's waist. He is incredibly strong. The man rubbed his beard. Let me introduce myself. The Doomsday Train. The Chief Purser. Rock Samuel. The 3 Chief Purser have arrived. Yisha glanced at Samuel. Although they had no intersection, Yisha was not unfamiliar with Samuel. After all, he was a veteran flight attendant. If the flight attendant's qualifications were counted, Samuel had been a flight attendant much earlier than Yisha. In the past, Yisha had occasionally met Samuel in the dining car, but they had not communicated. Nan Rongjishir's expression became more solemn. However, Yisha's expression was also not very good. Although Gan Lin and Samuel appeared, and the 3 flight attendants gathered together. Was this good news for Yisha? This is not necessarily true. There is only one water spirit Moya. Only one apostle. Only one person who can kill the water spirit Moya. And only one person who can get the task reward. Then, Gan Lin and Samuel are not companions. Although Samuel's figure is terrifyingly sturdy, he is more delicate than expected. He glanced at Yisha and Gan Lin. Anyway, we have a common enemy. I think we can solve these 2 guys first, and then we can solve the internal problems. What do you think? Gan Lin chuckled. I don't have any objection. Anyway, the apostles can't succeed. Yisha said solemnly. You better not get in my way. Otherwise I will kill you too. While Yisha said this, he suddenly stretched out his hand, and then the huge rain sword in the sky suddenly fell down. Yisha's sword was very clever, landing directly in the middle of the 5 people, and fiercely slashed into the stream. With a loud bang, the stream suddenly left, and a huge crack was directly split. And then the streams on both sides continued to pour into the crack, forming 2 waterfalls. The water splashed like stones and scattered around. The water hit the ground on the shore, creating deep pits on the ground. The water flew into the woods, breaking the trees. However, this sword did not cause any damage. Nan Rongjishir opened the other side of the metal sword box, pulled out the metal umbrella that Yisha had seen before, and blocked the water flying towards her. Hades slammed the 2 blood spears in his hands down to the stream, and then 2 water walls rose into the sky, blocking the splashing water. Gan Lin and Samuel were also within the affected area, but the impact was not severe, and they avoided it after retreating a distance. Yisha did it on purpose, deliberately covering Gan Lin and Samuel. This was a display of his own strength, and also a deterrent to Gan Lin and Samuel. Of course, this was just one strike. As Samuel said, the current enemies were the 2 saints, Nan Rongjishir and Hades. Although Yisha didn't think that the 3 of them could sit down and talk about who would kill the water elf Moya, because such a peaceful method could not determine the ownership. If nothing unexpected happened, they would have to fight. However, that was after killing Nan Rongjishir and Hades. If I had to describe it, then the fight between Yisha and the other 2 was an internal struggle. And before solving the internal problems, they should naturally unite to face the outside world and solve the external troubles first. Therefore, Yisha's attack was also a deliberate warning. Before killing Nan Rongjishir and Hades, it would be better if no one played tricks. Otherwise Yisha would not be polite. At the same time, after the first attack, Yisha also quickly condensed the second attack, stretched out his hand and swept in front of him, and a wind blade of 7 or 8 meters suddenly appeared, moving forward along the stream. Countless water flows were swept up by the wind blade, like rolling up a huge wave, heading towards Nan Rongjishir. At the same time, Yisha also shouted fiercely, "Kill!" Samuel jumped into the stream without saying a word, and charged towards Hades like a human tank. Gan Lin put his fingers into his mouth and whistled, and the red fire eagle immediately swooped down from the sky again. Chapter 1195. The battle begins. Tenacious, unshakable. Lion's heart is made of iron, Samuel groaned, and a light appeared on his body continuously. Then, his terrifying body, like a giant bear, seemed to become even more majestic. The next moment, Samuel came to Hades, raised his fist, and hit Hades fiercely. Bang! Hades crossed the two blood spears, placed them across his chest, and collided with Samuel's fist. Boom! The stream under their feet made a loud noise, and a huge stream of water splashed into the air. Fists collided with the gun barrels. Both Samuel's arm and Hades' bloody gun were trembling, and it was obvious that the two were madly increasing their strength. On the other side, the red fire eagle made a loud eagle cry, and then its body burned fiercely, like a small sun hanging high in the sky, and then suddenly swooped down. It felt like a meteorite falling to the ground, and it hit Nan Rongjishir fiercely. Nan Rongjishir looked at the falling red fire eagle with a stern look in his eyes, and opened the metal umbrella in his hand. Bang! The red fire eagle hit the umbrella fiercely, and after a loud noise, Nan Rongjishir stepped back half a step, but forcibly resisted the impact of the red fire eagle like a meteorite falling to the ground. But it's not over yet. Donlin smiled lightly, as if standing there, doing nothing. And then, boom! The ground behind Nan Rongjishir suddenly cracked, and the underworld wolf actually drilled out from the ground, showing Nan Rongjishir its sharp claws, and slapping him fiercely. Nan Rongjishir reacted very quickly, holding an umbrella in one hand and a sword in the other. The afterimage sword swept backwards with a shadow, and with a clang, it collided with the claws of the underworld wolf, making a crisp sound. The battle began. Yisha stepped forward and walked directly into the stream. The rain falling around him became extremely erratic for a while. Sometimes right, sometimes left, sometimes rolled back into the mouth, and sometimes hit the ground. The violent wind passed through the woods on the shore, and the branches kept swaying, and the leaves shook violently, making a shaw sound. Yisha, no matter how many come, kill them all, Yisha murmured. That sentence was said to Fatal. The next moment, as if the space was torn apart, more than a dozen apostles appeared around Yisha, as if they all appeared out of thin air. However, Yisha did not show much surprise. He had learned from the proprietress that the Son of God would bring guards this time, which was the so-called silver robe in the mission. Then, Nan Rongjishir and Hades appeared here. These so-called guards must be ambushed around. However, in Yisha's opinion, these so-called guards are indeed much stronger than ordinary apostles, but still too weak. Yisha showed a disdainful and contemptuous expression, and then black liquid gushed out of Yisha's body frantically, quickly covering Yisha's body and wrapping up Yisha's body. Fatal state. Yisha grinned, revealing 2 rows of saw-like teeth, and then jumped up suddenly. An apostle who was about to attack had not yet reacted, and suddenly saw that ferocious big mouth appeared in front of him. The next moment, Yisha grabbed the opponent's head and fell from the air. Boom! The moment he landed, Yisha smashed the opponent's head hard against the ground. Bang! 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 Yisha grabbed the opponent's head and slammed it against the ground continuously. At the same time, the other apostles around him immediately roared angrily at Yisha, and then surrounded him. Yisha raised his head suddenly, and the black liquid on his right arm began to wriggle wildly, and then quickly pulled up and turned into a black battle axe that was 7 or 8 meters long. Yisha raised his arm and swept forward, and the giant battle axe swept forward. The apostles in front of him retreated one after another, avoiding the sweep of the black battle axe. But, at the moment when the apostles dodged, the black battle axe suddenly ejected spikes made of black liquid and flew in all directions. Puff! 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 The black spikes pierced the bodies of the apostles, making continuous muffled sounds, and blood was splashed on the ground at this moment. Unable to withstand a single blow, Yisha roared, then ran forward, leaning forward slowly, running on all fours, at a terrifying speed. Then, Yisha leaped towards an apostle again. Black liquid gushing out of his hands turned into a pair of sharp claws, and fiercely grabbed the opponent. The apostle had a shield, a very strange shield, which looked almost transparent. And the strange thing was that the shield was like jelly, and it would shake continuously with shaking. The next moment, Yisha's claws landed on the jelly-like shield. The location that was hit was extremely sticky and full of elasticity. The black claws sank into it, and soon lost their strength. Yisha curled his lips. Interesting protective gear. But what's the use? Puff. Puff. The rain that fell behind the apostle suddenly condensed into a sword, and then pierced the apostle's heart from behind. The apostle obviously didn't expect that he would be attacked from behind when facing Yisha alone. His pupils kept dilating, and he finally fell to the ground. The apostles around him took the opportunity to surround him again. Yisha leaped up 4 or 5 meters. And then the black liquid in his right hand turned into a huge battle axe and swept across. However, Yisha did not sweep the battle axe towards any apostle, but swept it from the air. The rain curtain falling from the sky was instantly shattered, and countless water liquids fell all around. It was just chopped rain, but it had the same power as the rain sword. An apostle rushed forward and tried to forcibly resist the water liquid. Then, the person is gone. When the rain swept over the body of the apostle, the body was completely shattered by the water, leaving only some fine pieces of meat and bone fragments falling to the ground. Ah! Yisha raised his head and roared, making a sound like a beast in his throat. Then spread his palm, and the black liquid turned into a javelin. Yisha exerted force and threw the black javelin out. Puff! The black javelin was extremely fast, and it appeared in front of an apostle in a flash of black shadow, and then pierced the opponent's body cleanly. Those apostles were gone in the blink of an eye. 1/3 of them were gone, and the rest were still in fear. And Yisha challenged again, "Come on. Come together." Chapter 1196, The Kingdom of the Dead. Although Yisha shouted at the messengers to come towards him and attack him, he did not give them a chance to attack. Accompanied by Yisha's roar, the winds from all around gathered frantically around Yisha's body, and then 4 tornadoes appeared from nothing. The wind slowly spun and condensed around Yisha, and then pushed out to the surroundings. The naked eye could see how terrifying the 4 tornadoes were. The sky seemed to have become much gloomier because of the appearance of the 4 tornadoes. Those apostles naturally chose to retreat quickly to avoid the tornado. But, ah! Yisha roared again at this moment. And then the 4 tornadoes exploded at the same time, turning into countless wind blades, attacking the surroundings crazily. Then, screams continued to sound, and the wind blades swept past, and the bodies of those apostles were constantly cut open, and blood flew all around, dyeing the ground and streams red. In a moment, there were no apostles who could stand around Yisha. They were all missing some parts of their bodies, lying on the ground and wailing constantly. Snap! Yisha snapped his fingers. "They are all your food." Boom! Boom! The ground around them suddenly cracked, and the vines of the corpse flower continued to emerge, wrapping around the bodies of the apostles and dragging them into the ground. Then, the painful scream sounded again. Yisha could vaguely hear the sound of bones being broken by the vines, and the chewing sound of the main flower of the corpse flower swallowing the apostles. It seems that the corpse flower is eating quite happily. Huh? Yisha exhaled and looked forward. Gonlin and Nanrongjishir were fighting, and Samuel was naturally fighting Hades. Both sides had passed the stage of testing, and the battle was gradually becoming fierce. Yisha walked towards the stream. So, who should I help? No. I think I should put it another way. Yisha licked the corner of his mouth. His eyes revealed a bit of ferocity, and his eyes swept over Nanrongjishir and Hades. Who should I kill first? Bang! Nanrongjishir suddenly swung his sword, forcing the attack of the underworld wolf away. Then he raised his hand violently, and an invisible sword wind flew up, shaking away the red fire eagle that fell from the sky. The next moment, Nanrongjishir shouted, "Hades!" Hades understood what Nanrongjishir wanted him to do, and swung his blood spear violently. A blood-colored spear shadow swept forward, temporarily repelling Samuel. Then Hades crossed the blood spear in front of himself. The dead and ghosts are floating in the world. I will guide you back. The dark gate of hell is open here. The water of the Yellow Spring River is roaring. I am the lord of this place, standing on countless dead souls. Then, Hades murmured like a bard, and the blood spear in his hand gradually emitted a bloody light. So, who can kill me? Hades raised his head suddenly. The demon mask on his face was extremely ferocious, and then raised the crossed blood spears. Domain. The kingdom of the dead. The shining red light on the 2 blood spears suddenly pushed out to the surroundings, quickly covering Samuel and Gonlin. Hades obviously used the domain ability, and Samuel and Gonlin knew what the domain ability was. The places covered by the light were the scope of the domain. The best way to deal with the domain ability is Of course, to leave the range of the domain before it covers you. However, the domain released by Hades spread too fast. So fast that it was horrible, catching Samuel and Gon Lin off guard. Almost in an instant, the two of them were covered by red light. Even more, the red light continued to move forward, intending to cover Yi Sha as well. This is obviously difficult. Samuel's humanoid tank-like appearance shows that speed is definitely not Samuel's strong point. And Gon Lin's strength does not come from himself. His physical fitness is actually very average. Compared with the two of them, Yi Sha's movement speed is much faster. Of course, another reason is that Yi Sha has just stepped into the stream and is the farthest from Hades, which gives Yi Sha plenty of time to react and leave the red light in time. Hades didn't seem to have the determination to envelop Yi Sha into his domain, and quickly gave up the idea of pulling Yi Sha into his domain, instead letting the red light converge quickly. Almost instantly, the red light surged upwards, becoming substantial, and then quickly turned into a huge red light ball, enveloping Hades, Gon Lin and Samuel, forming an independent space. Yi Sha frowned, casually swung a wind blade towards the red light ball, making a collision sound. But the red light ball didn't even shake, and the wind blade shattered at the moment of collision. It's useless. Nanrong Jisher said, the kingdom of the dead cannot be destroyed from the outside. Yi Sha, that means it can be destroyed from the inside. Right? Are you so sure that your companion can fight two people alone? Even in the field he created. Yi Sha looked up at Nanrong Jisher, and saw Nanrong Jisher holding the sword in front of him. Although Nanrong Jisher did not answer, Yi Sha suddenly understood. I see. Yi Sha's face showed a bit of anger. Staring at Nanrong Jisher, do you have confidence in yourself? Or do you underestimate me too much? When Yi Sha finished speaking, his voice suddenly rose. The falling raindrops suddenly became extremely heavy, and they continuously made loud noises when they fell on the stream surface, and then splashed water that was 4 or 5 meters high. Hades used the domain to trap Samuel and Gon Lin, so that Nanrong Jisher could have a one-on-one opportunity with Yi Sha. In other words, Nanrong Jisher thought that he could kill Yi Sha, so he carried out such a plan. After killing Yi Sha, the situation naturally became 2-on-2 again. Yi Sha sneered, you are really underestimated. Nanrong Jisher looked cold and did not respond. He patted the metal sword box in front of him as if he was answering a question that was not relevant to the question. I have 7 swords. And you just saw the 4th one. Yi Sha snorted disdainfully. To kill people, 1 sword is enough. Yi Sha waved his hand fiercely, and the rain in the sky condensed and turned into a huge rain sword again, and then stabbed it fiercely in the direction of Nanrong Jisher. Yi Sha shouted, come on, pull out your sword. Nanrong Jisher glanced at the sky and suddenly drew his sword, but he did not draw a new sword. Instead, he stabbed the metal umbrella towards the sky. The umbrella opened, and the metal pieces shook, making a crisp sound. The next moment, the umbrella of the metal umbrella fiercely collided with the rain sword falling from the sky. Chapter 1197 The Sixth Sword. Nanrong Jisher's metal umbrella is very special. It does not rely solely on the hardness of the metal umbrella to resist attacks, but can dissipate the power of the attack, and then can easily take the attack. However, Nanrong Jisher's expression is a bit ferocious at the moment, because the power of the rain sword cannot be dissipated at all. Nanrong Jisher knows the reason very well. It is not that his metal umbrella has failed, but that the rain falling around is constantly infusing power into the rain sword. No matter how powerful the metal umbrella is, it can continuously dissolve the power generated by the attack, but it has a certain limit and cannot continue endlessly. This damn rain! Nanrong Jisher cursed. Her body was gradually pushed back, dragging 2 mud marks on the ground. Nanrong Jisher knew very well that the metal umbrella in her hand could no longer support it. What made Nanrong Jisher's face even uglier was that this was just a casual attack by Yi Sha, under the cover of the wind and rain. Yi Sha was so strong that it was unbelievable. Ah! Thinking of this, Nanrong Jisher suddenly shouted. Buzz! The crisp sound of the sword suddenly sounded, and then accompanied by Nanrong Jisher's roar. A purple light suddenly flew out from the sword rack on the left side of the metal sword box. Zila! The sound of the surging electric current was extremely harsh, and then the purple light penetrated the rain sword and shattered it with one blow. Nanrong Jisher stretched out his hand and grasped the purple light in his hand. Nanrong Jisher's 5th sword. It was a broadsword, or a big sword. The width of the sword was about the width of 3 arms put together, and the length including the hilt was about 1.3 meters. Not too long. The sword was made of pure silver, with large lightning patterns covering the entire sword. This was Nan Rongjisher's fifth sword. Thunder. Nan Rongjisher held an umbrella in his left hand to block the falling rain from the sky, and held thunder in his right hand, pointing at Yisha. You don't know your own limits, Yisha said disdainfully. Since you want to play, I will play with you seriously. Yisha's mind moved, and the rain in the sky condensed into rain swords again. Not just one or two, but a large area. Those rain swords kept appearing in the air, hanging above Yisha's head. Densely packed. Dozens. Hundreds. Hundreds. And they were constantly increasing. The next moment, Yisha suddenly jumped forward. In a fatal state, Yisha once again ran forward on all fours, directly jumped over the stream, and rushed towards Nan Rongjisher on the other side. As Yisha moved, the rain swords in the sky also moved, following Yisha and stabbing at Nan Rongjisher frantically. Nan Rongjisher thrust the metal umbrella in his hand forward, and as the rain swords fell, they continuously stabbed the metal umbrella's surface, hitting it and making a bang, bang sound. After resisting more than a dozen rain swords in a row, Nan Rongjisher obviously did not intend to passively take the beating, and suddenly moved the umbrella to the side, and slashed forward with the thunder sword in his hand. Z-Law. The piercing sound of electricity appeared again, and a purple electric current suddenly appeared and swept towards the sky, like a whip, sweeping across the sky and smashing a large piece of rain sword. But at this moment, Yisha crossed the stream, jumped up, raised his right hand, and the black liquid squirmed and turned into a heavy hammer, smashing towards Nan Rongjisher. Bang! The black heavy hammer hit the metal umbrella of Nan Rongjisher, just like hitting cotton. It was obviously huge, but it seemed soft and powerless. However, Yisha did not think of ending the battle with this blow. The black hammer suddenly melted and turned into a pool of black liquid, which was extremely viscous and strongly sticky, firmly attached to the metal umbrella. Nan Rongjisher soon discovered this, frowned, and shook the umbrella vigorously, trying to get rid of the black mucus. But unfortunately it was useless. Afterimage. Nan Rongjisher shouted softly, and the afterimage sword suddenly flew over and fell into Nan Rongjisher's palm. Nan Rongjisher raised his sword without hesitation and slashed at the black liquid. However, the black liquid was unexpectedly resilient. The shadow sword slashed at the black liquid, but it could not cut it apart except for stretching it. At this moment, the black liquid quickly contracted and pulled Yisha over. Bang! Yisha's feet slammed hard on the umbrella and grinned at Nan Rongjisher. Girl, I got you! Nan Rongjisher swept his sword towards Yisha. But at this moment, Yisha leaped up and pulled hard, and the metal umbrella was dragged up by the black liquid. Then Yisha waved his hand, and the metal umbrella fell far away. Yisha tilted his head and looked at Nan Rongjisher. I'm so sorry. Your umbrella is gone. Yisha didn't need to do anything. When the metal umbrella was thrown away by Yisha, the rain sword hanging in the sky began to fall madly again, coming towards Nan Rongjisher. Zila! Nan Rongjisher kept swinging the shadow sword, smashing the rain swords falling around him. At the same time, he waved his left hand, and the thunder sword released purple thunder again, sweeping across the air, constantly smashing the rain swords. But Nan Rongjisher's sword was very fast, and the purple thunder released by the thunder sword was also very powerful. One strike could shatter dozens of rain swords, but it was still useless. Puff! Puff! Two muffled sounds came from Nan Rongjisher's body, and then two blood flowers splashed on his body. A rain sword cut Nan Rongjisher's arm, and another rain sword cut Nan Rongjisher's calf. Even if Nan Rongjisher could break more rain swords, there were still too many of them, and he couldn't defend himself at all. If he wasn't careful, he would be hit by a rain sword. Moreover, for Yisha to create those rain swords, he only needed a thought. As long as the wind and rain didn't stop, Yisha would be so powerful that people would be afraid. Walking with his head held high, Yisha looked at Nan Rongjisher, who was half kneeling on the ground. The black liquid on his face faded, and he said contemptuously, "Where are your swords? Aren't there 2 swords left? Take them out." Nan Rongjisher took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to the side. The metal sword box immediately trembled, and then a black long sword flew out from the sword rack and fell into Nan Rongjisher's hand. The 6th sword. The sword was as black as ink, but it was made of black jade. After being held in Nanrong Jisher's hand, the sword body faintly flashed with green light, which was very restrained. Every time it lit up, it would make the sword body transparent. Nanrong Jisher raised the sword, then as you wish. Let you see my sixth sword? Chapter 1198 The Second Stage. Yisha narrowed his eyes. There was a sense of danger. Nanrong Jisher had used 5 swords in front of Yisha. Even the thunderbolt was so powerful that Yisha did not take it seriously. But the sword in front of him was different. Although Nanrong Jisher had not done anything, Yisha smelled a hint of danger. Suddenly, Nanrong Jisher slashed at Yisha from a distance, and a black light suddenly came towards Yisha. Yisha immediately waved his hand in front of him, and the surrounding rain immediately gathered in front of Yisha, turning into a rain curtain. Puff! The next moment, the black light slashed the rain curtain, making a muffled sound of splashing water. The black sword light cut a hole in the rain curtain, but did not cut it apart. Yisha tilted his head. Although he felt the danger, it seemed not as strong as he imagined. But at this moment, Nanrong Jisher endured the pain from the wound, climbed up from the ground, and suddenly rushed towards Yisha. When he approached the rain curtain, he suddenly dodged, bypassed the rain curtain, and raised his sword to slash at Yisha. Yisha raised his hand casually, and the black liquid on his arm surged, turning into an arm blade, colliding with the black jade sword, making a crisp sound. Nanrong Jisher's pupils shrank slightly, and he whispered Phase 1. Cancel! Suddenly, the blade of the black sword in Nanrong Jisher's hand became heavy, and the light green light dimmed and gradually turned red. Crack! Crack! The jade sword made a shattering sound, and some cracks appeared on the sword body. Those cracks were all scarlet, adding color to the black jade sword. At the same time, the hilt of the black sword also changed. It was originally a very ordinary hilt that extended to both sides, but now it suddenly split into 3 hilts interlaced, like a hexagonal snowflake. Boom! Yisha suddenly felt an invisible force coming towards him, extremely violent, and the rain curtain in front of Yisha shook wildly. And then, with a snap, the rain curtain shattered and turned into countless water liquids that sprinkled all around. Yisha felt as if his body was hit hard by something heavy, and he stepped on the ground and retreated continuously. Yisha looked up, and the sword in Nanrong Jisher's hand seemed to be a little bigger, and at the same time, the sense of danger was obviously stronger. The next moment, Nanrong Jisher raised the black sword and slashed forward again. The pitch-black sword light reappeared, but this time, there were more bloodlines in the black sword light. At the same time, compared with the last time, the black sword light was obviously bigger and felt more violent. Yisha took a deep breath, stretched out his hand to the side, and grasped the empty space. The falling rain quickly condensed in Yisha's palm and turned into a rain sword. Bang! Yisha held the rain sword horizontally and caught the sword light. Yisha's pupil shrank suddenly at this moment. He couldn't block it. The rain sword in Yisha's hand was obviously cut open, as if it would break at any time. In fact, with the collision of the blades, the rain sword was obviously becoming more and more unstable. Crash! Suddenly, the rain sword completely shattered, turning into a pile of liquid that fell to the ground. Yisha's reaction was extremely fast. Or rather, his fatal reaction was so fast that it was unimaginable. After he stretched out his arm, the black liquid condensed into a black shield, blocking the sword light. In a moment, the sword light gradually dissipated, leaving an obvious cut mark on the black shield. Yisha glanced at the cut mark. Hey, it seems that you should take it seriously. Show your strength. After Yisha finished speaking, he tilted his head, grinned, and showed his ferocious teeth. Suddenly, behind Yisha, arms, legs, black liquid surged, and suddenly transformed into dozens of weapons, covering his whole body. This was Fatal's response to Yisha, because the control of the body was in Fatal's hands, and Yisha was just using his consciousness to control the wind and rain. And Fatal's attitude was naturally, it will be serious. Suddenly, those weapons were retracted into Yisha's body, and then Yisha rushed forward again. Fast speed. Nanrong Jisher did not hesitate to slash out a black sword light again, which was faster and bigger than before, and slashed towards Yisha head-on. Suddenly, a stream of black liquid connected to the body spurted out from Yisha's shoulder, sticking to a huge rock on the side, and quickly gathered. dragging Yisha's body to move over a large range to avoid the attack of the sword light. The next moment, the black liquid condensed and Yisha's hands extended forward, turning into two huge sickles, and quickly swept towards Nanrong Jisher. Nanrong Jisher raised his sword and retreated to avoid the sickle. But at this moment, two streams of black liquid suddenly spurted out of the sickle and stuck directly to Nanrong Jisher's chest. Nanrong Jisher immediately raised the black sword and chopped at the liquid. But unfortunately, it was too late. The black liquid pulled, and almost in an instant, Yisha came to Nanrong Jisher, and then hit Nanrong Jisher's head with a fierce headbutt. Nanrong Jisher was hit so hard that he felt dizzy because of the impact on his brain. At the same time, the weapon condensed by the black liquid on Yisha's arm changed from a sickle to an axe, and chopped down at Nanrong Jisher with force. Nanrong Jisher retreated quickly, dodging the axe blows one after another. But at this moment, puff! Blood splashed. A rain sword suddenly appeared behind Nanrong Jisher, piercing his cap directly, leaving a wound at the tip of the sword. Nanrong Jisher's expression was a little distorted, and he immediately raised the black sword to block the axe that Yisha had chopped down. With a clang, the weapons of the two men trembled. But it was only for a short moment. When Nanrong Jisher was about to swing his sword, black liquid appeared behind Yisha, moving toward the ground, and then pushed Yisha into the air. He stretched out his hand and pressed it lightly, and countless black liquids dripped from Yisha's body, falling downwards, turning into dense black thorns, attacking Nanrong Jisher. Nanrong Jisher raised the black sword again without hesitation and swung it upwards. Countless black lights emerged, forming a hemispherical light shield above Nanrong Jisher, blocking those black thorns. However, Nanrong Jisher did not see that Yisha raised the corners of his mouth at the moment the black light shield appeared, revealing two rows of hideous, saw-like teeth, because a small pool of black liquid was creeping secretly on the ground, crossing the puddle, and quietly came behind Nanrong Jisher. Chapter 1199 Fierce Fight. Poof! The black liquid suddenly bounced up from the ground and pierced Nanrong Jisher's calf. The pain made Nanrong Jisher's face change. While resisting the attack, he suddenly staggered. The black axe brushed past Nanrong Jisher's face and fell to the ground. With a bang, a huge gap was cut in the ground. Just a little bit. Nanrong Jisher's head could be chopped off. Nanrong Jisher gritted his teeth and quickly retreated, keeping a distance from Yisha. Deadly power is difficult to confirm with the naked eye. Or in other words, deadly power cannot show irresistible combat power with the naked eye alone. It seems that it is just to make the black liquid into different weapons. Any weapon can appear from any part of Yisha's body. That's all. Only Yisha knows that deadly power is not that simple. The black liquid shapes, sticks, stretches, and is difficult to break. These are the basis of deadly power. And the deadly hidden power cannot be confirmed with the naked eye. For example, the abnormal movement and attack methods make the fatal attack hard to defend and difficult to resist. Also, the strange movement method makes it difficult to hit. Even if it is hit, the black liquid can not only be used for attack, but also for defense. It is not easy to break the black liquid and hit Yisha's body. Of course, there are many other details. For example, the black liquid that suddenly separated seemed to have life and sneaked close to Nanrong Jisher, although it looked like an ordinary sneak attack. However, Nanrong Jisher is not a weakling, and it is not easy to sneak attack her. The fact that the black liquid could quietly approach Nanrong Jisher and complete the sneak attack is a proof in itself. Of course, in addition to the fatal state, Nanrong Jisher's enemy is also the storm. Although Nanrong Jisher was alert and distanced herself from Yisha at the first time, no matter how far she ran, she could not avoid the storm. Therefore, she was always within Yisha's attack range. As soon as he stabilized his body, Nanrong Jisher felt a strong wind suddenly rise, and there was a feeling of wind passing under his feet. Nanrong Jisher was startled and quickly jumped to the side. Sure enough, at the moment when Nanrong Jisher jumped away, Yisha's attack came again, and a stream of wind suddenly rose where Nanrong Jisher had just stood, and the ground was cut into pieces. This was not the end. Nanrong Jisher did not completely avoid the attack, and the rain in the sky condensed again, falling and bombarding Nanrong Jisher. Boom! A violent blast sounded, and a large amount of smoke and dust was blown away by the cracking of the ground. Yisha took a step forward, raised his right arm, and the black liquid appeared again, suddenly stretched and lengthened, and slashed forward without hesitation, slashing into the sand and dust. Nanrongjishir is not dead yet. Based on whether the mysterious voice prompted it or not, Yisha could clearly determine this. The next moment, the black giant axe slashed into the sand and dust, followed by a crisp sound of collision. The black axe was bounced away, and then a thin line appeared in the center of the sand and dust, cut by some sharp weapon. Nanrongjishir slowly walked out of the dust, and the jade sword in his hand had completely changed its appearance, and it could even be said that it had disappeared. On Nanrongjishir's right shoulder, there was an extra layer of black jade armor, which spread from the shoulder to the back of his hand. Obviously, no matter from the material or color, it was obvious that it was made of the black jade sword. Second stage. Nanrongjishir raised his arm. Remove. As soon as Nanrongjishir finished speaking, the sword body popped out from the back of his hand and connected to Nanrongjishir's arm. The rain was still falling in the sky. Nanrongjishir slashed a sword into the air without hesitation. The black light spread out again, like a barrier, blocking Nanrongjishir's head. The raindrops kept falling, hitting the black light like a barrier. It can be clearly seen that with the continuous impact of the rain, the black light is like glass, and there are traces of continuous shattering. It's like a piece of black paper sprinkled with white snowflakes. But no matter what, Nanrongjishir bought himself some breathing time. He raised his hand, and the thunder sword flew towards Nanrongjishir, and was held by Nanrongjishir. Sizzle! The harsh electric current sounded again at this moment, as Nanrongjishir slashed forward in the air. A purple electric current as thick as a bucket went forward and approached Yisha. Useless. When the purple electric current came in front of him, Yisha waved his hand forward, and the back of his hand swept the purple electric current, directly shattering the purple electric current and turning it into countless arcs. But at this moment, Nanrongjishir suddenly came to Yisha. Yisha's pupils shrank. The woman in front of him seemed to be faster. Nanrongjishir raised his hands and stabbed the thunder sword at the jade sword on the back of his hand. The jade sword actually sucked the thunder sword directly into it. Zila! The sound of the current surging sounded again, and the black current wrapped around the sword body and slashed towards Yisha. The previous dangerous feeling reappeared. A black liquid quickly gushed out from behind Yisha, fell in the distance, and stuck to the ground, dragging Yisha's body and accelerating, quickly pulling at least 10 meters away from Nanrongjishir. Boom! Nanrongjishir swung his sword in the air, but a layer of black electricity suddenly covered the area 5 or 6 meters in front of him and then exploded, and the ground was covered with dense cracks in an instant. Yisha grinned. The destructive power of that sword was extraordinary. Yisha could feel that even if he had the black liquid covering his body for defense, he would not feel good if he was cut. The black liquid might not be able to block this attack. I have to use some other power. At this time, a fatal voice sounded in Yisha's head. According to your order, I need to kill her, but it seems difficult to do so in the current form. Yisha responded, is there anything I don't know about that hasn't been used yet? Fatal, you know? Yisha raised his eyebrows. Apostle. Fatal, this is a burden on your body. You are not strong enough. However, if you only use a small part, I think it should not be a big problem. Of course, this depends on your determination to kill the other party. Yisha, my determination? My determination is that no matter who I fight, even if my opponent is the train conductor, I must be the one who survives. Fatal, then, let's get started. The moment Fatal's words fell, Yisha clearly felt that his body suddenly became hot. Chapter 1200 The Power of the Apostle. This burning sensation did not last long, and Yisha felt pain, because the temperature of his body was constantly rising, and the pain caused by the burning sensation appeared. Ah! Yisha raised his head and roared, venting his pain, and then Yisha's body burned. Black flames appeared on Yisha's body, shaking constantly, as if those black liquids were burning. Nanrongjishir showed an extremely surprised expression on her face. She felt the power of the apostle, and the source of this power was not even the water spirit Moya. Nanrongjishir quickly understood and said in a lost voice, Son of Flame. Yisha spread his palm without saying a word, and a black fireball appeared in his palm. Even though the wind and rain were all controlled by Yisha, Yisha obviously did not perform any manipulation at the moment, allowing the rain in the sky to fall. Then, the moment the rain fell on the black fireball, it was completely evaporated and turned into wisps of white smoke. Go to hell. Yisha waved his hand forward, and the fireball was pushed forward, almost sticking to the ground. A deep mud mark appeared on the ground, and it kept burning. Black flames rose on the ground, and with the push, the black fireball became bigger and bigger, heading towards Nan Rongjishir. Nan Rongjishir gritted his teeth, held the jade sword in front of him, and met the black fireball. The next moment, a burning feeling and a huge thrust came quickly, and then Nan Rongjishir's body was completely swallowed by the black fireball. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the black flame surged wildly. The black fireball was still expanding and hitting the ground. The flames pushed out to the surroundings, rolling up layers of fire waves. The flames at the upper end were surging wildly. In a moment, a flame hemisphere with a diameter of more than 30 meters and a height of more than 15 meters appeared in front of Yisha. It burned violently, as if it could burn everything. The black liquid faded from Yisha's body. Yisha casually drew out the sword Luo Nanjiang, stabbed it into the ground, and used the sword Luo Nanjiang to support his body. Yisha's chest was heaving, and he was constantly panting. This attack consumed a lot of Yisha's physical strength. After just one attack, Yisha felt tired. The black flames continued to burn in a certain space, so that the flames could condense and cause more terrible damage. After a long time, the black fireball began to shrink gradually. Yisha suddenly raised his head. His pupils shrank. "You are not dead yet?" As the black flames gradually dissipated, Yisha still did not hear the mysterious voice, which of course only meant one thing. Nan Rongjishir is not dead yet. After a moment, Nan Rongjishir's figure finally emerged from the flames. On Nan Rongjishir's body, a black jade armor appeared, covering his whole body, and in Nan Rongjishir's hand, the black jade sword appeared again and stuck in the ground. Nan Rongjishir had loose hair and a burnt smell. He knelt on the ground, holding the black jade sword with both hands, barely keeping his body from falling to the ground. Nan Rongjishir's condition looked terrible, but she was still alive. Yisha took a deep breath. "You are the most difficult one to kill among all the saints I have ever seen." As Yisha spoke, he stretched out his hand to the side, and the falling rain gathered again in Yisha's palm and quickly turned into a rain sword. Yisha, but it's finally over. Yisha felt that his physical strength was greatly consumed. But if this was the small price that he had to pay as the fatal word, then Yisha could completely bear it. Nan Rongjishir was obviously at the end of his strength. The armor made of the black jade sword saved Nan Rongjishir's life and helped Nan Rongjishir block the fatal damage. But that was all. It barely allowed Nan Rongjishir to survive. What Yisha had to do now was to make up for it with one more sword. Yisha slowly approached Nan Rongjishir. Nan Rongjishir gritted his teeth and grabbed the hilt of the sword. He slowly exerted force with his legs and tried to stand up from the ground. But his knees were only 2 inches off the ground. The pain from his body and the feeling of weakness made Nan Rongjishir kneel back on the ground, still relying on the jade sword to support the ground so that he would not fall down. At the same time, in the stream, the red light suddenly made a crackling sound, and then the light shattered, which also meant that the domain was completely breached. Hades was the first to fly out of the shattered light, landed on the shore, slid backwards, and quickly stabbed the ground with a spear in his hand to stabilize his body. Hades looked quite bad, with scars all over his body, constantly oozing blood, and a crack appeared on the mask on his face, which spread from the center of his forehead to the side of his chin. The red light of the shattered domain turned into a halo, slowly drifting around, gradually becoming nothingness, until it completely disappeared. At the same time, countless white afterimages suddenly flew out at the moment the domain was shattered. There were hundreds of them, constantly flying around in the air, like crazy ghosts. Sharp ghost cries also continued to sound at this moment, piercing people's eardrums. At this time, Gonlin and Samuel also stepped on those red halos and walked out. "Pa!" Samuel turned his face to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked injured, but not seriously. At least compared to Hades, it could be completely ignored. As for Gonlin, there was no sign of injury at all. "The land of the dead? Isn't it a place where the dead gather?" Gonlin smiled. "Isn't it too naive to think of using a bunch of dead souls to trap the lord of the underworld?" Gonlin looked up and saw the white afterimages flying in the sky dancing more violently, and the miserable horn sound became sharper. The next moment, the white afterimages in the sky exploded one after another, and in the blink of an eye, They completely disappeared. The surroundings finally became quiet. Yi Sha looked at Nan Rongjishir. It seems that your companions are about to die. So, do you want to leave a last word? Nan Rongjishir suddenly grinned, and seemed to be laughing miserably. But for some reason, Yi Sha seemed to feel a sense of joy from Nan Rongjishir. You are very strong, especially in this storm. Nan Rongjishir looked at Yi Sha. So, I never thought about being able to kill you before the storm stopped, because I knew I couldn't do it. Nan Rongjishir was halfway through his speech when his chest suddenly rose and fell, and he started coughing. It was obvious that just opening his mouth to speak would bring him a burden of physical injury. However, Yi Sha found that the joy in Nan Rongjishir's eyes was even stronger.